Chapter 1 Becoming a Cultivator. Noon. East Prosperity City, Tianyuan neighborhood. Chen Hao stood under a large tree, his entire body chilled. A minute ago, he had seen with his own eyes that his girlfriend, Wu Sha, intimately holding an obese, thuggish middle-aged man, had gotten into a black Audi S6 after coming out of the small district, and had gone off in circles. It may be her relatives. Chen Hao was still self-compassionate mind, until he saw the middle-aged man get on the car, lewdly grab a handful of Wu Sha's chest, and Wu Sha not only did not get angry, but instead smiled daintily and leaned on the other side. Only then had to believe the reality. Why? Endless anger welled up in Chen Hao's heart, and he punched the big tree hard. If Wu Sha was with someone else after breaking up with him, Chen Hao might feel bad, but he wouldn't resent it. After all, it was Wu Sha's freedom to choose who to be her boyfriend, but Wu Sha was the one who cheated on him while she was dating him. This was cheating. Bang, bang, bang. Chen Hao punched after punched, ruthlessly hitting the large tree. Soon, the fists were skinned and bloodied. However, Chen Hao was oblivious to the fact that he was still punching hard. Compared to the pain in his heart, this pain was nothing. Rumble. Suddenly, above the sky, a loud bang rang out. Heavens, you split me to death. Come on. Chen Hao thought it was thunder, and as he tore open his collar, he roared up to the sky. Then, he saw a meteor-like strange light that descended from the sky and did not enter his head. Instantly, Chen Hao felt as if his mind was about to explode, as countless information came in like a tidal wave, and he immediately leaned against a tree and fainted. After an unknown amount of time, Chen Hao awoke. He blinked his eyes, a bit dazed. Could it be that he had really been struck by lightning? Chen Hao raised his head to look at the sky. The sky was blue, without even a single cloud. Suddenly, as if he sensed something, Chen Hao raised his hands to take a look, and his eyes widened in shock. The skinned hands had become intact, and aside from the blood that had spilled out earlier, there was not a single scratch. What is going on here? Chen Hao was dumbfounded. Suddenly, there was a flurry of rummaging in his mind, and a huge wave of memories surged forth. Only after a long time did Chen Hao understand. It turned out that he hadn't been struck by lightning, but rather, he had fused the residual soul of a cultivator from an otherworldly world by chance. This cultivator, called Tian Shenzi, had already cultivated to the late Mahayana stage and was only one step away from ascending to the immortal realm. But at the critical moment when he was about to cross the threshold, he was assassinated by someone, and his physical body and Yuanshen were destroyed. Only a remnant of his soul escaped and came to the earth through the air. Knowing that he could not survive, Tian Shenzi gave Chen Hao his life's memory inheritance, as well as the energy of his residual soul, explaining the causes and consequences, hoping that Chen Hao would return to the otherworld and help him avenge his death if he ever achieved success in his cultivation. Chen Hao was pleasantly surprised. From Tian Shenzi's memories, there was no difference between cultivators and the legendary immortals. The ability to create fire in the void, condense water into ice, and fly all kinds of spells in the air is not a matter of course, and the powerful ones can even move mountains and crumble the sky and the earth. It was unthinkable that one would possess this kind of power. Suddenly, Chen Hao felt something gushing out of his body, sticky and rather uncomfortable. He undid his clothes to take a look, and a layer of dirt-like black impurities appeared on his skin. That was the residual soul energy of Tianxinzi, which had not only cleansed his medulla oblongata, but had also directly become a cultivator at the early Qi refining realm. Immediately afterward, Chen Hao felt unprecedentedly relieved and relaxed, and his entire body became radiant. The Dantian was filled with a powerful force that was the cultivator's mana, which could be unleashed at will. On top of that, there was a marvelous perception that allowed him to see everything around him even without using his eyes. That was the cultivator's divine sense, which was like radar that could scan and see through everything. Chen Hao was even more surprised. Senior Tian Shenzi, although you and I have never met, since I have inherited your memories and legacy, I am your heir, and if one day I am successful in my cultivation, I will definitely go to the otherworld and avenge your death. Chen Hao paid a few obeisances to the sky and said sincerely. After saying that, Chen Hao glanced at the heavenly garden neighborhood, his heart overwhelmed with emotion. Not long ago, he was in pain, but now, there was only confidence and calmness. Footsteps. Suddenly, footsteps sounded, and a sexy, plump young woman passed by, seemingly smelling the odor on Chen Hao's body, and couldn't help but cover her nose, revealing an expression of disgust as she quickly walked by. Chen Hao instinctively swept with his divine sense. Immediately, his eyes rounded. He hastily put away his divine sense and turned around. Wealth, democracy, civilization, harmony, and rule of law. He silently recited the core values for a while, his mind calming down. Divine sense can see through, so won't I be able to see in the future? Chen Hao thought with an evil mind. He suddenly silenced his nose and also smelled the fishy odor of impurities overflowing from his body. No wonder the other sexy young woman disliked him so much. Never mind, it was easily solved. Chen Hao utilized his mana and with a slight shock, the impurities automatically detached themselves from his body and turned into dust, which drifted out of his sleeves and collar. He looked down and sniffed. His body was clean and tidy, and there wasn't a single odor anymore. It seems that even bathing can be saved in the future. Chen Hao shrugged his shoulders and turned to leave. Someone fainted. Call an ambulance. Just as he walked out of the Tianyuan neighborhood, Chen Hao heard an anxious shout. He turned his head and saw that a group of people were gathered in front of a red Maserati in the square in front of the neighborhood. Chen Hao's divine sense swept through the crowd and saw a young girl fainting on the ground. A middle-aged woman in her 50s, who looked like a nanny, was surrounding the girl with her hands full of panic. Not good. Life is in danger. Chen Hao was shocked when he saw the girl's face turning blue and breathing rapidly, and he hurriedly ran over and squeezed into the crowd. He was a medical school graduate, although he didn't become a doctor. But as a cultivator there were many means of saving people, and when he saw it at this moment, he naturally couldn't see death. You squeeze a few. A fat man was heavily squeezed aside by him and couldn't help but curse in annoyance. 1. Chen Hao returned without looking back. The fat man froze, and before he could react, Chen Hao had already gotten inside the crowd. Is this little girl suffering from heatstroke? It could also be anemia. The crowd of onlookers chimed in. Hello auntie, I'm studying medicine. Can I help you take a look at her? Chen Hao walked forward and said to the middle-aged woman. Great. Little brother, quickly help me take a look at my lady. She just got off the bus and suddenly fainted. The middle-aged woman was in a state of anxiety, and when she heard this, she was overjoyed. Chen Hao squatted down and pretended to make an inspection motion, secretly scanning the girl with his divine sense. A few moments later, Chen Hao had an idea in his heart. Auntie, your young lady has acute pulmonary embolism. That is, the blood vessels of the pulmonary artery are blocked, and must be rescued immediately, or else her life will be in danger. With that, Chen Hao said to the middle-aged woman, I called an ambulance and said it would arrive in half an hour. Will it be in time? The middle-aged woman asked hurriedly. Too late, this is an acute arterial embolism. If it is not effectively treated within 10 minutes, it will lead to death. Chen Hao shook his head. What then? The middle-aged woman was like a bolt from the blue. Auntie, I can heal your young lady and ensure that she stays alive until the ambulance arrives, but only if you trust me, Chen Hao said unhurriedly. In reality, he could easily heal the girl, but naturally, he couldn't speak too full of himself. I believe in it, just save my lady. The middle-aged woman had long since been in 6s and 7s, so where would she refuse? Chen Hao squatted down and lifted the girl's upper body up, leaning on himself. What a beautiful young lady. It was only then that he noticed that the girl had snowy skin and picturesque eyebrows, with curved willow brows, an agate nose, and a sandalwood mouth, and her features were so exquisite that it was as if they were the masterpiece of the heavens, and she was stunningly beautiful. The girl's figure was also excellent, with a convex front and curved back, and a pair of long legs that were straighter than those of a veiny angel. Through the clothes, Chen Hao could feel the girl's smooth, soft, elastic skin, and his nose smelled a burst of intoxicating fragrance. Chen Hao couldn't help but feel a flutter in his heart, but immediately his heart and mind were in a state of awe, and he corrected his attitude. What time is it? Still thinking about this nonsense? What are you doing? Stop. He was about to use his mana to heal when suddenly, an overbearing voice rang out. Chen Hao looked up. He only saw a sword-browed young man in a white lab coat and a middle-aged man in the form of a driver squeezing into the crowd, looking at him with an unfavorable expression. Pull him away. Without waiting for Chen Hao to speak, the sword-browed youth said to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man immediately stepped forward, grabbing Chen Hao by the shoulders and pulling him outward as hard as he could. Chen Hao frowned and released a trace of mana, which immediately shook the middle-aged man away. The middle-aged man retreated several steps in a row, only to feel raw pain in his hands, and could not help but be filled with surprise. What are you guys doing? He is healing my lady. Don't disturb him. The middle-aged woman hurriedly shouted. You're Auntie Li from the Du family, right? The youth glared fiercely at Chen Hao and said, I'm Dr. Ling Kai, the grandson of Dr. Ling. I heard that mess. Du Xueqing came over to see the doctor today, so Grandpa specially asked me to come and pick you up, and when I saw your car, I rushed over. You are Dr. Yin's grandson. That's great. My young lady suddenly fainted when she got out of the car just now. Thankfully this little brother helped save her. The middle-aged woman revealing a look of surprise as she pointed at Chen Hao and explained. Auntie Li, you should quickly tell this man to let go of Miss Xueqing. He doesn't know anything about medicine at all. When I came over just now, I could already see that the reason why Miss Xueqing fainted was because of an acute myocardial infarction attack. What he did would only lead to an aggravation of the condition. which is tantamount to harming Miss Xueqing. Ling Kai's face was icy cold as he said loudly, "What?" Auntie Li heard this and looked at Chun Hao with a look of shock and anger. "You still don't put down my miss." Chapter 2 Who Gets Punched in the Face? Auntie Li, don't believe his words. What your lady has is really a pulmonary embolism. If I stop the medical treatment, she'll be in danger. Chen Hao explained. Don't believe my words? Ling Kai sneered. What an ignoramus. Master Yang, tell him who I am. Kid, have you heard of divine Dr. Ling Zhongzi? This is his grandson. Don't look at him as young, but he's a master's degree student from the prestigious Kyoto University of Traditional Chinese Medicine. He has received the true transmission of divine physician Ling, and has a wealth of medical experience. And you're actually telling others not to trust him. What a laugh. The middle-aged man looked at Chun Hao, his mouth full of mockery. Ling Kai raised his chin slightly, looking proud. Wow, Dr. Ling Zhongzi, the divine doctor, in our East Prosperity City, that's like a thunderclap. Yes, I've heard that Dr. Ling is a national expert, who has seen patients for national leaders, especially the family's Tsong Yen silver needle technique, which is a masterpiece of Chinese medicine and acupuncture, and has cured an unknown number of difficult and complicated diseases. Since it is the grandson of Dr. Ling Shen's grandson, and has furthered his studies at a prestigious university, then it must also be a small divine doctor. That goes without saying, just by looking at people's temperament. They are extraordinary. The onlookers heard this and let out a burst of gasps. Let me ask you, you claimed that Ms. Xueqing had a pulmonary embolism. How did you diagnose it? Ling Kai looked condescendingly at Chen Hao and questioned. Chen Hao's face changed and he did not speak. He couldn't say that he had seen it with his divine sense. I'll ask you again. Do you have a license to practice medicine? Seeing this, Ling Kai sneered and asked again. No, Chen Hao said helplessly. Without both a license to practice medicine and any diagnosis, you dare to conclude that Ms. Xueqing has a pulmonary embolism, and still dare to treat her? Really bold. Do you know that this is practicing medicine illegally? To put it more seriously, you are killing people. Ling Kai snapped. Asshole, let go of my lady. Auntie Li's gaze was about to spit fire when she looked at Chun Hao. No matter how good-tempered Chun Hao was, he couldn't help but feel angry. I did this to save my life. Why are you guys spitting blood? Ling Kai laughed coldly. You can pull back. I understand your little mind. You must have seen Ms. Xueqing's Maserati sports car and thought that her family had money, and also saw that Ms. Xueqing was pretty, so you moved to evil thoughts, and wanted to use this opportunity to curry favor, and maybe get Ms. Xueqing's heart. How shameless. So that's how it is. No wonder this kid is so eager to save people. So it was premeditated. The onlookers came to a realization, and their gazes at Chen Hao became contemptuous. If you don't let go of my lady, I'll call the police. Auntie Li was even more furious. Chen Hao put down Du Xueqing with a sullen face. What you're doing is tantamount to harming your young lady. Auntie Li spat. I would believe a liar like you? She couldn't be bothered to pay attention to Chen Hao and begged Ling Kai. Little divine doctor, the young lady is in critical condition. Please take action and heal her. Auntie Li, don't worry. This little matter, I'll take care of it. Ling Kai said confidently, and from the bosom of his white coat, he took out a slender jade box and placed it on the hood of the car. After opening it, inside was a row full of silver needles. Auntie Li, Master Yang, you guys help lift up Miss Xueqing. I'll apply the needles to her, and after a while, she'll be fine. Ling Kai numbly drew out a few silver needles, and while wiping them with medicated cotton dipped in alcohol, he instructed. Auntie Li and Master Yang hurriedly complied. Chen Hao couldn't help but say, Dr. Ling Kai, you'd better re-diagnose it again. If you treat it according to a myocardial infarction, it will only make Miss Xueqing worse. You're playing with her life. Ling Kai snorted. You're worthy of instructing me? Auntie Li snapped. Why don't you get lost? You guys just don't regret it. Chen Hao sighed and turned around to leave. Suddenly, Ling Kai reached out to stop him. If you want to leave, how can it be so cheap? He sneered and said to Master Yang. This crook doesn't have a license to practice medicine and is practicing illegally. You watch him and don't let him get away. Wait for me to cure Miss Xueqing, then deal with him. Master Yang looked at Chen Hao intently and nodded his head in response. Good. Chen Hao laughed back in anger. Fine. I won't leave. I want to see how you cured Miss Xueqing. Just how can you read it? Ling Kai looked at him with contempt, took the silver needle and started to save Du Xueqing. In less than 3 minutes, Ling Kai finished applying the needle. Within this short period of time, Du Xueqing's face also turned from green to red, and her rapid breathing became normal, seemingly greatly relieved. This is the Ling family's best skill, the Tsong Yen silver needle technique. Ah, I've grown to know it. Yes, this is what really saves lives. Just now that kid was purely fooling around. Fortunately the little divine doctor stopped him, otherwise it would have taken a life. The onlookers saw it, and there was another burst of admiration. "It's already fine. Auntie Lee, help Miss Xueqing to the car. Let her rest for a while. She'll wake up, then bring her to my grandfather's place. Do further conditioning, and she'll be fine." Ling Kai smiled faintly and put away the silver needle. Thank you, little divine doctor. If it wasn't for you, the young lady would really be in danger. Truly worthy of being a divine doctor family." Auntie Lee was grateful. Ling Kai turned around and looked at Chen Hao, sneering, "Didn't you just say that I would make Miss Xueqing even more serious? How does it feel to be slapped in the face now?" The crowd was also looking at Chen Hao with sneers on their faces. "You'll know who's been punched in the face right away," Chen Hao said indifferently. "Still talking tough?" Ling Kai smiled disdainfully. "Master Yang, call the police and arrest him." Master Yang took out his cell phone. "Alright, I'll call. Little divine doctor, come over and take a look. Miss, she's suddenly vomiting blood." Suddenly, Auntie Lee's urgent voice came. "What?" Making Kai freeze, he hurriedly turned around, only to see that Du Xueqing, who had just improved, was actually spitting out blood, her face becoming even more blue than earlier. The crowd was also shocked. "Little divine doctor, what's going on?" Auntie Lee exclaimed. "It's impossible. I clearly used a silver needle to alleviate her myocardial infarction. How could it turn out like this?" Ling Kai instantly lost his composure and arrogance from earlier. His face was in a state of panic. "It's very simple. You treated Miss Xueqing's condition as a myocardial infarction and used the silver needle to forcefully dilate her heart's blood vessels. Although it seemed to be able to temporarily alleviate it, it actually didn't help and aggravated the pulmonary artery embolism due to the delay, thus causing her to cough up blood." Chen Hao's cold voice rang out. Everyone immediately looked at him in shock. Could it be that Chen Hao was right, and it was the little divine doctor who had misjudged? "Your bull ting me." The veins on Ling Kai's forehead popped out. "Who are you to accuse me of being wrong? If you think you're right, just continue healing," Chen Hao said indifferently. "But don't blame me for not warning you. Because of your faulty treatment, Miss Xueqing would have been able to hold out for 10 minutes. Now in 5 minutes at the most, she would have died from coughing up blood resulting in asphyxiation." Ling Kai was unable to speak. Beads of sweat the size of soybean grains seeped out from his forehead, and his face turned blue. Chapter 3 The Real Little Divine Doctor. "Little brother, I was wrong about you just now. I'm really sorry. Don't bother with me. Quickly save my young lady." Auntie Lee saw and knew that Ling Kai was afraid that she had made a mistake. She was anxious and angry. She could only be filled with shame and went to beg Chen Hao again. "I'm sorry, I don't have a license to practice medicine. If I make a move and someone else sues me for practicing medicine illegally, I can't afford to take the responsibility," Chen Hao coldly said. Everyone looked at Ling Kai and Master Yang. Master Yang was filled with embarrassment and hurriedly put down his cell phone. "Mr. Ling Kai, didn't you say that you wouldn't make it worse for Miss Xueqing? How does it feel to be slapped in the face now?" Chen Hao said indifferently. Ling Kai's face was green and purple. This was exactly what he had just said, and now he was being returned with Chen Hao's original words. "Little brother, we know we're wrong. Please, people's lives are at stake. Save the young lady." Auntie Lee was so anxious that she was about to cry, apologizing over and over again, almost about to kneel down for Chen Hao. Forget it. Chen Hao was only speaking in a moment of anger. Naturally, he would not be indifferent. Walking over, pointing out like the wind, pointing a few times on Du Xueqing's body. Immediately, Du Xueqing's spitting of blood stopped, and her face quickly returned to normal. The crowd was all stunned and stared in shock. To be able to stop vomiting blood after only a few points, it was truly divine. What kind of medical skill is this? Ling Kai was even more shocked and couldn't help but ask in surprise. He could vaguely tell that what Chen Hao had used seemed to be a pointing technique, but what pointing technique could have such an immediate effect? Even if he was from a Chinese medicine family, it was unheard of. "Bring the silver needle." Chen Hao reached out. "What?" Ling Kai was dumbfounded. Chen Hao didn't bother to talk nonsense with him, and with a single reach, he grabbed the jade box in Ren Kai's hand, took out the silver needles inside, and stabbed them one by one on Du Xueqing's lung meridian points. In an instant, his mana followed the silver needles and entered Du Xueqing's pulmonary artery, melting away the embolus that was blocking the blood vessels inside. Immediately, Du Xueqing's breathing became stabilized. Chen Hao put away the silver needle, but did not stop the treatment, instead continuing to check Du Xueqing's body with his divine sense. Pulmonary artery embolisms did not arise for no reason, which meant that the cause of the disease existed within Du Xueqing's body, and if it was not resolved, it would recur in the future. Soon after, Chen Hao was aghast. Divine Sense discovered that Du Xueqing's heart seemed to have a defect. It turned out to be a congenital genetic heart disease. Chen Hao carefully observed for a moment, and his heart was clear. Since it had already been cured, it was good to be a good person to the end. Chen Hao half-hugged Du Xueqing, his palm resting against her back as he urged his mana to surge into Du Shuiqing's heart in a steady stream. He did not notice that under Du Shuiqing's closed eyelids, her eyes turned slightly. Du Shuiqing had awakened at this time, but she didn't want to open her eyes. This was because in Chen Hao's body, she felt a pure aura that she had never had before. This aura was so pure and beautiful that it was like a magnet that deeply attracted her. Even if Du Shuiqing and Chen Hao were only in contact for the first time and didn't know each other yet, she didn't want to leave. Moreover, Chen Hao's hands emitted a very warm and cozy power, and a steady stream of it didn't enter her fragile heart, which had been tortured since she was a child. Under this power, Du Shuiqing could clearly feel that her heart was becoming vibrant and strong. Oh, the feeling of comfort grew stronger and stronger. Du Shuiqing enjoyed it beautifully and couldn't help but let out a blood-curdling moan. Chen Hao heard it and turned his head to look at her face with some surprise, thinking that Du Shuiqing had awakened. Du Shuiqing's eyes were tightly closed. It was probably a sound made unconsciously. Chen Hao didn't think much of it and turned his head to continue healing. He didn't realize that just after turning his head, Du Shuiqing's pretty face turned scarlet, all the way to the roots of her ears. Shame on you, how dare you make that kind of sound? Du Shuiqing's heart wanted to die, but fortunately, she was quick to pretend to be faint and wasn't discovered by Chen Hao. A few minutes later, Chen Hao finished his treatment and used his divine sense to confirm that there were no more problems with his heart before helping Du Shuiqing up and placing her on the back seat of the car. It's already fine. If you're not worried, wait for the ambulance to arrive and give Miss Shuiqing another checkup, Chen Hao said to Auntie Li. Thank you, little brother. If it wasn't for you, I really don't know what to do. Auntie Li was extremely grateful. You're the real little miracle doctor. We all misunderstood you just now. I'm sorry, little brother. Yeah, I'm really sorry. Auntie Li is right. You're the little divine doctor. The onlookers were also embarrassed and apologized to Chen Hao. Chen Hao smiled and waved his hand. When Ling Kai heard this, his face couldn't help but burn, and his heart was even more sour and jealous. He had always been high-minded and proud, boasting of his superior medical skills, but to think that he had been publicly compared to an inconspicuous young man, how could he be willing to do so? Although you saved Miss Shuiqing, but you don't have the qualification to practice medicine and have no experience. Surely it's just a mistake. While I just accidentally misread it, it doesn't represent the real level. If you don't believe me, we can compare to see whose medical skill is more superior, Ling Kai said unconvincingly. Mr. Ling, did you learn medical arts just to compare yourself with others? Chen Hao frowned and said indifferently, if you think your medical skills are superior, then please don't make any mistakes in the future. And wouldn't it be better to heal more patients with your heart? Why do you have to compete with me? Well said. This is what a healer's heart is like. Kudos to little brother. The crowd was all impressed with Chen Hao at the moment, and immediately snapped their hands in applause at his words. Ling Kai was so choked up that he couldn't say a word, his face hard to see. There's a girl but I let her get away. Suddenly, Chen Hao's cell phone rang. Hello. Chen Hao picked up the phone. A brutal middle-aged woman's voice came. Chen Hao, where are you? I'm telling you, if you don't pay the rent today, I'll throw all your luggage out. Don't, Auntie Kai. I'll go back and pay the rent. Wait for me for a while. Chen Hao was anxious when he heard this. He then remembered that today was the day to pay the rent, and several days ago, the landlord, Auntie Kai, had been viciously asking him for money. Unfortunately, Big Aunt Kai didn't even listen and directly hung up the phone. Auntie Li, I have to go beforehand. Chen Hao, anxious in his heart, waved his hand to Auntie Li and turned around to leave in a hurry. Little brother, I still don't know your name. Why don't you leave a phone number? Auntie Li pursued. Suddenly, someone pulled her behind her back. Auntie Li turned around and saw that it was none other than Ling Kai. Auntie Li, Miss Shuiqing is fine anyway, so you don't need to chase after him anymore. Ling Kai's eyes flickered as he whispered, let me discuss something with you. When Miss Shuiqing wakes up, can you just say that I cured her? Chapter 4 Underground Casino. Of course not. How could you? Auntie Li was instantly incomparably furious and sternly refused. I'll give you $50,000. Ling Kai whispered. Auntie Li froze and hesitated. She was just a nanny, and naturally her heart was moved when she was unexpectedly given $50,000. That kid is gone anyway. It's impossible to find him again. Ling Kai looked at her face and continued to whisper. Moreover, Miss Shuiqing's root of the disease has not been removed, so I still need to let my grandfather continue to see the doctor, saying that I cured it, no matter if it's good for you, for me, or for her. Good. Auntie Li hesitated for half a day, and under greed, she still nodded. Ling Kai smiled faintly. Mr. Ling, if you're so shameless, does your grandfather know? Suddenly, a cool voice came from behind them. Shocked, Ling Kai and Auntie Li hurriedly turned around, only to see Du Shuiqing awakening at some point, leaning against the car door and looking at them with a cold smile. Ms. Shuiqing, don't misunderstand. I just want to. Ling Kai's face changed color, still wanting to explain. Du Shueching interrupted him. You don't need to say anything. Originally I was looking forward to your Ling family's medical skills, but your character, it's just too disappointing to me. Auntie Li, thank you for taking care of me all this time, but from today onwards, you'll go back to your hometown. I'll give you a sum of money for your retirement as a repayment for all these years. After saying that, Du Shueching looked at Auntie Li again and sighed slightly. Miss, I was just confused for a moment. Please. Auntie Li's face turned pale and she couldn't help but cry. Du Shueching shook her head, walked to the driver's seat and sat in, lightly pressing the ignition button. The Maserati roared to life. MS. Shueching, think about it again. You have a congenital genetic heart disease. Only my grandfather can possibly cure you. Ling Kai reluctantly blurted out. That may not be possible. Du Shueching held the steering wheel with her left hand. Her snow-white right hand opened up with a slight smile. In her hand was a work permit with a photo that read Bright Advertising Company. Salesman Chen Hao. That was accidentally dropped on the ground when Chen Hao was healing her just now, and was picked up by Du Shueching. Chen Hao, I will find you. Du Shueching's beautiful eyes flashed with a strange look as she drove the Maserati and left in a cloud of dust. I've been too short-handed lately, so let's find Fatty to borrow some money to save the day first. Chen Hao walked towards the bus stop while rummaging through his cell phone. The fat man was called Wang Jia, Chen Hao's hairdresser, with a superior family background, a typical rich second generation. Although his father had a very strict control over him, it was still much better than Chen Hao. The hangman. After the cell phone was dialed, it rang for a long time before it was picked up. Before Chen Hao could speak, Wang Jia's voice with a sobbing tone rang out. Chen Hao, I'm screwed. What? Chen Hao froze. I lost money. I lost a lot of. Wang Jia cried. Dead fatso, you went gambling again. Chen Hao was instantly a bit angry. Wang Jia character is very good for people righteousness, but there is a good gambling problem. Before Chen Hao told him countless times to let him quit, Wang Jia always smiled and said that a small gambling is fine. I lost 2 million which people let me a week must pay back the money. My father, if you know, must beat me to death not. Wang Jia cried a lot. How did you lose so much? Chen Hao was shocked. Besides, where did you get so much money? Isn't your dad usually very strict with you? I gave them an IOU. Wang Jia cried. Chen Hao was speechless. Where are you? I'll be right over. He calmly asked. $2 million was not a small amount, and Fatty was afraid that he had been counted. Wang Jia said an address. Chen Hao hung up his cell phone, walked down the street, and stopped a cab. 15 minutes later, Chen Hao arrived in front of a high-class clubhouse. Just as he got out of the car, he saw Wang Jia sitting disoriented on a wooden chair in front of the clubhouse. What's going on? Chen Hao walked over, patted him on the shoulder, and sat down to ask. Wang Jia listlessly recounted. It turned out that not long ago, Wang Jia had met a man named Li Wei at a gambling game, and after gambling a few times, he had formed a friendship. Today, Li Wei said to bring Wang Jia to see the casino. Wang Jia curiosity will follow over. At first, he won a lot, but then he lost continuously. Wang Jia was not willing to lose all the cash and then play IOUs to continue to gamble, and then he lost $2 million in a blur. You have lost all. Do not bet on the end. Why do you still need to play IOUs? Chen Hao heard and asked in confusion. I don't know how. Just follow the devil like. The more you lose, the more you want to win back, and then the more you fall deeper and deeper. And then if it's not a casino person forcibly threw me out, I'm afraid that now I'm still gambling it. Wang Jia chagrined and rubbed his head. You take me in, I will meet that Li Wei. Chen Hao sniffed, and a cold light flickered slightly in his eyes. What for? It's not like you know how to gamble. Wang Jia froze. You want to get your money back or not, right? Chen Hao said bluntly. Of course I want to, but what can you do? Wang Jia said. If you want to get it back, listen to me. Don't worry, I have a way. Chen Hao said decisively. Wang Jia froze and looked at him, not knowing why, suddenly feeling that this best friend seemed different from before. Don't sell yourself short. Do as I say. Chen Hao pushed him and whispered a few words. Fine, then I'll beat a dead horse. Wang Jia gritted his teeth. Surely Chen Hao wouldn't screw him over anyway. The two entered the clubhouse. When they arrived at the chess room on the second basement level, an air of pandemonium came over them. Many gamblers were gathered around a table, their eyes red and yelling. That one is Li Wei. Wang Jia reached out and pointed. Chen Hao looked over, only to see that in front of an empty chess table sat a 30-something, social-looking mustachioed man, who was crossing his legs and smoking a cigarette with pleasure. To Li Wei's left, sat a young man wearing a flowery shirt, and opposite was a bald man with a face full of horizontal meat. Both of them were big-waisted and had tattoos tattooed on their arms. They didn't look like good people. Paralyzing. If it wasn't for the casino's people breaking things up, we could have made that little fatty lose at least 5 million today. The bald head was cursing. Keep your voice down, don't let anyone hear you. This venue is covered by sisterling. Li Wei frowned. The bald guy's face changed and he quickly stopped talking. Brother Li, does that little fatty really have the money to pay back? Don't let's work hard on the game again and end up with nothing. Flower Shirt asked. Don't worry. Li Wei sprayed a mouthful of smoke. I have long investigated clearly. The little fat man, his father, is engaged in engineering. The family has at least a few tens of millions of dollars. 2 million can certainly take out. That's good. It's not in vain that you call yourself a brother with him for so many days to catch this big fish. Flower Shirt laughed. This kind of stupid rich second generation. The best to cheat. Li Wei smiled smugly. Asterisk. It turned out to be a setup to trap me. Wang Jia heard the rage and couldn't help but rush over. Don't be impulsive. Chen Hao reached out to stop him. This account, let's settle it with them little by little. Wang Jia held back his anger and nodded. The two walked over. Chapter 5, Cheating Means. Why are you back? Seeing Wang Jia, Li Wei's trio froze. Brother Li, I didn't play enough just now, so I took a turn outside and brought this friend of mine back to continue playing. Wang Jia said according to Chen Hao's instructions. Li Wei's three people looked at each other and smiled, all thinking that it was really a dog that couldn't change its ways. Rushing up to give us money. Fatty, you want to continue playing? Of course we welcome it, Li Wei said slowly and methodically. But let me remind you first, that $2 million you owe me, you must pay it back within 7 days. Otherwise, you also know that I'm out to be a gangster. If I renege on my debt, don't blame me for being rude to you. Saying that, his face sank, revealing a few sinister colors. Wang Jia instantly hated his teeth. Li Wei had treated him as a brother before, not to mention how enthusiastic he was, and after pitting him, he immediately turned his face away. Brother Li Wei is not just 2 million. No problem. I returned for the fat man, do not because of this small amount of money hurt the feelings of buddies. Chen Hao laughed and sat down familiarly. Li Wei three people looked at him with surprise. Who is this kid? Looking inconspicuous, with such a big mouth. Let me introduce to you, my iron buddy Chen Hao. Not only is he also good at this, but he is also a rich second generation, much richer than me. Wang Jia held back his hatred and said, purposely biting the accent on the word rich. Li Wei's three eyes lit up. They were just now chagrined that they didn't let Wang Jia lose more money, but they didn't expect that in the blink of an eye. Not only did Wang Jia come back, but he also brought an even bigger fat sheep. So it's Chen Hao, old brother. Out of respect. Smoking? Li Wei changed his face extremely fast, immediately smiled brightly and took out a pack of soft china. Thank you, brother Li. I don't smoke. Chen Hao waved his hand, took out a bank card, and slapped it on the desktop with great bravado. I don't have cash, but there are 10 million in this card. In addition to paying back the fat man's 2 million, the rest of it will be used as today's gambling capital. Play for fun. This is actually his payroll card. There is not a penny in it. It is just a bluff. $10 million. Li Wei's three people were overjoyed when they heard this. Why don't you go and pour Chen Hao, old brother, a glass of water? Li Wei turned his head and instructed Flower Shirt, secretly giving him a wink. I'm on my way. Flower Shirt understood and went off upside down. Not long after, he brought over a steaming cup of tea and handed it to Chen Hao. Chen Hao took it, and with a sweep of his divine sense, he laughed coldly in his heart. There was something wrong with the tea, and it was definitely drugged. Although ordinary people could not detect it, it was impossible to hide it from him, a cultivator. It was estimated that Wang Jia's being struck had nothing to do with this tea. He tilted his head and drank a large mouthful of it, and suddenly sprayed it out sharply, instantly spraying Li Wei's three men all over their faces and bodies. I'm sorry, three old brothers, I choked on my drink all of a sudden just now. I'm really sorry. Chen Hao hurriedly put down the cup and apologized, taking out a tissue and handing it over. It's fine. Although the three were not too happy, they were not in a good position to get angry and took the paper towel to wipe it off. Get another cup for old brother Chen Hao, Li Wei said. The floral shirt went again. Sorry. Chen Hao clasped his hands together and hemmed and hawed. He intentionally sprayed this mouthful, not only bringing up all of the medicinal power in the tea, but also using his mana to increase the effect, just to make the three people taste their own evil. Elder brother Chen Hao, want to play something? Li Wei reappeared with a smile. Stud, golden flower fry, or something else? Brother Li, I'm a person who prefers simple and rough. Let's just play then size. $10,000 a game. Winner takes all. How about it? Chen Hao said. No problem. Older brother, this character I like. You say how to play. Li Wei froze, then smiled even more happily and took out a pair of poker. At this time, the floral shirt brought another cup of tea. Chen Hao didn't even look at it and drank it in one go. This bit of medicine naturally had no effect on him. The rule of comparing the size is to take away the trump card. Then the 2 is the smallest. The ace is the biggest. If they are the same card, they are arranged according to spades. hearts, clubs, and diamonds. Whoever is the biggest is the winner, and the winner takes all. Isn't that right? Li Wei asked while skillfully shuffling the cards. That's right, come on. Chen Hao nodded. First hand, old brother, you please draw first. Li Wei shuffled the cards and laid them flat on the table, reaching out to indicate. I'll be polite then. Chen Hao casually drew a poker card. He didn't use divine sense penetration because he wanted to figure out how the other party was cheating, and then return the favor in his own way. Li Wei and the three of them looked on, smiled at each other, and completely put their hearts down. This kid looks quite wild, but in fact, he is a rookie. One look at this action shows that he has never played before at all. Chen Hao, are you sure it's okay? Wang Jia was also on edge watching from the side and couldn't help but walk over and ask in a low voice. Trust me, fatty. Chen Hao smiled confidently. Sister Ling, that little fatty you told me to shoo away just now is back, and brought back a youngster. In a room next door to the chess room, a burly man in a suit looked at the closed-circuit surveillance TV on the wall and said to the woman sitting on the leather sofa in the corner. The woman called Sister Ling was about 25 or 6 years old, with a seductively beautiful face, fiery red lips, smoky makeup, and an impactful wild allure. She wore a small crimson vest on top, her chest curved and undulating, beautiful and moving, a small surplus waist. Under the rounded black hip skirt, a pair of beautiful legs wearing flesh-colored stockings were straight and long. Guessed it. Sister Ling did not reveal a color of surprise, concentrating on peeling an apple with a fine butterfly knife, and faintly said, Do you want me to step in again? The burly man asked. Li Wei and the others are too underhanded, making a play in our venue. I don't know how many people they've screwed over. It has nothing to do with us. One is willing to fight the other. If you step in to stop it, it will only make both sides hate you. Sister Ling faintly said, We're not bodhisattvas. Just send kindness once. At this time, in front of the card table, Li Wei, flower shirt and bald head, also drew a card one after another. Chen Hao did not move and secretly checked, only to see that when the three of them drew a card, they all gently rubbed their hands on the card surface a few times before picking one of them. Chen Hao's heart stirred as he used his divine sense to look at the playing cards, and suddenly came to a realization. The playing cards looked fine on the surface, but there was a very slight unevenness in the center of the cards, which was obviously marked. No wonder Fatty had lost so badly, but strangely enough, Li Wei's trio didn't draw big cards. Instead they all drew small cards. Li Wei was a 6 of diamonds, while flower shirt and bald head were the 2 of spades and 4 of hearts respectively. On second thought, Chen Hao understood. The three of them were doing this on purpose, grabbing the small cards first to let him win, and then when he got a taste of the sweetness and increased the stakes, he would start to really cheat. Chapter 6 Abuse Mode. They've all been drawn. Old brother Chen Hao, show your cards, Li Wei said. Chen Hao revealed his card, a 9 of clubs. Li Wei's 3 men also showed their cards one after another, and naturally, none of them were as big as him. Open door ah. Chen Hao laughed. Chen Hao old brother is too good. The first hand is so fortunate. Looks like we're going to lose badly today. Yeah, I hope that old brother behind us will raise his hand and give us a way out. Li Wei's trio pretended to look sad, but a cold smile flashed in their eyes. At the end of the round, according to the winner-takes-all rule, Li Wei's 3 men all lost, and Chen Hao scored $30,000. Wang Jia was in charge of keeping the books on the side, and then totaling the account at the end. In the second game, Chen Hao drew a jack of hearts, and Li Wei's 3 men were smaller than him, so he scored another $30,000. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 games passed. Chen Hao has lost and won, but the overall win more lose less, counting down into the 100,000. As the betting proceeded, several people called themselves brothers and sisters, constantly placing bets, and the atmosphere gradually became warm. Chen Hao old brother's hand is really good. Do you want to strike while the iron is hot and come back for something more exciting? After the end of another game, Li Wei paid attention to observing Chen Hao's face. Seeing that he was complacent and his face became flushed, he knew that the medicine had kicked in, so he took the opportunity to say, Good, I also feel that my hand is particularly strong today, and I've long wanted to increase my bet. Chen Hao laughed without thinking. How about $50,000 a game then? Li Wei asked tentatively. Too little. Chen Hao waved his hand. If you want to make it a whole lot bigger, 200,000 a game. Li Wei's trio was overjoyed. Originally they wanted to boil a frog in warm water and lure Chen Hao onto the hook a little bit, but they didn't expect this kid to faint directly. Good. Older brother is quick enough. Li Wei gave a thumbs up. 200,000 then. After shuffling the cards, it was Chen Hao's turn to be the first to draw again. With a sweep of his divine sense, Chen Hao drew out the ace of spades and snapped it in front of him. In the previous dozen or so games, he had already mapped out the cheating methods of the three, and now that he had raised the stakes, it was only natural that he would turn on the sadistic mode. It was Li Wei's turn to draw a card. The stakes were raised 20 times, and Li Wei's face became grave, his fingers rubbing back and forth on the cards, sensing the subtle markings. A few moments later, Li Wei drew out a card, picked it up and looked at it. His eyes instantly revealed joy. Ace of Hearts. The markings on the playing cards were not that precise. It could only be said that based on the markings, one could draw a large card within a certain range. It was considered lucky that he could draw the Ace of Hearts. Although there was still the Ace of Spades on top, the chances of Chen Hao drawing it were negligible. It was a sure win. Li Wei snapped his cards and tapped his right middle finger on the table without moving. This is his and the flower shirt and the bald agreed code, meaning that I have drawn a very big card. Basically win sure. You guys feel free to draw as. Flower shirt and bald head understood and drew a random card respectively. Show your cards, Chen Hao old brother. I guess my luck will be better than yours this hand. Li Wei looked at Chen Hao, revealing a teasing smile. Is that so? Chen Hao smirked as he flipped over his cards. Li Wei's smile froze. Flower shirt and bald head were also dumbfounded. Unexpectedly, such a small chance had caught up with them. This was too bad. Brother Li, it looks like you guessed incorrectly nah. Chen Hao hemmed and hawed. Bravo, Chen Hao. Wang Jia was nervously watching from the sidelines and rejoiced at the sight. Just raised the stakes, and here comes a big bonus. This hand, it's really incurable. Chen Hao snapped his fingers. Fatty keeps score. Okay, my goodness, this is 600,000 na at once. Wang Jia joyfully recorded. Li Wei. Three people looked at the two people smiling with a frown. The heart this angry ah. Brother Li, what is your card? Let me see. Chen Hao didn't seem to be satisfied enough and asked with a smile. You've won, so there's no need to look. Li Wei forced a smile. What are you afraid of looking at? Chen Hao couldn't help but lift the card in front of him. Wow, the Ace of Hearts. Immediately, Chen Hao burst into an exaggerated maniacal laugh. It just happens to be restrained by my Ace of Spades. Brother Li, honestly, when you drew your card just now, did you think you were going to win? What a dramatic ending. Ha ha ha. Li Wei almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Don't get complacent too early. Let's keep coming, he said through clenched teeth, his words emanating a morose chill, and after shuffling his cards, he fiercely slammed them onto the table. The first game counts your kid traitorous luck. I don't believe your luck will still be this good in the second game. Brother Li please. Chen Hao smiled and extended his hand. Li Wei took a deep breath and calmed down, then rubbed his cards and concentrated on his selection. No one noticed that in Chen Hao's eyes, there was a sudden flash of ghostly light. Eyeshadow technique. The eyeshadow technique was a simple little spell that could deceive one's perception and make a wrong judgment. In the second game, Li Wei was the one who drew the cards first, followed by flower shirt, bald head, and finally Chen Hao's turn. Of course Chen Hao would not let them draw the biggest card first, not even if it was just possible. Li Wei, oblivious to the deception of the blindfold, swiped through the four aces and drew a king of hearts out. He picked up the card and looked at it, revealing a look of satisfaction. Although it wasn't a top big card like an ace, it was still big. Unless Chen Hao's luck continued to run out, it would be impossible to win against him. So Li Wei snapped down his cards and tapped his right middle finger on the tabletop again. Flower shirt and bald head saw this and both drew another card at random. It was Chen Hao's turn to draw a card. Using divine sense, Chen Hao easily drew the king of spades. All caught. I'll show my cards then, Li Wei said, slowly lifting his card up while not moving to look at Chen Hao. I'm going to, only to see Chen Hao froze, revealing a stunned expression of what seemed to be disbelief. Li Wei's heart was instantly relieved and he revealed a smile, thinking that with this look, Chen Hao must have drawn a smaller card than himself. Next up were flower shirt and bald head. Since they were drawn randomly, both of them had small cards, the 7 of hearts and the 10 of clubs respectively. Your turn, old brother Chen Hao. I wonder if your good luck will continue in this round. Li Wei laughed, his tone tinged with derision. Right now at the poker table, you're the only one who might win against Brother Li. Don't let us down. Chen Hao old brother has such a hard hand. Surely what he caught is another big card. Quickly show it, let us see. Flower shirt and bald head also said on the side intentionally, wanting to see Chen Hao laugh. Don't worry, won't let you guys down. Chen Hao hemmed and hawed, picking up his cards and slapping them on the table. What? When Li Wei's trio saw it, they suddenly froze once again, shocked and furious. It was truly evil. How did this kid manage to catch such a large card every hand? Sorry, I won again. Chen Hao laughed. Fatty, keep the score. Good. Wang Jia was elated and recorded it. Just now, when he saw Li Wei's light was the king of hearts, he was quite nervous and worried that Chen Hao was going to lose the second game, but he didn't expect to have a scare. Chapter 7, The Magnificent Gamble of $500,000. Since your cards are bigger than mine, why did you act so flustered just now? Is it interesting? Li Wei asked in annoyance. Flower shirt and bald head's faces were also very ugly. Chen Hao's reaction just now made them feel like they had been tricked. Panic? You're overthinking it. I just thought it was a coincidence. Chen Hao had a surprised look on his face, because in the last game, my ace of spades just happened to restrain your ace of hearts, and in this game, my K of spades is restraining your K of hearts. Brother Li, you're really bad. Ha ha, he said and laughed again. Who are you saying is bad? Li Wei's heart was on fire and he stood up at once. Just kidding. Why is Li still in a hurry? You're also an old man. You can't be unable to afford to lose, right? Chen Hao looked like he was hypocritically persuading each other, but in actuality, he was pouring oil on the fire. I can't afford to lose? Li Wei's medicine had kicked in at the moment, and he could no longer suppress his anger. Chen Hao, don't think that just because Trader Luck won 2 games, you're that good. If you have the guts, let's continue to play bigger. How much bigger? Chen Hao sniffed, hitting the nail on the head. $500,000 a game. Do you dare? Li Wei snapped. No problem. Chen Hao shrugged his shoulders, but brotherly, let's say it in front. $500,000 a game. Do you have that much money? I'm not willing to take a blank check. I don't have any money? You're hilarious. Li Wei looked like he was irritated, pointing at Flower Shirt and Bald Head and drinking. Take it out and show it to him. Good. Flower Shirt and Bald Head were also on fire. They took out 3 suitcases from under the table, neatly placed them on the tabletop and opened them. They were filled with $100 bills. See, 1 suitcase is $1 million. 3 suitcases totaling $3 million. You dare to say I don't have money? Li Wei gritted his teeth. Awesome. I believe in your strength now, brother Li, just as you said. $500,000 a game. Chen Hao gave a thumbs up. Li Wei sat down fiercely and shuffled the poker cards as if he was fuming. Chen Hao, we've won over $1 million. It's already very good, so why don't we just leave it at that and stop playing? The rest of that money, I'll just scrape it together myself. Don't take any chances. Wang Jia walked over and whispered apprehensively. A game of $500,000 for a big bet. He was really scared. Fatty, listen to me. Keep a good account. You don't need to care about anything else. This $2 million. Not only will I help you get it back in no less than a cent, but I will also make these scumbags pay a heavy price to take it out on you. Chen Hao patted his hand and said in the same low voice. Wang Jia's eyes moistened. Where could one find such a good brother? I promise you that I will never go gambling again. He wiped the corners of his eyes with his sleeve and said in a low voice. Chen Hao froze and smiled in relief. Ha! How did this not go according to the normal routine? In the next room, the burly man looked at the surveillance screen and revealed a look of surprise. What's wrong? Sister Ling, still peeling her apple, asked without raising her head or opening her eyes. Li Wei's cheating didn't work out. Instead, he let the kid that little fatty brought in win 2 games in a row, both losing $1,200,000, and it looks rather as if Li Wei was calm and was counted. The strong man stroked his chin and said with interest, Oh, Sister Ling also slightly revealed a look of surprise. That kid is an expert? Deliberately pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? Not like that. The burly man shook his head. Looking at the movements, it's very childish. A complete novice. Oh, Sister Ling's voice went flat. That's useless. It's just pure luck. As long as he continues to gamble, sooner or later he's bound to lose. That's what I thought too. The burly man sighed. But to be honest, I'm very hopeful that kid's luck will continue and make Li Wei and the others suffer a big loss. Your turn. Smoke well. At this time, Li Wei shuffled the cards and placed them on the table, saying to Flower Shirt in a double entendre. Don't worry, brother Li. Flower Shirt blew into his hand as if he was fuming, rubbing his hand over the cards and picking them out carefully. Just don't believe it. The 3 of them, with marks on their cards, still couldn't suppress a Chen Hao who relied only on luck. Chen Hao watched with a smirk, a ghostly light flickering in his eyes as he once again unleashed his blindfold technique. A few seconds later, the floral shirt drew out a card, picked it up, and immediately his face fell. The Jack of Diamonds. Although it was also a big card, it was the smallest of the big cards. He hung his head and snapped the card, and his right ring finger lightly tapped on the table, meaning that the card wasn't very big, letting Bald Head and Li Wei pocket it. Li Wei was furious, and had the intention to curse a few times, but at the poker table, he could only hold back. It was the turn of the bald man to draw a card. He is also playing with spirit, carefully selected, but unfortunately under the blindfold. Only draw the 10 of spades. Even the Flower Shirt is not as good. Seeing the bald head pass the same secret signal as the Flower Shirt, Li Wei's face became more and more ugly. These 2 useless losers. The more critical the moment, the more they dropped the ball. The third was Chen Hao. Chen Hao drew a Queen of Hearts, so as not to provoke suspicion by having a top big card in every game. During the process of drawing the card, Li Wei kept an eye on his expression, trying to see the clues, but to Li Wei's disappointment, throughout the process, Chen Hao was very calm, and could not tell whether he was happy or sad in the slightest. Finally, It was Li Wei's turn to draw a card. He was quite anxious in his heart, touching back and forth on the deck over and over again, wanting to draw the top card, but under Chen Hao's blindfold, how could he possibly do so? Half a dozen times, Li Wei finally drew one, carefully picking it up and taking a look. Li Wei's heart went cold. Plum Blossom Q. Although it was not bad, it was far from the big card he wanted to draw. Regardless, there are only 10 cards above the Q of clubs, and Chen Hao's chances of drawing it are only 1 in 4, so my chances of winning are still very high. Li Wei could only think to himself, I'm showing my cards. The floral shirt was the first to lift the bottom card when he saw that the 4 people had finished drawing. Li Wei swept a glance and immediately looked at Chen Hao again. Chen Hao still had a calm face and no expression could be seen. Li Wei's heart sank, and he immediately had a bad thought. It was now a game of $500,000 in a big bet, and if Chen Hao lost, it was unlikely that he would show indifference. This means that his card should be bigger than the flower shirt. Just don't know if it is bigger than me, Li Wei thought anxiously, fidgeting, itching to lift Chen Hao's bottom card this time to see the truth. Next was the bald man to show his card, and since his card was even smaller than the flower shirt, there were no ripples. My turn, Chen Hao said, slowly reaching out to lift his card. It must not be above the Queen of Clubs. It must not be. Li Wei clenched his fists and watched with full concentration, shouting furiously in his heart. Unconsciously, his front and back were soaked through, and dense beads of sweat oozed from his forehead. Even as his face became livid, Chen Hao revealed his cards. The Queen of Spades. Ah! Li Wei, as if he had received a blow to the head, cried out, his face ashen. Flower shirt and bald head also changed their faces drastically, although they still didn't know what Li Wei's bottom card was. With this expression, it was clear that he had lost. Chapter 8, The Entire Family. Brother Li, looking at you, you wouldn't happen to be restrained by me again, would you? Chen Hao smiled, not moving as he stabbed a knife into Li Wei's heart. Li Wei sat stiffly, unable to say a word. With $500,000 in a game, he and Flower Shirt and Bald Head together had lost a total of $1.5 million. And with the $1.5 million that he had lost in the first 2 games, not much of the $3 million was left. Such a cruel blow made Li Wei almost collapse. No, I haven't shown my cards yet. I can use that method to salvage the situation. Suddenly, a thought swept through his mind and his eyes lit up. Just then, Chen Hao's hand reached over and lifted his cards. What are you doing? Li Wei froze and couldn't help but explode in rage. When the bottom card was lifted, losing was a foregone conclusion and could never be undone. I saw that you didn't move for half a day, so I lifted the bottom card for you. What's wrong? Chen Hao was stunned. Li Wei's face turned blue. Ha ha, this Chen Hao. His hand really exploded. I guess Li Wei's heart is dripping blood. In the next room, the burly man watched the surveillance screen with relish, gloating and laughing. Another win? Sister Ling suddenly stopped peeling her apple and looked up to ask. Yeah, 3 games in a row. The little bit of family that Li Wei had mixed up, almost all of it went in. The burly man laughed. Sister Ling didn't say anything and suddenly stood up, walking over to the surveillance screen and looking at it. What's wrong, Sister Ling? The burly man asked in surprise. Chen Hao is not an ordinary person. Not only did Li Wei fail to see it, but you also went off the mark. Sister Ling was skillfully playing with the butterfly knife in her hand, and her beautiful eyes were firmly fixed on Chen Hao. It can't be? Although my eyesight is far inferior to yours, I can tell that Chen Hao has never dabbled in gambling before at all. The burly man was surprised. It should just be luck. Those who fight well will die. In a casino, maybe a handful or 2. Occasionally you'll get lucky, but it can't last forever. Sister Ling's beautiful eyes flashed with a flash of brilliance. Chen Hao is definitely an expert. Fatty, how much did we win? Chen Hao stretched his back. $2,833,000. Wang Jia was so excited that he almost jumped up. Not only had he paid off all the money he owed, but he had also won over 800,000 more. Very good. Chen Hao smiled faintly. I've had my fun today as well. Brother Li, let's stop here and settle the score. Settle the F***king score. Li Wei gritted his teeth. You want to leave after winning? How can it be so cheap? What do you want then? Chen Hao sneered. I'll bet with you for the last hand. My entire fortune. Do you dare? Li Wei glared at him with reddened eyes, as if he wanted to eat someone. What wouldn't I dare? Chen Hao said. But brother Li, do you still have money? That 3 million of yours, the vast majority of which is now mine, with only a measly less than 200,000 left. Is it a joke to bet your entire fortune with me? Li Wei's whole body blood rushed to his head, took out a note and a car key, fiercely slapped to the table. This is Fatty's 2 million. And my car, BMW X5, just brought it back in less than a week, plus that small 200,000. Enough, right? Brother Li, do not be impulsive. Today this is a little evil, or first forget it, and then find an opportunity to retaliate. Yes, It's not easy for us to earn this family money. If we lose, there will be nothing left. Flower shirt and bald head still remaining a few points of sanity. See the situation of fear and trembling. In Li Wei's ear to persuade. You guys don't need to care. I have absolute certainty that I can win. Where could Li Wei still listen? His forehead veins rippled and he gritted his teeth. He pressed the cuffs. Flower shirt and bald head were stunned and seemed to understand something. Looked at each other and nodded slightly. That's enough. Alright, I'll lay down my life and play one last hand with brotherly. Chen Hao's eyes flashed with a flash of brilliance, and he faintly said, now do you still think Chen Hao is a novice? In the next room, Sister Ling looked at the surveillance screen and slowly asked, don't think so. The burly man laughed bitterly. If he's a novice, how could he be so calm and collected in the face of a game of nearly $3 million of gambling? If I were to go up there, I'm afraid my hands would be shaking. But Sister Ling, I did watch Chen Hao and Li Wei in their gambling game from start to finish. I'm clear about all the tricks Li Wei played, but what means did Chen Hao use to break the game? Why can't I see it at all? With that, the burly man asked curiously, if I let you see it, are people still experts? Sister Ling said indifferently. Li Wei shuffled the cards and spread them out neatly on the table. For the last game, you go first. He seemed to have regained his composure and said, good. Chen Hao drew out a card, didn't even look at it, and snapped it directly onto the table. You don't look at the cards? Li Wei was stunned. Life and death are in the hands of fate. Wealth and fortune are in the hands of heaven. It's all luck that I've been able to win these few hands, and the last hand is certainly the same. Winning is what I deserve in life. Losing is what I don't deserve. It's useless to beg. Chen Hao leisurely said, okay, for the last game, I'll bet on luck with you as well. Let's see whose side the heavens are on. Li Wei laughed coldly, and did not pick as he had before, but instead drew a card at random, just like Chen Hao. However, after drawing the card, he didn't directly snap it, but instead grabbed the playing card into his hand, while covering it with his right hand, making a show of checking it out. At the same time, Li Wei made a slight stroke with his left thumb, and almost instantly, the original card he grabbed went inside his sleeve, and then he drew another card from inside his sleeve. Then, Li Wei snapped the card down and swept it warily. Chen Hao didn't look any different, and seemed to have missed his little move. Li Wei sighed in relief and revealed a cold smile. The card he replaced was none other than an ace of spades. This was the solution he had just thought of. Since he couldn't draw the top big card, he would simply change it. Having been in the casino for many years, Li Wei naturally had more than just one means of cheating. Chen Hao, lift the card. I promise, in this round, you're going to lose. With that, Li Wei narrowed his eyes and said word for word, it seems like Brother Li is very confident. Chen Hao smiled meaningfully and lifted the bottom card. The 9 of diamonds. Wang Jia's face changed. This was not a big card. However, Li Wei had also grabbed the card by luck, so it might be even smaller than Chen Hao. Flower shirt and bald head, however, showed joy. Although they didn't see what card Li Wei changed, it was definitely bigger than the 9 of diamonds. Surprisingly, it's such a small card. I thought your good luck would last. Sure enough, Li Wei's face was filled with sarcasm as he violently slammed the cards in his hand onto the table. What a win in the last game. Did Li Wei win? Wang Jia's heart sank. He hurriedly looked and froze. Li Wei's card, surprisingly, was a 4 of spades. Isn't this smaller than Chen Hao's card? Chapter 9, Public Exposure. Ha 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 ha. Li Wei, however, let out a loud laugh as if he didn't know. Chen Hao, how does it feel to be flipped over when you've earned so much money from me with great difficulty, only to lose it all to me in the last game? I really want to know how you feel in your heart right now. He scoffed wantonly, as if he wanted to vent out all the pent-up emotions in his heart. However, as he laughed, Li Wei suddenly felt that something was wrong. This was because apart from himself, neither Flower Shirt nor Bald Head laughed, but instead, their faces turned green. Chen Hao and Wang Jia even looked at him like he was an idiot. You guys. Li Wei's smile slowly stiffened and he suddenly had an extremely uneasy feeling. Chen Hao pointed to the cards in front of him, signaling him to take a look. Li Wei stiffened his neck and slowly lowered his head. For a moment, the blood in his entire body seemed to freeze. Impossible. As if he had exploded, Li Wei stood up violently and shouted, "It's clearly the ace of spades. How could it turn into the 4 of spades? You're looking at it wrong." Chen Hao laughed. Brother Li, I know it's hard for you to accept, but this is the truth. You have to accept it even if you don't. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Li Wei was fuming with rage and slammed the table. I changed the cards with my own hands. How could I possibly look at it wrong? There must be a ghost here. Changed cards? Chen Hao sneered. You cheated? Li Wei's face stiffened. Wah 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 wah. Before he could react, the cuffs of his sleeves suddenly came apart and several playing cards fell out. Hidden cards? You really did cheat. Wang Jia saw it and immediately exclaimed. So this ghost is yourself. Chen Hao smiled coldly. wanted to cheat and change the cards, but unfortunately, your eyes were bad and you mistakenly changed the ace of spades into the four of spades, and as a result, you lifted a stone and smashed your own foot. His divine sense had long since seen Li Wei hiding cards in his sleeves, a blindfold. It was easy for Li Wei to be fooled, and then exerted a little bit of mana to make Li Wei's sleeves automatically open the line, exposing the cheating means. No, Li Wei's eyes were wide open and he couldn't help but tremble all over. The last game, he not only lost all his money, but also exposed the cheating means. Spread the word. The reputation will be infamous. Can no longer continue to cheat, not to mention, even the survival of the problem. Using such underhanded means, I really look down on you. Chen Hao sneered. Fatty, take the money. Let's go. Good. Wang Jia looked at Li Wei with contempt and was about to go forward. Swish. Suddenly, Li Wei pulled out a spring knife from behind his waist and pointed it ferociously at Wang Jia. Wang Jia was startled and hastily backed away. Two little brats. With you guys, you also want to win my money in car. Don't dream. Li Wei's face was livid, revealing a sense of madness. You want to cheat? Chen Hao stood up, a cold light flashing in his eyes. What can you do if you go rogue? Dare to take a penny from me? I'll stab you to death. And I'll tell you, Chen Hao, this isn't over today. You'll just wait for my revenge. Li Wei viciously cursed, grabbed the note and car keys and stuffed them into his pocket. Let's go. Yes, brotherly. Flower Shirt and Bald Head also poorly drew out their daggers, picked up their suitcases, and followed Li Wei as he hurried outside. The surrounding gamblers were stunned at the sight and scrambled to hide far away. In the next room, Sister Ling watched the scene, her pretty face instantly cold. Understood, Sister Ling. The burly man also revealed a look of anger and quickly walked out of the room. I'd like to see if you guys can walk away. Chen Hao sneered and stepped forward to stop the three. Chen Hao, come back quickly. They have knives in their hands. Wang Jia was in a big hurry. Be careful. The burly man named Bin just happened to open the door, and when he saw this scene, he also exclaimed in shock. Mother her, do you really think that I wouldn't dare stab you? Li Wei already hated Chen Hao to the bone, and under the madness, without thinking, he stabbed over viciously. The crowd shrieked in unison. Chen Hao laughed coldly and swung out a fist, ruthlessly hitting Li Wei in the face. Li Wei let out a great cry and flew directly backwards, his mouth full of blood splattering as he fell heavily to the ground. Chen Hao stepped forward. His hand landed on the shoulder of the floral shirt, and with just a slight force, the floral shirt let out a pig-killing scream. His arm dislocated, and with a clanging sound, the dagger fell to the ground. Chen Hao grabbed him up with one hand, and gently swung it, as if it was a human sandbag, and ruthlessly smashed it on the body of the bald man who had not yet reacted. With a muffled thud, the two men broke their heads and rolled on the ground, wailing. The chess room was instantly silent, and everyone was looking at Chen Hao in shock. The burly man, Bin, also froze. A martial artist? In the next room, Sister Ling saw the scene, and after being taken aback, her beautiful eyes suddenly became incomparably sparkling. Chen Hao was calm. With his cultivation at the early stage of qi refining, it was simply not too easy to beat up a few mortals. He walked over to Li Wei, bent down and took the IOU out of Li Wei's jacket pocket, tearing it to shreds in a few handfuls before taking out his car keys and putting them in his pocket. Fatty, let's go. Then, Chen Hao picked up the two suitcases and said, good. Wang Jia looked dumbfounded, and only reacted halfway through the day, hastily picking up the other suitcase and following Chen Hao outside. Chen Hao, don't you push people too far. Li Wei's face was covered in blood as he struggled to get up, shouting with hatred. I can't beat you, but I can take revenge on your family. If you don't want your family to be left with missing arms and legs, and to suffer from a terrible disaster, leave the money for me. You dare to threaten me? Hearing this, Chen Hao suddenly stopped in his tracks and turned around, his eyes flashing with an unrivaled cold light. His family was his scales, and when Li Wei said that, Chen Hao's heart instantly rose up in murderous rage. Li Wei immediately winced, and for a moment, it felt as if he was being stared at by a bloodthirsty ferocious beast. Fearful, you try retaliating against one? Suddenly, a cold woman's voice rang out. The door to the surveillance room opened, and Sister Ling walked out in style. Sister Ling. The other gamblers revealed a look of awe and said in unison. Li Wei's face instantly turned pale. Li Wei, you made a game in my venue to undermine others, cheating and being caught on the spot, playing a scoundrel, not to mention threatening someone's family? Sister Ling sneered. That's really underhanded. Do you know that according to the rules, it would be easier for me to break one of your hands? Sister Ling, I know I'm wrong. I won't dare to do it again. With a plop, Li Wei directly knelt down and bitterly begged for forgiveness. He was just an ordinary gangster. He only dared to threaten and intimidate ordinary people, and when faced with Sister Ling, he immediately wimped out. If you dare to touch a single hair on Chen Hao and his family, don't blame me for being impolite to you, Sister Ling said morosely, reaching out and throwing her hand. The butterfly knife came out of her hand, snatching a sound, deeply rooted in the chess table. Don't dare, don't dare, Li Wei shivered in fear. Limit you within 3 days. Transfer the car to Chen Hao. Get lost. Don't appear in front of me again in the future. Sister Ling waved her hand in disgust. Yes. Li Wei looked at Chen Hao unwillingly, and with his flowery shirt and his bald head, he left in a mess. Chapter 10 Shu Lingling. Chen Hao watched with cold eyes, and knew in his heart that Li Wei was hating himself, and that there would most likely be no end to it in the future. However, he didn't care at all. As a cultivator, there were means to make the sky evaporate without a sound. Thank you, Sister Ling. With that, Chen Hao said to Sister Ling, although he could take care of the Li Wei trio himself, it was better for Sister Ling to step in. Moreover, before Wang Jia was kicked out by the casino's people, it should have been Sister Ling who gave the order, so he should be thanked in all senses of the word. Sister Ling's beautiful eyes flashed with a strange color. With her beauty and status, other men would look at her with either awe or desire. Chen Hao was the only one whose eyes were clear and clean, and whose attitude was neither humble nor overbearing. You're welcome, Chen Hao. After watching your gambling game just now, I'm also eager to gamble with you. Can I have the honor? With that, Sister Ling said with a dimpled smile. No need, Sister Ling. I actually don't like gambling, so don't make a fool of myself in front of you. Chen Hao hesitated and shook his head. Don't worry, I won't win your money. Sister Ling smiled with a beaming smile. It's just that I want to simply gamble with you. Can you give me face? Saying that, she revealed an expectant look. Behind her, Bin looked dumbfounded. As a loyal subordinate for many years, he had never seen that Sister Ling acted so small and feminine in front of a man. All right, seeing her say so, Chen Hao could not refuse. Come to my room. Sister Ling smiled faintly, twisted her delicate waist, and walked ahead. Chen Hao, it seems like Sister Ling has a crush on you. You must grasp this opportunity. If you can lean on her, you won't have to worry in the future. Wang Jia and Chen Hao followed behind, walking while whispering excitedly. What's Sister Ling's origin? Chen Hao asked non-committally. Sister Ling's full name is Chu Lingling. Don't look at her young age, but she mixes very well in the East Lin City Road. She is a big brother level character. There are a lot of legends about her. It's quite legendary. I'll talk to you again when I have time, Wang Jia said. Chen Hao nodded, not caring in his heart. No matter what big brother, they were ultimately secular people, and were not even in the same world as cultivators, so he naturally did not need to flatter them. Several people entered the monitoring room, and Bin was the last to enter, closing the door behind him. Let's play compare sizes too. Chu Lingling took out a brand new pair of poker and laughed. Do you want to take a look? I didn't tamper with it. Oh, I trust Sister Ling. Chen Hao smiled. Although it's just a casual game, there has to be a way to win or lose. Chu Lingling said. Chen Hao, if you win, this card will be yours. As she said that, she took out a golden card like a magic trick. This gold card was very beautifully crafted, glittering as if it was made of pure gold, and engraved on it were 2 Thuja cursive characters. Wantong. Wantong gold card. Wang Jia's eyes instantly rounded and he exclaimed in shock. Sister Ling, this is a gift from Chairman Lin himself to you. Bin's face also changed and he couldn't help but remind him. Chu Lingling waved her hand. Bin could only shut up. Chen Hao, however, was stunned. He had never heard of any Aptus gold card at all. It's a private gold card issued on a small scale by the Aptus Group. Owning this gold card is equivalent to being a VIP of the Aptus Group, enjoying a wide range of rights. There are only a few dozen of them in the entire Dongling city, and you can't buy them even if you have the money to do so. It's a symbol of identity and status. Wang Jia knew that he didn't know and explained in a low voice. Only then did Chen Hao understand. He had also heard of the Wantong Group, a large conglomerate with tens of billions of assets. The chairman, Lin Wannian, was a big shot with his hands in Donglin City. Sister Ling, this gold card is too precious. I don't have anything I can bet with you, Chen Hao said. No need for you to take anything. If you lose, just do me a favor. Chu Lingling smiled faintly. What favor? Chen Hao was a bit surprised. It's not convenient to tell you for now, but it's definitely within your power, and I won't force you to do something unwillingly, Chu Lingling said. Chen Hao's heart stirred. With Chu Lingling's status, what else would require the help of an ordinary person like him? Could it be that she could tell something? Good. He thought about it and agreed. Let's start then. Chu Lingling placed the playing cards on the table. I'll draw first. She casually drew a card out and clasped it in front of her with a smile. Chen Hao's divine sense swept through it, and his expression instantly became odd. He didn't say anything and drew a card as well. I'll show my card. Chu Lingling lifted her card. As Bin and Wang Jia looked at it, they were both taken aback. Surprisingly, It was a two of clubs. I said it was a game of compare the size, but I didn't say, will the small card win or the big card win? Ah? Zhu Lingling looked at Chen Hao wryly. Now I'm announcing that whoever catches the smaller card wins. Wang Jia let out a forehead, his face full of speechlessness. Ah Bin laughed and looked at Chen Hao sympathetically. Any of your kids' superior gambling skills, you've fallen for our sister Ling's tricks, right? No need to look. It's me who lost. Chen Hao let out a bitter smile. I promise you, Sister Ling. Actually, I played a trick on you, but I don't think you'll blame me, right? Zhu Lingling winked playfully at Chen Hao, her eyes flowing, her beautiful eyes qianqi, with an indescribably seductive flavor, sparing Chen Hao, who was a cultivator and had full determination. His heart couldn't help but vibrate for a moment. Sister Ling, then Fatty and I will leave first. Just call if you're looking for me. Chen Hao reported a string of numbers. Wait, this is for you. Zhu Lingling picked up the Vantone gold card and walked over to him, saying, didn't I lose? Chen Hao was surprised. I wanted to give it to you originally, and I used this method for fear that you wouldn't accept it. Zhu Lingling smiled sweetly. You don't have to reject it either. Just consider it as payment for doing me a favor. Saying that, she leaned in close and stuffed the Vantone gold card into the inner pocket of Chen Hao's blouse. Thank you then, Sister Ling. Chen Hao smelled the orchid musk-like aroma of her body, and was touched by her slender jade-like fingers. Feeling like an electric shock, he couldn't help but feel his heartbeat speed up, and hurriedly picked up his suitcase and left with Wang Jia. Still quite shy, Zhu Lingling teasingly flicked her hair, grinning prettily, then looked at her with a look of wanting to say something. Say what you want to say. How hard it is to hold it in your heart. Zhu Lingling leisurely said, Sister Ling, even if Chen Hao's gambling skills are outstanding and his hands are extraordinary, but one has no power and two has no background, and it's the first time we've met. Is it worth it for you to pull in so much? Bin asked. Of course it's worth it. To a martial artist, what's a Vantone gold card? Zhu Lingling smiled faintly, sitting on the boss chair, her slender jade hands skillfully playing with the butterfly knife again. To martial artist? Ah Bin said doubtfully. Are you saying that Chen Hao is very capable of fighting? Not the kind of flamboyant fighter who knows a bit of punching and kicking that you think. Zhu Lingling said. The martial artists I'm talking about are people who truly have kung fu. Sister Ling, are you mistaken? Bin's face was full of disbelief. If beating down a no-good punk like Li Wei is considered a martial artist, then I'm one too. Chapter 11, you're really good at math. Let me ask you, if someone stabbed you with a knife, what would you do? Zhu Lingling asked. Of course it's to dodge first and then counterattack, Bin said without thinking. When Li Wei stabbed Chen Hao with a knife just now, what did Chen Hao do? Zhu Lingling asked again. Ah Bin froze. Chen Hao didn't move at all, but directly punched Li Wei to fly, which is actually hard to do, right? With that, he recalled, suddenly looking shocked, revealing a look of shock. Of course, after the hair first, looks very commonplace, but it is an extremely high level of kung fu. That is, I can only see it, but cannot do it. Zhu Lingling said, your eyesight, you need to practice more before you can do it. Yes, Sister Ling. Ah Bin nodded heartily. Right, Sister Ling. You're asking Chen Hao to help. Is it the Saffron Club that's coming up soon? Ah Bin asked again. Not bad. I've heard a bit of a rumor that someone is going to target me in the Saffron Club this time, so I need to be prepared. And Chen Hao is a hidden card, Zhu Lingling said, smoothly picking up the playing cards that Chen Hao had fastened on the table. After glancing at it, she suddenly froze. What's wrong? Bin came over to take a look and was taken aback. Chen Hao's card, surprisingly, was a two of diamonds. It turns out that he had already seen the trick I played and was just pretending to lose. Zhu Lingling slowly said. Why would Chen Hao pretend to lose? Bin wondered. Wouldn't it be good to just win and take the aptitude gold card? Just take a look and you'll know. Zhu Lingling handed him the playing cards. Bin took it, only to see a few small words scratched with his fingernails underneath the playing card. Returning a favor for a friend. It's the little fat guy you told me to get rid of earlier. Bin understood. Zhu Lingling nodded, her beautiful eyes shining again. Good Chen Hao. I'm really getting more and more excited about you. Chen Hao, you are really good. When did you get the skill? How come I don't know anything about it? Walking out of the clubhouse, Wang Jia said with excitement. I have been fitness it. Once met a sparring coach. Quite a level. Point me a lot. Just come in handy. Chen Hao vaguely said. It was better to keep things like cultivators a secret. Then you can teach me when you're free. Wang Jia had always been nervous and didn't think much of it. You can still endure that pain, but when I first practiced, I was beaten up and bruised every day. Chen Hao laughed. Forget it then. Wang Jia wimped out for a second. He is a typical rich second generation who only eats, drinks and plays, not to mention fitness, is to walk a few steps can't wait to be carried by someone. There's a girl but I let her get away. Suddenly, Chen Hao's cell phone rang. I forgot about the rent. Seeing the caller ID, Chen Hao hurriedly picked it up. Auntie Kai, I'm on my way back. Wait for me for a while. You don't have to pay rent. Aunt Kai interrupted him. I've found a new tenant. I've thrown out all your luggage. You hurry back and pack it up. Any later and it might be taken away by the rag collectors. How can you do this? It's not due yet. Chen Hao was so angry that he shouted. Beep. Big Aunt Kai directly hung up the phone. What's wrong? Wang Jia asked. Chen Hao angrily told the story. Forget it. With this kind of old ladies have what to bother about. And say you are now also considered rich people. But also rent that Thai place to do what? Directly buy a set of houses is not finished. These days on my place to live. Just as my father and my mother are not at home. We brother and sister to have a good time. Wang Jia advised. Okay, but I also have to go to the luggage put away. There are documents inside. Cannot lose. Chen Hao thought to himself. The two got into Li Wei's BMW X5. Wang Jia drove, and in less than 10 minutes, they arrived at the rented neighborhood. After getting out of the car, from a distance, Chen Hao saw a pile of luggage thrown in front of the unit door of the residence. Damn old. Chen Hao hated his teeth, hurriedly went forward to check. Fortunately, the documents are all in. One did not lose. He collected the documents and stuffed the clothes into the suitcase. As for the bunks and whatnot that were already old, they simply didn't want them and threw them directly into the trash can. Then, Chen Hao's divine sense swept, only to see that inside the rental house, Auntie Kai, who had a face full of horizontal meat and a water tank waste, was standing in the living room, spitting and spluttering with the two student-looking young boys. Only $800 a month. You are looking all over Donglin City. There is no such cheap house. What are you waiting for? Quickly pay. It turns out that it hasn't been rented out yet. Chen Hao heard. Immediately eyeballs turn. Make a blindfold. Immediately, in the eyes of the two young boys, the house became cramped and dim, giving birth to a very eerie feeling. And then look at Auntie Kai, who looked like an old hag with a bloody mouth. I'm sorry, we won't rent it anymore. The two young boys turned white with fear and turned around. Didn't you guys already promise? Why are you still backing out? Upon hearing this, Big Aunt Kai became furious and shouted after them. Mama! The two young boys ran even faster. Poor guy, can't even take out $800 a month. Big Aunt Kai kept chasing out of the unit door, and seeing that she really couldn't catch up, she could only spit a mouthful of spit on the ground with indignation. Big Aunt Kai, it seems like your house isn't rented out. Chen Hao was in a great mood and said with a smile. It's not rented out and it's not rented to you. Aunt Kai turned her head and saw him. Her heart was even more angry. See your pile of rags? Hurry to pack away. Lose what cannot rely on me. You threw people's luggage. Still have the nerve to scold people? Wang Jia heard, immediately on fire. What's wrong with scolding him? Can't afford to pay the rent. Don't throw it away. Do you want to keep it for the new year? Kai Big Mom savagely said. You, Wang Jia was about to say again, was stopped by Chen Hao, smiled and said, Aunt Kai, in fact, I came back, is to give you rent, and is intended to pay a one-time payment of 2 years, but unfortunately you do not give me the opportunity. You can pull back. Big Aunt Kai disdainfully said. I still don't know you, so poor that you can't even eat. Still paying me 2 years of rent. You can really brag about it. Chen Hao took out a suitcase from the car, and casually pulled out a few piles of money. See, this is the company just gave me a bonus. Originally I'm used to living here, so I thought that even if you raise the money to $1,000 a month, I'm also willing to continue to rent. Just called to give you the money. I didn't think that you personally put this opportunity to be cut off. Ha, more than 20,000, and you have no chance. I'm sorry. Kai Auntie's face immediately became incredibly ugly. Chen Hao, $1,000 a month you do not rent. Other people $800 a month to catch up and still be rejected. Kai Auntie, you really know how to count. Wang Jia laughed out loud and followed to make up for it. Scram! Aunt Kai was so angry that her face turned green, slamming the door fiercely and entering the building. Chen Hao and Wang Jia smiled at each other. The two returned to the car, and Chen Hao's cell phone rang again. Hello. Chen Hao glanced at the caller ID and calmly picked up the phone. Chen Hao, are you at your place of residence? A cold woman's voice rang out. It was none other than ex-girlfriend Wu Sha. Chapter 12, $3 million to smash people. But I'm leaving soon. You have something? Chen Hao faintly said. What is your attitude? Forget it, you come out for a moment. I have something to say to you. Wu Sha was quite surprised by his tone and was about to get angry, but seemed to think of something and suppressed it. Okay. Chen Hao thought about it and agreed. Hanging up the phone. Wu Sha? Wang Jia asked. Chen Hao nodded. This still has the face to come to you. Wang Jia said angrily. Go, I'll accompany you to scold her. When he came back, Chen Hao told him about Wu Sha's cheating, giving the fat man enough anger. No need. She and I have nothing to do with each other anymore. It's just time to make a clean break. Chen Hao said. getting out of the car and walking towards the gate of the neighborhood. From afar, he saw Wu Sha wearing a brand new Kenzo women's clothing, with the same brand new Louis Vuitton bucket handbag on her shoulder. Wu Sha was just an ordinary clerk. It was unlikely that she could afford to buy this outfit. It was obviously given to her by that tycoon. Wu Sha also saw Chen Hao, but did not greet him. Her expression was cold and indifferent, revealing a bit of condescension. You're just in time. Wu Sha, I have something to say to you as well. Chen Hao walked up to her and said indifferently, You have something to say as well? Wu Sha was stunned. Not bad. I don't think we're right for each other. Break up and don't see each other again in the future. Chen Hao said bluntly, turning around and walking away after saying that. Wu Sha froze. She had come precisely to break up with Chen Hao, and had thought that Chen Hao would be shocked to the core and then cry and beg her not to leave. But she hadn't expected that reality would give her a slap in the face. You stand still. Wu Sha came back to her senses, anxious and angry, chased after her and stopped in front of Chen Hao. What else do you have to do? Chen Hao said indifferently. What gives you the right to break up with me? Wu Sha said angrily, dumping me. You deserve it too. Please get out of the way. We're no longer related. Chen Hao gave her a disgusted look, thinking that he was really blind in the past, that he would like this kind of woman. Wu Sha instantly read his eyes and exploded then. I won't let go, she said angrily. Chen Hao, if you don't make things clear today, you don't want to leave. Wu Sha, don't mess around. I'm not saying it clearly because I'm saving your face for the sake of the past. Chen Hao frowned as he saw the gazes of the people around him looking over. How funny. Do I need you to save face for me? Who are you? Wu Sha was furious. You say it. You must say it. I want to hear what ivory can come out of a dog's mouth. Because you cheated on me. Chen Hao was also on fire. Is it that you think this is quite honorable, and you want the whole world to know about it? Fine. I'll satisfy you. Wu Sha was instantly shocked, revealing an incomparable look of shock. You think I don't know that you cheated on that thug? Chen Hao sneered. I've seen it all with my own eyes, and it was that thug who sent you here this time. The car is parked over there. Right. He reached out and pointed. I go. The plot reversed nah. This woman's so able to splash. I thought it was the man's rightfulness. Dare I say it was her cheating ah. Oh, she thought this young man did not know. Clamoring for someone to say the reason for the breakup. The result was publicly hit in the face. The onlookers were gossiping and whispering. You're talking nonsense. Wu Sha's face turned red. Furiously denied. I don't know any thugs. And I didn't cheat. Chen Hao, you have no evidence. Don't bite like a mad dog and slander my innocence. Otherwise I'll sue you for slander. Do you want me to read out your rooming record with that thug in public? That counts as evidence, right? Suddenly, Wang Jia's voice rang out. He walked over with his cell phone, his face full of sarcasm. I just asked my friend to check. Just this month alone, you've roomed with that thug no less than 10 times. Don't tell me that your rooming is to get dressed up, lie under the covers, and talk about ideals in life. Ha ha. The crowd roared with laughter. Wu Sha's face immediately rose to a pig liver color. Embarrassed. So what? Who I'm good with is my freedom. No one can care, she shouted in annoyance. Chen Hao, even a thug is 1,000 times 10,000 times better than you. Goods like you are destined to be a beggar for the rest of your life and never have a future. I should have dumped you a long time ago. The crowd revealed a look of contempt. This woman not only cheated, but also shamelessly. It was really disgusting. Hangman? Wang Jia laughed coldly. Stupid woman, let me tell you, all the money Chen Hao has right now can smash you to death. Damn fatso, you can really blow it for your foxy friends. Wu Sha was worried that she couldn't get her face back, and sniffed with mockery. You think I don't know what kind of goods he is? On the restaurant to eat a meal to calculate the stingy. All year round just wear so many sets of clothes, buy me a few $100s of perfume. Are like to kill him, but also with the money to smash me to death. Really let a person laugh off the teeth. The onlookers also looked at Chen Hao suspiciously. Although this young man was a good-looking man, he was dressed in ground floor goods. He didn't look like a rich man in any way. Fatty, let's go. There's nothing to say to her. Chen Hao didn't bother to entangle with Wu Sha anymore. What are you leaving for? Chen Hao, didn't the dead fatty say that you have so much money that you can smash me to death? Come on, come on. You smash me to death to prove how rich you are. Don't be a wimp. Wu Sha's mind had collapsed at this point, gritting her teeth and stopping in front of Chen Hao. Whether I have money or not has nothing to do with you. Chen Hao said, please step aside. My patience is limited. How is it okay? Didn't you resent me for cheating on a thug? Didn't you resent me for calling you poor? Wu Sha said with a hateful voice. Yes, you're right. I just dislike you for being poor. You're so ballsy. Take $3 million out and hit me in the face which, let me regret it. Otherwise you're not human. Asterisk 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 asterisk. There's still this. Wang Jia couldn't stand it anymore and carried the other 2 suitcases out of the car. Chen Hao, since they took the initiative to ask for it, why are you still polite? Load. Keep pretending. Wu Sha exclaimed. You open it now and let everyone take a good look at what kind of crap is inside. As you wish. Chen Hao sneered, opened the box, and spread it violently, clattering. In an instant, 1,000,000 cash bills surged out, splitting Wu Sha's face. Ah! Wu Sha screamed, caught off guard, and was directly smashed to sit on the ground. This is $2 million. Chen Hao opened the second box, another large pile of $100 bills, and ruthlessly smashed it on Wu Sha's head. 3 million, completely satisfy you. Wang Jia opened the third box, bundles of red old people's heads like it was raining, once again slapping on Wu Sha's body. The onlookers all looked dumbfounded. Although on the internet, they often saw information about smashing people with money, but it was all an entertaining storyline for people's eyes, and could not be taken as real. Now is to see with their own eyes. Live 3 million smashed people. Shocking. For a time, inside and outside the cell door. Silent. Chapter 13, Shocking the Thugs. Cool, Chen Hao sneered. Wu Sha was smashed and confused, and the makeup on her face was splashed, sitting on the ground with a dull gaze. Only after half a minute did she hoarsely ask, how did you get so much money? To tell you the truth, Chen Hao is actually a rich second generation. The reason why he doesn't say it is that he doesn't want people to be with him because of money. Originally, he was sincere to you, but I didn't expect you to cleave to a thug for a little money. It's a pity that you gave up a great forest for a crooked-necked tree. Wang Jia's blind words came out of his mouth. When Wu Sha heard this, her heart was like being poked hard by a knife, and she completely collapsed, covering her face and bawling. As the crowd looked at her, they all shook their heads and sighed. Although this woman had a tragic end, she deserved it and brought it on herself, and did not deserve sympathy in the slightest. Chen Hao and Wang Jia picked up the money and put it back into the suitcase. After all, it was $3 million, and after pretending, they couldn't just walk away in style. Sha, what's wrong with you? At this time, an obese middle-aged man walked into the crowd and was shocked to see this, and hurriedly helped Wu Sha up. It was none other than that thug. Hubby, they're bullying me. Wu Sha cried out, diving headfirst into the thug's arms. You're Shasha's ex-boyfriend. Right. The thug hugged Wu Sha and looked at Chen Hao with a grimace. Just because she broke up with you, you bullied her? Are you still not a man? He didn't see what just happened and brainstormed everything himself. I didn't bully her. As for what happened, just ask her yourself. Chen Hao said indifferently. Fatty, let's go. You want to slip away after bullying my horse? Where is there such a cheap thing? The thug snapped. Apologized to Sha immediately. He let go of Wu Sha and stepped forward to grab Chen Hao. Chen Hao waved his hand, and the thug was immediately shaken back several steps. The thug was taken aback, not realizing that this kid looked unassuming and had so much strength. You guys think I can't be helped because there are two of you? Believe it or not, I'll call someone and screw you all in minutes. He didn't dare to step forward again, but his tone was fierce, taking out his cell phone. Chen Hao smiled disdainfully and turned around to leave with Wang Jia. Chen Hao, you can hide the first day, but can't hide the 15th. Sasha told me your bottom line long ago. Aren't you working at Bright Advertising? Wait, I will first make you lose your job, then I will find people to block you every day, so that you can't stay in Donglin City. The thug shouted aggressively. You threaten me? Chen Hao sniffed, stopped in his tracks, turned around, and looked coldly at the thug. So what if I threaten you? The thug arrogantly said. The old man has connections in both black and white, and still can't clean up a beggar like you? If you don't want to be crippled, apologize to Sha right away. Hubby, I want Chen Hao to kneel down and kowtow to me. Wu Sha reddened her eyes and shouted with hatred. Do you hear me? Be a good boy and do as you're told. The thug drank. Who do you think you are? Wang Jia said angrily. Fatty, there's no need to get angry. Chen Hao stopped Wang Jia, calmly took out the Vantone gold card from his pocket and waved it in front of the thug. Since you're so hungover, you should recognize this card, right? What the hell? The thug casually glanced at it and was about to contemptuously poo-poo it. Before he finished speaking, his face suddenly changed and he took another closer look. After gold card? With that, the thug exclaimed, how did you get it? It has nothing to do with you. Chen Hao said, I just want to ask, do you still want to threaten me? The thug's face suddenly changed dramatically, and he suddenly turned around, snapping, and slapped Wu Sha hard in the face. Wu Sha screamed and fell to the ground, blood flowing from the corner of her mouth. Are you crazy? She climbed up and covered her face and screamed in shock and anger. Stinking, you killed me. The thug cursed and turned his head, his face full of smiles. Chen Hao, old brother, I'm so sorry. I had eyes but didn't recognize Tai. I didn't think that you were Boss Lin's guest of honor. If I had known that is, if you gave me 100 guts, I wouldn't dare to mess with you. In the blink of an eye, he changed from arrogant and domineering to lowly. The transformation was very natural, without a trace of reluctance. knowing that you can't afford to mess with me. Then get lost, Chen Hao said indifferently. Yes, Chen Hao old brother. I'll dump this wuxia right away. I beg you to be an adult. Don't ever be general with this trash. The thug responded under his breath, but did not leave. Instead, he begged bitterly, with a pitiful look of being on the verge of tears. I'm not interested in bothering with you. Get lost. Chen Hao knew that he was afraid of his retaliation and waved his hand in disgust. Thank you old brother Chen Hao. Thank you. If you find me for anything in the future, I'll make sure to do it properly for you. The thug was like an amnesty, rolling and crawling away, paying no attention to Wu Sha. Chen Hao put away the Vantone gold card, and in his heart, he was also a bit surprised, never imagining that this card was so good. It seemed that he owed Chu Lingling a big favor. The onlookers looked at Chen Hao, all revealing a look of awe. Although they didn't know what the Vantone gold card was, to be able to make that arrogant and domineering thug change his attitude and wag his tail like a dog in the blink of an eye clearly represented great power and background. This young man really can't be seen. Why didn't you take it out earlier and let this guy blow half a day's worth of power? Wang Jia complained. I didn't think of it for a moment, Chen Hao said. Let's go. Chen Hao, wait. Suddenly, Wu Sha called out in a trembling voice. Chen Hao looked at her expressionlessly. Chen Hao, I know I'm wrong. It's my fault for cheating, but can you forgive me this time for the sake of our previous feelings for so many years? Wu Sha revealed a pitiful look and softly pleaded. Are you shameless? Wu Sha, actually have the face to beg Chen Hao to forgive you? Wang Jia said angrily. The crowd of onlookers also snorted. This woman. What a... Wu Sha ignored it and just looked at Chen Hao. We've been together for so many years. I don't believe that you don't have any feelings for me anymore. When you were good to me, every bit of it I remembered in my heart, and now I regret it. I really regret it. Please Chen Hao, give me a chance. Let's start over, okay? She said pitifully, trying her best to squeeze out a few tears. When she used to get along with Chen Hao, Wu Sha had often used this trick to make Chen Hao's heart soften. However, she didn't know that Chen Hao wasn't what he used to be, and seeing her pull this stunt only made her sick. Chen Hao can't possibly give you another chance, so don't be delusional. Suddenly, a nice voice like a yellow warbler coming out of the valley rang out. The crowd froze and turned their heads to look, only to see a tall, model-like girl walking over in style. Her green silk was like a waterfall, and her stunningly beautiful face was slightly powdered, exquisite as if it was a masterpiece of art. The crowd was dumbfounded. It was the first time they had seen such a beautiful girl. Many men even opened their mouths wide and drooled. Chapter 14, Du Shueching's arrival. Miss Shueching? Chen Hao was stunned. This girl was none other than the Miss Du Shueching that he had saved at noon. Du Shueching smiled at him, her greenish-white, slender jade finger pressed against her pinkish-red lips, signaling not to reveal it. A commonplace action, done by her, was incomparably moving and adorable. Then, Du Shueching walked over to Chen Hao's side and intimately took Chen Hao's arm. Who are you? Wu Sha's face became incomparably ugly. As soon as Du Shueching appeared, she immediately dimmed her in seconds, like a pheasant bumping into a beautiful white swan. Moreover, Du Shueching was also wearing the same fashionable women's clothing from Kenzo, and the two of them even clashed. It's not scary to clash, but it's embarrassing to see who's ugly and who's embarrassed. Wearing it on Du Shueching, it was exquisite and beautiful. Wearing it on Wu Sha, it was crude. I'm Chen Hao's new girlfriend. You're not qualified to know who it is. Du Shueching smiled faintly, but I have to thank you for giving up on him in order for me to find such a good boyfriend. Saying that, she slightly sidled her head and leaned on Chen Hao's shoulder, looking 1,000 times more charming. Let go of that beast. Let me come ah. The onlookers saw it and couldn't help but shout furiously in their hearts. Wu Sha's whole body trembled. Her face was like ashes, and she suddenly covered her face and howled, turning around and running wildly away. She really had no face to stay. Thank you, Miss Shueching, for helping me out, Chen Hao said. Naturally, he didn't think that Du Shueching really thought of himself as her boyfriend. I'm not just helping you out oh. However, as if she had guessed his thoughts, Du Shueching's pair of marvelous eyes moved to look at Chen Hao. It's hard to find someone as outstanding as you, so I'm going to have to seize the opportunity. Chen Hao was stunned, and his face instantly reddened. I didn't expect Du Shueching to be so bold and straightforward. Was it a joke or did she mean it? There is no heavenly reason. Even let the goddess confess in public. The crowd of onlookers shouted furiously again in their hearts. Hey, what are you guys doing? When I do not exist is not it. I said Chen Hao, when did you make such a beautiful girlfriend ah? How do I not know? Wang Jia's voice rang out. He was also looking dumbfounded. His good friend had really changed a lot, not to mention his extraordinary hands. He also suddenly had a goddess-level girlfriend. You're Wang Jia right? Hello, my name is Du Shueching. a new friend that Chen Hao has met. Du Xueqing smiled faintly and took the initiative to extend her hand and shake Wang Jie's hand. Goddess still knows me? Half of Wang Jie's body was crispy, excitedly raising his hand. Ha ha, this hand won't be washed when I go to the restroom from now on. Chen Hao, your friend is so funny. Du Xueqing was clearly an extrovert personality and laughed her ass off. MS. Xueqing, how did you find me? Chen Hao asked curiously, remembering that he hadn't left a phone number at the time either. When you saved me, your work permit fell on the ground and I picked it up. Du Xueqing said, I then used a little bit of my connections to check your information. You won't blame me, right? She looked at Chen Hao with a smiling face, slightly tilting her head in a cute manner. No blame, no blame. Before Chen Hao could speak, Wang Jia responded in a chorus from the side. For a great beauty like you to take the initiative to check Chen Hao's information, I guess he's going to be happy in his heart. Dead fatso, you're everywhere. Chen Hao laughed and cursed, but his heart was moved. Slightly using his connections, he was able to find out information about him, and even Wang Jia knew about it, so it seemed that Du Xueqing had a lot of energy. That's good. I was afraid you'd be angry. Du Xueqing sighed in relief and patted her towering breasts, looking at the crowd with straight eyes. Chen Hao, Miss Xueqing is looking for you for something, right? I'll leave first then. Just go straight back to my house when you get there, Wang Jia said with a good eye. Alright, you take the car back as well. Chen Hao nodded. Wang Jia was about to get into the car when he suddenly thought of something and mysteriously came over and stuffed a bunch of money into Chen Hao's pocket. What for? Chen Hao froze. Such a beautiful girl, and so attached to you. A rare opportunity. Wang Jia squeezed his eyebrows and said with his ear, you don't have to come back at night. Open a better room and do a one night. 7 times. Get lost you. Chen Hao cried and laughed, unable to resist kicking him. See you later goddess sister-in-law. Wang Jia smiled and waved to Du Xueqing as he drove away. Looks like your friend is very understanding. Du Xueqing pursed her lips and flirted slightly. With her icy intelligence, how could she not guess what Wang Jia said? This guy is just good at jokes. Don't mind it. Chen Hao smiled. Let's find a place to sit. Du Xueqing said. Good. The two walked out of the neighborhood, got into Du Xueqing's Maserati, drove to a quiet park, and sat down in a gazebo. Chen Hao, I came here specifically to thank you for saving my life. Du Xueqing said sincerely. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid I wouldn't be alive anymore, she said, taking out a brand new bank card from her bag. This is my little token of appreciation. Please accept it. No need to be so polite. Chen Hao waved his hand. I just happened to save you by mistake. Although I'm not a medical student, I do know that congenital genetic heart disease is a terminal disease recognized around the world, and is almost incurable. Du Xueqing looked at him deeply, but just now when I went to the hospital for a checkup, the doctor said that my heart is very healthy and doesn't have any problems. Her beautiful eyes shone. You're not just by chance, you're deeply hidden. Chen Hao smiled and didn't say anything. He knew that Du Xueqing would find out sooner or later, and he had thought that the two of them would never cross paths again, but he didn't expect to meet again so soon. Chen Hao, I know that you are a high-level person and don't care about any repayment, Du Xueqing said, but to me, you are like giving me a new life, so please take it no matter what. Alright, then I'll be polite. Having said that, Chen Hao couldn't refuse any longer and took the bank card. But I'm not a high person, just an ordinary person who happens to know a little bit of medical skills. In my heart, you are the high man. Du Xueqing bright and colorful looking at him. Just now I was thinking, if you insist not to, I can only give my body. He. Chen Hao was a bit afraid to look at her bright gaze. His heart itched, thinking to himself, are all the pretty girls so bold now? Du Xueqing pursed her lips and smiled. With her stature and beauty, she had always had many suitors, including many young talents. But Du Xueqing had no feelings about it. For some reason, Chen Hao was just normal to her, but she liked it instead and couldn't help but flirt with it. Chen Hao, I came here this time, and in addition to thanking you, I also want to ask you for a favor. Du Xueqing said, go ahead. As you know, my heart disease is hereditary. That is, it originated from my father. He had undergone surgery before, but there was no cure. Now that he is getting older, coupled with the company's heavy affairs, the situation is getting worse and worse. I've seen a lot of doctors, and there's nothing much that can be done about it. Du Xueqing said, that's why I want to ask you to make a move and treat my dad. Chapter 15, Antique Street. I know you don't want to be high profile, so I won't tell anyone except my parents about you curing me. Du Xueqing added, what a smart girl. Chen Hao praised in his heart and nodded. Alright, as long as your father trusts me, I have no problem. Great. Du Xueqing was overjoyed. It just so happens that tomorrow night is my birthday party, so I'll invite you to attend and treat my father on the side. Good. The two exchanged phone numbers and addresses, and after chatting for a while longer, Du Xueqing answered a phone call. had something temporary to do, and left. Chen Hao went to a nearby bank and used the ATM to check his bank card balance. Even though he was mentally prepared, he couldn't help but vibrate when he saw the long string of numbers. A whole $20 million. Chen Hao couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Just a few hours ago, he was a penniless dilettante, but now he had $10 million. Cultivation changed destiny. Back at Wang Jie's house, Fatty looked surprised. You're back so early? Didn't go to a room? It's not like you finished all 7 times, right? Seconds, man. Immediately afterward, the guy said with a cheap look on his face. Asterisk 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 off. Chen Hao didn't have the good sense to say, MS. Do has something to do. We'll chat for a while and then part ways. That way Wang Jie with a lewd smile. Then you must be suffocating very hard, right? Do you want me to call a few girls over? Let's play a no-shade assembly. Enjoy a night of revelry, how about it? Spermatozoa got to you. Chen Hao said. Call if you want. I'm not interested. I'm going to rest. Saying that, Chen Hao walked into the bedroom and closed the door smoothly. Going to bed so early. Weak kidneys. Wang Jie muttered. No fun. I'd better go play a game. In the bedroom, Chen Hao sat cross-legged on the bed, crossed his arms in front of his belly, and closed his eyes. He certainly wasn't going to sleep, but was preparing to cultivate. There were a total of 9 realms in cultivation: Qi refining, foundation building, Jin Dan, Yuan Yin, transforming into a deity, refining emptiness, merging, Mahayana, and crossing the threshold. Except for transitional cataclysm, each realm was further divided into early, middle, and late stages. From the memories of Tianqian Zi, the road of cultivation is not only long, easily counted in hundreds of years, but also bumpy and difficult. Can cultivate to the Mahayana late stage of the success of the tribulation very few people. However, Chen Hao had the memory of Tianqian Zi's inheritance, equivalent to the late Mahayana cultivator reborn. As long as there were enough resources, cultivation to the peak is only a matter of time. However, after only a few minutes, Chen Hao opened his eyes in shock. He had already fully utilized his gong methods, but the heaven and earth aura he had absorbed was very scarce. What was going on? Chen Hao got out of bed and pushed open the window, looking up at the gray sky filled with haze, and couldn't help but frown. It was unthinkable that the earth's aura was so thin, and in this environment, the cultivation speed would become extremely slow, and it was possible that decades would pass before one could even break through a realm. This wouldn't do. If there wasn't enough aura in the cultivation world, one could still use spirit stones, but where on earth would one find this? If only there was a magic treasure. Chen Hao sighed. With a magic treasure, he would be able to use it as a guide to set up a spirit gathering array, attracting the spiritual chi of the heavens and earth to converge in all directions. It was a pity that he didn't even know where to find the spirit stones, let alone the magic treasures. Chen Hao unfurled his divine sense and swept around aimlessly to see where there could be more spiritual chi. Suddenly, his expression moved and he turned to look in the direction of Wang Jie's living room. Through the door of the room, his divine sense saw a bronze-colored coin sitting on the 5-drawer cabinet in the living room. Under the divine sense, the coin contained a thin layer of white light inside. Reiki, Fatty, what kind of coin is this? Chen Hao walked out of the bedroom, picked up the coin, and patted Wang Jie, who was concentrating on the game. My dad brought it back, saying that it was given to him by a friend. It seems like it was minted during the Qing dynasty. It's called something like Jiaqing Tongbao. Wang Jie casually glanced at it and said, Antique? Chen Hao looked at the coin and his eyes lit up. It was unexpected to think that antiques contained aura inside. This was an unexpected discovery. Tomorrow, I will go to the antique street to take a look. And by the way, I can also pick out a birthday gift for MS. Shu etching. Chen Hao thought to himself and went back to the bedroom to continue his cultivation. The night was silent. Early in the morning, when the first ray of sunlight shone through the window, Chen Hao opened his eyes. Although the aura was thin, but after all, cultivating all night, Chen Hao felt refreshed and had a soothing feeling of being energized to explode. Cultivation felt too good. Hoo. He had just walked out of the bedroom when he heard Wang Jie's earth-shattering snores in the other bedroom. Chen Hao shrugged his shoulders and didn't call Wang Jie, leaving a note and going straight downstairs. This guy yesterday playing games until 3 o'clock in the middle of the night before going to bed. I guess now call up. Can and Chen Hao fight. After eating breakfast at a kanji store, Chen Hao came to the antique street, parked the car and skipped up. Curio Street is a pedestrian street. The left and right sides are curio stores. The street is a variety of stalls, passing pedestrians shuttling constantly. The noise of the crowd seems to be very busy and lively. Come and see. Han Dynasty ceramics. Only $2,000. $2,000? The entire Donglin city does not have this cheap price. Don't miss it. This sword was personally used by Emperor Wu of Han Dynasty. It can cut iron like mud. It doesn't matter. I am the 82nd generation of Qin Shirawan's grandson. because of family emergencies, spitting blood to put the ancestral treasures out for sale, begging the good people to have mercy. The various vendors yelled vigorously, sounding as if they were selling rare treasures at a good price. Many people were attracted and stopped to inquire. Chen Hao walked by without stopping at all. His divine sense was unfolding all the time, and at a glance, the antiques on these stalls didn't have the slightest bit of aura in them. Obviously all are fakes made in modern times. In the blink of an eye, after walking down half of the street, Chen Hao didn't even find a single real antique. He simply stopped looking and turned his attention to the antique stores on both sides. Compared to the street stalls, the antique stores still had some substance to them. Soon, Chen Hao found quite a few genuine antiques that contained white auras. The aura inside some of the antiques was not only large in quantity, but also very dense, far exceeding the discrete auras in the outside world. Chen Hao was overjoyed and immediately approached the past, absorbing it to his heart's content. He only absorbed a few, far more than the amount of yesterday's night of cultivation, only to feel that the whole body is comfortable, dantian full, and even have a slight sense of satiety, as if the cultivation are enhanced a few points. Very good, although there are not many real antiques, but the entire antique street is also enough for me to absorb for a while, Chen Hao thought to himself with satisfaction. While absorbing, Chen Hao looked around, searching for a suitable birthday gift. After 10 minutes or so, his expression moved and he stopped in front of an antique store called Baojuantang. Found it. Chen Hao pushed the door and walked in. Chapter 16, Blood Jade Bracelet. There were a dozen or so people standing around sporadically in the treasure spring hall. Chen Hao didn't pay any attention to them and went straight to the jade counter. He had just seen that a blood-colored jade bracelet with a strong aura was mixed inside a pile of auraless jade. Apparently, the antique store didn't know that it was a real antique either, so it was a good time to pick up the slack. Chen Hao. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Chen Hao turned his head to look, only to see that not far from the counter, a youth in a long white shirt was looking at him with some surprise. In front of the white-shirted youth, there was also a middle-aged man with the appearance of a second-hand dealer, who was holding an open snakeskin bag and said curtly, "Boss Joe, these are the antiques that I've worked so hard to find, and they're guaranteed to be the real thing, so just accept them, and the price will be negotiable." "Don't." The white-shirted youth waved his hand in disgust. "I've seen it, all these things of yours are all fakes. Together they are not worth $200. You'd better go to another antique store and ask." He no longer paid attention to the middle-aged man and walked over to Chen Hao. "Why did you come here?" "I came to take a look at the antiques. Long time no see, Joe Xin." Chen Hao was also a bit surprised. This white-shirted youth Joe Xin was his college classmate. It was said that his family pounded antiques and was quite rich, but he was very snobbish and narrow-minded. Chen Hao had very few encounters with him and had no further contact after graduation. "Are you here to find me?" Joe Xin asked, looking a bit cold, thinking that Chen Hao was here to ask for his help. "No, by chance," Chen Hao said. "I have a friend who had a birthday and was planning to buy an antique as a birthday gift, so I came over to take a look. I didn't know that this was a store run by your family." "Buying an antique as a birthday gift? You're not mistaken." Joe Xin was stunned. "What?" Chen Hao was stunned. "Let's not talk about whether you know how to identify it or not. It's just that the real curio is in front of you. Do you know how much it costs?" Joe Xin looked at him with amusement, as if he was looking at an ignorant person. Chen Hao shook his head. All this way, regardless of the real or fake, all the antiques did not have an explicit price tag. He really did not know how much it cost. "Don't know anything and you dare to come?" Joe Xin snorted. "Chen Hao, I heard that you graduated from the advertising company as a salesman. A month top day also earn a few $1,000s. To tell the truth you don't not love to hear. Like me to earn hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. The income is 10 times of you. Do not dare to casually say that to buy a curio to give away. You earn these two son don't come to get involved. This is not something that you can afford to play with." The surrounding people heard, also looked at Chen Hao with amusement. A salesman with a meager income, actually wanting to buy antiques as gifts. Really whimsical. If you really want to buy, I advise you to go to the stall outside and buy a high imitation of the artifacts. It can also fool people who don't know anything like you. Joe Xin patted Chen Hao's shoulder and flirted. "For the sake of old classmates, I can let my family's staff help you cut the price, lest you earn this hard-earned money and then be pitched." Chen Hao slightly shook his head. His relationship with Joe Xin was originally very general. There was no need to say more when words were not in the air. He walked to the jade counter, pointing at the blood-colored jade bracelet and asked, "How much is this bracelet?" "Sir, this is a blood jade bracelet. It's very expensive. I'm afraid you can't afford it," the fellow behind the counter said with a smile. He had just heard Chen Hao and Joe Xin conversing and knew that the boss was looking down on this college friend, so he followed suit and took the opportunity to curry favor with Joe Xin. "Chen Hao, we're all old classmates. Do you need to puff up your face in front of me?" Zhou Xian said impatiently. I have other guests to attend to. I don't have time to gossip with you. Chen Hao didn't get angry either, calmly taking out the Vantone gold card and slapping it on the counter. Know what this is? Zhou Xian and the fellow froze. The two of them really didn't know. The Vantone gold card. Suddenly, a middle-aged guest wearing a prestigious suit with great poise exclaimed. So little brother. No, sir is the VIP of Chairman After Lin. What a loss of respect. Immediately, he greeted Chen Hao with a warm face, his tone not lacking in ingratiation. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief, never imagining that a card would make this man, who looked so distinguished, so respectful. Isn't it just a card? What? Is it worth a lot of money? Zhou Xian felt a little uncomfortable in his heart and hummed. The Vantone gold card can be used as a credit card within the city of East Prosperity, and the most basic credit limit is $10 million. The middle-aged guest glanced at him. Do you think it's worth it? What? The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. A credit limit of $10 million? I'm afraid it's far inferior to even the most advanced diamond credit card, and the credit card is only the most basic function of the Aptus gold card. In addition to that, there are many exclusive privileges and premium services. It's a sign of the upper class. I've always dreamed of getting one, but unfortunately the number of them is so small that I can't get one at all. The middle-aged guest was filled with envy. The crowd didn't say a word, and their eyes changed as they looked at Chen Hao, no longer having any trace of amusement. How could someone with such a gold card be an ordinary salesman? Surely Zhou Xian was mistaken. Zhou Xian's face stiffened. Just now he bragged that he made hundreds of thousands of dollars a year, 10 times more than Chen Hao, but it turned out that someone else's credit limit on a card was dozens of times his annual income. Moreover, he had never even heard of the Vantone gold card, which undoubtedly meant that there was also a huge gap between him and Chen Hao in terms of hierarchy. Chen Hao, when you went to school you were far inferior to me. What makes you surpass me so much now? In Zhou Xian's heart, he was both shocked and jealous. You're welcome. Chen Hao smiled and nodded to the middle-aged guest, then looked at the fellow. Can I ask the price now? The fellow looked at the Vantone gold card and stuttered as he spoke. When? Of course, the price of the blood jade bracelet is. Words can't even understand. Go up to the side and stay there. Suddenly, Zhou Xian fiercely interrupted him, striding over and pushing the fellow to the side. I'm sorry, Chen Hao. I didn't expect you to be so well mixed up now. I didn't even know. Just now was a misunderstanding. Don't take it to heart. With that, Zhou Xian's face was full of smiles, without a trace of the awkwardness from earlier. It's fine. I just want to buy this bracelet. How much is it? Chen Hao didn't bother with him either, and said indifferently, Chen Hao, you really have a good eye. This blood jade bracelet was something I managed to get with great difficulty. The quality is absolutely fine. Zhou Xian's eyes flashed with a hint of cunning. Originally, I was selling it to the public for $300,000, but who let us be old classmates? I'll bear the pain today and sell it to you at cost price, $100,000. You take it. Hearing this, the store mate was first stunned, and then realized, although antiques were not explicitly priced, they naturally had a default price range internally. This blood jade bracelet was just an acquired high imitation, and the highest unit price was only sold at 10,000. But he didn't expect Zhou Xian to open his mouth wide and directly increase the price by 10 times, and also said that it was the cost price. Obviously, this is to know Chen Hao rich. Want to pit a hand? Chapter 17 Ancient Compass. The other guests also had a look on their faces. They were all basically knowledgeable, and at a glance, they knew what kind of goods this blood jade bracelet was, but no one squeaked. Antiques this line, pay attention to is the eyesight. Eyesight is not good. Spend a high price to buy a fake can only self-hate bad luck, in the jargon called the eye. Besides, they were not related to Chen Hao, so naturally they would not take the initiative to remind him. Boss Zhou, isn't it not very honorable of you to do so? However, the middle-aged guest suddenly said coldly. Zhou Xian's heart tightened and he forced a smile. What do you mean by that? You know what it means in your heart. The middle-aged guest laughed coldly. This blood jade bracelet, the color is dark, the bloodlines are numerous, the miscellaneous density is impure, it is clearly a high imitation. It may not even be worth $1,000, and you still have the nerve to say that the cost price is $100,000? You are trying to pit Mr. Chen. What are you talking about? How I sell it is none of your business. Zhou Xian was annoyed when his mind was revealed. The middle-aged guest ignored him and said to Chen Hao, Mr. Chen, you may have just come into contact with antiques and don't quite understand the ways of it. This blood jade bracelet is definitely not authentic. Don't be deceived and fooled. He saw that Chen Hao had a Vantone gold card and rose to befriend him, but he was not used to seeing Zhou Xian's sinister calculations, so he spoke out to remind him. Thank you for the reminder, Chen Hao said, but I'm very much in love with this blood jade bracelet, and I still want to buy it. Load it up. He turned his head to Zhou Xin. The crowd froze. The middle-aged guest had made it so clear. Chen Hao actually still wanted to buy it. What was he thinking? Mr. Chen, don't you believe what I said? The middle-aged guest was even more surprised and couldn't help but ask. Didn't mean that. I just think that this blood jade bracelet is beautiful, and it's more appropriate to use it as a gift. Chen Hao smiled. He knew that the other party was well-intentioned, but couldn't explain it, so he had to find a random excuse. The middle-aged guest was speechless. What a brainwashed. Spending 100,000 actually just to figure out how pretty it is. That would be better to go buy a plastic one. Also thought that this kid has that what Vantone gold card. Is a character? The original is just stupid. The others also laughed and laughed. Their eyes flashed with mockery. Zhou Xin, however, was overjoyed. Originally thought that being stirred up by the middle-aged guest, Chen Hao definitely wouldn't buy it, but didn't realize that this university classmate was a piggyback, giving him a divine assist. That's right, it's just beautiful. Old classmate, you really are the one who knows what he's talking about. I admire your vision. He laughed and gave Chen Hao a thumbs up. The store fellows all covered their mouths and secretly laughed. The middle-aged guest secretly shook his head, revealing a look of disappointment. Originally he had wanted to make friends with Chen Hao, but he hadn't expected it to be a straw man, and it was a waste of good intentions. That second-hand dealer, however, his eyes lit up, carrying a snakeskin bag and walking over to Chen Hao. Mr. Chen, since your eyesight is so good, take a look at the antiques I've collected as well. There's sure to be one that you're interested in, and the price is guaranteed to be affordable. When the crowd saw this, they all bristled in disdain. Obviously, this second-hand dealer is to see Chen Hao rich, and do not know anything, also want to follow a pit, but quite treacherous. Chen Hao casually glanced at it and was about to reject it when he suddenly shuddered, revealing a look of surprise. Divine Sense saw that in the snakeskin pocket, there was actually a very bright light of aura. This way to absorb the aura. He also roughly figured out the rule: the older the antique, the higher the value, the more dense the aura, and the richness of this aura light, almost catching up with all the real antiques in the antique street together. What surprised Chen Hao even more was that the surrounding discrete heaven and earth auras were still automatically converging into the aura glow. This was by no means something that an antique could do. Chen Hao hurriedly gazed at the aura, only to see that the aura was contained in a worn-out ancient compass, which looked tattered and unimpressive. On the rusty surface of the compass, there were some lines carved into it. It was these lines that absorbed the constant flow of spiritual chi from heaven and earth. Chen Hao was surprised and delighted. He recognized what this ancient compass was. It was indeed not an antique, but a magic treasure. Just now, he had only focused on looking at the blood jade bracelet and had not used his divine sense to scan the second-road dealer's bag, so he had almost missed it. The second-road dealer had been paying attention to observing his complexion, and seeing this, his heart was secretly happy, and he hurriedly asked, Mr. Chen, do you have a good look at it? Chen Hao took a deep breath and came back to his senses, pointing at the aged ancient compass. How much is this one? The second dealer's eyeballs turned. Praised, Mr. Good eyesight. Don't look at this ancient compass, looks unimpressive, but it is the best of my treasures. Today I am the first time to open, so I'll give you a preferential price. 200,000. How about it? The crowd immediately revealed a look of contempt. Just now they heard clearly. This two-way dealer pleaded with Zhou Xin to buy. Zhou Xin disdained. Said all fakes. Not even worth $200. Now see Chen Hao want. Actually open mouth is 200,000. Too shameless. Dead two-way traffickers. Really ing greedy. Zhou Xin grunted with dissatisfaction, but did not reveal it. Instead, he smiled wickedly. Old classmate. This ancient compass is a good thing at first glance. Only cost $200,000. It's too worth it. Hurry up and buy it. He couldn't wait for Chen Hao to be pitted once more. No problem. Chen Hao took out his bank card. I don't have cash with me. Can I transfer money? Stumbling upon a magic treasure on Earth was definitely something that could be encountered. Not to mention 200,000, even 10 million, Chen Hao would not hesitate to buy it. I brought a POS. The second trafficker was overjoyed, thinking that such an ingrate is really a rare encounter in 100 years. I deserve to make a big profit. It seems that this stupid lack of money has no place to spend. First 100,000 to buy a fake, and then spend 200,000 to buy a rag, for nothing to let us see the joke. The crowd teasingly looked on. The color of mockery in their eyes became more intense. The middle-aged guest looked on with cold eyes and said nothing. I don't know how this straw man, how did he get the after gold card? Soon, Chen Hao finished transferring the money, and the middle-aged man handed over the ancient compass. Chen Hao took it and examined it with his divine sense, unable to contain his joy. With the magic treasure, he could set up a spirit-gathering array to constantly absorb the spiritual chi of the heavens and earth. and never have to worry about what to do after absorbing the antiques. This trip to the antique street was worth it. Mr. Chen, I have other antiques. Each of them are superb. Will you take another look? The middle-aged man was overjoyed after earning $200,000 and wanted to snub Chen Hao again. No need. I'm satisfied when I get a genuine piece. Chen Hao laughed. Being snubbed to buy a piece of crap, and still think it's authentic, really brainwashed to the point of being home. The crowd snorted even more when they heard this. Zhou Xin, is the blood jade bracelet loaded yet? Chen Hao turned his head and asked. It was loaded a long time ago, Zhou Xin said, and with a wave of his hand, a fellow sent up an exquisite gift box. Chen Hao took it and swept his divine sense to confirm that it was correct before swiping his card to pay the bill. Chen Hao, in the future, you should patronize Treasure Spring Hall more often. I welcome guests like you. Zhou Xin laughed out loud. Everyone else also gave a mocking laugh, and inside the store, the air was filled with fastidiousness. At this moment, the door opened and a middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses and a refined appearance walked in. At a glance, he saw the jade counter and his face changed drastically. Chapter 18, Harming people doesn't work but harms you. Boss, where's the blood jade bracelet? How come it's gone? With that, the elegant middle-aged man hurried forward and asked. Zhou Xin was stunned and pointed at Chen Hao. It was just bought away. The elegant middle-aged man immediately looked at Chen Hao. Sir, I really like that blood jade bracelet. Can I acquire it from you? The crowd froze. It was just a high imitation. Was there a need to grab it like this? Sorry, I want this blood jade bracelet to be useful. I'm afraid I can't sell it to you. Chen Hao was also a bit surprised and politely refused. How much did you spend to buy it? I can double the price. The elegant middle-aged man seemed anxious. He spent $100,000 on this bracelet. You're paying double the price too? A guest couldn't help but interject. No problem. The elegant middle-aged man didn't even hesitate. As long as Sir agrees, I'll pay right away. Saying this, he pulled out his checkbook from his pocket. The crowd was stunned. A fake blood jade bracelet had first been bought by Chen Hao for $100,000, and this elegant middle-aged man actually wanted to acquire it again for double the price. Was this insane? It's not a matter of money. I bought the blood jade bracelet as a gift and won't sell it. Chen Hao shook his head. When the elegant middle-aged man heard this, he immediately looked like a deflated ball of leather and smiled bitterly. It seems that Mr. is the one who knows the goods and knows that the blood jade bracelet is the real thing. I came a step too late. Alas! What? The crowd was shocked. You're not mistaken, are you? The middle-aged guest couldn't help but ask. That blood jade bracelet is just a high imitation. How could it be real? The elegant middle-aged man shook his head and said sincerely to Chen Hao, Sir, can you lend me the blood jade bracelet for a moment? Chen Hao opened the gift box and handed over the blood jade bracelet. With his ability, he naturally did not need to worry about the other party engaging in any foul play. The elegant middle-aged man carefully took out a magnifying glass from his pocket, and facing the sunlight coming in from the window, he carefully examined it, revealing a look of excitement as he muttered, It's really so. It's so rare. The crowd looked at each other. Sir, can I ask, this blood jade bracelet, where can I tell it's authentic? The middle-aged guest asked curiously. You guys look. The elegant middle-aged man pointed with his hand. The blood jade bracelet is able to release a halo under focused sunlight. This is the most powerful evidence of authenticity. No matter what high imitation can't do this. The crowd watched, only to see that under the magnifying glass, the original dark and lightless blood jade bracelet unexpectedly blossomed a circle of blood-colored halo, as if a rainbow shining, indescribably beautiful. The crowd revealed a look of shock. Could it be that they had all looked away? But sir, since it's a true blood jade, why is the color dull and the blood pattern dense and mottled? Naturally formed is not like this? The middle-aged guest asked in disbelief. The others also looked at the elegant middle-aged man in confusion, because this is not an ordinary blood jade, but an extremely high-quality blood jade. The formation must be at least 1,000 years old. The elegant middle-aged man explained. Ordinary blood jades don't have many bloodlines because of their short age and insufficient blood percolation, but the very best blood jade is different. The age is long, the blood seepage is full, resulting in numerous and dense bloodlines, and due to the minerals deep into the jade texture, not floating on the surface, so it also appears darker in color. These two features are very much like high imitations, coupled with the fact that superb blood jade is very rare, so even people who know what they're doing can easily misrecognize it. I see. No wonder Mr. Chen didn't listen to the advice just now and insisted on buying it. Dare I say that he had already seen that it was the real thing. Alas, what a pity. Our eyesight is not good. Missing the real treasure for nothing. Only then did the crowd understand, and each of them sighed longingly with complex expressions. It turned out that they were the ones with poor eyesight, treating the real thing as a fake, not to mention smugly mocking Chen Hao. Thinking about it was really stupid. The middle-aged guest's face was even more feverish. Just now he tried his best to persuade Chen Hao not to buy it, talking a good game, but it turned out to be a mess. Fortunately, Chen Hao didn't listen to him. Mr. Chen must know that I am a piece of good intentions, and do not want to break down on the spot to embarrass me, so he casually find an excuse. He is a big shot with the after gold card. Naturally do not need to care about the views of others. Immediately, the middle-aged guest thought about a deeper layer, and couldn't help but respect Chen Hao. Zhou Xin, however, was grimacing. Never thought that this randomly acquired blood jade bracelet was actually a superb blood jade. He not only hit the eye, but also as a fake wanna pit Chen Hao. But the result was to pit himself. The elegant middle-aged man said, I found this blood jade bracelet the other day, but I didn't dare to confirm it at that time, so I didn't buy it. I just took a photo and asked the senior masters to look at it before finalizing it, and hurriedly rushed here, but I didn't expect to be shortchanged. He returned the bracelet to Chen Hao and lamented, Mr. Huang has been in the antique business for decades. I ask myself not to be a master, but also a senior, but still not sure of the authenticity of this blood jade bracelet. I can't imagine that Mr. is so young, but he is so discerning that it is really admirable. Mr. Huang is polite. I don't know anything about antiques. I'm just lucky. Chen Hao was a little embarrassed. What he said was true, but in the ears of the crowd, it turned into modesty, and his heart was even more emotional. This is what a master is, low-key and humble. Unlike them, a bottle that doesn't ring a bell and half a bottle that wobbles. Mr. Huang, how much can this superb blood jade bracelet be worth? A guest asked. I can't say exactly. After all, in the world, there are too few extreme blood jades, Mr. Huang said. However, 5 years ago, at a high-profile international auction, I was fortunate enough to have seen another extreme-grade blood jade bracelet, which was auctioned off at a price of 13 million, so it can be used as a reference. Hiss! A sound of intake of breath immediately resounded in the surroundings. Although the crowd had already guessed that the extreme-grade blood jade would be worth a lot of money, they hadn't thought that it would be so valuable. Even 5 years ago it could be sold for $13 million, so it could be imagined that the price would only be higher now. In an instant, the gazes of the crowd toward the blood jade bracelet in Chen Hao's hand were incomparably burning. Zhou Xian's entire body was trembling, and his heart was dripping blood. An antique worth $10 million, but he sold it at the cheap price of $100,000. Boss Zhou, it looks like you've lost a lot of money this time. That middle-aged guest glanced at him and suddenly smiled, stabbing Zhou Xian in the heart again. The crowd also looked at Zhou Xian with pity, although they regretted not recognizing the extreme blood jade bracelet, but after all, they did not lose anything, but Zhou Xian was the one who harmed himself instead of others, and had it coming to him. I guess in Mr. Chen's eyes, Zhou Xian's self-righteous calculations were just like a clown selling a good deed. Many people thought in their hearts, Chen Hao, I can't imagine that you are so insidious, knowing that the blood jade bracelet is real, but deliberately not saying anything to take advantage of me. Zhou Xian, with remorse in his heart and an unbalanced state of mind, couldn't help but say angrily, is this how you pick your old classmates? The crowd revealed a color of displeasure. This guy pits people first and actually bites back. Really shameless. Chapter 19 Magic Weapons. Zhou Xian, you know in your heart who's screwing over whom. Chen Hao said indifferently, if you are sincere with me, I may not necessarily not tell you that the blood jade bracelet is real and buy it at a high price so that you don't lose out. But if you want to scheme against me, then I'm sorry, you don't have to be cheap. Zhou Xinshin said, even more furious, saying as if you have more eyesight. So powerful. Why do you still spend $200,000 to buy a piece of crap from him? In my this pickup leakage, but is just lucky, pretend what big tail wolf. Saying that, he pointed towards that second-hand dealer. The crowd was stunned, and only then did they remember that after Chen Hao bought the blood jade bracelet, he also spent $200,000 on a worthless ancient compass. Could it be that Chen Hao was really just lucky, and not by his own eyesight? Mr. Huang was also stunned, and only then did he see the ancient compass Chen Hao was holding. After sizing it up for a few moments, he suddenly revealed a look of uncertainty and stepped forward. Mr. Chen, can you lend me the ancient compass again? Chen Hao's heart stirred. Could it be that Mr. Huang could see something? He didn't say anything, just nodded and handed over the ancient compass. Mr. Huang first put on a pair of white gloves before taking the ancient compass, then gently brushed off the dust on it and carefully examined it with a magnifying glass. Gradually, his expression became excited, even much more so than when he saw the extreme blood jade bracelet just now. The crowd exchanged surprised glances, looking at Mr. Huang's demeanor. Could it be that this ancient compass was also a rare treasure? That second-hand dealer was even more nervous. The knot in his throat shrugged and he couldn't help but swallow his saliva. I am truly fortunate to personally appraise a magic weapon. Only after half a minute did Mr. Huang put away the magnifying glass, let out a long breath and said excitedly, "A magic weapon?" The crowd, including Chen Hao, all revealed a look of curiosity. Mr. Huang, by magical artifacts, do you mean the implements used by Buddhists and Taoists, such as rosaries, tin staffs, bells and chimes, and the like? The middle-aged guest asked. These things, which were also often seen in antiques, were not considered rare. No, Mr. Huang shook his head. The ones you mentioned are called Dharma tools. They are all very common things that cannot be compared to Dharma weapons at all. He paused and said, Dharma artifacts refers to true Buddhist and Taoist treasures, such as the Buddha bone relics, gilt Dharma disc, Heavenly Master's seal, and so on. These are the only things that can be called Dharma artifacts. The crowd was astonished. Mr. Huang, all of these that you are talking about are all top-notch national treasures known to the world. The middle-aged guest was shocked. If this can only be called a magic weapon, then this ancient compass, wouldn't it also be? He didn't say any more, revealing a look of disbelief. Not bad. Mr. Huang understood his meaning and nodded. There are heirlooms and well-known ones in magic weapons, and there are also obscure ones. The ancient compass belongs to the latter, but in terms of value, it is by no means below those famous magic weapons. As the words fell, there was silence in the treasure spring hall. Everyone was staring at the ancient compass with dead eyes. It was inconceivable that this inconspicuous thing was a top-tier national treasure. Just now, they could have acquired it from the second-hand dealers for a very small amount of money and kept it for themselves, but they had regarded it as rags and watched as Chen Hao bought it, thinking that they were the ones watching the joke. It turned out that they were the joke. Regret, unwillingness, shame. For a time, everyone's hearts were turned upside down. The second-hand dealer was even pounding his chest, and suddenly, with a plop, he knelt down to Chen Hao and begged bitterly, Mr. Chen, I'll return the 200,000 to you, so give me back the magic weapon, please. If it were you, would you give it back? Chen Hao calmly asked back. The second-hand dealer was unable to speak, paralyzed on the ground, crying in pain. Zhou Xian's face was so pale that he could barely stand. The loss of the extreme blood jade bracelet had already caused him to suffer a 10,000 point bludgeon, and now the bludgeon had increased tenfold. One should know that the second-hand dealers were the first to beg him to acquire the magic weapon, but he disdained it and turned it away. Mr. Huang, if the magic weapon is so precious, the price must be at least 100 million or more, right? Only after half a second did that middle-aged guest murmur and ask, you underestimated the magic weapon. Mr. Huang couldn't help but lose his smile as he sniffed. The reason why a magic weapon is precious is not only because it is rare, but also because it has special effects. The person who holds the magic weapon can not only nourish the body, tend to good fortune and avoid disasters, but also be able to improve the fate, survey the feng shui, and even shade the family, benefiting future generations. Is this not something that can be bought by a mere $1 billion? What? When the crowd heard this, they all revealed a look of disbelief. Mr. Huang, is this true? The middle-aged guest's voice trembled. Although it sounds esoteric, it is indeed true. Mr. Huang said seriously, I once visited some magic weapon owners along with my seniors and witnessed with my own eyes that although their circumstances varied, without exception, they all had prosperous families, developed careers, had rich assets, and enjoyed a high status. One is a coincidence. Is each one a coincidence? That's why it's hard to measure the value of a magic weapon in terms of specific money. It can only be said that it's a priceless treasure. The crowd didn't say anything and were filled with shock. The preciousness of the magic weapon was really beyond their imagination. Thud. Suddenly, a muffled sound came out, but it was that second-hand dealer who couldn't take the stimulation and fell to the ground, fainting. At the same time, Zhou Xian, also white eyes, involuntarily fell backward. Fortunately there are two fellows quick eyes and hands, in time to support him. The original magic weapon is this meaning, Chen Hao thought in his heart. He thought that Mr. Huang was seeing the extraordinary nature of the magic weapon. It seems that he would be wrong. However, as a magic treasure, the ancient compass was able to automatically absorb the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. So even if an ordinary person didn't know how to use it and carried it with him, he could still strengthen his body and prolong his life. From this point of view, it was similar to the special effects mentioned by Mr. Huang. There's no need for everyone to feel sorry for missing out on the magic weapon. Mr. Huang glanced at the two traffickers and Zhou Xian, and said meaningfully, as far as I know, magic weapons are all spiritual, and only recognize those who have the ability and destiny, and ordinary people can easily lose them even if they obtain them by luck. All those magic weapon owners I've met are not big shots. From this point of view, Mr. Chen must be a high-ranking person and have a deep blessing in order to obtain a magic weapon. The crowd looked towards Chen Hao. This time, even envy was gone from their faces, only a kind of respect in the face of an unattainable big shot. What Mr. Huang said is very true. Small people like us are already in a state of shock and can't control our emotions after just knowing the preciousness of a magic weapon, let alone possessing one. The middle-aged guest sighed with emotion. Mr. Chen, however, always kept his face unchanged. Other than that, this composure alone is far beyond us. The crowd nodded with sighs of relief as well. Mr. Chen, my humble self, Huang Wenwei, I am honored to know you, although you are younger than me, but no matter what the profession is, it is always the one who reaches the top who is the teacher. I hope to communicate more in the future. Please teach me. Mr. Huang returned the ancient compass to Chen Hao, then respectfully, handed over a business card with both hands. Chapter 20 Mingyu Mountain Villa. Mr. Huang is polite. If there's still news of magic weapons, you can contact me, I'm very interested in it, Chen Hao said, casually pulling out a business card of an advertising agency salesman and exchanging it with Huang Wenwei. Hearing Huang Wenwei say that there was more than one magical artifact, that meant that there might be other magical treasures on Earth. Although with the ancient compass, one could set up a spirit-gathering array, but the more magical treasures there were, the more heaven and earth spirit chi would be gathered, which would be greatly beneficial to cultivation. So naturally, Chen Hao would not miss it. Okay, Mr. Chen. Huang Wenwei took the business card, and after glancing at it, he couldn't help but stare. Could it be that Mr. Chen was an ordinary businessman? Impossible. Huang Wenwei immediately dismissed this ridiculous thought. For a big shot like Chen Hao, I'm afraid that even the status of a general manager of an advertising agency was far from qualified. It must be that Mr. Chen deliberately designed it this way in order to keep a low profile, worthy of being a high-profile person. Even his business card is different. Huang Wenwei was filled with admiration, solemnly collected the business card, said goodbye and turned to leave. Mr. Chen, I'm really sorry, just now I was talking nonsense in front of you. The middle-aged guest was embarrassed and came over to apologize. Chen Hao smiled and waved his hand, came to his ear and whispered, I just passed by an antique store called Zhongfu Yuan, and found that on the far left side of the second counter, there is a statue of Buddha that is genuine, and the shopkeeper hasn't found it yet, so if you like it, you can go and pick up a leak. The middle-aged guest was shocked, surprised and delighted. Mr. Chen, I can't imagine that you, he was so excited in his heart that for a moment, he didn't know what to say. Go on. Chen Hao smiled and waved his hand. The middle-aged guest had been kind, so he naturally had to reciprocate. Yes, thank you Mr. Chen, thank you so much. The middle-aged guest bowed repeatedly, leaving the treasure spring hall with a million thanks. Seeing this, the crowd knew that Chen Hao had given the middle-aged guest the benefit of the doubt, and could not help but look at each other with bitter smiles. If they had known this, they would have fought to remind them before. Chen Hao walked out of the treasure spring hall and took out his cell phone to see that it was not even 10 o'clock. Du Shueqing's birthday party was at 5 p.m. It was still early. I guess the fat man is still sleeping. Anyway, go back to stay. Might as well take advantage of this time to look at the house, Chen Hao thought to himself. He drove away from the antique street and wandered all over the street. A few hours passed, and Chen Hao looked at a dozen or so properties, but didn't fall in love with any of them. It wasn't that Chen Hao was picky, but after becoming a cultivator, the requirements were already completely different from ordinary people. For example, cultivation, gongfu is okay, quietly meditate on the line, but what about divine spells? I'm afraid that after a few punches are juggled, the house will fall apart, and cultivation needs a lot of pills to assist. Chen Hao is definitely going to be alchemy in the future, and maybe also planting herbs, cannot use gas stoves and flower pots to deal with it. On top of that, the city was full of haze, and in this environment, even if the spirit-gathering array was set up, the purity of the aura would be affected. Chen Hao suddenly understood why in the other world, cultivators had to build cave houses. It was because only cave houses could fulfill these requirements. Could it be that I have to go into the deep mountains and dig a cave as well? Chen Hao thought to himself and shook his head with a bitter smile. Right now, he was not yet able to break away from society, and his strength was not at that point. Seeing that it was almost 5 o'clock, Chen Hao had no choice but to give up on looking at the house and drove towards the address given by Du Shueqing. Following the navigation, Chen Hao quickly arrived at the outskirts of the city, in front of an upscale villa area called Mingyu Villa. From afar, Mingyu Villa was situated on top of a gently sloping hill, with multiple hilltops piled up artificially. On each hilltop, there was a 3-story villa, which was not only elevated, but also open. Supporting facilities such as front and backyard, open-air swimming pool and sports ground are also readily available. The public space was green and grassy, with flower beds, bamboo forests, pavilions, and streams spread out amongst them. looking as if it was a picturesque landscape, pleasing to the eyes. Chen Hao's eyes lit up. The Mingyu villa was very much in line with his requirements. The houses were large and far apart, making it convenient for both cultivation and alchemy, and being located in the suburbs, the air was fresh and unpolluted. Very great. May I ask if Mingyu Villa still has villas for sale? How much for a set? When entering the gate, Chen Hao asked the security guard on duty. Yes, $70 million a set. Chen Hao was speechless. Still need to work hard to make money which. Entering the mountain villa and parking his car, Chen Hao walked towards the fifth villa where Du Shueqing's family was located. From afar, the villa's gate was open, and although it was not yet dark, it was brightly lit inside, with people and shadows gathering, and sounds of laughter coming out from time to time. It seems that Mess Shueqing's birthday party is not small in scale. Chen Hao thought to himself. Chen Hao, why are you here? Suddenly, a surprised voice rang out. Chen Hao turned his head to look, only to see a youth with a waxy face that looked overly drunk, but with a rather bratty demeanor, wrapping his arms around a heavily made-up woman and walking over. Zhang Chao? Chen Hao was stunned. Zhang Chao was the son of the owner of the bright advertising company he was currently working for, serving as the company's deputy general manager. Said vice general manager? In fact, Zhang Chao does not know anything, is a playboy, all day in the outside eating, drinking, whoring and gambling, spend the day drinking, if only so it is just, but Zhang Chao also always rely on the identity of the company. In the company's hands, domineering, on the staff motionless reprimanded and scolded, show the wind, but also complacent self-proclaimed what business management, because it is the only son, the boss quite spoiled him, and not much control. The staff in order to keep their jobs, naturally, dare not say anything. I asked you words, are you deaf? Zhang Chao saw that Chen Hao didn't take the initiative to come over and greet him. His heart was upset and his face instantly turned cold. Hubby, who is this? Your friend? The thickly made-up woman asked in a whiny voice. Fart, he is also worthy of being my friend? Zhang Chao said disdainfully, a businessman under me. Why are you talking so harshly? The woman with thick makeup covered her mouth and laughed. Shouldn't you treat your employees well when you're the boss? I'm being polite. Zhang Chao coldly grunted. In the company, I'm all about big mouths and smacking them hard. As a boss, you have to maintain your majesty in front of your employees so that they are afraid of you, or else these grandchildren won't do their job properly. Wow, hubby, you are awesome. The thickly made-up woman had a look of adoration on her face. Chen Hao sneered, didn't say anything, and turned to leave. He used to be quite concerned about Zhang Chao for the sake of his work, but now he naturally didn't need to care. I told you to leave. Seeing this, Zhang Chao couldn't help but become furious. Get your ass back here. Chen Hao turned a deaf ear. Hubby, this salesman is too bullish, isn't he? It actually doesn't give you face, the thickly made-up woman said in surprise. Chen Hao, are you looking for a fight? Zhang Chao was infuriated and rolled up his sleeves, about to charge up in stride. Chapter 21, Taunting for Difficulty. Zhang Chao, what are you shouting blindly for? Suddenly, an unpleasant voice rang out from behind. Who is it? Zhang Chao huffed and turned back to look, and his face instantly changed. He only saw two men and a woman walking over, both in their 20s. The young man at the head was good-looking, and his expression carried a sense of overbearingness. The other man and woman were also in full dress, and were arrogant. In comparison, Zhang Chao and the heavily made-up woman were clearly a notch below. Brother Qi, Brother Zhao, Sister Lin, I'm sorry, I didn't know it was you guys. Sorry. Zhang Chao immediately changed into a smiling face, quickly stepped forward and said curtly. These three were the rich second generation that he usually hung out with, but their family lineage far exceeded his, so Zhang Chao could only be a follower. Shueqing's birthday party is about to start. So many guests. What are you yelling for here? If I had known this, I wouldn't have gotten you an invitation. The youth surnamed Qi was dissatisfied. Brother Qi, I didn't mean it. Zhang Chao aggravated, reaching out to point at Chen Hao's back. I just saw a salesman under me, so I asked a few questions. A salesman under you? How come he's here? The youth surnamed Zhao asked in surprise. I don't know. I just asked him and actually ignored me. I was about to teach him a lesson when you guys came over. Zhang Chao said in annoyance. Go up and ask what's going on. The youth surnamed Qi's face sunk slightly. Shueqing's birthday banquet. No one should be allowed to mess with it. A few people followed. At this time, Chen Hao had already walked to the villa's main entrance. Sir, please show the invitation. The security guard at the gate reached out to stop him. Chen Hao froze, not expecting that he would need an invitation for the birthday banquet. Du Shueqing hadn't given him one either. Immediately, Chen Hao remembered that Du Shueqing had said yesterday that he should call when he arrived and then come out to pick him up. He took out his cell phone and was about to dial, but found that his cell phone didn't know when it ran out of power and automatically shut off. Sorry brother, My cell phone is dead. Can I trouble you to notify MS? Do Shueching? My name is Chen Hao. I'm her friend. Please ask her to come out and pick me up. Chen Hao had no choice but to say to the security guard. The security guard glanced at him, thinking that this kid looked normal, but his score was not small, actually letting MS do personally come to pick him up. However, Chen Hao spoke politely and he was quite favorably impressed, so he nodded. Friend? Suddenly, a cold laugh rang out. I've known Shueching for such a long time. How come I don't know? When did she have a friend like you? As the words fell, the young man surnamed Chi and the others walked over, looking at Chen Hao with unfavorable expressions. Aren't you a salesman from Zhang Chao's company? With Shueching's status, would she have a friend like you? Funny, and to have Shueching personally come to pick you up, just how worthy are you? The youth surnamed Zhao and the woman surnamed Lin also mocked. Chen Hao, why don't you hurry up and get lost? When you go to work tomorrow, let's see how I'll clean you up. Zhang Chao was even more hateful, feeling that Chen Hao had made him lose face. When the security guard heard this, his face turned ugly, thinking that Chen Hao was lying to him. You guys speak politely. Chen Hao frowned. I just met Ms. Shueching yesterday, and she invited me to the birthday party alone. So of course you guys don't know. Don't you dare pull that. The youth surnamed Shi snorted. Shueching is the assistant to the president of Du Group. Her birthday banquet is also a large-scale chamber of commerce organized by the Du family. The invitees are all social celebrities and the bosses of major companies. It's your boss, Zhang Chao, who had to beg me in order to get an invitation. You're a bull businessman who actually said that you were personally invited by Shueching. It's simply a big joke. It's not like I'm here to participate in the Chamber of Commerce, but I have something else going on. Chen Hao said unhappily. If I don't know Ms. Shueching, why would I need to have her personally pick me up? You're trying to sidetrack the security guard so that you can blend in. Such a clumsy trick, thinking we can't see it. The youth surnamed Chi disdainfully said. So that's what you were aiming for. That security guard was even more alarmed. Say, what exactly do you want? The youth surnamed Zhao drank. Chen Hao sullenly pulled out the Vantone gold card and waved it in front of the crowd. Even if you guys don't trust me, you should trust this card. The security guard had never seen an aptitude gold card before, and could not help but stare. Chi Song's trio, however, were astonished. With their family lineage, they naturally knew about the Aptus gold card, but that was a gold card that none of their families had been able to obtain. How could this salesman have it? Immediately, Chisong sneered as if he thought of something. I can't imagine that you, a salesman, not only know about the Aptus gold card, but also forged one out. It's really hard for you. Unfortunately, it's enough to fool ordinary thugs, but if you want to fool us, you're not qualified. So it's a fake. No wonder I don't feel right. The youth surnamed Zhao came to a realization. Chen Hao was speechless. He didn't expect that the real card was in front of him, but these people didn't recognize it. Chi Song, Zhao Yang, I know what he's here for. Suddenly, the woman surnamed Lin said with a flickering expression. The two looked at her. Since he's a salesman, he must be selling to find customers. The woman surnamed Lin pointed at Chen Hao and said, I guess he heard somewhere that Shueching's birthday party was attended by many corporate bosses, so he wanted to blend in and contact them secretly, but he was afraid of being exposed and thrown out by the security guards, so he faked an aptitude gold card to disguise his identity. The crowd drifted off. Can't see that you're quite a hardworking salesman. You can think of any trick in order to pull in clients. Chi Song said sarcastically. Chen Hao, you're damn sick. Coming here to pull in clients is really a disgrace to the company. Zhang Chao stormed out. If you guys don't believe me, just ask Ms. Shueching, why are you so self-righteous here? Chen Hao couldn't help but say angrily. Waiting for us to go in, so you can bugger off, right? Zhao Yang smiled contemptuously. Zhang Chao, this is the businessman under you. I hope you can handle it, otherwise you won't be mixing with us in the future. Chi Song said blandly. Got it, brother Chi. Zhang Chao reached out and said sternly. Chen Hao, are you rolling or not? If you don't roll, I'll let you roll out tomorrow. No need for tomorrow. I'm quitting now. You can get lost. Chen Hao coldly said. You, damn well seek death. Zhang Chao was furious, striding forward and swinging his palm toward Chen Hao to slap him fiercely. Chen Hao kicked him in the stomach. Zhang Chao cried out and fell to the ground on his back, rolling and howling in pain. Hubby, the thickly made-up woman was shocked and rushed forward, trying to pull him up, but she accidentally twisted her heels under her feet and fell to the ground with a scream as well. Garbage, Chen Hao pooh-poohed. The three Chisons were shocked and angry, not expecting Chen Hao to dare to make a move. What are you still watching for? Chen Hao is openly beating up guests and maliciously disrupting the banquet. Why don't you call someone to arrest him? Chisong looked at the security guard and said sternly. Yes. The security guard then reacted and hurriedly ran inside the villa. Chapter 22, shocked beyond belief. What's going on? It's so noisy, don't you know that the banquet is about to start? At this moment, a tall man wearing a uniform and in his 30s walked over with an unhappy face, followed by several security guards. Captain Sheen, someone is deliberately causing trouble and beating up the guests. I was about to go and call you. The security guard at the door stopped in his tracks and saluted. What? Captain Sheen's face changed. Captain Sheen, you came just in time. We found out that this person didn't have an invitation and claimed to be Shueching's friend, trying to blend into the banquet, and after being exposed by us, he actually became infuriated and beat up the friend who came with us in public. Shisong angrily pointed at Chen Hao. That's right, his name is Chen Hao. He's a salesman for an advertising company, and the purpose of mixing into the banquet was to pull in clients. Captain Sheen, this matter is too bad. Please make sure you deal with it seriously and give us an explanation. Zhao Yang and the woman surnamed Lin were also furious. Don't worry, Mr. Shi, Mr. Zhao, Ms. Lin. Our security team's duty is to maintain the order of the banquet and ensure the safety of the guests, and we will definitely not tolerate those who maliciously cause trouble. Captain Sheen obviously recognized the Chisong trio and immediately said solemnly upon hearing this. Immediately afterward, he glanced at Chen Hao grimly and ordered, "Whisk this person away immediately." Yes, several security guards responded in unison. Wait, you're just going to let him go? Chisong called out in dissatisfaction. What else does Mr. Shi have to do? Captain Sheen was stunned. Chen Hao beat up my friend and called us trash. Chisong's face was grim. Such a serious act. Yet you let him slap his ass and walk away easily. Then aren't we suffering for nothing? Brother Chi, you must take it out for me, Zhang Xiao said in a hateful voice. He had already climbed up with the thickly made-up woman at this time, but was still covering his stomach with a painful expression. Obviously, Chen Hao's kick was not light in strength. What do you mean? Captain Sheen asked. Drag them to an unoccupied place and beat them up hard to take it out on us. Shisong coldly glanced at Chen Hao and whispered. This, Captain Sheen revealed a difficult look. Mr. Shi, even though we are security guards, we can't just beat people up. What if he calls the police? You don't have to worry. It's Chen Hao who wanted to blend into the banquet to pull in clients. He deserved it first. How dare he call the police? Shisong grunted. Not to mention he is just a small businessman. No power and no background. How dare he mess with the Du family? He patted Captain Sheen's shoulder. As you know, we are all Shueching's friends and have a good friendship. As long as we put in a few good words for you and praise you for your dedication and ability, why would you worry about not being promoted in your position in the Du group? Captain Sheen was shocked, surprised and delighted. He had been working in the Du family for many years, and had been standing still in the position of security captain, and was worried that there was no doorway to go further, but he never imagined that the opportunity would come. Mr. Shi, don't worry. I will definitely teach this guy a hard lesson and give you and your friends a good dose of this bad anger. Immediately, Captain Sheen patted his chest and said with conviction, That's right. Shisong revealed a satisfied smile. Captain Sheen, you don't even know what the truth is, so I advise you not to be easily compelled to become a knife in someone else's hands. Chen Hao coldly said, If Miss Shueching knows that a few of them are not from the Du family, she may not necessarily do anything, but you will definitely be in bad luck. Don't draw fire. Although Shisong spoke in a low voice, how could Chen Hao not hear it, and was quite annoyed in his heart. Captain Sheen and Shisong's faces changed. Quite good at scaring people, but unfortunately, there's no way the lady would recognize you, so don't pull a big banner in front of us. With that, Captain Sheen let out a cold smile and droned. Arrest him. Yes, Captain. The crowd of security guards responded, swarming towards Chen Hao. Stop. What are you guys doing? Suddenly, a crisp, angry cry rang out. As the words fell, a beautiful girl in a clean white dress walked out quickly, and it was none other than Du Shueching. Seeing that 5 o'clock had come and gone and Chen Hao had never called, she was worried in her heart, so she came out to check on the situation and happened to see this scene. Shocked and angry, Ms. Shueching, the security guards hurriedly stopped in their tracks and saluted in unison. Miss Shueching, this person has bad intentions and wants to cause trouble at the banquet. I am having people arrest him. Captain Sheen also saluted in a hurry and said loudly as if inviting credit. You shut up. Du Shueching was so angry that she was trembling. Mr. Chen Hao is a VIP that I have specially invited. How dare you treat him like this? Truly lawless. What? The crowd was stunned. Chen Hao, are you alright? I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I should have come down to pick you up long ago. Du Shueching walked up to Chen Hao and apologized, her pretty face turning white. Not only was Chen Hao concerned about whether or not her father's condition could be cured, but what scared Du Shueching even more was that if Chen Hao left in a fit of rage, I was afraid that he would never care about her again. Du Shueching herself didn't even know why she cared so much about this youth after only knowing him for a day. The crowd couldn't believe their eyes. Unexpectedly, Chen Hao really knew Du Shueching, and even more unexpectedly, in front of Chen Hao. Du Shueqing was so humble. It was important to realize that although they were both rich second generation, Du Shueqing, regardless of her family history or ability, far exceeded them, and when they said they were friends, their status was actually not equal. In front of Du Shueqing, they were basically in a posture of flattery. Now seeing this scene, how could it not shock them beyond measure? Qi was even more pale. He had always loved Du Shueqing, pursued her hard, and flattered her carefully, but Du Shueqing had never treated him with a false smile. Now that he saw that the goddess of his heart was so nervous about Chen Hao, his heart was truly cynical. I'm fine, my cell phone ran out of power, so I couldn't make a call. Sorry for making you wait. Chen Hao shook his head. Only then did Du Shueqing feel slightly relieved. Turning her head, her pretty face icy cold. Captain Qin, why did you let the security guards arrest Mr. Chen Hao? Miss, I also heard from Mr. Xi and the others that he said that Mr. Chen Hao was an advertising company businessman who wanted to blend into the banquet and beat and abuse the guests. So Captain Qin's face color is like soil. His heart secretly screamed bitter. One after another to Qi pass eyes, meaning that you hurry to help me speak. Shueqing, Chen Hao said he was your friend, but we've never seen him before, so naturally we won't believe him. And we didn't lie. Chen Hao is indeed a businessman and did beat up someone, and the person who was beaten up is still his boss. My friend. Qi forced down the jealousy in his heart and stepped forward to say, his eyes signaling to Zhang Chao. Yes, I can prove it. I'm Zhang Chao, the vice general manager of Bright Advertising Company. Chen Hao is indeed my employee, and just now, he even beat me up. Zhang Chao scowled as he stepped forward, facing such a magnificent beauty like Du Shueqing. He didn't even dare to breathe a single breath. Chapter 23, The Banquet Begins. Shueqing, Chen Hao said that he was invited to the banquet by you when he only met you yesterday, but he couldn't produce an invitation. So of course we were suspicious. Yeah, he even called us trash. Who can stand that? Zhao Yang and the woman surnamed Lin also came over to help, but they avoided saying that they and the others were sneering and making things difficult for Chen Hao. You guys don't need to say anything. Du Shueqing waved her hand. She was ice-cold smart, and although she hadn't seen what happened, she swept a glance and roughly guessed what was going on. Captain Qin, you're fired. Immediately hand over your work with the vice captain, then go to the finance to settle your paycheck, pack up your things, and leave this place. With that, Du Shueqing looked at Captain Qin and said coldly. Captain Qin's head buzzed like a bolt from the blue. He thought it was a good opportunity to be promoted and get rich, but he didn't expect it to be a big disaster of being swept away. Mr. Chen, I know I'm wrong. I'm sorry. I'll apologize to you. Please, say a few good words to the young lady. Let me keep my job. He wasn't exactly stupid. Knowing that Chen Hao was the key, he hurriedly pleaded. Chen Hao shook his head. I've already reminded you just now. It's you who insisted on not listening. I can't help you. Captain Qin was filled with despair and collapsed limply to the ground. I've seen the banquet invitation list. There's no Bright Advertising Company. How did you get here? Du Shueqing looked coldly at Zhang Chao again. Zhang Chao was instantly dumbfounded and could only look at Qi with baffled eyes. Shueqing, it's like this. Zhang Chao is my friend and wants to meet. Qi explained stiffly. I'm not interested in listening. Du Shueqing interrupted. Mr. Zhang, please leave immediately. The Du family does not welcome you. Zhang Chao's face turned white. Although he was whisked away in public, he didn't dare to say a word. And you Qi, you, Zhao Yang and Lin Wei are all officially invited guests of the Du family. I won't whisk you away, but don't count on that project your Qi family wants the Du family to invest in. Du Shueqing said expressionlessly. Qi face changed drastically. Shueqing, are you going to cut off a several $100 million project for the sake of Chen Hao, regardless of business interests? Our relationship for such a long time is not even comparable to the friend you just met yesterday? He said angrily. Qi, please watch what you say. I don't have any feelings with you. We just know each other because our families have business dealings. That project of your Qi family. Originally the prospect is not favorable. All aspects of the conditions are not available. Investing in it will only drag down the Du family. I have long wanted to cut it down. Now I am just formally informing you. Du Shueqing coldly said. Qi face turned blue, unable to say anything. Chen Hao, let's go in. Du Shueqing ignored him as well, intimately holding Chen Hao's arm and walking inside. Let's go. Qi looked at him with fire coming out of his eyes, furious beyond measure, and turned around to leave. Qi, don't let your anger get the better of you. Several of our families depend on the Du family in business. We still need to have a good relationship, but we can't offend Shueqing so easily. Zhao Yang hurriedly pulled him back. Yeah, if you just leave, won't it make Chen Hao more pleased? It's not likely that he wants you to be like this. Lin Wei also advised. Qi stopped walking and didn't say anything. After half a second, he nodded with a sullen face. Brother Chi, what about me? Can't you think of a way to bring me in? I've blown all the bull out of the water with others, saying that I was invited to Miss Du's birthday party. How humiliating it would be if I go back in disgrace. Zhang Chao hadn't left yet and said with a crying face, roll, you bereaved star. Chi Song was instantly furious. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be so backward today. He kicked Zhang Chao hard in the stomach. Zhang Chao let out an ouch and fell to the ground on all fours again. Husband, the woman with thick makeup screamed and hurried to assist again. Chi Song grunted, straightened his clothes, turned around and walked into the gate with Zhao Yang and Lin Wei. Chen Hao, are you satisfied with how I handled this? After entering the villa, Du Shueqing gently said, if you're still angry, just tell me. Satisfied beyond words, Chen Hao laughed. This girl, whether it was her level of intelligence or her ability to handle things, was far beyond the norm, worthy of being from a large family. That's good. When Du Shueqing saw him smile, she was instantly enraptured, as if she had succeeded in pleasing the person she liked. By this time, the two had already entered the hall on the first floor, and the guests were all surprised to see Du Shueqing walk in with Chen Hao on her arm. To know, with Du Shueqing's beauty and identity, the suitors could be said to be as numerous as the crushing carp in the river, but none of them were able to obtain the goddess's heart, and all of them sank. Du Shueqing's emotional affiliation had even become the most heated topic in private. Day after day, there were people talking about it, wondering who would be able to pick this beautiful rose. Now looking at this situation, could it be that the princess of the Du family finally has a master? But how come I haven't seen this kid before? I haven't even heard of him. For a while, everyone's eyes were on Chen Hao. Many of the young talents who had pursued Du Shueqing even revealed obvious hostility. They hadn't been able to pursue Du Shueqing with all their efforts. And this kid didn't look too good, so what could he do to hold a beauty? Miss Shueqing, I wish you a happy birthday. In the days to come, getting younger and prettier, and the Du family prospering and getting better. I wish Miss Shueqing a happy birthday, all the best, and everything you wish for. Although they were surprised, the crowd were elites from all walks of life, so naturally they didn't show it and offered their blessings enthusiastically. Thank you, Mr. Yu, I also wish you prosperity and business. Thank you, Mr. Zhang, and I also wish you good health and business success. One by one, Du Shueqing elegantly returned the greetings, polite yet gracious, making people feel like spring breeze. Ms. Shueqing, why don't you have someone take me over to see your father's condition first? Chen Hao was not interested in this kind of socializing and entertaining, and being made uncomfortable by the gazes of the crowd. He said, my father is being examined by medical instruments on the third floor, so I guess when this side is over and he's almost done with his examination, I'll bring you over, Du Shueqing said, holding onto him a little tighter. As long as she was close to Chen Hao, she could feel the pure, flawless and beautiful aura, and was simply intoxicated, not wanting to leave for a moment. Chen Hao was just about to ask roughly what time it would end, when suddenly his eyes twitched and he accidentally discovered that among the guests present, there was someone he recognized. It was none other than Huang Wenwei. This was quite a coincidence. Huang Wenwei had obviously seen him a long time ago, but it was not appropriate to greet him for the time being, and the two of them just smiled and nodded to each other. At this time, a genteel middle-aged man walked over quickly. Miss, the guests have all arrived. Madam is up there accompanying the chairman to check his health. She may have to come down later. Will the banquet start now? Or should we wait a little longer? Chapter 24 Gifts in Public. Don't keep the guests waiting. Let's start now, Du Shueqing said. The middle-aged man nodded and walked to the podium. The hall quieted down. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the birthday banquet of Miss Du Shueqing, assistant to the president of the Du Group. Soon, an impassioned opening speech was finished. Then, the middle-aged man retreated from the podium and clapped his hands. The lights changed a few times, dimmed, and a projection glow appeared, landing on the curtain in the center of the hall's wall, displaying a full-body portrait of Du Shueqing, beautiful to behold. Clattering, several staff members pushed a large cake cart filled with 7 colored candles and slowly walked out from the side hall. At the same time, music played in the background, the very same popular happy birthday song. Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you. The crowd smiled and clapped their hands together for the chorus. Thank you everyone. Du Shueqing gracefully performed a princess salute and smiled back. Chen Hao, accompany me to blow out the candles. A look of happiness surfaced on her pretty face, and under the streaming candlelight, she was dainty and unattainable. Looks like I'm going to be the public enemy of the entire male audience. Chen Hao laughed bitterly in his heart. Just now, after taking a turn with Du Shueqing, he had already felt the surging hostility. The two walked to the birthday cake. Du Shueqing closed her eyes, her long eyelashes fluttered, made a birthday wish, then opened her beautiful eyes and blew out the candles in one breath. The crowd applauded and shouted in unison. Do you know what I wished for? Du Shuiqing came up to Chen Hao's ear and blew out her breath. What? Chen Hao was also a bit curious. Not telling you. Du Shuiqing smiled shyly. Chen Hao was speechless. The intimate behavior of the two fell in the eyes of the crowd, causing another commotion. It was too obvious. This appearance of the Du family's daughter was definitely a state only found in passionate love. Chi Song's face was pale and his entire body shivered. He had just comforted himself with the fact that Chen Hao was only a friend who had known Du Shuiqing for a day. And even if they got along, no matter how well they got along, it couldn't possibly be that kind of relationship. But witnessing this scene with his own eyes simply dealt him a devastating blow. What kind of ecstasy did the surname Chen use to mesmerize Shuiqing like this? Yeah, how can I not believe it? They've only known each other for a day. Zhao Yang and Lin Wei were also whining in dissatisfaction. Do you guys want to see Chen Hao make a fool of himself in public? Chi Song suddenly turned his head and said through gritted teeth. Chi Song, don't be impulsive. We just pissed off Shuiqing. We can't aggravate the conflict any further. The two were startled and said in a hurry. Don't worry guys, I haven't lost my mind. A cold light flashed in Chi Song's eyes. Just ask if you guys want to see? Zhao Yang and Lin Wei's complexion moved as they asked in unison. What do you have in mind? Didn't we all bring gifts? Chi Song whispered a few words. The two men's eyes lit up and they nodded in unison. At this time, the lights came back on and the staff began to cut the cake and distribute it to the guests. Shuiqing, happy birthday. Lin Wei took the lead and walked over, handing over a gift box and smiling. A little token of my appreciation. For you. Du Shuiqing's face turned slightly cold when she saw it was her, but in public, she still took it and politely said, thank you, open it and take a look. You must like it. Lin Wei smiled and reached out. When she said so, Du Shuiqing also had no choice but to put it down, so she opened the gift box, only to see that inside was a string of crimson gemstone necklaces, each of which was the size of a small thumbnail, and under the light, it emitted a mesmerizing glow. Agate. The guests present naturally had people who knew what they were talking about, and immediately called out at the words. The crowd was taken aback. To know, jewelry is very popular now. Such a large string of agate necklace. I'm afraid it's worth at least hundreds of thousands of yuan. Although the guests present were all elites with no shortage of money in their pockets, they would rarely give such an expensive gift. Thank you Lin Wei. I like it very much. Du Shuiqing's face eased up. The onyx necklace wasn't much to her, but this gift, it seemed like Lin Wei had a heart. It's good that you like it. Lin Wei laughed and stood aside, not moving to give Zhao Yang and Chi Song a wink. Zhao Yang came up with big strides and also handed over a gift box with a big smile. Shuiqing, this is the birthday gift I prepared for you. Open it up and take a look. It's guaranteed to be a surprise. Hearing him say that, Du Shuiqing was curious, thanked him and took it to open it. The crowd was also curious to see, only to see that inside the gift box was a silver-colored clutch bag, the edges inlaid with stars and dots, bright and shiny. This is, the men present hadn't recognized it yet, but the women were all excited. By karma, Cleopatra clutch bag. I super want this bag but unfortunately the global limited edition. Too little, every time I order cannot line up. Yes, if I can order it now, not to mention just $600,000, even $800,000 I will immediately take it. Hearing the chattering, the men were in awe. It was unthinkable that it was just a bag that was worth so much money. Many people looked at each other and laughed bitterly. Originally, when they saw Lin Wei and Zhao Yang giving gifts in public, they were also dumbfounded and planned to follow suit. But after looking at these two gifts, they immediately dismissed the idea. Although the gifts they brought with them were all worth a lot of money as well, but compared to the onyx necklace and Cleopatra clutch bag, they weren't even on the same level. So if they were to send them up to be crushed, how disgraceful. Thank you, Zhao Yang. Du Shuiqing's beautiful eyes also flashed a touch of joy. As a girl, even if she was different, she naturally loved things like bags, jewelry, and clothes. You're welcome. A precious sword is given to a hero, and a good bag is given to a beautiful woman. Zhao Yang said with great poise and stood aside. Chi Song took a deep breath, revealed a smile, and walked up with big strides. The crowd looked at him with considerable anticipation. The two in front of him were all extraordinary, so he didn't know what kind of expensive gifts this young man would come up with. Shuiqing, I want to apologize to you. Before, because I didn't know that you and Chen Hao were friends, so there was a bit of a misunderstanding. I'm sorry, please forgive me. Chi Song walked forward and sincerely bowed to Du Shuiqing. He said this in public. No matter how disgusted Du Shuiqing was, she naturally couldn't pursue the matter and faintly said, It's okay. Chi Song breathed a sigh of relief. Shuiqing, today is your birthday. I thought about it and didn't know what to send, but then I figured out, what gift can compare to a true heart? Saying that, he solemnly took out a small gift box and handed it to Du Shuiqing with both hands. What kind of gift is a true heart? When the crowd heard this, they all revealed puzzled looks. Shueching was also a bit puzzled. Chisong smiled faintly and didn't say anything, only reaching out to signal her to open the gift box. Chapter 25, You Are Indeed Blind. Shueching opened the gift box and took out a small, transparent heart-shaped item tied with a platinum chain from inside. When the crowd saw it, they immediately revealed a look of disappointment. After whetting their appetites, it turned out to be an ordinary crystal heart, and it was so small, how could it be good enough to take it out? Shueching, this heart made of all diamonds. Chisong has been preparing it for a long time, just to give it to you today. Zhao Yang interjected at the right time. Diamonds? The crowd was shocked. Diamonds were one of the most expensive pieces of jewelry. A carat of diamonds, depending on the clarity, color, and cut grade, was worth tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands. A carat, on the other hand, was only 200 milligrams, which meant that 5 carats only equaled 1 gram. This transparent heart, although very small and thin, but at least a dozen grams of weight, even if it was made with the lowest grade of diamonds, it would still be worth several $1 million. This handwriting is really not small. Chisong's eyes flashed with smugness. He intentionally didn't explain it himself just so that Zhao Yang would say it and it would be more of a deterrent. Chisong, this gift is too expensive. I can't take it. Shueching was also quite shocked and shook her head. She had just cut down a big project of the Qi family. How could she accept it? Shueching, with your stunning looks and status, no matter what gift is in front of you, it will pale in comparison. Chisong smiled. Not to mention that I just said, this is not a gift, but a true heart. Not only my true heart, but also the true heart of the Qi family up and down, and the true heart of the Du family in return for so many years of close cooperation, so please accept it no matter what. He said this in a very level-headed way. Shueching couldn't find the words to refuse for a while, so she could only nod. Thank you then. You're welcome, it's my honor. Chisong slightly owed his body. He looked towards Chenhao and asked, seemingly casually, Mr. Chenhao, I'm curious, since you and Shueching are so close, what would you give as a gift for her birthday? The gazes of the crowd turned to Chenhao. Mr. Chenhao was invited by me to do other important things. The birthday party was just a passing presence. No need to send gifts. Shueching's face changed and she said in a hurry. She had invited Chenhao to treat her father's illness. How could she still ask Chenhao to send a gift? Shueching, I know you don't care if there is a gift or not, but on such an important day, how could Mr. Chenhao not show his intention? He must have prepared it carefully. Quickly take it out and let us have a glimpse. Chisong laughed, looking around. Everyone says it's right? That's right, Mr. Chenhao has blown out the candles with Miss Shueching. Such a good relationship. How could he not prepare a gift? How rude that would be. I'm sure Mr. Chenhao's gift is better than Mr. Xi's. Otherwise how could he afford to treat Miss Shueching so favorably? Hurry up and let's feast our eyes on it. Those young talents who were hostile to Chenhao were worried about finding an opportunity, and immediately raised a ruckus when they heard the words. Shueching glared at Chisong in annoyance. With her intelligence, how could she not see that Chisong was doing it on purpose? I almost forgot. Chenhao smiled. He took out a gift box and handed it over. Miss Shueching, happy birthday, a little gift. No honor. Thanks. Shueching's smile was a bit forced. She was riding a tiger right now. Although Chenhao had sent a gift, how could it compare to Chisong's trio? If this was opened on the spot, wouldn't it make Chenhao lose face? However, what was feared came to pass. Quickly open it up and let us feast our eyes on it. That's right. Everyone else's gifts are opened in public, and Mr. Chen is certainly no exception. The crowd was wanting to see Chenhao's jokes, urging them on tightly. Shueching had no choice but to open the gift box. The moment she saw the blood jade bracelet, her heart went cold. Although she did not know about antiques, but as a child of a great family, she had seen more or less everything, and what Chenhao had given her was an imitation at first glance. Chisong, however, his eyes lit up. He also did not understand antiques, but likewise understand some common sense. Knowing that it was a fake, his heart was overjoyed. Everyone look which. This is blood jade bracelet. Very valuable antique. Chisong not only didn't directly reveal it, but instead exclaimed, Mr. Chenhao has really made an extraordinary move. Admirable. He snapped and clapped. However, not a single person in the hall applauded along with him, and a look of contempt appeared on the faces of the crowd. What antique? It's just a high imitation. Think we can't see it? High imitation is lifted. It's clearly an inferior fake. Everyone else sends real gifts. Mr. Chen and Miss Shueching have such a good relationship, yet he sends a several $100 fake. It's really something to look down upon. With that, one mocking voice came out. Chisong. Shueching was so angry that her face turned white. This guy was clearly fanning the flames. Don't you guys talk nonsense. Chisong pretended not to hear and said in a feigned manner. He, Mr. Chen Hao is a salesman in an advertising agency. He has traveled all over the world and has seen a lot. How could he possibly buy fake goods? The crowd was taken aback. Chen Hao was a salesman. Immediately, many people became excited. One would have thought how outstanding this kid was. It turned out to be an insignificant salesman. I'm afraid that the status of any of the people present far exceeded his. A businessman? Ha ha, Mr. Chen Hao's identity is really unexpected. No wonder he had to buy fake goods to give to MS. Shueching, because there's simply no money for it. Those young talents were even more sold on mocking. Chen Hao didn't say anything. His expression bland, his eyes as if he was looking at a group of jumping clowns. Du Shueching suddenly took a deep breath and calmed down, then put on the blood jade bracelet in public. Seeing this scene, the crowd was shaken. Chen Hao, no matter what you give me, in my heart, it's better than any gift, and I like it very much. Du Shueching looked at Chen Hao seriously and said loudly, word for word. The entire room fell silent. Everyone was looking at Du Shueching in surprise. Those young talents who had mocked Chen Hao were even more shocked and angry, not realizing that under these circumstances, Du Shueching still supported Chen Hao. For a time, their hearts were all mixed with indescribable flavors. Qi Song's face stiffened, and the cynicism in his heart was indescribable. He had done everything he could to make Chen Hao lose face, yet Du Shueching still stood by Chen Hao's side without hesitation, which was simply the greatest mockery of him. Chen Hao, everyone else holds Shueching like a princess, yet you deliberately bought fake goods to give to her on such an important day as her birthday. What exactly are your intentions? Qi Song could no longer control the anger in his heart and questioned loudly. Chen Hao did not even look at him and said to Du Shueching with the same seriousness, Shueching, thank you, although gifts only represent thoughts, but for your birthday, how could I send imitations? Don't worry, this blood jade bracelet is genuine, it looks great on you. Du Shueching doing this made Chen Hao's heart extremely touched as well. At this time, you're still lying to Shueching? Qi Song saw Chen Hao ignoring him and became more and more irritated. Take it that I and the elites present are blind and can't see your shabby thing? You are indeed blind. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out, thinking that just because you've seen a few curiosities, you can appraise the authenticity of them, mocking others, when in fact, you have eyes but no eyes, and making people laugh when you say it. Chapter 26, Taking Turns to Hit the Face. As the words fell, Huang Wenwei walked out with large strides. Mr. Huang, hello again. Chen Hao nodded. He hadn't said anything the entire time, just knowing that Huang Wenwei was present and didn't need to prove himself at all. Mr. Chen, you don't have to be angry. In this world, there is never a shortage of people who think they are right. Huang Wenwei slightly owed his body and said respectfully, Miss Shueching, I know that you don't care what gifts Mr. Chen Hao sends, but I still have to tell you that this blood jade bracelet is not only genuine, but it is a very rare and extremely rare blood jade, which Mr. Chen Hao purposely handpicked and gave to you. Huang Wenwei said to Du Shueching again. Du Shueching was shocked and delighted. Who are you? Who are you to say that the blood jade bracelet is real? Qi Song said angrily, you can't be a trustee invited by Chen Hao. The ignorant are fearless. Huang Wenwei sneered, took out a business card and threw it over. Look carefully. I'm an official director of the National Association of Cultural Relics, a first-class treasure connoisseur, enjoying a special allowance. I've personally appraised more antiques than you've ever seen. Come to think of it, I have seen Mr. Huang in a treasure appreciation program on TV. It is indeed an expert. No wonder it looks so familiar. I've seen it too. Many people voiced out. Even if you are an expert. So what? It doesn't mean you must be 100% correct. It's not possible to look away. Qi Song's face stiffened, but he still said with a stiff upper lip, I guess a lot of people are harboring the same thoughts as you. No problem. I'll teach you all a lesson today. Huang Wenwei sneered. He walked forward. Miss Shueching, please lend me the blood jade bracelet first. Du Shueching took off the blood jade bracelet and handed it to Huang Wenwei. Chen Hao was a bit curious. In the morning in the antique store, there was plenty of sunlight. Huang Wenwei could use a magnifying glass to focus the sunlight to prove the extreme blood jade, but now that it was already dark, how could he prove it? Please ask the staff to temporarily extinguish the lights and make a projection. Huang Wenwei took the blood jade bracelet and walked to the curtain on the center wall of the hall. Du Shueching twisted her head and signaled. Soon, the hall darkened down, with only a focused projection beam that landed on the snow-white curtain. I will now ask everyone to see what constitutes an extreme blood jade bracelet. Huang Wenwei took the blood jade bracelet and slowly placed it on the projection beam. Immediately, the blood jade bracelet blossomed into a glittering blood-colored halo, landing on the curtain behind it as if it was a circular rainbow, glittering with a kind of ingenious beauty. The crowd exclaimed in unison, wow, so beautiful. Some ladies even shouted excitedly, their eyes twinkling with little stars. The blood halo glow is the most unique characteristic of the finest blood jade. Huang Wenwei exclaimed. The reason why many people mistake it for an imitation is because of the extreme blood jade. He recounted what he had said in the morning again. So there's so much to say about the extreme blood jade. It's really a long way to see. Thank you, Mr. Huang, for letting us see such a beautiful blood halo glow. It's really a worthwhile trip today. The crowd came to a realization and applauded in admiration. Huang Wenwei took away the blood jade bracelet. The projected glow disappeared, and the lights came back on. In the line of antiques, it's all about professionalism, experience and eyesight. Certain people shouldn't think that they know how to identify treasures after looking at a few antiques. Yelling around about true and false, they will only be laughed at. Huang Wenwei sneered. Hearing this, those young talents who had just mocked Chen Hao, all of them blushed, their faces embarrassed. Shisong's face was even more green and red. He had led this play, wanting to make Chen Hao make a fool of himself in public, but he hadn't expected that he would be the one to make a fool of himself in the end. So what if it's genuine? At best it's worth a few $100,000, far less than my diamond heart. Shisong was unwilling in his heart and couldn't help but hatefully say. The crowd shook their heads. Saying such words in public was really out of character. Huang Wenwei sneered and was about to speak. Suddenly, a scoff came out. If you don't understand, don't talk nonsense, and top hundreds of thousands of dollars you can't even buy the dregs of the very best blood jade. The crowd turned their heads to look, only to see a man in a tang suit, in his 50s, walk out and look at Shisong with a face full of ridicule. Mr. Ma, you're here too? Huang Wenwei was taken aback. Old Huang. It's been 5 years since we parted. Where do you still remember me? The man in the tang suit greeted. How could I not remember? Huang Wenwei quickly stepped forward, shook the hand of the man in tang suit and laughed. 5 years ago at the New York auction, you were the one who shocked the entire auction by auctioning off the extreme blood jade bracelet at a sky-high price of $13 million. He, 13 million is already an old record. Mr. Ma smiled faintly. Now the extreme blood jade bracelet has been speculated to 20 million internationally. It's still priced to sell, he said, proudly rolling up his sleeve, revealing another blood jade bracelet worn on his wrist. The crowd looked on. All of them were shocked. It was unthinkable that this tiny blood jade bracelet was so precious. I also thought at first that the one Mr. Chen Hao gave to Miss Du was an imitation, but then I saw you come out, old Huang, and realized that it was real. Mr. Ma added. To hear someone spouting off that the very best blood jade is only worth a few $100,000? How can this be tolerated? He sneered and looked at Shisong. Now do you still think that the blood jade bracelet is no match for your diamond heart? Shisong's face turned red and he couldn't say a word. Not only is it not comparable, I just looked at it. His diamond heart also has problems. It's definitely not a real diamond, but a South African rough diamond. Huang Wenwei also laughed coldly. Although South African rough diamonds are also diamonds, they are only polished to a similar quality. In terms of value, they are far worse than real diamonds. The so-called diamond heart, at best, is worth $800,000 to $900,000, not even over $1 million. The crowd out and looked at Shisong with a disdainful look. Seeing that this guy was jumping so happily, it turned out that the gift he gave also had water in it. Shisong's face changed greatly. He didn't expect the last secret to be revealed on the spot. He was really disgraced. What are you guys looking at me for? Since a rough diamond is also a diamond, have I faked it? He said in annoyance. Speaking here, Shisong suddenly thought of something and said loudly, but there is someone who faked it. May I ask Lin Wanyan of the Wanong Group, has Chairman Lin come yet? I reported that Chen Hao forged the Aptus gold card and solicited for fraud. Don't you care? Shisong, don't talk nonsense, Du Shueching said angrily. I'm not bull ********* ting. Before entering the villa, I saw Chen Hao take out the forged aptitude gold card with my own eyes. Deceiving us, Shisong exclaimed. Not only did I see it, Zhao Yang and Lin Wei also saw it, as well as the security guards at the entrance. All of them can prove it. He reached out and pointed at the two. Zhao Yang and Lin Wei nodded. Mr. Chen Hao, is he telling the truth? A thick and majestic voice rang out. Immediately after, a tall, sturdy, middle-aged man filled with a domineering aura walked out. He carried his hands behind his back, and a pair of narrow eyes shot out a substantial light that landed on Chen Hao. The surrounding guests all involuntarily moved away from him. Chapter 27 Lin Wanyan. Even if all the people present were elites, Lin Wanyan was one of the top figures. Chairman Lin, I'm afraid this is a misunderstanding. Chen Hao doesn't even know you, so how could he possibly have an aptitude gold card? Du Shueching hurriedly laughed. Du, I didn't ask you, Lin Wanyan said indifferently, his eyes burning as he stared at Chen Hao. Du Shueching's pretty face blanched. Although she was a leader of the younger generation, she was still lacking in confidence when facing a big shot like Lin Wanyan. Chen Hao pulled her behind him and calmly said, Chairman Lin, I do have an aptitude gold card, but it's not a forgery, it's real, so if you don't believe me, you can take a look. He took out the Vantone gold card and handed it over. Lin Wanyan's eyes flashed with a hint of amazement. He had a powerful aura. It was an outstanding junior like Du Shueching who was respectful in front of him. If it was an ordinary person, they would even shiver and not dare to look up, and although Chun Hao spoke politely, it was as if he was treating him like a normal person, not being humble. This young man is not simple witch. Lin Wanyan took the Vantone gold card and looked at it carefully for a few moments, narrowing his eyes slightly without speaking. Chairman Lin, it's a fake, right? Chi Song looked nervously and couldn't help but ask. Du Shueching's heart also lifted? If Chen Hao offended Lin Wanyan, even if her parents were present, they might not be able to give face. Really? Lin Wanyan glanced at Chen Hao again and said slowly. Chi Song's face instantly became disappointed. Du Shueching sighed in relief. The crowd, on the other hand, was quite amazed. Having just heard Chi Song say that Chen Hao was an ordinary businessman, how could a salesman possess a real aptitude gold card? It's real though. Lin Wanyan's tone changed. But every aptitude gold card, I personally gifted out. I don't even know you. How did you get it? Shu Lingling gave it to me, Chen Hao said. Shu Lingling. The crowd was shocked, and quite a few people even changed their faces. This name might not be too well known in the business world, but in the East Prosperity City Road, it was absolutely scandalous. Lin Wanyan was also quite surprised. I did give Shu Lingling an aptitude gold card, but as far as I know, Shu Lingling has always been eye-catching, so why would she transfer it to you? Chairman Lin, you seem to be asking a bit too many questions, Chen Hao said indifferently. Although the Vantone gold card was issued by you, since you have given it to Sister Ling, it certainly belongs to her. As for why she gave it to me, it has nothing to do with you. With that, Chen Hao reached out and took the Aptus gold card back from Lin Wanyan's hand. The crowd sucked in a breath of cool air. With Lin Wanyan's status and strength, who among the elites present were not in awe of him? Chen Hao actually dared to speak like this in public. Was he tired of living? Du Shueching's small face turned white, and she couldn't help but touch Chen Hao with her small hand, thinking that Chen Hao didn't know how terrifying Lin Wanyan was. Lin Wanyan, however, froze and looked at Chen Hao in disbelief. In the eyes of others, he was a top bigwig, black and white, calling the shots. However, very few people knew that he was also a highly skilled martial artist. Not to mention ordinary people, it was impossible for an average expert to take something from his hands. However, Chen Hao had easily taken the gold card from his hands, as simple as taking a piece of paper. Surprisingly, he didn't even have time to react. How was this possible? Chairman Lin, what's wrong with you? Chen Hao smiled faintly. He naturally saw that Lin Wanyan was in good hands, and taking back the aptitude gold card was a deliberate attempt to establish authority. Lin Wanyan finally came back to his senses and looked at Chen Hao with complicated eyes, asking in a low voice, "Are you a martial artist as well? You think so?" Chen Hao didn't admit or deny it. He didn't know any martial artists, but as long as he could shock the other party, it didn't matter if he misunderstood. Lin Wanyan didn't say anything, and after half a second, he suddenly laughed. "I'm sorry, old brother Chen Hao. I was the one who spoke too much just now, so I apologize to you. Don't take it to heart." He affectionately patted Chen Hao's shoulder. "No wonder Chu Lingling would transfer the aptitude gold card to you. Old brother is truly outstanding. From now on, you are my Lin Wanyan's VIP. If there's anything, feel free to speak." The crowd looked dumbfounded. Just now, Chen Hao had spoken so forcefully, and not only did Lin Wanyan, who was known for his irritability, not only did he not get angry, but instead, he was incredibly enthusiastic, and even carried a pleasing intent. This was simply unbelievable. "Thank you, Chairman Lin." Chen Hao smiled, and in his heart, he was also somewhat impressed. This guy was worthy of being a character, but he was able to bend and stretch. Older brother is polite. Lin Wanyan laughed, but his eyes flashed with incomparable scorn. He just patted Chen Hao's shoulder a few times, which seemed unusual, but in fact, he had already secretly exerted 80% of his force, just to test Chen Hao's hands. But Chen Hao had no reaction, as if he didn't feel it at all. This can only mean that Chen Hao's kung fu, unfathomable, far more than him. Could it be that he was an inner strength expert? Lin Wanyan's heart was in a state of shock and uncertainty, but on the surface, he didn't move and coldly hummed. "Who said just now that Mr. Chen Hao had forged the Apter gold card? Not only are you slandering Mr. Chen Hao, you are also slandering me." Plop! Chi Song's face turned pale and he sat on the ground in shock. Chairman Lin doesn't need to be angry. I'll handle it. Du Shueching flashed out from behind Chen Hao at the right time, beckoning and calling, "Security!" Several security guards quickly ran over. "Drag them out," Du Shueching ordered. Yes, the security guards carried Chi Song out. Lin Wanyan hummed and said meaningfully, "MS. Do, you really found a good boyfriend. Du Shuiqing blushed slightly, but did not explain. Instead, she shyly glanced at Chun Hao. This boy was like a deep hidden treasure, looking ordinary, but the more she came into contact with him, the more surprises he gave her. Why am I confused? Is Chun Hao a businessman or not? You're silly. A salesman can buy a $20 million superb blood jade bracelet? A salesman can have an aptitude gold card? If he's a salesman, aren't we all beggars? That's right. Didn't you see Lin Wanyan's attitude towards Chun Hao? He's definitely a hidden big brother. It's just that we don't know about it. Asterisk 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 almost fooled by that grandson Chisong, causing us to almost offend Mr. Chun. The crowd whispered and looked at Chen Hao with eyes that became reverent. Those young talents who had sneered at Chen Hao earlier were even more pale, regretful and uneasy in their hearts. Even Lin Wanyan had gone soft on Chen Hao in public, so how could they afford to mess with him? And what could they do if Chen Hao looked for trouble afterward? In fact, they were overthinking it. Chen Hao was not interested in finding trouble with them. At this time, the middle-aged man who had presided over the banquet hurried over, his face grave, and whispered to Du Shuiqing, "Miss, the chairman of the board of directors has some unforeseen circumstances, and the madam has asked you to go upstairs immediately." Chapter 28 Lying to your face. Du Shuiqing's face changed, but she immediately regained her composure. Got it. You take care of the guests for me. Call if anything happens. Yes, miss. The middle-aged man nodded. Chen Hao, let's go upstairs, Du Shuiqing said, turning to leave. Chen Hao waved his hand to Huang Wenwei, signaling that he would contact him later. Then followed. The two of them arrived on the third floor, and Du Shuiqing pushed open the door to a double room, walking in with Chen Hao. The room inside was large, covered with all sorts of working medical equipment, emitting a buzzing sound. In the center, against the wall, was a multifunctional electric hospital bed. On the hospital bed lay a man in his 50s. His eyes were tightly closed, his face was blue, and his chest was rapidly rising and falling. The man's face was wearing an oxygen mask, and his body was also connected to various lines. Several doctors wearing white coats were surrounding the bed in front of the emergency rescue. At the end of the bed, there stood a graceful, well-maintained middle-aged beautiful woman, looking on with anxious worry. "Mom, what's wrong with Dad?" Du Shuiqing quickly walked over and asked in a shocked voice. Shuiqing, the middle-aged beautiful woman turned her head and saw her. Her eyes instantly reddened. "Your father had a sudden heart failure. Dr. Lu and the others are resuscitating him. How could this happen? Before I went downstairs, Dad was still fine." Du Shuiqing looked towards the hospital bed with worry. "I don't know. There wasn't any warning. It suddenly came on." Mrs. Du choked. "Luckily, your dad was having his body checked and all the expert doctors were there. Otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable," she said, her body shaking slightly. "Don't worry, Mom." Du Shuiqing took her by the shoulders and comforted her. "I've invited a divine doctor over. He can definitely cure Dad." With that, she waved Chen Hao over. "Hello Auntie, my name is Chen Hao. I'm Miss Shuiqing's friend. I know a little bit about medicine, so I hope I can help." Chen Hao stepped forward and said. Mrs. Du was stunned. She had just seen Chen Hao come in with her and thought that he was a staff member accompanying her, but she didn't expect him to be a doctor. "Shuiqing, can you stop fooling around?" Immediately, Mrs. Du's face sank as she said in exasperation. This young man was at most 25 or 6 years old, and was wearing a casual outfit. Where was the slightest bit of the appearance of a divine doctor? "Mom, Chen Hao is indeed a divine doctor." Du Shuiqing knew that she didn't believe her and explained, "I haven't had time to tell you yet. Yesterday I went to see a doctor and suddenly fainted in the middle of the day." She quickly said what happened yesterday. "So, your heart has completely recovered?" Mrs. Du was shocked and delighted to hear that. "Yes." Du Shuiqing nodded. "I purposely went to the hospital for a checkup, and the doctor said that it was very healthy and didn't have any problems at all. That's why I invited Chen Hao to come, to treat Dad. I've never heard of a complete cure for congenital hereditary heart disease using only acupuncture, not to mention in just one noon. This is simply heavenly." Ms. Du, you don't know anything about medicine. Don't be fooled. Suddenly, a cold laugh rang out. It was a middle-aged doctor wearing glasses and in his 50s, looking at Chen Hao with eyes full of contempt. Although the other doctors were busy and didn't say anything, they were all amused and shook their heads one after another as if they were listening to a joke. "I don't know anything about medicine, but the results of the instrument examination can't be wrong, right?" Du Shuiqing took out a checklist from her bag and handed it to the middle-aged doctor. The middle-aged doctor took it and glanced at it, shaking his head. "This doesn't mean anything. The instrument check isn't always accurate." Perhaps Miss Du's heart function was performing normally at that time, so no problems were detected. "Then why do I feel good now? Completely different from before?" Du Shuiqing asked unconvinced. "It's only been a day. What can you feel?" Heart attacks don't happen all the time either, the middle-aged doctor said. Not to mention that you are just young and healthy. As long as you don't get overly stimulated, there is not much difference between you and a normal person. You, Chen Hao definitely cured me anyway. Du Shuiqing didn't know what to say for a moment and couldn't help but gamble. The middle-aged doctor was dumbfounded, shook his head, and said to Mrs. Du, ma'am, I know that Miss is very worried about Chairman Du's body, but you can't be too anxious to seek medical help. Nowadays the crooks, they are very good at taking advantage of this kind of mentality of the patient's family members, and throw themselves at them to cheat them out of their money, so don't fall for it, he said, glancing at Chen Hao with contempt. Yes, Dr. Lu, you're right, Mrs. Du nodded her head as her complexion went from happy to disappointed, and she couldn't help but look gloomy. Immediately afterward, she coldly said to Chen Hao, please get out immediately. Mom, even you don't believe me? Du Shuiqing called out. I trust the doctor more. Mrs. Du interrupted her, your father is being resuscitated. Stop it, Miss Shuiqing, I'll leave first, don't disturb your father's resuscitation, Chen Hao calmly said, turning to leave. He wasn't angry, after all, curing congenital heart disease with magical power was beyond the realm of the mundane, and ordinary people simply couldn't believe it. Chen Hao, don't leave. Du Shuiqing was anxious in her heart and hurriedly chased after him. Shuiqing, come back here. Mrs. Du was shocked and angry, not expecting her daughter, who was usually very intelligent, to care so much about a liar. Suddenly, the door to the room opened, and an old man in a white tunic walked in carrying a pale yellow medicine box. Beside the old man, there was also a young man also wearing a long shirt. It's you! Chen Hao walked to the doorway and happened to meet the two men, and immediately said in unison with the youth in surprise. This youth was none other than Ling Kai, whom he had met yesterday at noon. What are you doing in my house? Du Shuiqing followed over and also saw Ling Kai, her pretty face instantly cold. Shut up, Shuiqing. Mrs. Du hurriedly walked over. This is Dr. Ling Zhangzi, the old divine doctor I specially invited to cure your father. Why are you talking so rudely? Mom, Du Shuiqing angrily pointed at Kai. Didn't I tell you just now? Yesterday it was Ling Kai who misdiagnosed me, almost causing me to lose my life. Luckily Chen Hao saved me. Then Ling Kai even tried to bribe Auntie Li, saying that it was he who cured me. Such a shameless person with no medical morals. How could he be invited to cure my father? Miss Shuiqing, you fainted at that time. You might not understand the situation too well. In fact, it was me who saved you. This Mr. Chen Hao was the one who misdiagnosed you. Ling Kai coughed a few times and said in a feigned manner. Chen Hao's face changed, not expecting this guy to lie to his face. Your bull asterisk ting. Who saved me? Don't I know that? Du Shuiqing became even angrier. Ms. Du, don't get angry for now. I also heard what happened from Ling Kai yesterday. Ling Zhongzi slowly said. Although it's only his side of the story, I heard that this Mr. Chen Hao has neither a license to practice medicine nor any experience as a doctor. Is that true? The crowd looked at Chen Hao in surprise. Chen Hao could only nod his head. The crooks nowadays are really bold. Dr. Lu sneered. Not being anything, he actually dares to call himself a divine doctor. He's really rampant to no end. Chapter 29 The Unsolvable Situation. Mrs. Du, Miss Du, although my grandson is not talented, but at least he possesses a license to practice medicine and has followed me for several years and has experience. So how can he be better than Mr. Chen Hao? So who is misdiagnosed? Is there any need to say? Ling Zhangzi said indifferently. Divine Dr. Ling, many people saw it with their own eyes yesterday. Du Shuiqing said in exasperation. Enough, Shuiqing. Mrs. Du shouted angrily. You still believe this liar? You get out of here right now. She reached out and pointed at Chen Hao. Snapping, Chen Hao sighed and said to Du Shuiqing. Miss Shuiqing, it seems that I can't heal your father. I'm sorry, goodbye. He turned to leave. Chen Hao, I believe in you. Don't go, don't go. Du Shuiqing couldn't help but cry out as she pulled him back. Mrs. Du looked at the scene in shock. Her daughter, however, had never been too interested in young men. Why was she so nervous about this Chen Hao? It can't be that she likes this liar. In the back of Mrs. Du's mind, a thought suddenly surged out, and she couldn't help but turn pale. Buzz. Suddenly, the sound of the heart monitor became louder, as if it was an alarm, and it was very shrill. The crowd was startled and turned their heads to look, only to see the man on the hospital bed. His whole body was convulsing, and his breathing was even more incomparably rapid, as if he couldn't come up for air. Quickly, connect the ventilator and inject a strong cardiac agent. Press hard on the chest. Don't let the heart stop. The few doctors gathered around had cold sweat dripping from their foreheads and their hands were in a frenzy. What's wrong with my husband? Mrs. Du couldn't care less about Chen Hao and asked in an urgent voice. Mrs. Du, Chairman Du has heart failure combined with respiratory failure. The situation is very dangerous. Dr. Lu was full of gravity. We will definitely do our best to resuscitate, but there is no full certainty. You'd better be psychologically prepared. After saying that, he was busy again. Mrs. Du was like a thunderbolt from a clear sky. Her face was pale. Divine Dr. Ling, please, save my husband. She came back to her senses and eagerly pleaded to Ling Zhongzi. Don't worry, ma'am, I'll heal the chairman right away. Ling Zhongzi's face was grave as he comforted and walked over quickly. Dr. Lu and the others knew that he was a renowned doctor and moved aside. Chen Hao, will my dad be alright? Du Xueqing cried. Xueqing, don't worry, your father will definitely get better. Chen Hao comforted, secretly snapping his fingers and sending out a bolt of mana that didn't enter Du Xueqing's father's body. Although he was harboring anger in his heart, he couldn't ignore it even if he was looking at Du Xueqing's face. With this mana, he could at least ensure that Du Xueqing's father's life would be safe. In front of the bed, Order Zhongzi grabbed Du Xueqing's father's wrist and checked his pulse. Suddenly, he revealed a look of great confusion. Although Du Xueqing's father's pulse was very weak, it was quite stable, showing that his vitality was very long. This was not quite in line with the moribund appearance in front of him. What's going on, grandfather? At this time, Ling Kai had already opened the medicine box, took out the silver needle, wiped it with alcohol cotton and handed it over. Ling Zhongzi also did not have time to think too much, took the silver needle, slightly luck, inserted in Du Xueqing's father's heart meridian and lung meridian above the key points. He struck like the wind and was skillful in his technique, appearing to be highly skilled and professional, and as the crowd watched, they could not help but show their conviction. Chen Hao also nodded slightly. Although Ling Zhongzi's silver needle technique was not worth mentioning in his eyes, it was considered top-notch among ordinary people. A few minutes later, Ling Zhongzi finished applying the needles. He let out a long breath, his face turned flushed, and he coughed gently a few times. Ling Kai hurriedly handed over a pill and a thermos, which Ling Zhongzi took and took. Divine Dr. Ling, how is my husband? Mrs. Du anxiously asked. He's not in any serious trouble for the time being, he should be able to come to his senses after a while, Ling Zhongzi said. As he spoke, Du Xueqing's father had stopped convulsing, his rapid breathing had also become steady, and he was looking to turn for the better. Divine Dr. Ling, thank you so much. Mrs. Du was shocked and delighted, and said gratefully, worthy of being a famous national doctor, a few stitches in bringing Chairman Du back from the dead. It's really awesome. Yes, I've really gotten a better understanding today. Your family's best skill, the Song Yen silver needle technique, is truly worthy of its name. Dr. Lu and the others were also filled with admiration and praise. Ling Zhongzi smiled faintly, but a look of doubt flashed in his eyes. According to reason, even if he had personally administered the needles, Du Xueqing's father should not have recovered so quickly. It was as if there was a nameless power secretly helping him. Remembering the strange symptoms that appeared when he took his pulse earlier, Zhongzi's heart suddenly thumped. If you look at the pulse, even if he didn't make a move, it seemed that Du Xueqing's father wouldn't be able to do anything. Why are you still here? At this moment, Mrs. Du saw Chen Hao and instantly became furious. If you don't get out, I'll call security. Mom, Chen Hao could never be a liar. Just let Chen Hao see his father. Just once, okay? Du Xueqing pleaded. You're still protecting him. Mrs. Du was shaking with anger. Mrs. Du, don't be angry. Suddenly, Ling Kai walked to her side and whispered, this Chen Hao is very good at rhetoric. Yesterday it was clearly his misdiagnosis, but Miss Xueqing was coaxed into thinking that he was the one who saved her life and trusted him greatly. Now in this situation, if we forcefully oust Chen Hao, it will only deepen the conflict between Miss Xueqing and you. Mrs. Du was stunned, calmed down, and nodded. You're right, so little divine doctor, do you have any solutions? My grandfather's Song Yen silver needle technique can put Chairman Du into a state of near-death fake death, but it's actually just an illusion. It won't damage Chairman Du's body in the slightest, and he'll be able to recover very quickly. Ling Kai continued in a low voice. Then Mrs. Du, you purposely ask Chen Hao to administer the rescue. As long as Chen Hao can't do it, naturally, he will reveal his true colors as a liar, and at that time, without you having to say a word, Ms. Du will automatically break up with him. Good idea. Thank you, young divine doctor. Mrs. Du's eyes lit up with joy. Ling Kai whispered to Ling Zhongzi again. Naturally, Ling Zhongzi had no objections and pretended to check on Du Xueqing's father's condition, secretly twisting the silver needle a few times. Soon, Du Xueqing's father's face turned pale, and his breath weakened even more, becoming, if anything, divine doctor order. What's going on? Dr. Lu and the others were unsure and asked in shock. Ling Zhongzi pretended to have a grave face. After checking for half a second, He sighed. Chairman Du has been sick for many years. His physique is too weak. Already the needles and stones are ineffective. Mrs. Du, I'm sorry, the old man has tried his best. Even Dr. Ling, you can't do anything? Then what to do? Mrs. Du also pretended to be shocked and mumbled. Mom, quickly let Chen Hao take a look. Chen Hao must have a solution. Du Shueqing didn't know that they were putting on a show and was in a big hurry in her heart. Alright, I'll believe you for once. Once Mrs. Du heard this, she just happened to go along with it. Chen Hao, my mom agrees. Quickly make your move, Du Shueqing said in a hurry. Chen Hao glanced coldly at Rin Kai and walked to the bed. Rin Kai was weak and his eyes averted, not daring to meet his gaze. He had lied first, and in order to not be exposed later, he could only deviously come up with this ploy. Although Chen Hao's medical skills were good, how could they compare to Ling Zhengzi? This was the unresolved situation. Chapter 30, Making Claims and Apologizing. Chen Hao glanced at the rows of silver needles on Du Shueqing's father's body and sneered slightly. This insoluble situation was a joke to him. He flexed his fingers and flicked out a bolt of mana, which landed on one of the silver needles. In an instant, the mana broke through the Tsongyan silver needle technique and followed the silver needle into Du Shueqing's father's body, quickly repairing the damaged heart and other organs. Chen Hao flicked again, sending out another mana power. What is he doing? Playing? Isn't this pure nonsense? A few doctors couldn't help but be stunned as they watched him flick around. Mrs. Du, I understand how you want to save Chairman Du, but this crook doesn't know any medical skills at all. So why should you? Dr. Lu couldn't help but frown and said softly, I have my own ideas, just wait and see. A cold smile floats on the corner of Mrs. Du's mouth. Dr. Lu glanced at her in surprise, then saw that Ling Zhengzi and Ling Kai also had a bland look on their faces, and seemed to understand what was going on, and stopped speaking. After popping out a few channels of mana, Chen Hao probed his divine sense and saw that Du Shueqing's father's condition had almost recovered, so he nodded slightly and retreated back to Du Shueqing's side. Chen Hao, how is my father doing? Du Shueqing asked nervously. No problem, he'll wake up soon, Chen Hao said. The crowd laughed coldly. Chairman Du was still lying motionless, and this liar had the audacity to stare and talk nonsense. Divine Dr. Chen, you said that my husband will be able to wake up right away. May I ask when exactly is this right away? Mrs. Du asked with a face full of sarcasm. It's when you finish this sentence, Chen Hao said. Enough, Mrs. Du couldn't hold back any longer and said angrily, you liar, when we. Before the words were finished, suddenly, a cry of alarm came. Chairman Du has woken up. What? The crowd was shocked and turned their heads in unison to look, only to see on the hospital bed. Du Shueqing's father opened his eyes and looked at them in a slight daze. Really woke up. The crowd revealed a look of disbelief. Immediately afterward, an even more shocking scene appeared. Du Shueqing's father even reached out to remove the oxygen mask, pulled off the silver needle, and then sat up by himself against the bed. As the crowd watched, they all froze in place for a moment, unable to speak. Dad! Only Du Shueqing was not surprised in the slightest, rushing to the bedside with great joy, calling out excitedly, Shueqing, was I just resuscitated? Chairman Du asked as his eyes cleared up when he saw her. He spoke with a strong middle voice, where there was still half a bit of the patient's weakness. Yes, father, I invited a divine doctor over, and he's the one who cured you. Du Shueqing laughed and waved Chen Hao over. Hello Chairman Du, my name is Chen Hao. Chen Hao went forward and introduced himself. Why don't you call uncle? It's too formal to call chairman, Du Shueqing scolded. Good day uncle. Chen Hao was a bit embarrassed, feeling as if he was meeting his old husband. Thank you, young man. Chairman Du couldn't help but be quite surprised to see him so young and said gratefully, Zhang Wo, are you alright? Mrs. Du finally reacted and couldn't care less about what was going on, rushing forward to ask, I feel fine, I should be fine. Du Zhangwo touched his chest and said, quickly, give my husband a check. Mrs. Du was shocked and happy, and turned around to call out. Only then did Dr. Lu and the others wake up as if from a dream, rushing up and connecting various medical instruments. Grandpa, didn't you say that the Tsongyan silver needle technique is our family's best skill, and that as long as the patient is put into an endangered pseudo-death state, no matter how you mess with it, even if you pull out all the silver needles, you won't be able to break it? Ling Kai's face turned pale and asked softly, yeah, I don't know what's going on. Ling Zhengzi muttered, an incomprehensible color appearing on his old face. Blood pressure is normal, blood sugar normal, breathing is normal, heart rate normal. Dr. Lu and the others stared dead on at the data displayed on the medical instruments, not daring to believe as they reported each result, their voices trembling. This was not like a patient. It was simply too healthy to be healthy. The heart ultrasound results are out. Suddenly, a doctor shouted out, and from the laser printer, took out a report card. How is it? Dr. Lu asked in an urgent voice. Completely recovered. Not a single defect. That doctor's voice was not only trembling, even the hand holding the report sheet was trembling. Give me a look. Dr. Lu roughly snatched it over with one hand and looked at it nervously. The other doctors also came over. Immediately, they then all opened their eyes wide, revealing incomparable shock. Really recovered. This is a congenital heart disease. Ah, how is it possible? Dr. Lu muttered. He suddenly looked at Chun Hao. Mr. Chen, can I take the liberty of asking? How did you cure Chairman Du? The tone was no longer the slightest bit disdainful and was filled with respect. The other doctors also looked at Chen Hao in awe, a look of eagerness for knowledge in their eyes. Chun Hao's incomparably miraculous means had deeply convinced them. A secret method. It is inconvenient to tell. Chen Hao shook his head. The crowd immediately revealed a look of disappointment. One by one, you all just sneered and called Chen Hao a liar. And now that Chen Hao has cured my father, shouldn't you feel ashamed and apologize to Chen Hao? Du Shueqing coldly said. Dr. Lu and the others were shocked, and all of them turned red. Miss Du is right. I'm sorry, Mr. Chen. We spoke out of turn just now. Please forgive us. It's us being ignorant and less knowledgeable. I'm sorry. I apologize to you. With that, the crowd said in shame. Chen Hao waved his hand. He naturally wouldn't be on the same page as these people. Shueqing, you can't blame them. After all, Chen Hao is so young and has no qualifications to practice medicine. Under normal circumstances, who would believe in a divine doctor? Mrs. Du said. Thank you Chen Hao, for curing my husband and daughter. There was a bit of a misunderstanding just now. Don't take it to heart. With that, she added to Chen Hao. Mom, you were so mean to Chen Hao just now, and now you're just going to make light of it with one sentence? Du Shueqing was dissatisfied. I will make it up to Chen Hao, Mrs. Du said indifferently. Seeing that she was just being formulaic and polite, Du Shueqing was unhappy in her heart, but after all, she was her own mother, so she couldn't say anything else. Mr. Chen Hao, I have to apologize to you as well. I'm sorry, I thought you were a fraud before, but now I know that I've met a true master. I even intentionally set up a trap for you. It's really self-defeating. Order Zhengzi calmed down, stepped forward, smiled bitterly, and gave Chen Hao a deep salute. Chen Hao was a bit surprised, not expecting that Ling Zhengzi, as a renowned national doctor, would actually be able to put down his stature and apologize to him. That's nothing, but old Mr. Ling, do you still think, now, that your grandson is telling the truth? Chen Hao said. When Mr. Ling Zhengzi heard this, he looked at Ling Kai with a sullen face. Tell me the truth. What exactly happened yesterday? With Mr. Chen's medical skills, how could he have misdiagnosed? Grandpa, I was wrong. Knowing that he couldn't hide it, Ling Kai let out a plop and fell to his knees. It was me who misdiagnosed Miss Shueqing. I was afraid that you would say something about me when I got back, so I lied and said that it was a misdiagnosis by Chen Hao. I didn't think that I would see Chen Hao again today, so I was afraid that I would be dismantled, and so I thought of that ploy just now. Chapter 31, Please accept the bow of a disciple. You animal! Before he could finish his words, Reng Zhongsu was already furious and went up to kick him over on the ground. Grandpa, I know I'm wrong. You're not in good health. You mustn't be angry. Ah. Ling Kai was trembling in fear, hurriedly climbed up again and knelt, crying and pleading. Ling Zhongsu's face turned red, covering his chest. He coughed violently for half a day before calming down. He was filled with shame. Mr. Chen, I'm really sorry. I didn't think that this beast would even dare to cheat me, causing me to misunderstand you. Elder Mr. Ling, it's not your fault, Chen Hao said. It's my failure to discipline. Ling Zhongzi shook his head, looked at Ling Kai, and snapped. Bastard, why don't you quickly kowtow to Mr. Chen and Miss Du and admit your faults? If it wasn't for Mr. Chen's timely rescue yesterday, you would have killed Miss Du. Yes, yes, Ling Kai cried bitterly, kowtowing to Chen Hao and Du Shueqing repeatedly. I'm sorry, Mr. Chen, Miss Du. I was confused for a moment and was afraid of what Grandpa would say about me. That's why I did such a thing. I'm wrong. I'm really wrong. I beg you to forgive me. Mr. Chen, Ling Kai has committed a big mistake. I can't harbor him. What do you think about it? Mr. Ling Zhengzi asked. Old Mr. Ling, I'm not a police officer. How can I have the power to dispose of others? Chen Hao lost his smile at his words. He paused for a moment and then added. Ling Kai's behavior was very bad, but since he didn't break the law and didn't cause any serious consequences, let's ask old Mr. Ling to be more disciplined in the future so that he doesn't commit any more crimes. After all, as a doctor, it's not about how skilled you are in medicine. It's about having medical ethics and being able to treat every patient seriously with a parent's heart. A good one is valuable in having medical ethics. Mr. Chen, thank you for your magnanimity. making Zhangzi sigh with emotion. You get your ass home right now and kneel in front of your ancestors' tablets to repent. He glared fiercely at Ling Kai. When I go back, I'll re-establish the rules for you. Yes, Grandpa. Not daring to breathe a single breath, Ling Kai stood up and slipped away in ashes. Mr. Chen, your medical skills are out of this world. The old man admires you and has no words to say, but there is a doubt that I still hope you can answer. Ling Zhongzi said sincerely. You want to ask how I cracked your Tsongyan silver needle art, right? Chen Hao laughed. Ling Zhongzi nodded in shame. The Tsongyan silver needle technique is a mastery passed down from my ancestors. It is very difficult to undo it unless one has learned it. I wonder how Mr. Chen managed to do it? If it is not convenient for Mr. Chen to say, just pretend that I didn't ask, he added. There's nothing inconvenient about it. Chen Hao said, Elder Mr. Ling, if I see it correctly, your ancestral Tsongyan silver needle technique is actually incomplete, and the last stitch in particular is highly flawed, right? Mr. Ling Zhongzi was shocked. The Tsongyan silver needle art was indeed incomplete, and the last stitch did have flaws, but that was a hidden secret that could only be known after learning a certain height. Even Ling Kai's father, who had studied medicine under him for many years and was already an expert in Chinese medicine, did not know about it. For Chen Hao to perceive it after looking at it only once was simply unbelievable. Mr. Chen, you are truly divine. It was only after half a minute that Ling Zhongzi exclaimed. Chen Hao said, although the Tsongyan silver needle technique can be used even if it is incomplete, but Chinese medicine emphasizes a single stroke, and the presence of defects will create stagnation and accumulation over time, resulting in the meridians becoming impassable. This is the reason why you will feel a lack of qi and blood circulation, and coughing with lung heat after every time you apply the needles to cure your illness, and it will become more and more serious as the number of times you apply the needles increases. Order Zhongzi nodded with a bitter smile. He coughed after every time he administered the needles, and others, including his family, thought it was because he was getting older and didn't care. Only Ling Zhongzi himself knew what was wrong. This situation could be alleviated by stopping the application of needles. But how could a healer look at a patient seeking treatment and not diagnose and treat them? Chen Hao walked over to the bedside and took out a few silver needles from the needle box. Then, with a casual throw of his hand, the silver needles shot out, accurately stabbing at several key points on Ling Zhongzi's body. Flying needle stabbing points. Dr. Lu and the others immediately rounded their eyes and exclaimed in unison. I thought flying needles stabbing acupuncture points was just a stunt fabricated in ancient books, but it turns out that it really exists. A doctor murmured. Ling Zhongzi was even more excited. As the ancient saying goes, when you hear the Tao, you can die at night. I can see the ancient stunt of flying needles stabbing acupuncture points with my own eyes. Even if I just die immediately, I don't have any regrets. As the words fell, he suddenly puffed out a large mouthful of black blood with a fishy odor. The crowd was shocked. Could it be that divine Dr. Ling's words had unfortunately hit the nail on the head? Old Mr. Ling, how are you feeling? Only Chen Hao's face was calm as he asked with a smile. Thank you, Mr. Chen, for forcing out the Silton blood that has been accumulating in my body for a long time. I've never felt so relieved, as if 1,000 pounds of weight has been lifted. Ling Zhongzi rubbed his chest and gasped for a few breaths before saying gratefully. As he spoke, the flushing on his face faded, restoring the color of health, and his voice became neutral. Only then did the crowd realize that Chen Hao was treating Ling Zhongzi. Old Mr. Ling, take a look at my silver needle technique again, Chen Hao said. Ling Zhongzi looked down, and his expression immediately changed. This silver needle technique, which he was more than familiar with, was none other than the Tsongyan silver needle technique. Ling Zhongzi did not wonder why Chen Hao would make it. After all, people could see the shortcomings of the Tsongyan silver needle technique at a glance, and it was too simple to imitate it. Is not right. Suddenly, Ling Zhongzi's eyes stared, revealing a look of shock and uncertainty. He knew very well that the Tsongyan silver needle technique was incomplete and flawed. However, Chen Hao's silver needle technique was coherent from beginning to end, without the slightest flaw missing. The last needle in particular was like the finishing touch, not only bringing the needle art to a successful conclusion, but also elevating the whole to a higher level. This caused waves of shock to suddenly rise in Zhongzi's heart, and a thought that he didn't even dare to think about surged out. Seemingly guessing his thoughts, Chen Hao laughed. Not bad, I've completed the Tsongyan silver needle technique, and from now on, this stance is complete without any flaws. After you learn it, and then apply the needles to heal the sick, not only will it not slow down your body, but it will also be of great benefit. Your entire body trembled, and suddenly, with a plop, you knelt heavily toward Chen Hao. The crowd was taken aback. Old Mr. Ling, what are you doing? Get up. Chen Hao was also surprised and hurriedly went forward to assist him. Mr. Chen, no, master, Please accept my disciple's obeisance. Ling Zhongsui, however, insisted on refusing to get up. How did I become your master? Mr. Ling, don't be like this, okay? I can't afford it. Chen Hao cried and laughed. You curing my stubborn disease has already made me extremely grateful, and complimenting the Songyan's silver needle technique and imparting it to me is even more of a reinvented benefactor. Ling Zhongzi said excitedly, there are 5 obeisances in a person's life. Heaven and earth, ruler and relative teacher. No matter what, you can afford it. Chapter 32, Not a World. Elder Mr. Ling, I just thought that you were worthy of respect for dragging your body for the sake of healing, so I wanted to give you a hand and didn't think that much about it. If you're grateful, just heal more patients in the future. There's no need to be like this at all. Chen Hao smiled bitterly. To you, it may just be a casual favor, but to me, it's a kindness that is as good as any other. Ling Zhongsu earnestly said, and after seeing you, I realized what it means to be outside of people and outside of heaven. Deeply feeling my ignorance and shallow level, I very much want to learn the art of medicine from you. Please accept me as your disciple, he said, and deeply bowed down. Chen Hao, since old Mr. Ling is so sincere, please accept him. Old Mr. Ling is a famous national doctor and possesses a great deal of influence. If he learns higher medical skills from you, he will be able to treat more patients. Isn't that a good thing? Du Shueqing advised. Yes, your old man's sincerity is touching. So Mr. Chen should just agree. As the saying goes, a master is a master. Mr. Chen is so capable, there is no need to be concerned about age or anything. Dr. Lu and the others also urged. Alright, seeing this, Chen Hao could only say, I can accept you, but let's keep the rituals of worshipping the master simple. After all, it's modern times, there's no need to engage in the same set of things as in the old days. Many thanks to the benefactor. Please accept 3 obeisances from my disciple. Ling Zhongsu was overjoyed and kowtowed in a hurry. Congratulations to Mr. Chen for receiving a senior disciple. Congratulations to old Mr. Ling for receiving a famous teacher. Dr. Lu and the others applauded and congratulated. After 3 bows, Chen Hao hurriedly pulled Ling Zhongzi up. It made him uncomfortable to have an old man kneel in front of him. Master, you see what time would be appropriate for you to instruct my disciple so that I can make arrangements. Order Zhongzi stood with his hands on his side and respectfully asked. If you are instructing in the medical arts, it cannot be done on paper. It must be combined with a specific illness to be effective. Chen Hao said, at your current level, you don't need unusual guidance either. In this case, you should go back first and master the full version of the Songyan silver needle technique to become skillful, then go out to see the patients as you did before. And if you encounter any problems that even you can't solve, I'll instruct you again, so that your medical skills will truly improve. Yes, master. Naturally, Ling Zhongzi had no objections. Leaving his contact information behind, he left in high spirits. Mr. Chen, our hospital is willing to hire you as an authoritative expert at a high salary, as long as you make a weekly, no, once a month outpatient visit. We'll pay you 100,000 yuan after tax. We'll pay $200,000. We don't even need Mr. Chen to make a visit. Just name it. Dr. Lu and the others gathered around and said fervently, I say everyone, don't waste your efforts. Chen Hao only knows medical skills. He's not a doctor. How can he make a public appearance? Du Shueqing couldn't help but roll her eyes. Dr. Lu and the others were stunned. Then they remembered that Chen Hao did not have a license to practice medicine, and they could not help but look at each other with bitter smiles. As the master of today's nationalist, he actually did not have the qualifications to practice medicine. Who would believe it when it was said? Chen Hao, are you interested in being our family's personal physician? No need to be qualified to practice medicine. As long as you're willing, I'll give you an annual salary of $10 million. Du Jiangwo had been watching with interest before saying at this moment, Dad, Chen Hao is a man of the world. Why are you so vulgar? Du Shueqing beamed. What's wrong with being a man of the world? It's not the same to eat and sleep. Du Jiangwo laughed. Since Chen Hao has the ability, of course he can make more money. It's not like there's a conflict. Uncle Du, I'm not a high person, just an ordinary person, Chen Hao said, but for the time being, I don't have any thoughts of becoming a private doctor. Please understand. Du Jiangwo nodded. Although Chen Hao had rejected him, his heart appreciated it even more, not even being moved by the $10 million a year salary. It was evident that this young man had high aspirations and was by no means an ordinary person. Shueqing, since your father has recovered from his illness, you should go downstairs and entertain the guests. Chen Hao, stay. I have something to say to you. Mrs. Du said. Mom, what are you going to say to Chen Hao? Du Shueqing was nervous when she heard this. Chen Hao saved your father. Of course I want to thank him properly. Mrs. Du said without moving. Du Shueqing was then relieved. Chen Hao, you'll meet me downstairs later. Chen Hao nodded. Du Shueching left? Chen Hao, you come with me. Mrs. Du beckoned. The two of them walked out of the medical room and arrived at a study room, where Mrs. Du closed the door. Then, she walked over to the window, hugging her arms and quietly looking out the window without the slightest intention of opening her mouth. Mrs. Du, what are you going to say to me? Chen Hao was a bit puzzled. Looking at this, it didn't quite look like she wanted to thank him. Mr. Chen Hao, I just listened to Shueching recounting what happened yesterday, which means that you and her have only known each other for a day? Mrs. Du did not turn around, and only after half a minute did she slowly ask. Chen Hao nodded his head. A day's time. You may not even be able to talk about friends, let alone any feelings, don't you think so? Mrs. Du said in her words. Chen Hao nodded again. Shueching is outgoing and warm to people, not to mention you saved her, so it's only natural for her to be grateful and trust you, but that's not a relationship between a man and a woman. Do you understand? Mrs. Du suddenly turned around and said solemnly. Hearing this, how could Chen Hao not understand what she meant, and faintly said, Mrs. Du, I didn't make a fool of myself. It's good that you didn't. Madame Du said. Mr. Chen Hao, I know that your medical skills are brilliant and that you are the top of the industry, but our Du family is not just a business family, but has a very deep background that can't be explained in a sentence or two, and there's no need for me to explain it to you. She paused. Let's put it this way, you and the Du family are not of the same world. Chen Hao smiled and didn't say anything, so I hope that in the future, you can interact less with Shueching. After all, it's an impossible thing, so don't be delusional either. Mrs. Du said. I can only guarantee that I won't pursue MS. Shueching, but I can't stop MS. Shueching from looking for me. Chen Hao said. You think that Shueching will take the initiative to pursue you? A hint of disdain flashed in Mrs. Du's eyes. What I mean is that I can't interfere with Miss Shueching's actions. Chen Hao said. As long as you don't seek out Shueching, I'll make sure that she will never see you again. Mrs. Du sneered. Chen Hao did not say anything. Mrs. Du walked over to the desk, opened the drawer, took out a blank checkbook from it, and after tearing off one, handed it to Chen Hao. The maximum amount is $50 million, and this is your payment for curing my husband. Chen Hao shook his head and did not take it. What do you want? Mrs. Du frowned. I want a villa in Mingyu Villa. Chen Hao was not polite. Mrs. Du was stunned, and then revealed a look of contempt, not a small appetite. Do you know how much a villa in Mingyu Villa costs? Does Mrs. Du think that Chairman Du's life isn't even worth $70 million? Chen Hao said indifferently. Chapter 33, Spirit Gathering Formation. Mrs. Du's face changed. So a worldly superior is also so greedy which, I thought you didn't eat earthly fire. I never said I was a worldly superior. Chen Hao coldly said. Please speak politely. Without me, you would have been a widow by now. You, Mrs. Du glared angrily at him. Chen Hao smiled coldly. Half a second later, Mrs. Du composed herself and picked up the phone on her desk. Butler Qian, come to the study. Moments later, a knock sounded outside the study. Come in. The door opened and a man in his 40s, smart and capable, walked in. Madam, you're looking for me? Take Mr. Chen Hao to Villa number 18. Mrs. Du said. Also prepare the property documents and transfer it to him as fast as possible. Yes, ma'am. Butler Qian gave Chen Hao a surprised look and nodded in response. Now that the Du family and you are clear, remember what you promised. Mrs. Du coldly glanced at Chen Hao and quickly walked out of the study. Mr. Chen, please follow me, Butler Qian said. Chen Hao nodded. The two of them left Villa 5 and headed toward Villa 18. Does the Du family have 2 villas in Mingyu Villa? Chen Hao asked as he walked. Yes, Mr. Chen. When the chairman bought 2 sets directly, Villa 18 was originally intended for the young lady to live in, but since it was situated on the farthest hill of the Mingyu Mountain Villa, the young lady found it to be too cold and didn't like it very much, so it has been left empty, Butler Qian said. Chen Hao nodded. 10 minutes later, the two arrived in front of Villa number 18. By this time, it was already completely dark, so Chen Hao could only use his divine sense to scan the area. One could only see that Villa 18 was surrounded by a bamboo forest on 3 sides, except for the front. Outside of the bamboo forest, past the fence, was an endless wilderness of hillsides, looking very cold indeed. Chen Hao was very satisfied. To him, the cooler the better. Villa 18 was simply a modernized cave on the ground. Mr. Chen, Villa 18 has long been renovated. There is nothing lacking inside. You can move in now. The money butler handed over a yellow key. You see what time is convenient, so I can go with you to handle the transfer procedures. I should have time tomorrow. Leave me a phone number. Chen Hao said. Okay, Mr. Chen. The two exchanged contact information, and the Qian butler left. Chen Hao entered the villa. And inside, as the money butler said, it was indeed decorated in a high-end atmosphere, with all kinds of high-grade furniture and electrical appliances, and household items. The large house was a pleasure to look at. Chen Hao could not help but be excited. Upstairs and downstairs, all strolling around. Afterwards, Chen Hao charged his cell phone and called Wang Jie, saying that he would not go back at night. Wang Jie knew that he had gone to do Xueqing's birthday party, and immediately understood, and loudly congratulated him on his 16 times a night. Every time when the second man, so angry that Chen Hao directly hung up the phone. Then, Chen Hao called the business manager of Bright Advertising again and applied for resignation. The manager was not surprised. The mobility of business personnel has always been very large. Their come and go is very normal. Just told him to come to the company tomorrow to handle the departure formalities. Chen Hao promised. Just put down the phone. Suddenly, the phone rang again. The caller ID was Du Xueqing. Chen Hao hesitated for a few seconds, sighed, pressed the phone down, and then turned it off. It wasn't that he was concerned about Mrs. Du. As a cultivator, Chen Hao didn't have to care about anything at all. The main thing was that Chen Hao's mindset now was completely different from that of an ordinary person. And after cultivation, there was only the great Tao of eternal life in his heart. Du Xueqing had a good feeling about him? How could Chen Hao not feel it? If it developed, I'm afraid that it would become a hindrance on the road to cultivation, so it would be better to break it off earlier. I'm sorry, Ms. Xueqing, just think of me as a hurried passerby in your life. Chen Hao thought to himself and left the villa, coming to the parking lot, driving the BMW X5 to the villa's private garage, and taking out the ancient compass from the trunk. Then, Chen Hao went to the roof of Villa 18 and prepared to set up the spirit gathering array. With a wave of his hand, the ancient compass automatically floated in front of him, and the rust on it was swept away, revealing a polished and shiny texture that emitted a faint millilluminescence under the starry sky. All the lines on the surface of the compass were revealed, and the speed of absorbing the spiritual chi of heaven and earth was obviously accelerated. Chen Hao looked carefully for a moment before revealing a look of surprise. The main purpose of this pattern was to absorb the spiritual chi of the heavens and earth, which meant that the ancient compass was itself a spirit-gathering magic treasure, and when used to set up a spirit-gathering array, the effect would definitely be several times stronger than other magic treasures. In the future, it will be called the spirit-gathering compass, Chen Hao thought to himself, running his mana and waving his hand to strike a spirit decision that landed on the ancient compass. The ancient compass immediately shone brightly and rotated rapidly, shooting out a straight beam of light that intertwined arcane and complex patterns within a range of tens of meters. Chen Hao continued to strike the spirit decree. As the pattern gradually took shape, the heaven and earth auras in all directions seemed to be attracted by an invisible black hole, rapidly converging toward Villa 18. Half an hour later, Chen Hao stopped strangling and let out a sigh of relief. The spirit-gathering formation was complete. Chen Hao felt the richness of the heaven and earth aura and nodded in satisfaction. Although it was not yet comparable to an antique, it was already far more than discrete heaven and earth auras. Moreover, this was just the beginning. As the spirit-gathering formation continued to operate, the more heaven and earth spiritual chi would accumulate, and sooner or later, it would reach the same level as the antique, or even exceed it. Next, Chen Hao cast a spell to hide the spirit-gathering formation, lest he be seen and become suspicious. After returning to the villa, Chen Hao did not immediately cultivate, but instead went to the bathroom, intending to take a hot bath. He wasn't actually dirty, but after a busy day, he naturally wanted to enjoy himself. Half an hour later, a pavilion figure, dragging a huge suitcase, arrived in front of Villa 18. It was none other than Du Xueqing. On what grounds do you restrict my freedom of association? Du Xueqing, her face full of tears, muttered angrily as she took out a key and opened the door to the villa. After Chen Hao hung up on her, Du Xueqing immediately went upstairs to look for her when she hung up on her and happened to run into Mrs. Du, asking what happened. Mrs. Du naturally warned her sternly not to meet with Chen Hao again, so mother and daughter had a big fight, and did not get along. As soon as Du Xueqing gambled, she simply packed her bags and headed straight to her own villa number 18. Although she hadn't lived in it before, she had left a key, and since too much time had passed, Butler Qian had forgotten about it. After entering the villa, Du Xueqing suddenly sniffed her nose and felt something was wrong. The 18th villa had been vacant for a long time. Even if it was cleaned regularly and kept clean, there was too little ventilation, and the air should be dead. How come it smelled so fresh? Simply more refreshing than the fragrance of flowers. A deep breath, radiant, the whole body is full of vitality. I don't know what kind of air purifying things the money housekeeper put in. Du Xueqing thought to herself curiously, put down her luggage, looked around to find it, and walked upstairs. Meanwhile, Chen Hao had soaked comfortably enough, and since he was alone in the villa, he didn't put on a bathrobe, and was directly naked. Walking out of the bathroom, Chapter 34, Life is like a play. The two of them happened to catch a glimpse of each other and were both taken aback. I'm going. With that, Chen Hao yelled and rushed into the bathroom, slamming the door with a bang. Ha ha ha. Du Shueqing froze and couldn't help but laugh out loud. The original depressed mood was suddenly swept away. Chen Hao, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to spy on you. Don't let that cloud your psyche. She knocked on the door a few times and said with amusement. There was no sound inside. A moment later, the bathroom door reopened, and Chen Hao walked out fully dressed. Ms. Shueqing, why are you here? Chen Hao asked in a serious manner, as if what had just happened hadn't happened. Ha ha ha. Du Shueqing couldn't help but laugh again when she saw him pretending and remembered the image from earlier. Laugh at what? What's so funny? Chen Hao had a black line on his face. Chen Hao, the way you embarrassed yourself just now was so cute. You're not a virgin, are you? Du Shueqing laughed. Chen Hao was speechless. Ha ha. Chen Hao, you're in my heart. Ha ha. Finally not so much like a tall man. Du Shueqing laughed so hard that her stomach hurt. I've never said that I'm a high person, okay? Chen Hao couldn't help but roll his eyes. That's right. That's what makes you look like a young man. Don't be inscrutable all day long, just like an old man. Du Shueqing finally stopped laughing and saw that his collar was not turned up, so she went forward to organize it. Chen Hao and her were face to face next to each other, smelling the ethereal body scent and his body touching from time to time. His face suddenly became unnatural. Right, Chen Hao, why are you here again? Du Shueqing glanced at him and saw him blushing, and couldn't help but laugh in her heart again, asking, your mom gave me Villa 18 as payment for me curing your father, Chen Hao said. Hearing this, Du Shueqing's small face instantly went cold. Did my mom have another condition for you to ignore me? She was also looking out for you. Chen Hao was silent for half a second and said, what for my sake? Du Shueqing exasperatedly said, she just wants me to benefit from the marriage, so that one day she can play a role in boosting the Du family's return to Yanjing, and I'm just a pawn. Return to Yanjing? Chen Hao's heart stirred, remembering that Mrs. Du had said earlier that the Du family had a deep background. It seemed like it wasn't a lie. Let's not talk about that. Anyway, I didn't promise her not to interact with you. She forced me, so I left home. Du Shueqing hummed. She looked at Chen Hao warily. You're not allowed to ignore me either. It's not a good idea for you to be at loggerheads with your mom like this, Chen Hao advised. It's better to find a chance to talk to her. Between mother and daughter, what conflicts can there be? Can't talk. Absolutely can't talk. Du Shueqing resolutely said. My mom is the kind of strong woman who says nothing. If I go to her first, it means that I've gone soft, and even more so in the future. I can't defy her. For the sake of my freedom and happiness, I have to fight to the end, she said, revealing a pitiful look. Chen Hao, I know that the 18th villa belongs to you now, but I'm already homeless. My mom, in order to force me to give in, has not only suspended me, but also blocked my financial sources. I'm now without a job as well as money. If you don't care about me as well, I'll have to starve to death outside alive. Can you bear to take the beautiful, kind and lovely me swept away? You said so. Can I bear it? Chen Hao smiled bitterly. I knew you would keep me. Du Shueqing immediately spread a smile. Miss Shueqing, do you trust me that much? Chen Hao was a bit strange. According to reason, we've only known each other for a day. Even if I saved you, it's not like that. I looked at your innocent body, so of course I have to be responsible for you, Du Shueqing said. Put. Chen Hao almost choked. Can you be decent? I don't know what to say. You have a very pure and special aura about you that can't help but make people want to get closer. Du Shueqing thought about it and said seriously, and you're not like other men, who want to pursue and please when they see me, full of desire to possess, which is disgusting. Being with you is pure and soothing. I like this feeling. Chen Hao was taken aback. The pure and special aura that Du Shueqing was talking about was clearly his aura as a cultivator, but the problem was that Chen Hao usually hid his aura, not to mention ordinary people. Even another cultivator might not be able to detect it. How did Du Shueqing sense it? Could it be? Suddenly, Chen Hao thought of a possibility, and his heart shook. What's wrong with you? Du Shueqing asked in surprise as she saw his face change when he didn't speak. Whether it's true or not, there's no way to find out now, so we'll just have to wait until after foundation establishment. Chen Hao thought to himself and came back to his senses. I was thinking that Villa 18 and Villa 5 are so close together. What if your mom finds out that you live here? He covered up and said, discovering it is just discovering it. Anyway, the raw rice has been made ripe. What else can she do? Du Shueqing said in disbelief. Chen Hao almost choked again. Ms. Shueqing, don't talk nonsense. Where is the nonsense? I've seen your body. Du Shueqing smiled and said. Chen Hao was speechless. It couldn't be that this was this girl's true colors. I'll go help you with your luggage. Pick a bedroom for yourself, he said, thumping down the stairs. Originally thought that he and Du Shueching wouldn't see each other again, but didn't expect to actually live together in the blink of an eye. Life is really full of drama. I'm going to live across from you. Otherwise such a big house. I'm scared. Du Shueching pressed the escalator hand and leaned down to shout. After Chen Hao brought up the luggage and helped Du Shueching settle down, he looked at his watch and it was already 10:30 p.m. It's so late. Ms. Shueching, take an early rest, Chen Hao said. Call me Shueching from now on. Good night, Chen Hao. Good night, Shueching. The two of them smiled at each other and each pushed the door into the bedroom. It seems that in the future, cultivation can only be a little more covert. Chen Hao sat on the bed, thought to himself, and closed his eyes to cultivate. There were no words for the rest of the night. Early in the morning, Chen Hao opened his eyes and deeply exhaled a mouthful of cloud-white breath until it was more than 10 meters away before it slowly dissipated. This was a sign of cultivation refinement. Chen Hao revealed a joyful expression. With the spirit-gathering formation, the cultivation speed was at least 10 times faster than the night before. Awesome! Suddenly, Chen Hao smelled a burning odor. Surprised, he unfurled his divine sense and looked downstairs, and immediately crowed. Chapter 35, Bright Advertising Agency. It was only Du Shueching who was busy with her hands in the kitchen. In the rice cooker, the congee had already been cooked, curling up with green smoke. Inside the pan, the eggs were fried into black pieces, giving off a burnt flavor. Chen Hao shook his head in amusement and walked out of the bedroom to the kitchen. I wanted to quietly make breakfast and surprise you, but I ended up messing it up. When Du Shueching saw him, her pretty face was filled with embarrassment. She was usually pampered and ate ready-made food, thinking that cooking was easy, and was dumbfounded when she waited to do it herself. I'll do it, just wait and eat. Chen Hao laughed, pulling her over and pressing her into the dining chair. Du Shueching couldn't help but feel warm in her heart when she saw how much he cared for her. Chen Hao dumped the badly cooked meal, opened the refrigerator, took out the ingredients, and relit the fire to cook. When he used to rent a house, in order to save money, he often bought food and cooked by himself, and over time, he naturally practiced a good cooking skill. In less than a quarter of an hour, fragrant meat foam and vegetable porridge, golden brown sweet and sour poached eggs, and colorful and flavorful small dishes were served on the table one by one. It's so delicious. Chen Hao, how did you make it? Du Shueching couldn't help but reveal an expression of surprise after just one taste. She didn't know how many mountain delicacies she had eaten, and even the usual breakfast at home was richer than this. But this simple and unusual-looking breakfast was far more delicious than what she had ever eaten. Especially the fresh and pure aroma that filled the taste buds was simply enjoyable. Then eat more. Eat it all. Don't leave any leftovers. Chen Hao smiled and sat down opposite her, also serving a bowl of congee. These ingredients had been moisturized overnight in the spirit-gathering formation, and were already filled with spiritual qi, far surpassing ordinary food. And then after careful cooking, they were naturally delicious. Good. Du Shueching's small mouth couldn't stop already? In the blink of an eye, the two of them swept away their breakfast. Although I'm full, I still want to eat. Du Shueching glanced down at her stomach and snapped, it's all your fault, making it so delicious. What if people get fat? Don't worry, Chen Hao laughed. I purposely chose highly nutritious ingredients with low fat content, so feel free to eat it. Not only will you not get fat, but you will also become healthier and more beautiful. Chen Hao, you are too considerate, Du Shueching said joyfully. I'll do the cooking from now on. You just take care of the food, Chen Hao said as he cleaned up the dishes. Good. Du Shueching looked at him, her heart warm and touched, and her beautiful face couldn't help but reveal a happy smile. After Chen Hao cleaned up well, he took out a bank card and handed it to Du Shueching. What for? Du Shueching was stunned. This bank card was the very one she had thanked Chen Hao with. Aren't you out of work and out of money? Chen Hao said. Just use it first. Great divine Dr. Chen, are you going to adopt me? Du Shueching didn't take it and asked with a smile. Have you ever seen the one who adopts still have to cook for the one being adopted? Chen Hao didn't have the heart to say. You take it back. Du Shueching smiled and pushed it back. I was crying poor yesterday. I just wanted to stay here with you. It's not to the point of using your money. Didn't your mom block your financial resources? Chen Hao asked. I had long anticipated that my mom might have this hand in hand, so a long time ago, I prepared myself a secret petty cash vault. Du Shueching smiled smugly. It's even better that my mom suspended me, so I just happened to come out and start my own business, completely on my own terms, never having to be subject to any constraints again. So you've prepared a retreat early, Chen Hao lamented. Chen Hao, when I find a suitable project, let's do something big together, okay? Du Shueching held onto his arm, her beautiful eyes revealing a color of longing. Let's wait until I resign, Chen Hao said non-committally. I really don't understand why you want to be a salesman for a small advertising company. Du Shueching pouted. I'm just an ordinary person. Isn't it normal to be a salesman? Chen Hao smiled. Enough said. I'm leaving. Come back early. I'll wait for you. Du Shuiqing carefully organized his clothes for him and urged. Chen Hao was suddenly in a bit of a trance, feeling as if this scene was as if he had started a family and was heading out to work, bidding farewell to his petite wife. How should I deal with the relationship with Shuiqing in the future? He walked out of the door with some mixed emotions. An hour later, Chen Hao arrived at Bright Advertising, parked his car and walked into the business manager's office. You're here. Here's the exit form. Fill it out. The business manager was called Su Qian, a fat man in his 30s. Seeing Chen Hao come in, he handed over a form and said. Chen Hao took the form and filled it out in 3 tries. Okay, you go to the hall and pack up your things first. When the boss comes I'll get him to sign it, and you can go to the finance to settle your paycheck. Su Qian glanced at it and nodded. Trouble you, manager, Chen Hao politely said, walked out of the office and came to the lobby. Chen Hao, why did you just come? Don't you know that today is Monday and you must arrive half an hour early for the morning meeting? Being so scatterbrained, if I were the boss, I would have fired you straight away. A woman with a thickly powdered face and flirtatious dress saw him and said in a reprimanding tone. This woman was called Lu Yan, a veteran employee of the company with a spirited personality. Relying on some seniority, she often ostracized newcomers such as Chen Hao who had not been working for long. None of your business, Chen Hao said indifferently. The surrounding employees immediately looked at Chen Hao in surprise. It should be known that Lu Yan was not only a veteran employee, but also had a good relationship with the young boss, Zhang Chao, and even Su Qian did not dare to offend her easily. Is Chen Hao eating his bear's heart and leopard's gall? Who are you talking to? Lu Yan was also taken aback, her eyebrows raised, about to explode. Suddenly, an exuberant voice rang out. Everyone don't go out at noon today. My treat. As the words fell, a short youth covered in pimples walked in with a springy 4-square step. Yo, Jiang Xing, what's good? Did you win the lottery? The crowd asked curiously. Didn't I make 2 big orders a while ago? My bonus was paid out last Friday, and I picked up a car this weekend. Jiang Xing proudly said, walked to his desk, show off a brand new car keys thrown on the table. An employee came over, picked up the car keys, Dongfeng Peugeot 301. Good all down to 8 or 9 million it. So I bought a new car. That's something to celebrate. Jiang Xing, in the future, can you get off work? Can you rub your car? The crowd envied. Sister Lu, how come your face looks so bad? It's detrimental to your beautiful appearance which, Jiang Xing saw Lu Yan, immediately came to the front, currying favor. At noon, sit in my old brother's new car, take you for a ride. Good brother, really decent. Sis didn't hurt you for nothing. Lu Yan patted his shoulder intimately. Chen Hao, look at others Jiang Xing, when he came to the company with you, now he has bought a car. And then look at you. You want performance but no performance. You want attitude but no attitude. What cow is there? With that, she sneered with a cold face. Chapter 36, Conspiracy to Retaliate. Chen Hao smiled disdainfully. The reason why Jiang Xing was able to make big orders was not at all based on his ability, but rather on kissing Zhang Chao's ass and serving him in the saddle. It was only to reward him for his loyalty that Zhang Chao had assigned a few high-quality clients that originally belonged to the company to Jiang Xing's name. This was an open secret in the company, and while everyone kept their mouths shut, they naturally despised it in their hearts. Sister Lu was right. Chen Hao, you really need to pay attention in the future. We both used to take the bus to work, now you still take the bus, but I've opened my own car. You say you look, heart can be comfortable? Jiang Xing and Chen Hao relationship has always been general. See this scene? Immediately hit the snake with the stick. Followed the countdown said, more than uncomfortable. It is estimated that they are all going to be so envious and jealous of you that they are going to die. Lu Yan sneered. Chen Hao, don't be like this. Jiang Xing laughed out loud and teased. Why don't I give you a ride on my way from work today, so that you can also live the addiction of sitting in a private car? No need. I have my own car, Chen Hao said indifferently. Newly bought bike Jiang Xing laughed even more cheerfully. Not bad, riding to and from work every day. You can also save $2 on public transportation, quite in line with your current economic situation. At this time, a property security guard walked in. Excuse me, may I ask whose car is the BMW X5 outside the door? You're asking in the wrong place. Do we look like someone with a BMW X5 here? Jiang Xing snorted. My car. What's wrong? Chen Hao asked. Sir, the security guard politely said, please move your car. It's occupying a fixed parking space on our property. Okay. Chen Hao took out the car keys from his pocket and walked out. The hall was silent. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. Did I hear it right? The BMW X5 is Chen Hao's? An employee muttered. Chen Hao has gone out. How can there be a mistake? BMW X5. That's a luxury car. It's worth $80,000 to $90,000, at least 10 times as much as the Dongfeng logo 301. Another employee revealed an exaggerated look and said loudly. When the crowd heard this, they all looked at Jiang Xing and Lu Yan with subtle expressions. These two people had just spoken one word to another, derogating Chen Hao vigorously, only to be ruthlessly slapped in the face in the blink of an eye. Really? Ha 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 ha. Jiang Xing and Lu Yan's faces were incomparably ugly. How could they not have imagined that in just one weekend, Chen Hao would have a BMW? Who knows if Chen Hao is blowing awesome? I'll go out and see if it's true or not. Jiang Xing dropped a sentence resentfully and walked out of the hall. The crowd also followed out curiously. Just as they arrived at the main entrance, they saw Chen Hao get into the car and ignite the engine. The brand new BMW logo shone brightly in the sunlight, blinding the crowd. Jiang Xing stood stiffly, looking at it with eyes that wouldn't move. Why are you all out? Chen Hao finished moving the car, saw the crowd standing at the door and asked in surprise. Chen Hao, when did you buy a BMW? One of the employees asked. His tone even brought with it a sense of respect. Just this weekend. Made a small fortune. Got a car for transportation. Chen Hao said. Can you even afford a BMW X5? Or is it a small fortune? You must have at least a few $1,000,000. The employee marveled. Chen Hao smiled and didn't say anything. This expression of his fell in the eyes of the crowd, undoubtedly confirming the employee's words, and they couldn't help but be envious and shocked. Being rich is bullish? You are still an employee of the company. Don't you have to abide by the rules and regulations of the company? Lu Yan said with sourness and envy. I resigned yesterday, and I'm here today to go through the exit procedures. Chen Hao said indifferently. There's no need to report to you, right? Lu Yan's face stiffened, rendered speechless by her dislike. It dawned on the crowd that no wonder Chen Hao was so tough. Chen Hao, congratulations on your fortune. Be sure to contact often in the future. Yeah, you're a tycoon now. Don't forget about us colleagues. With that, the crowd enthusiastically said, surrounding Chen Hao in the center like stars surrounding the moon. Jiang Xing and Lu Yan were completely left out to the side. Isn't it just having $2 stinking? What's the big deal? Sister Lu, let's go. Jiang Xing dropped a sentence in annoyance and tugged Lu Yan to turn around and leave. Everyone go back, otherwise it's not good to be seen by the manager. Chen Hao said as he coped with the crowd for a few sentences. The crowd returned to the hall. A few minutes later, a white Audi A4 drove by and stopped in front of the main door. With that, Zhang Chao got out of the car in a huff, striding into Su Qian's office. General Manager Zhang. Su Qian hurriedly stood up from his chair, surprised. Zhang Chao had never arrived at the company this early before. Has Chen Hao come yet? I'm going to fire him in public and tell him to get lost, Zhang Chao said through gritted teeth. After he was whisked away by Du Shueching last night, he came back in ashes, and was ridiculed by his fox friends. Even the heavily made-up woman thought he was too embarrassing, and had a big fight, and went bye-bye directly. Zhang Bei thought more and more angry. Think everything is caused by Chen Hao. Drank most of the night of mulled wine. It is difficult to endure to Monday morning. They cannot wait to rush to the company. Want to retaliate. Su Qian was taken aback, and then thought, Mr. Zhang, Chen Hao is here, but he has resigned. What? Zhang Chao's face changed. He didn't expect Chen Hao to preempt him, so how else could he retaliate? General Manager Zhang, what did Chen Hao do to make you so angry? Su Qian asked. Don't you ask. Anyway, I must take out this breath, Zhang Chao said with hatred. You want to get out of anger is not simple. Spend some money to find a few people. Beat him up is not enough. Su Qian laughed. That doesn't relieve my anger. I want to completely ruin Chen Hao's life, Zhang Chao said spitefully. Su Qian did not answer, thinking that you are also too ruthless. Chen Hao is just a small businessman. Even if it offends you, is it necessary to do this to people? Su Qian, you give me to think of moves. How can I make Chen Hao miserable? Zhang Chao said. Mr. Zhang, what can I do? Su Qian was worried. I'm just the business manager. When Chen Hao was in office, I could still manage. Now that he resigned, I can't manage at all. Su Qian, you're less slippery. I know you have a lot of heart. Zhang Chao hummed. As long as you do this for me, I'll talk to my dad and promote you to vice president. Su Qian was shocked, and immediately revealed a color of intent. And after finishing this matter, you are my person. Follow me in the future. No benefit will be missing you. Zhang Chao continued. Thank you, Mr. Zhang, for your trust. Su Qian was surprised and happy. His eyes rolled and he laughed. Actually, with your connections, if you want to fix a salesman, it's not that simple. You have an idea? Zhang Chao asked. Just the two of us can't do it. There must be other people to cooperate. Su Qian walked to Zhang Chao's side and spoke with his ear. Good, let's do it. I must make Chen Hao pay. After hearing this, Zhang Chao nodded his head repeatedly, his eyes shooting out an excited and vicious light. Chapter 37, Hotel Framing. In the hall, Chen Hao's complexion was icy cold. His divine sense had long seen Zhang Chao come in and clearly heard the conversation and conspiracy between this guy and Su Qian. I didn't expect the straw bag to experience last night's lesson. Actually still don't know how to die and jump. Then don't step on a foot. Are sorry for him. At this time, Su Qian walked into the hall, handing over the departure form to Chen Hao. Smiling broadly, Mr. Zhang has finished signing on behalf of the general manager. You go to the financial settlement of wages, but don't leave after finishing. Let's have a meal together at noon to give you a send-off. All the employees showed envy. In the past, the salesman resigned, are to finish the formalities directly away, which has what send-off. It seemed that the manager also knew that Chen Hao was flying high and wanted to make a good karma. Chen Hao sneered. He naturally knew Su Qian's real purpose. Don't bother, manager, I'll leave after I'm done. He falsely excused himself. No, you've been with me for such a long time as well. Now that you're leaving, how can you not have a meal? You must stay, Su Qian said in an undeniable tone. Then thank you, manager, Chen Hao said smoothly. No need to be polite. Su Qian laughed and beckoned to Lu Yan. Come here for a moment. Lu Yan followed Su Qian out. Chen Hao's divine sense swept, only to see Su Qian bring Lu Yan into Zhang Chao's office and close the door before muttering in a low voice. Chen Hao continued to check while he went to the finance department, and in less than 2 minutes, he settled his wages and returned to the lobby. After half a minute, Lu Yan came back, and her face, which had originally stunk, regained its calmness. She sat down in her seat, and without moving, she glanced at Chen Hao, revealing a cold smile. Next, Zhang Xing and a few other employees belonging to Zhang Chao's inner circle were also called away by Su Qian one after another. Chen Hao pretended to play with his cell phone, all the time using his divine sense to secretly check. Soon, a morning passed. At noon, Su Qian came to the hall. Chen Hao, I have already booked a room in Qinglong Hotel. Besides the two of us, there are still a few co-workers to accompany us. I heard that you drove here, so come with me. Okay, then I'll get in the car first. Chen Hao nodded his head and walked out of the company, getting into the BMW X5. Still really rich. Very good. Let you hemorrhage this time. Su Qian saw it through the glass window, and a hint of deep jealousy flashed in his eyes. He already knew from Jiang Xing and other people that Chen Hao got rich and bought a BMW. Shocked and at the same time, his heart was quite unbalanced. To know, as a business manager, he worked hard for many years, but only earned more than 10,000 points per month, driving a less than 100,000 Havel H2. Chen Hao, an ordinary salesman, just because of accidental luck, far exceeded his efforts over the years. What is the reason for this? Originally, Su Qian still had some pity for Chen Hao and felt that it was too much to retaliate like this, but now, he felt that it was justified. With that, Su Qian gave a wink to Jiang Xing, Lu Yan and the others. A few people left without moving. Su Qian went out and got into his car, started it and drove away. Chen Hao followed. Jiang Xing carried Lu Yan and the others in his new car and also followed. It was only after the 3 cars disappeared that Zhang Chao, with a cigarette in his mouth, appeared at the entrance of the company. He smiled coldly as he finished his cigarette, threw the cigarette butt on the ground, and after stamping it out with his foot, he got into the Audi A4 and drove away. In less than 10 minutes, the 3 cars arrived at Qinglong Hotel one after another. After parking their cars, the crowd entered the hotel and came to the booked private room 601. Chen Hao swept a glance and slightly sneered. On the entire 6th floor, other than 601, the other private rooms were all empty. Obviously, this was a deliberate arrangement. In the private room, the round table was already set up, and the wine and food were all served. Chen Hao, you are the main character today. Take the main seat. Su Qian reached out. I'll be polite then. Chen Hao laughed and walked to the main seat to sit down. Su Qian sat down on his left side, and the others also took their seats. I don't know if it was intentional or unintentional, but Lu Yan was also next to Chen Hao, sitting down on the right side. She seemed to think that the private room was too hot, and just as she sat down, she took off her top, and inside was a pink halter, revealing 2 white lotus root-like shoulders, with a large split in front of her chest, illuminating a deep gully, looking quite flirtatious and sexy. Come on, everyone fill up their cups. Chen Hao, the first cup of wine we collectively toast to you, wishing you a bright future in the future, great success and getting better and better. Su Qian picked up his glass and said. The crowd responded one after another. Thank you, manager. Thank you all. Chen Hao also picked up his wine cup and drank it all in one go. For the second drink, I'll toast Chen Hao alone. Lu Yan refilled her wine and raised her glass. Older brother before we had a bit of a disagreement. Sis was very upset in her heart. She has been wanting to apologize to you. Now finally I have the chance to say it. You're a manly man. Magnanimous. Can you forgive sis? Her eyes were watery as she looked at Chen Hao. putting on an emotionally moved face. What is Sister Lu saying? But it's just a little friction. What to apologize for? Make it so grand. I'm embarrassed. Chen Hao laughed uncaringly. Come on, feel free, I'm dry. With that, he drank it all in one go again. The crowd shouted in unison. Older brother is too open. Sis likes your character. Drink more today. Let's not get drunk. Lu Yan smiled flirtatiously and patted Chen Hao's shoulder affectionately, her plump breasts purposely jutting out, brushing against Chen Hao's arm. Chen Hao, I'll toast you with the third glass of wine. Zhang Xing stood up and raised his glass. I also want to apologize to you. Before I didn't know that you were doing so well. I said something unpleasant. I'm really sorry. You're a big man. Don't be general with me. It's fine. Zhang Xing, we are good brothers. Nothing more to say. It's all in the wine. Chen Hao laughed and also stood up and tilted his neck to dry. Chen Hao, the fourth cup I toast to you. I wish you all the best in your future endeavors. Chen Hao, I won't be able to see you in the future. Today, no matter what, I have to have a drink with you. The others came over one by one to toast, almost non-stop. Chen Hao didn't push back either, and the wine was drunk until the glass was dry. In the blink of an eye, the wine had passed 3 rounds and the food had passed 5 flavors. Chen Hao already do not know how many cups. Face red, mouth full of alcohol, speak tongue or big up, obviously drunk. Su Qian made a wink to Lu Yan. Lu Yan understood, brewed emotions for a while, pretended to be sad. Chen Hao, old brother, after eating this meal you have to go. Sis, think about the heart is sad, really can't part with you. As she spoke, Su Qian and the others excused themselves to go to the restroom and left. It's okay, Sister Lu, don't we have a phone number? Contact often. Chen Hao didn't seem to notice either, and said with a misty-eyed look, then we can't meet every day. What if sis misses you? Lu Yantai smile, the entire upper body to Chen Hao in front, secretly with a hand a tug on the suspenders. Molestation. Suddenly, her face changed and she screamed in a stern voice. Chapter 38, Together. Bang! The door to the private room was heavily pushed open as Su Qian and the others rushed in. What happened, Sister Lu? Zhang Xing asked in a shocked voice. He stripped me of my clothes and tried to molest me. Lu Yan stood up in a huff and took a few steps back, her face full of shame and indignation as she straightened her sling and pointed towards Chen Hao. The crowd looked at Chen Hao in shock and anger. Chen Hao, why are you doing this? Su Qian's face was grim as he sternly questioned. I didn't. She took it off herself. This is planted evidence. Chen Hao laughed coldly in his heart, but on the surface, he feigned panic and defended. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Lu Yan angrily said. It was clearly you who got drunk and animalistic. Seeing that the other co-workers weren't there, you wanted to take advantage of me, and you actually bit back. You're despicable. Sister Lu's character is clear to all of us. She has always been clean. How could she undress herself? This defense of yours is just nonsense. Zhang Xing sneered. That's right, you've already resigned. What's the need for Sister Lu to falsely accuse you? You clearly have a conflict with Sister Lu and hold a grudge, so you want to use the strength of alcohol to deliberately insult her. Everyone else also shouted angrily. What gives you all the right to accuse me? Could it be that what Lu Yan said wasn't one-sided? Chen Hao pretended to be angry. Whether it's a one-sided story or not, there's a surveillance camera in the private room. Just take a look and you'll know. You shouldn't object to this, right? Su Qian reached out and pointed to the camera in the corner of the ceiling. Fine, then take a look, Chen Hao said. When the crowd heard this, a cold smile flashed in their eyes. Zhang Xing, have the waiter call up the surveillance video to see what the truth is, and let's not wrong Chen Hao. Su Qian ordered without moving. Zhang Xing promised and turned to go. Not too long after, Zhang Xing returned, followed by a waiter with an open laptop in his hand. Manager, I had the waiter copy the surveillance footage into the computer. Zhang Xing said, open it and take a look. The waiter put the laptop on the table and clicked on a video file on the desktop. The crowd gazed at it, only to see that inside the video, it was the very scene where Lu Yan's suspenders fell down, exposing her breasts, and then screaming about molestation. Chen Hao, see, what else do you have to say? Zhang Xing sneered. No, this surveillance video is incomplete. How come there is no front part? Chen Hao's face changed. Sir, the surveillance footage that captured you and this lady arguing is these. Nothing else? Don't believe me. Look, the waiter said. He clicked on the other video files on the desktop, and sure enough, they were all images of people eating and drinking normally. Impossible. This surveillance video is not right. It must have been cut. Chen Hao shouted. You shut up. Su Qian said angrily. The waiters at Qinglong Hotel don't know us, so what's the need to cut the surveillance video? The ironclad facts are in front of us, and you still want to deny it? Manager, call the police immediately. Arrest this beast. Zhang Xing exclaimed. No, if this gets out, my innocence will be ruined. How can I be a human being in the future? Lu Yan sat on her butt on the sofa, covering her face and bawling. What are you guys doing? Suddenly, a voice rang out. With that, Zhang Chao walked in and looked at the scene in surprise. Mr. Zhang, the crowd said in unison. General Manager Zhang, what brings you here? Su Qian asked. I had an appointment with a client to eat here at noon, and I just sent the client away and remembered that you said you were giving Chen Hao a farewell at the Qinglong Hotel, so I came up to take a look, Zhang Chao said. He had actually been waiting downstairs, and when he saw the text message sent by Su Qian, he immediately came up. Mr. Zhang, you have to do it for me. Lu Yan suddenly slid down from the sofa, crying and kneeling down to Zhang Chao. Lu Yan, get up. What's going on here? Zhang Chao hurriedly pulled her up and asked in surprise. General Manager Zhang, we were kind enough to see Chen Hao off. We didn't expect Chen Hao to be human and animalistic. After getting drunk, he openly insulted Lu Yan. We are questioning him, Su Qian angrily reported, telling what happened. General Manager Zhang, we've already pulled out all the CCTV footage, ironclad evidence, Jiang Xing exclaimed, clicking the video file on his laptop to play it again. Zhang Chao's face turned grim. Lu Yan, you sit down and rest first. Don't worry, I will definitely take care of this for you today. He pulled Lu Yan and sat down on the sofa again. Thank you, Mr. Zhang, Lu Yan sobbed. Zhang Chao viciously glanced at Chen Hao and waved his hand. Let's not talk about anything else for now. Su Qian, the few of you will first beat this beast up severely, and I will deal with it after he gets down. Yes, the crowd said in unison. Chen Hao, let you act like a pussy. Let's see how I'll clean you up this time. Jiang Xing was the first to rush up, cursing under his breath. He had been punched in the face by Chen Hao in the morning, and was quite resentful in his heart. He had managed to endure it until now, and was excited at the thought of finally being able to vent. Chen Hao laughed coldly, lifting his foot to kick away a chair, and with a thud, slammed it hard into Jiang Xing's chest. Put! Jiang Xing spewed out a mouthful of blood and fell on his back, not even grunting as he fainted. The crowd was shocked. Without waiting to react, Chen Hao had already lifted his foot and kicked, several chairs flying out one after another, ruthlessly smashing into Su Qian and the others. Several people instantly fell to the ground, rolling around in pain and screaming. Zhang Chao and Lu Yan were instantly stunned, looking at this scene with disbelief. Do you still want to beat me up? Chen Hao glanced at Zhang Chao indifferently. Zhang Chao's face turned pale and incomparable as he turned around and ran. Bang! A chair flew across the room and viciously smashed into his back. Zhang Chao screamed in pain and flopped to the ground. He was just about to get up when a foot kicked him over on his back and then unceremoniously stomped on his chest. With a straw man like you still want to retaliate against me? Chen Hao bowed his head slightly and said with a cold smile. Chen Hao, you insulted Lu Yan, and you dare to show off your aggression and hit someone? I just need to call the police. You'll definitely be sentenced. Just wait. Zhang Chao was trampled under his feet, unable to move, his chest about to explode in humiliation. Don't use such a clumsy plot to scare me, Chen Hao sneered. If it wasn't for the fact that I was waiting for you fools to come up and clean up together, I could have exposed them long ago. He took out his cell phone and clicked on a video after pressing a few times. It was the scene where Lu Yan deliberately came close to him and took off the sling herself, including Lu Yan's words about what to do if sis misses you. It was also clearly recorded, echoing in the private room as if she was a prostitute selling smiles, sultry to the bone. Lu Yan was so shocked that she stood up at once. Never in a million years did she expect that Chen Hao would use his cell phone to film this scene. How was this possible? Wasn't Chen Hao already drunk at that time? Su Qian and the others were also so shocked that they even forgot about the pain in their bodies and stopped screaming. You already knew that we were going to deal with you? Zhang Chao was even more jaw-dropped and stuttered in his speech. Chapter 39, Solid Evidence. Chen Hao smiled coldly. Previously, when Lu Yan came over, he was superficially unguarded, but actually secretly used his mana to remotely control his cell phone, silently filming behind his back. Lu Yan did not notice in the slightest. Zhang Chao, you and Su Qian conspired to have Lu Yan set me up, and colluded with the hotel to cut the surveillance video, preparing to give me a solid conviction before beating me severely, then forcing me to come up with a large sum of money for compensation, and finally sending me to the police station to be detained for the crime of molesting a woman, or even jailed, thus completely ruining my life. It's really vicious, Chen Hao slowly said, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Zhang Chao was shocked, revealing a look of disbelief. This was Su Qian's idea for him. Not bad at all, but how exactly did Chen Hao know about it? Chen Hao naturally wouldn't tell him why, leaning down to take out his cell phone from Zhang Chao's pocket. What are you doing? Zhang Chao was immediately alert, struggling to snatch it back, but were able to move. Isn't the reason why you were able to get Lu Yen to do this kind of thing is because you slept with her? You even took so many videos as souvenirs. What a love interest. Chen Hao smiled contemptuously. I'll send it to the company group so that everyone can enjoy it. He had secretly observed with his divine sense before, and had long known about the relationship between the two, and had taken a glimpse of the secrets in Zhang Chao's cell phone. No, don't! Lu Yen suddenly screamed, her whole body trembling as she fell to her knees in front of Chen Hao. Please, don't send it. If everyone sees it, how will I have the face to live in the future? You still want face? Chen Hao laughed coldly. Lu Yen, you are also a person with a family. Yet you have been committing adultery with Zhang Chao for a long time, helping him to victimize me. So vicious and shameless, how can I let you go? These videos, I will not only send them to the company group, I will also send them to your husband, so that he can see your true colors clearly. Saying that, Chen Hao operated on Zhang Chao's cell phone. No, no. Lu Yen was filled with despair and collapsed on the ground, crying in pain. Chen Hao, count yourself ruthless, Zhang Chao said in a hateful voice. But so what? I'm the boss, and I'm not married. Even if you post it in the company group, no one dares to say anything. Instead, you injured us and destroyed the hotel items. If I call the police, you will definitely not be able to eat it. You think this is the end? Chen Hao smiled with a grin. The video is just an appetizer. In your phone, there are still the fake account certificates sent to you by the finance for tax evasion, as well as the transfer records and calls of the government officials that you bribed to win the bidding for the municipal advertisement project at the behest of your father. Do you think that if I report all these to the tax bureau and prosecutor's office, what will be the end of you? Zhang Chao's face changed drastically. These were all solid evidence. If Chen Hao reported them, not only would he be charged and jailed, even his father and the company would not be able to get out of it and meet their doom. Chen Hao's hand was really too ruthless, equal to ruining his life. Little brat, how dare you? Suddenly, an angry cry rang out. As the words fell, the door to the private room was violently pushed open, and a group of people aggressively walked in. At the head of the two, one was a gray-haired man in his 50s, whose appearance was quite similar to Zhang Chao's, but much more majestic. The other was a fat man in his 40s, with a face full of horizontal meat, shaved inches, and a large gold chain around his neck, looking like a gangster. Behind the two men was a group of strong gangsters, hands slipped with a shiny blade, each cross-eyed, murderous. Chen Hao was stunned. This white-haired man was Zhang Chao's father, the owner of Bright Advertising Company. Zhang Xingduan, Dad. Zhang Chao, as if seeing a savior, actually struggled out from under Chen Hao's feet and rolled and crawled to Zhang Xingduan's side. Boss. Su Qian and the others also endured the pain and stood up, walking over with difficult steps. Undisputed thing. Zhang Xingduan glared fiercely at Zhang Chao. Zhang Chao was filled with shame. Dad, why are you and Boss Yu here? You called Boss Yu earlier and said that you wanted a separate private room to prepare to pack up people. Boss Yu was worried about you making a mess, so he told me. I came over to see, and you really made a mess. Zhang Xingduan's face was grim as he said, but a trace of amazement flashed in his eyes. He was actually worried that Zhang Chao would not be gentle with his hands and make a mess, but he did not expect to see a scene that was diametrically opposite. Aren't there several of you, and you still can't clean up this kid alone? Boss Yu cocked his head and sized up Chen Hao, also very surprised. Although this young man was very tall, he appeared to be an ordinary office worker, with little combat power at all. Su Qian and the others laughed bitterly. How could they not expect that Chen Hao would only kick a few chairs and smash them all down? This was simply toxic. Dad, my cell phone was snatched by Chen Hao. There is evidence against us in there. We must get it back, Zhang Chao said anxiously. I told you to destroy it a long time ago. You just don't listen, Zhang Xingduan angrily said. I know it's wrong. Zhang Chao was crying and chagrined. He thought that no one could see his cell phone, so he didn't bother to delete it. But he didn't expect to kill himself by doing so. Zhang Xingduan glared at him again, before looking at Chen Hao grimly. You're good. After being in the company for such a long time, I didn't even see that you still have this ability? Boss Zhang, do you know what your son is trying to do to me? Chen Hao said indifferently. Don't know, and not interested in knowing. Zhang Xingduan sneered. You hurry up and bring over your cell phone. Otherwise don't blame me for not being polite. And after you bring it over, let me go? Chen Hao raised his eyebrows. Dad, absolutely not let him go. Zhang Chao reddened his eyes and said, you saw it just now. Not only did this bastard step on me and insult me wantonly, but he also threatened to report it. This is to bring us to our deaths. Zhang Xingduan nodded. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes as he turned his head and said, Boss Yu, this is your turf. Please, no problem. Just don't forget to get a few more free advertising campaigns for my Qinglong hotel. Boss Yu set his teeth and waved his hand. A few gangsters immediately walked up with their katana knives. Ferociously, Boss Yu, It seems like you're also a gangster. So have you heard of Chu Lingling? Chen Hao asked. Upon hearing this, the few punks immediately froze and stopped in their tracks. Boss Yu was also stunned, then snorted. What? You want to say that you know Sister Ling? Right. Chen Hao nodded. Sister Ling and I are considered friends, so you better think carefully before you make a move. He naturally had no problem beating up these punks, but it would certainly be better if he could do it without a fight. Brothers, hear that. This kid said that he and Sister Ling are friends. Boss Yu revealed a teasing look and said loudly, ha ha ha. The gangsters laughed out loud in a conspiratorial manner. You don't believe it? Chen Hao's face changed. I believe you, Malgoblin. Boss Yu droned. There are 80,000 people in Donglan City who know Sister Ling's name without 100,000, and you still want to use it to scare me. What a bastard. He smiled fiercely and waved his hand. Cut this tongue out for me. I'll let him blow awesome. Okay. A few punks laughed and surrounded Chen Hao. Chapter 40, you asked for it. Kid, open your own mouth. Save me the trouble of having to pry. A gangster pointed his knife at Chen Hao and laughed teasingly. Chen Hao kicked him in the chest. Ka-ching! A clear bone-shattering sound rang out, and the punk spurted blood wildly as he flew backwards like a kite with broken strings, crashing hard into the wall. Thud! The entire private room shook violently. Chen Hao flew his feet and kicked repeatedly. Dang 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 dang. Before the other few punks could react, they all flew out backwards, following in the footsteps of the first punk. Not a single one of them let out a scream, and the moment they were kicked by Chen Hao, they fainted. The private room was silent. The crowd was as if they had been struck by a fixation spell, staring at the scene in a daze. Boss Yu, I didn't want this to happen. You asked for it. Chen Hao sighed and walked towards Boss Yu. Only then did Boss Yu react, his face turning green and white as he shouted in fear. Quick, chop him up. However, none of the punks rushed up. All of them were pale and trembling. Many of them couldn't even hold their knives and dropped them on the ground. Witnessing the scene just now with their own eyes had already made them scared out of their wits. Thud! Chen Hao walked closer and kicked Boss Yu in the stomach. In an instant, Boss Yu felt as if his internal organs had been shattered, while spitting out a mouthful of blood and involuntarily falling to his knees. Boss Yu. Chen Hao stepped on the back of his neck and said indifferently, now I'll say it again. I know Chu Lingling, do you believe me? Boss Yu slumped to the ground as he stomped on him, spitting out blood nonstop and no longer able to speak. Zhang Xingduan's old face twitched as he quietly backed away, while fumbling for his cell phone from his pocket, about to call the police. Chen Hao did not even look at it, and with a gentle stomp of his other foot, a sharp knife that had fallen on the ground suddenly flew up and shot out, piercing Zhang Xingduan's palm through viciously. Ah! Zhang Xingduan screamed miserably as his cell phone fell to the ground. Dad! Zhang Chao was shocked and afraid, wanting to go forward to bandage his father, but he didn't dare to move. Boss Zhang, it's time to settle our accounts, Chen Hao coldly said. Chen Hao, you are ruthless. Zhang Xingchen's old face turned white. Covering his bleeding hand, he forced himself to endure the pain and said, but we don't have any deep hatred. You don't have to kill us all. Say it, what do we have to do to let us go? No deep hatred? Then you'd better ask your son why a little conflict is going to ruin my life? Chen Hao sneered. Zhang Xingduan looked at Zhang Chao and gritted his teeth. What exactly did you do? Dad, I was wrong. Zhang Chao cried bitterly and told him what had happened. His intestines were now green with regret. Knowing that Chen Hao was so powerful, why did he still want to retaliate without knowing how to die? Bastard! You're really a pit bull. After hearing this, Zhang Xingduan was so angry that his entire body trembled. Chen Hao and Du Shueqing were so close. Even Qi Song and the others were defeated in public. It was obvious that they had a secret background or reliance. Zhang Chao couldn't even think of that, but actually dared to make a death wish to retaliate. It was really stupid to the extreme. I don't believe it. Suddenly, a faint voice rang out. Chen Hao was stunned and looked down, but he saw that it was Boss Yu, who had stopped spitting blood and stubbornly tried to raise his head. Boss Yu, you don't seem to be convinced? Chen Hao said indifferently, but did not continue to make things difficult, letting go of him. Boss Yu was assisted by a few punks and stood up with great difficulty, gasping for air. Chen Hao, you're very powerful. You Jinfu, concede today, but if you dare to impersonate Sister Ling's friend, woo her, and ruin her reputation, I'll fight you to the end even if I can't beat you, he said, wiping away the blood at the corner of his mouth, his eyes showing a vicious color. You're Chu Lingling's henchman? Chen Hao frowned at him, suddenly understanding something. I'm just an ordinary leader. How am I qualified to be Sister Ling's henchman? Yu Jinfu said, but my boss is Sister Ling's sidekick, so I'm also Sister Ling's man, so of course I have to maintain her old man's reputation. Chen Hao was speechless, thinking that if Chu Lingling was here and heard you say the three words elderly with her own ears, she would have to chop you to death. Chen Hao, if you have the guts, stay here and I'll ask my boss to come over. Eugene Fu snapped. We can end our business, but you posing as Sister Ling's friend, you must have a statement. You call it, I'll wait. Chen Hao was a bit helpless. If he had known this, he should have asked for Chu Lingling's phone number in the first place. Otherwise, where was the trouble? Alright, dare to do it. You are also a man. When my boss comes, I will try to ask him not to make things difficult for you. Eugene Fu gave him an unexpected look. His tone eased and he stretched out his hand. A gangster handed over his cell phone. Brother Bin, can you come to Qinglong Hotel? Eugene Fu dialed a number and respectfully explained the matter. A moment later, he put down his cell phone. 10 minutes, my boss will come over. You can send all your men to the hospital first. I only broke their ribs. No lives are at stake. Chen Hao reached out and pointed at the punks lying on the ground. Since they were Chu Lingling's men, he spoke quite politely. Thank you for being merciful. Eugene Fu sighed in relief and waved his hand as the other gangsters rushed forward and carried the fainted gangster out. Boss Zhang, have you figured out what to do? Chen Hao looked at Zhang Xingduan again. Chen Hao, you're not doing yourself any favors by screwing over our father and son. Zhang Xingduan laughed miserably. Bright Advertising Company is probably worth $20 million. As long as you raise your hand and let us go, I will immediately sell the company and give you all the money. Between us, how about a clean slate? Dad, if the company is sold, how can we live? When Zhang Chao heard this, he immediately became anxious. Bastard, how dare you ask? If it wasn't for you, how would I have ended up in this situation? Zhang Xingduan gritted his teeth and slapped Zhang Chao hard in the face. Chen Hao nodded. Zhang Xingduan was a smart man. Although the company was sold, his contacts and customer relations were still there, and as long as he worked hard for a period of time, he would not fail to make a comeback. But if he was reported and went to jail, then he wouldn't be able to make a comeback. Just as you said. Chen Hao threw his cell phone to Zhang Xingduan. Don't try to play tricks. I've already made a backup of the evidence inside. What if you don't keep your word after receiving the money and report us? Zhang Chao asked, covering his face. Bastard, will you shut up? Zhang Xingduan said in annoyance. Do we have a choice now? Zhang Chao stopped talking. And you, if it wasn't for your bad idea, I wouldn't be this miserable. See how I'm going to clean you up? Zhang Xingduan turned his head and gave Su Qian a look full of anger. Boss, spare me. Su Qian's face was so pale that he wanted to die. Had he known this, beating him to death would not have given Zhang Chao the idea to backstab Chen Hao. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Eugene Fu, who is posing as Sister Ling's friend. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out. Chapter 41 Martial Artist Realm. As the words fell, another group of people poured into the private room. At the head of the group was a burly man in a suit, with a four-sided face and sideburn beard, looking quite imposing. Hello, Brother Bin. The crowd of gangsters looked solemn and said in unison respectfully, Brother Bin, you're here. Eugene Fu hurriedly stepped forward. The one posing as Sister Ling's friend is Mr. Chen. However, before he could finish his sentence, Brother Bin looked at Chen Hao, revealing a look of surprise. Brother Bin, hello again. Chen Hao smiled faintly. This burly man was none other than Chu Lingling's henchman. Bin, don't dare. Mr. Chen, you can just call me Bin. Bin quickly said respectfully. Even Chu Lingling was extremely solicitous of Chen Hao and held him in high esteem, so how could he dare to be arrogant in front of Chen Hao? Moreover, after understanding how powerful martial artists were, Bin became more and more in awe of Chen Hao. Eugene Fu and the others looked dumbfounded. They hadn't expected that the boss would not only know Chen Hao, but also act like a horseman, treating Chen Hao with respect. Even to Sister Ling, it was nothing more than that. Bin, you're just in time, Chen Hao said. Your henchman got into a bit of a conflict with me. He doesn't believe that I'm Sister Ling's friend, and had to find me to get a statement. So explain it to him. Eugene Fu, how dare you offend Mr. Chen? Bin sniffed. His face instantly grimaced. Do you know that Mr. Chen is Sister Ling's VIP? Even Sister Ling has great respect for him. Eugene Fu's face went white. Even Sister Ling has great respect? Just what a terrifying bigot he had messed with. Brother Bin, I really don't know. Mr. Chen is telling the truth. I thought he was bragging. Eugene Fu was trembling with fear and stuttered. Since you have eyes without pearls, then do not say anything. Own waste a trick. To Mr. Chen to make amends. Bin's expression was ice cold. When the crowd heard this, they all had a chill in their hearts. Hanging out on the road was really cruel. Yes, Mr. Chen, I was wrong. Make amends to you. I'm sorry. Eugene Fu smiled miserably. Trembling, picked up a sharp knife from the ground and ruthlessly stabbed towards his left eye. Forget it, Bin. Although Chen Hao had no feelings for Jin Fu, he also quite appreciated some of his loyalty. Waving his hand, those who don't know aren't to blame, and Eugene Fu was very protective of Sister Ling behind her back. and is also considered a loyal piece of man. So let him go. What do you think, Mr. Chen? You can do whatever you want. I have no opinion. Ah Bin hurriedly said. Why don't you hurry up and thank Mr. Chen? If it wasn't for Mr. Chen's generosity and not being so general with you, you wouldn't have been able to keep this eye at all. Immediately afterward, Ah Bin then drank to Jin Fu. Thank you Mr. Chen. Thank you. Jin Fu was so shocked and happy, so grateful that he fell to his knees and kowtowed repeatedly. Next to him, the crowd watched in horror. It was unimaginable that Chun Hao had such power, and with a single sentence, he almost decided Jin Fu's fate. Zhang Xingduan's old face was even paler, his whole body trembling. He had been forced to sell his company, but in fact, he was quite resentful in his heart, and still had the intention of getting back at him later. But seeing this scene, the thought of revenge instantly disappeared without a trace. Jin Fu kowtowed for half a day before he stood up, not daring to breathe a breath, standing aside and waiting. Mr. Chen, how did you get into a conflict with Jin Fu and the others? Bin asked. He was a bit strange. A bottom-level gangster leader like Jin Fu was so far removed from Chen Hao's level that none of them should have crossed paths. Chen Hao briefly told him what happened. So that's how it is. I can't imagine that there are so many people who don't know how to die. Mr. Chen, do you need me to clean them up for you? Ah Bin nodded and coldly looked at Zhang Xingduan and the others. The crowd immediately shivered. They had just witnessed Ah Bin's ruthlessness. No need. I've already cleaned them up, Chen Hao said, waving his hand. You guys go. Thank you. Zhang Xingduan and the others were like amnesties and hurriedly slipped away. Bin, give me both your and Sister Ling's phone numbers. I didn't ask for them last time. If I could have gotten in touch earlier, there wouldn't have been such a conflict, Chen Hao said. Okay. Ah Bin gave the phone to Chen Hao. Thank you for today. Ah Bin, if there's nothing else I'll leave first. Chen Hao wrote it down and said. You wait first, Mr. Chen. I still have something I want to ask you about. Ah Bin hurriedly said. Chen Hao was stunned and nodded. You guys go out first, Ah Bin said to Jin Fu and the others. Jin Fu led the men out, wisely closing the private room door behind him. Mr. Chen, I know that your time is precious, but it's so hard to bump into you. The opportunity is too rare. Ah Bin revealed a look of embarrassment. So I'm still begging you to take some time out of your busy schedule to give me some pointers. Instruct me on what? Chen Hao was surprised. You are a martial artist, so of course you are instructing me on my stance. Ah Bin said. Chen Hao's expression twitched. This was the second time he had heard of a martial artist. The last time was at Du Shueqing's birthday party, when Lin Wanyan had spoken to him. When you say martial artists, do you mean the kind played out in martial arts movies? Or do you mean free fighting masters or something like that? Chen Hao asked curiously. Mr. Chen, you are a martial artist yourself. How come you still don't know? Bin was taken aback. I have a secretive teacher and have been practicing alone. I haven't been in the Jianghu, so I'm not too sure. Chen Hao made up a random excuse. I see. Ah Bin nodded. I also heard from Sister Ling. Martial artists do refer to people with kung fu, but it's completely different from what's played out in the movies. Martial artists cultivate real killing techniques, and the level of power far exceeds that of free fighting, taekwondo, karate, etc. And the two aren't at the same level at all. According to the different degrees of cultivation, martial artists are divided into three realms: external strength, internal strength, and transformation strength, and each realm is further divided into the early stage, middle stage, and late stage. External strength martial artists cultivate muscles and sinews, and after concentrating their strength, they can strike out of thin air with an explosive sound, which is the most basic difference between a martial artist and an ordinary practitioner. Internal strength martial artist, through the whole body meridians, internal organs raw power, far stronger than the external strength martial artist, belong to the real master. As for the Huan Jin martial artist, that is the patriarch. It is said that the power and the mind are connected. Picking flowers and flying leaves, all can kill people, and even can astral body protection, hard resistance to bullets. I don't know if it's true or not. Ah Bin finished and scratched his head, obviously also feeling quite metaphysical. So it's like this. Chen Hao understood. Apparently, both Chu Lingling and Lin Wanyan thought of him as a martial artist. I wonder what realm my early chi refining cultivation is equivalent to as a martial artist. Chen Hao thought to himself, suddenly having a sense of crisis. Originally, he thought that if he became a cultivator, there would be no more existences in this world that could threaten him. Now it seemed that it might not be the case. It was still necessary to hurry up and cultivate before doing so. Chapter 42, Am I your brother or not? Bin, show me a set of punches and kicks, Chen Hao said. Yes, Mr. Chen. Ah Bin breathed in and out and performed in the private room. Chen Hao watched for a few moments, and told Bin to stop and give instructions. With his vision, He naturally easily saw Aben's deficiencies, and with a few words, he hit the nail on the head and pointed in the right direction. Aben was overjoyed. Chen Hao's few words of guidance had benefited him greatly. If he practiced accordingly, even if he didn't become a martial artist, he would still be able to improve his skills. He was naturally grateful to Chen Hao. Leaving the Qinglong Hotel, Chen Hao called Butler Qian and arranged to meet at the real estate office. Soon, the money butler arrived, and in less than 20 minutes, the two successfully completed the transfer procedures. Villa 18 officially belonged to Chen Hao. At the same time, Chen Hao's cell phone received a text message from the bank, and in the salary card, there was a huge transfer of $22 million. The money is in place. Please hold your hand high. Subsequently, another text message was sent over, and the payment was made by Zhang Xingduan. Chen Hao was quite surprised, not expecting Zhang Xingduan to sell the company so quickly. He didn't know that there were problems with the accounts of Bright Advertising. Even if it wasn't reported, it would be investigated sooner or later. So Zhang Xingduan had long wanted to sell the company and start another stove, and this time it was also considered an opportunity to get rid of it. Chen Hao was about to return the text message that will not be pursued again, thought about it, and then deleted. To Zhang Chao, father and son's nature, if there is no worries, may be born what mind, although he is not afraid, but it is also trouble. With such a handle in place, the other party will never dare to retaliate. Afterwards, Chen Hao drove toward Wang Jie's house. With the new house in hand, it was time to get his luggage back. Soon, Chen Hao arrived at the high-rise where Wang Jie's house was located, and just as he took the elevator up, he was surprised to see Wang Jie's house door open, and a group of crooked-browed, ill-intentioned punks with sticks and knives blocking the doorway. Boss Wang, it's been more than a month. You owe me that material fee. Shouldn't you pay it back? When you pulled the steel from my store, you didn't give a dime. I brought the note, a total of $800,000. Don't say you don't have money. We have all inquired. Party just gave you the final payment of the project. You are about to give your workers wages. In the living room, several men with big bellies, like small boss-like men, each holding a cigarette, aggressively toward a man in his 50s, full of sadness, said. Beside the man, was a fashionably dressed middle-aged woman with deep-set eye sockets, looking rather haggard. The two were none other than Wang Jie's parents, Wang Zhanchuan and Yang Xiuying. Wang Jie stood behind his parents, also looking sad. Boss Lu, Boss Sun, Boss Wu, can you give me a few days? Wang Zhanchuan pleaded. Party A did give me the money for the project, but there was an accident yesterday afternoon. I just took the funds out of the bank and it was robbed. I've already reported it to the police and I'm waiting for news. I really don't have any extra money in my hand right now. Yes, several bosses. We didn't expect this kind of thing to happen. Please understand, when the police solves the case and recovers the project money, we will definitely give you the money at the first time. Yang Xiuying also followed to plead for mercy. You had an accident. What does it have to do with us? Boss Lu sneered. Because you don't have any money, you want to default on our money? Where in the world is there such reasoning? That's right. Who knows if you really had an accident? Boss Sun Yin Dao. It's possible that you just don't want to pay us back. That's why you deliberately made up such an excuse. Wang Zhanchuan. As you can see, we all came here with us. Surely we won't return empty-handed. Boss Wu even revealed a hideous look. If you don't pay back the money today, don't blame us for being impolite to you. Pay back the money. The crowd of punks shouted in unison, appearing quite vocal. You guys just kill me. I can't get the money. Wang Zhanchuan was also anxious. It's not like we haven't worked together before. Which time have I owed you guys fees? Why do you have to be so bitter? Cut the crap. Boss Wu let out a bah humbug and spat out the cigarette in his mouth. If you can't get the money, use your life to pay it back. With that, he waved his hand and drank ferociously. Give me on. Beat to death. If you dare to touch a single cold hair of my parents, I'll fight you to the death. Wang Jie's eyes were red as he roared, clenching his fists and blocking in front of his parents. Little Jie, go away. Leave us alone. Yang Xiuying's face was pale and she pushed Wang Jie hard, saying sharply, Mom, I'm not leaving. I'm not leaving. Wang Jie's tears were streaming down. At this moment, he really hated himself. Why he only knew how to eat, drink and play. His parents were in danger. He couldn't help a bit. Little pussy brat, pretty ballsy. Boss Wu smiled cruelly. Okay, today I will let your family have a good reunion. The crowd of gangsters carried sticks and clubs, laughing as they walked up. Suddenly, a gangster screamed miserably and flew up in the air, ruthlessly crashed into the living room wall, fainted with blood all over his body. The crowd was shocked and hurriedly turned around to look, only to see a young man walk in with an ice-cold expression. Chen Hao. Wang Jie was instantly shocked and delighted. Fatty, why didn't you call me after such a big incident? Chen Hao said angrily. This is my family's business. I don't want to involve you. Wang Jie lowered his head. Dead fatso, you're really good. Chen Hao didn't have the good sense to point at him. I'll just ask you one thing. Am I your brother? Chen Hao. Wang Jia couldn't help the tears from flowing down his face again. Xiao Hao, why are you here? These people aren't good people. You should hurry up and leave. Although Wang Zhanchuan and Yang Xiuying were surprised, they were instead more anxious. If Chen Hao was involved and something happened, how could they stand up to Chen Hao's parents? Uncle Wang, Aunt Yang, you guys have watched me grow up, Chen Hao sincerely said. In my heart, it's just like my relatives. How could I possibly stand by and watch you guys get bullied? Xiao Hao, Wang Zhanchuan and Yang Xiuying's eyes also moistened. Grass mud horse, little pussy, you dare to hit someone? Boss Wu then reacted, and immediately stormed out. These punks were all hired at his expense, so if someone got hurt, of course he would be responsible for it. And looking at how badly that punk was beaten up just now, it was estimated that he was going to lose quite a bit. Without looking back, Chen Hao kicked him in the stomach. Boss Wu instantly spurted blood wildly and flew directly out of the living room and out the doorway, smashing over 5 or 6 punks before slamming headfirst into the wall of the stairwell and completely fainting. Who else wants to seek death? Chen Hao turned around and shouted sternly, Boss Lu, Boss Sun, and the crowd of punks were stunned. Kicking a large living person away with a single kick? This kid was a bit too powerful. Chapter 43, Behind the Scenes. Are you all dead? Immediately, Boss Lu drank in annoyance. I paid to hire you guys, not for you to come and watch the fun. Give me a hand. That's right, no matter how good he is at fighting, he's only one person. There are so many of you. What are you afraid of? Boss Sun's face was also blue. The crowd of punks looked at each other, and gathered their guts, whimpering and shouting chaotically as they rushed up. Xiao Hao, be careful, Mr. and Mrs. Wang Zhanchuan's faces turned white with fear. Chen Hao stood still and flew his feet to kick repeatedly. Ah, ah, ah. The crowd of gangsters screamed miserably as one after another flew out backwards. In the blink of an eye, other than Boss Lu and Boss Sun, there were no more punks who could stand, all of them lying on the ground, twisting their bodies and moaning in pain. Chen Hao let out a cold smile, striding towards the two. What are you doing? Don't come over, or I'll call the police. Boss Lu and Boss Sun were horrified, scrambling back and taking out their cell phones. Only the two of them were too nervous. Their hands trembled so much that before they could dial, their cell phones banged and fell on the ground. Snap, snap. Chen Hao walked close to the front, left and right. Two big mouths fiercely slapped on the face of Boss Lu and Boss Sun. The two men screamed in unison, their mouths full of blood and broken teeth splattering as they fell to the ground in a heavenly whirl. If you don't want to die, kowtow to Uncle Wang and Aunt Yang immediately to make amends, Chen Hao said icily. Yes, Boss Wang, Boss Yang, we were wrong. We apologize to you. I'm sorry. Boss Lu and Boss Sun were in so much pain that tears were coming out of their eyes. How could they still dare to be forceful, and hurriedly kneel down and kowtow to Mr. and Mrs. Wang Zhanchuan repeatedly. Xiao Hao, thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Wang Zhanchuan were both shocked and grateful. If it wasn't for Chen Hao's timely arrival, the couple would have been severely injured even if they didn't die. Uncle Wang, Aunt Yang, what do you think about what to do with these two guys? Chen Hao said. Wang Zhanchuan glanced at the two who still kept kowtowing inside. Boss Lu, Boss Sun, you two get up. The two heard this and stopped kowtowing, but looked at Chen Hao with bated breath, not daring to get up. Get up when I tell you to. Don't you understand Chinese? Chen Hao glared. Only then did the two men stand up warily. Both bosses. It's reasonable to say that it's only natural to repay debts, and there's nothing wrong with you guys coming to the door to collect a debt. Wang Zhanchuan asked, but we have cooperated not once or twice. For those who do engineering, the material fee is owed for several months, or even a year and a half is a common thing. You have not urged before. Why this time, just after my accident, rush to ask for debts in a hurry? Even go so far as to tear my face off and hire the triads to kill my family. Do you not want to do business with me again? Boss Lu and Boss Sun looked at each other and both revealed bitter smiles. Boss Wang, let's be honest with you. Boss Lu covered his high swollen cheeks and grimaced. Actually, we came to the door to ask for debts this time because someone was behind it. Wang Zhanchuan and Yang Xiuying's faces changed. Who instructed? Yang Xiuying asked. I don't know. We don't even know them, and we haven't seen them before, but the source is not small. Boss Sun hung his head and said, actually, we don't want to ask you for the debt, but the other party used force to coerce us, and even injured many of our fellows, so we were also forced to do nothing. Boss Wang, Boss Yang, aren't we doing business for the sake of getting rich? Boss Lu screamed bitterly. We all know that you have a good reputation and never default on materials. Who doesn't want to cooperate for a long time? But this time, we really have no choice. Wang Zhanchuan and Yang Xiuying looked at each other, revealing a puzzled look. although the dry engineering contact people, 3 religions and 9 streams of everything, but we have always been peace and harmony, as if we have not offended people who will be so vicious, in the back with this kind of underhanded tactics? Wang Zhanchuan frowned. Husband, in fact, as long as you get rich, there will be people who are red-eyed and can't wait for you to have bad luck. Yang Xiuying, however, thought of something and laughed bitterly, just like yesterday. Just after taking out the money for the project, it was snatched away by someone. Obviously they have been eyeing us for a long time. That's true. Wang Zhanchuan sighed. Boss Lu, Boss Sun, you all know the situation. I really don't have any money right now. Wang Zhanchuan said. I also don't want to make things difficult for you guys. After all, you guys are also victims, so I suggest that you guys should hurry up and call the police. Yes, thank you Boss Wang for being magnanimous and letting us go. Boss Lu and Boss Sun looked at each other and smiled bitterly, going to the door to force a debt. Not only did they not get the money back, but they were also beaten up and had to heal the injured punk. It was really bad luck, but it was their own doing. Even if they were beaten down, they could only swallow the blood. Uncle Wang's construction money was robbed, and it was also the person behind it who told you, right? Chen Hao suddenly asked. Yes, Boss Lu and Boss Sun nodded. Since you know that Uncle Wang doesn't have any money in his hands, why did the person behind the order still ask you guys to come to the door to collect the debt? Chen Hao continued to ask. What they mean is that they want us to bully Boss Wang and his family. Boss Lu said. It's best if we can ask for the money, but if not, we'll beat them to death. Chen Hao nodded, revealing a thoughtful look. How much does Uncle Wang owe you guys? Chen Hao then asked. Owed to me is 1,700,000. Boss Lu said. I'm 800,000. Boss Sun said, reaching out to point at the door. The amount owed to Boss Wu seems to be 1,300,000. You all brought IOUs, right? I'll pay back this money for Uncle Wang and Aunt Yang. Chen Hao took out his bank card and said, Xiao Hao. No way, Mr. and Mrs. Wang Zhanchuan were shocked. How can we let you pay back the cost of the materials we owe for the project? Besides, where did you get that much money? Uncle Wang, Aunt Yang, you guys listen to me first. Chen Hao, however, waved his hand. It's not that simple. I'll send them away first. Dad, Mom, you guys just listen to Chen Hao. Chen Hao is awesome now. Wang Jia also advised. Wang Zhanchuan and Yang Xiuying froze and didn't say anything else. You all brought POS machines. Right. I'll transfer the money for you. Chen Hao reached out to Boss Sun and Boss Lu. Give me the IOUs. Brought it. Boss Sun and Boss Lu were overjoyed and hurriedly handed over the IOUs before taking out the POS. Chen Hao first asked Mr. and Mrs. Wang Zhanchuan to check the IOU and confirm that it was correct, then swiped the card to pay. Then, he asked Mr. Sun to get a pot of cold water and splash Mr. Wu to wake up, recover the IOUs, and then transfer the money. After waking up, Boss Wu didn't even dare to look at Chen Hao and kept shivering, and from then on, he got a nickname, called Wu Lao Air next door. You guys can leave after collecting the money. Chen Hao finished handling everything and said indifferently, go back and tell the people who instructed you that they got the money. They shouldn't make things difficult again. Yes, thank you so much. Boss Lu and the others were all thankful, dragging the punks who were still baring their teeth up and slinking away. Chen Hao closed the door. Wang Zhanchuan and Yang Xiuying stared at this scene dumbfounded, their mouths open so wide that they could almost stuff an egg into it. Chapter 44 Collective Wage Hunt. What had just happened was as unbelievable as a dream to them. Was this still the same child they had seen growing up? Xiao Hao, when did you come? Only after half a minute did Wang Zhanchuan come back to his senses and couldn't help but ask. Uncle Wang, I recently had a bit of a strange encounter. Got a pen of extra money. As for being able to fight, Wang Jia knows what is going on. Chen Hao knew what he wanted to ask and said with a smile. That's right, Chen Hao worshipped an expert as a master. The thief chicken is powerful. A palm down. Can split 10 bricks it. Wang Jia saw that the crisis had gone. His heart relaxed, and his mouth was full of trains again. Chen Hao was speechless. You will be a day blind Lulu. When can like small Ho is stable? Wang Zhanchuan knew his son's temperament, and couldn't help but glare at Wang Jia. Uncle Wang, Aunt Yang, don't tell my parents about these things. I'm afraid they won't be able to accept it for a while. Chen Hao admonished. Wang Zhanchuan and Yang Xiuying nodded. Right Xiao Hao, you just said that this matter is not that simple. Did you think of something? Wang Zhantuan asked. Chen Hao nodded and asked. Uncle Wang, Aunt Yang, did many people know about the robbery of the project money yesterday? How dare more people know about it? Other than notifying the police, your Uncle Wang and I are doing our best to suppress the news. Yang Xiuying smiled bitterly. The amount of money for the project is huge. In addition to paying back the material fees owed, the most important thing is to pay the workers. This is their hard-earned money for the majority of the year. If they know that they don't have it anymore, they will definitely cause trouble. That's it, Chen Hao said. Since the news didn't get out, how did the person behind the scenes instructing Boss Lu and the others know about it? Hearing this, Wang Zhanchuan and Yang Xiuying's faces changed. Xiao Hao, do you mean the person behind the scenes instructing them? Wang Zhanyuan became a contractor. His brain was naturally not slow, immediately thought of something and said in a shocked voice, not bad, 9 times out of 10, it's the person who robbed the money. Chen Hao affirmed. Then let's hurry up and notify the police. As long as we arrest the person who is behind this, we will definitely be able to follow the trail and recover the money for the project. Yang Xiuying hurriedly said. Aunt Young, it's too late. Chen Hao shook his head. If I guessed correctly, those who were behind it have now disappeared. Why? Yang Xiuying asked in disbelief. If Boss Lu and the others can't get the money and beat you guys to death, they will definitely alert the police. Chen Hao explained. When the time comes to trace them, it will be on their heads, so how could they still stay? What then? Yang Xiuying revealed a disappointed look. No good. Suddenly, Chen Hao thought of something and his face changed. What's wrong, Xiao Hao? Wang Zhanchuan asked. Uncle Wang, since the money snatchers can secretly instruct Boss Lu and the others, they can definitely secretly inform the workers under you and incite them to cause trouble, Chen Hao said. Wang Zhantuan and Yang Xiuying's faces changed drastically. Knock knock knock. Suddenly, a sharp knock sounded on the door. Who? Wang Zhantuan asked. Boss, I'm the accountant Xiao He. An anxious voice rang out from outside the door. Wang Zhanyuan hurriedly went forward to open the door. Boss, something big is wrong. A nervous-looking youth carrying a box hurriedly walked in and said in an urgent voice, the workers know about the robbery of the project money and have been incited to collectively collect their wages, and have now arrived at the neighborhood. What? Wang Zhanchuan and Yang Xiuying were like thunderbolts from a clear sky. Unscrupulous bosses, not paying back the wages, heartless, heavenly justice. Suddenly, a burst of angry cries came up from the bottom of the building. The crowd rushed to the window and looked down, and were shocked, only to see that the basketball court in the center of the district had been blacked out and filled with workers, being led by several leaders, shouting slogans. Between the 2 basketball hoops, pulled up a huge white banner, we want to survive, we want to eat. Wang Zhanchuan, return our hard-earned money. Countless residents of the neighborhood poked their heads out of the windows or balconies and watched the action. Wang Zhanchuan only felt a heavenly rotation, fell backward. Uncle Wang. Chen Hao was quick on his feet and hurriedly held him up. Hubby, Dad. Yang Xiuying and Wang Jia were shocked and hurriedly gathered around. I'm fine. Wang Zhanchuan took a deep breath, gritted his teeth and stood up. Go down. Hubby, we don't have any money to send to the workers. What's the use of going down? It's better to call the police. Let the police come and evacuate them. Yang Xiuying said anxiously. Yes, boss, the workers are all agitated now. If they don't see any money, they will definitely turn against you. Xiao He also advised. Wang Zhanchuan shook his head. I have to go down today even if I am torn alive by the workers. Now the society is very concerned about the salary situation of the migrant workers. If we allow them to go on, and the media knows that it is on the news, under the pressure of public opinion, the consequences for us will be very serious. Bankruptcy is a small matter, losing our name and reputation, and we may even go to jail, and we can never turn over a new leaf. Chen Hao nodded. Wang Zhanyuan thought of this. It was evident that his vision was far-reaching. Yang Xiuying and Xiao He also fell silent when they heard this. Uncle Wang, I'll go down with you. Let me settle this matter, Chen Hao said. Xiao Hao, you've already helped Uncle Wang a lot just now. I can't thank you enough. How can I still let you step in? Wang Zhanchuan shook his head. Yes, Xiao Hao, can't trouble you anymore, and there's no way to solve this. Yang Xiuying said glumly, like we do engineering, the material cost that is owed is only a small amount. The labor cost is the big one. Several hundred workers' wages, and the pressure for half a year, at least more than 10 million. No problem. Chen Hao took out his payroll card. There are $22 million in here. You guys take it and settle things first. What? Several people froze, unable to believe their ears. Chen Hao, didn't you just win $3 million that day? Where did you get so much money? Only after half a second did Wang Jia say in surprise. Later on, I made 2 more. You don't know. I'll talk to you again when I have time, Chen Hao said. Xiao Hao, you say is true? This card really has $22 million? Wang Zhanchuan was so shocked that he couldn't speak properly. Uncle Wang, can I still lie to you? Chen Hao laughed. Just take it with confidence and boldness, and when you recover the money for the project, just give it back to me. With that, he shoved the card into Wang Zhanyuan's hand. Wang Zhanchuan seemed to receive a 1,000-pound burden, and his hands involuntarily trembled. Xiao Hao, you are really the savior of our family. Yang Xiuying's eyes reddened, choking with gratitude. Aunt Young, Uncle Wang, this is not the time to talk about this. Chen Hao smiled. Let's hurry down. Don't drag it out too long. Good grin. Wang Zhanchuan tightly gripped the bank card, as if an ordinary person had obtained a magic scepter. All of a sudden, he was energized, and his face was full of sadness, which was swept away. Chapter 45 Instigating on the Spot. Uncle Wang, after we go down later, you shouldn't tell the workers that they'll be paid right away. Chen Hao instructed. The workers coming over so quickly to cause trouble is definitely someone secretly pushing the issue. They don't know that we now have the money, so they are bound to instigate at the scene. As long as they are uncovered, we'll be able to follow the trail to find the money snatchers and recover the money for the project. Understood. Wang Zhanchuan nodded and couldn't help but reveal a look of amazement. Even he hadn't thought of what Chen Hao had said. This child, speaking and doing things, was really dripping with water, old and skillful as if he was a wise man with a hole in the ground. Immediately, a few people went downstairs and arrived at the neighborhood basketball court. Seeing Wang Zhanchuan, the workers stopped shouting slogans, but their looks became more excited. Brothers, the black-hearted boss finally couldn't stand up to our pressure and rolled down from his doghouse. A voice with obvious incitement shouted, to this kind of who does not pay our sweat and toil money, is there any need to be polite? No need. The crowd roared in unison. Then what are you waiting for? Charge up and fight hard, the inciting voice immediately said. The crowd was already agitated, and when they heard this, they immediately reddened their eyes and rushed up wailing. Wang Zhanchuan and the others' faces changed drastically. Chen Hao kicked the stone lion statue next to the basketball court. Thud! The hundreds of pounds of heavy stone lions instantly flew up, drawing a long parabola before ruthlessly smashing in front of the crowd. The crowd stopped in their tracks at once, revealing incomparable horror. Please come to your senses. Chen Hao stepped forward, stepping on the stone lion with one foot, and shouted, your purpose is to want a salary, not to vent your anger. If you break Boss Wang, not only will no one pay you, but you'll also suffer a lawsuit and go to jail. Is this worth it? The crowd was shocked at the words, and they all revealed a look of fear. With their impulsiveness just now, there was every possibility of killing Wang Zhanchuan on the spot. Wang Zhanchuan took a deep breath, stabilized his emotions, walked up and said aloud, don't be anxious. The reason why I came down is to tell you that I, Wang Zhanchuan, will definitely not default on everyone's wages. Wang Zhanchuan, don't fool us. That inciting voice sounded again, but we have all heard about it. The project money was robbed just after it was taken out from the bank. The police haven't solved the case until now. You don't have any money in your hand at all. What can you take to pay everyone's salary? That's right. Who wouldn't say empty words? You're just trying to stall for time. Another sharp and cold voice rang out. Everyone don't trust Wang Zhanchuan. We will never stop until we see the money with our own eyes today. Never rest. When the crowd heard this, the emotions that had just calmed down became agitated again. The project money was indeed robbed. I don't deny it, Wang Zhanchuan frankly said. But who says I don't have money to pay everyone? Couldn't I raise funds from other channels? You have money. Bring it out instead. The inciting voice sneered. Then let me ask you, is today the official payday? Wang Zhanchuan said unhurriedly. The crowd froze. When the project was done, we agreed clearly that we would pay wages at the end of the month, because I have to gather the accounts first, Wang Zhanchuan said. But today is only the 25th, and you guys are asking for wages in advance. Isn't this not keeping your word? The crowd fell silent as they heard this. This was indeed what they had agreed upon at first. Everyone, don't believe Wang Zhanchuan's words, that sharp cold voice shouted. He doesn't have any money in his hand at all. He only said this to get rid of you guys. If he secretly runs away in these few days' time, where can we find this to go then? That's right, even if we don't keep our word, you must give money, otherwise you won't be able to leave today. The crowd was shocked and incited to be filled with anger again, and they all chimed in. Wang Zhanchuan glanced at Chen Hao. Chen Hao nodded, and between his words just now, his divine sense had long since locked onto the inciting voice and the sharp, cold voice. Alright, since you guys are strongly demanding it, I can pay the wages in advance, Wang Zhanchuan coldly said, but let's get the ugly words out in front. You guys are the ones who didn't keep your word in the first place, so after you take your paychecks, immediately leave for me, and I'll never use you guys again in the future. Shay, I'd like to see, how do you pay wages? That inciting voice said disdainfully. Shao He, take out the payroll sheet and have them receive their paychecks in the order of their names on it, then sign and press their handprints, Wang Zhanchuan commanded. Yes, boss. Shao He took out the payroll sheet from the box, and took out a signing pen and a box of sealing clay, placing them on the flat side of the fallen stone lion. The first one, chapter morning stand. He glanced at the payroll and exclaimed. A 30-something-year-old, dark-skinned worker stepped out of the crowd. You have WeChat, don't you? I'll transfer the money directly to you. It's convenient. Chen Hao took out his cell phone and said, he had WeChat bound to his payroll card long ago. Yes, Zhang Xiaoli hurriedly said, taking out his cell phone, opening WeChat, and generating a QR code for receiving money. Chen Hao swept it. With a drop, the transfer was completed. Received. Thanks. After Zhang Xiaoli glanced at it, he instantly grinned happily. Come over and sign and press your handprint, Xiao He coldly said, then you can leave. Zhang Xiaoli's smile instantly disappeared. Pleadingly looked at Wang Zhanchuan. Boss, I just came with everyone. Thought you were going to default on wages. I didn't realize that it wasn't the case at all. Can you not fire me? I still want to continue to do it here in your place. Wang Zhanchuan did not say anything, and his expression was cold. Just now, before you didn't get the wages, you are all ruthless, and you want to beat and kill us, and now that you get the wages, you want to stay and continue to do it. Where in the world is such a good thing? Xiao He sneered. You hurry up and leave. Our boss wouldn't dare to use people like you again. Chapter Early Li cried and mourned. Want to plead and do not know what to say. Hesitation half a day, only to sign the handprint, and then sighing and sighing away. The crowd saw, are a commotion, although they want to get paid, but more do not want to get paid, then fired. To know, Wang Zhanchuan has always been very kind to the workers, no matter the food or the salary. It is almost the highest in the same industry. If they leave, it can be very difficult to find such a good patron again. Don't worry everyone, this is only one person's salary. Wang Zhanchuan is just pretending. The purpose is to make you regret and be afraid. If we retreat because of this and stop asking for salary, then we will fall into his trick. The inciting voice seemed to see the crowd's mind and immediately said loudly. The crowd's complexion moved as they nodded their heads. Chen Hao sneered and signaled for Xiao He to continue calling people. Second, Zhou Zhongxiang, Xiao He called out aloud. Chapter 46 Successful Diffusion. Another worker walked up. Chen Hao continued the WeChat transfer. Su Tianhe, Ma Dawei, Li Songling. As Xiao He continued to call out people, in less than an hour, Chen Hao paid out the wages of dozens of people. These people were then all fired as well, and no matter how much they pleaded to stay, Wang Zhandu didn't go soft. The rest of the workers watched, are a little overwhelmed. To know, dozens of people's wages for half a year, at least a few million, this is not pretend to be able to do. Could it be that Wang Zhanchuan really raised the funds? If that was the case, if they continued to make trouble, it would be the same as cutting off their own jobs to earn a living. The inciting voice and the shrill cold voice that had started out by continuously cheering up the crowd gradually died out as well. Zhang Yunxiang, Xiao He called out again. A small worker walked out, but instead of coming forward to receive his paycheck, he walked up to Wang Zhanqing and fell to his knees with a plop. The crowd was taken aback. What are you doing? Wang Zhanchuan was also very surprised. Boss, I know I'm wrong. I shouldn't have suspected you and come with them to cause trouble. I'm just afraid that I won't get the money after working hard for half a year. The small man worker bawled. Can I not take the salary first? I just beg you not to fire me. My wife has just been laid off. My parents are bedridden, and my son is still in school. Now I am the only laborer in my family. If I don't have a job, what can I do to feed them? I beg you, he said, even ignored the dignity, kowtowed again and again. When the crowd saw this, their expressions became heavy. Wang Zhanchuan also sighed. Get up, Zhang Yunqiang, I cannot fire you, but I must also warn you that there must never be a next time. Do you hear me? I hear you. Thank you, boss. Zhang Yunxiang wiped his tears and said, Boss, since Zhang Yunxiang's family is so difficult, shouldn't we take proper care of them? After all, workers can only work properly when they have no worries. Chen Hao passed a look to Wang Zhanyuan, signaling to buy people's hearts. Wang Zhanchuan immediately understood. Not bad. Send the salary to Zhang Yunxiang. In addition, add $10,000 bonus to him. If there is any difficulty, you can talk to me again. Zhang Yunxiang, you've heard it all. If you leave here, where can you find such a good boss again? Do a good job in the future. Don't get confused again. Chen Hao said meaningfully. Yes, thank you, boss. Thank you, little brother. Zhang Yunxiang was so grateful that his eyes were brimming with tears, and having already stood up, he knelt down again, kowtowing heavily to Wang Zhanchuan and Chen Hao respectively. Seeing this, the other workers were shaken in their hearts and could no longer hold back. They came forward to admit their mistakes and apologize. Boss, we all know we're wrong. We really shouldn't have listened to the rumors and come over to cause trouble. Please forgive us this time. Yes, a boss as compassionate and righteous as you are. It's really too rare. We believe in you. We don't want our salary first. We just beg you not to fire us. We will definitely do a good job and return to you. Boss, we all have old people and young people. Our families have a heavy burden. We really don't want to lose this good job. Quite a few people said, even regretting it to the point of shedding tears. Yang Xiaoying, Wang Jia and Xiaodi glanced at each other when they saw this, surprised and happy. Wang Zhanchuan was also relieved and felt a lot of emotions in his heart. Of course he couldn't fire all the workers. Otherwise there would be no one to work on the next project. It could be said that the current situation was just perfect. It was all thanks to Chun Hao. Otherwise, not to mention defusing this mobbing storm, it was highly likely that both he and Yang Xiuying would meet with misfortune. Fellow workers, it's not that the boss can't forgive you, but you've made a mistake. Don't you also need to redeem your sins? Chen Hao said loudly. Little brother, just tell us what you want us to do. Even if we go up the mountain of swords and down the sea of fire, we will never frown. Zhang Yunxiang shouted excitedly. As long as you say the word, we will never frown. The crowd followed suit and shouted. There's no need to go up a mountain of swords and down a sea of fire. Chen Hao said. As long as you tell me who incited you to come over. When the crowd heard this, they turned around to look. They only saw that at the back of the crowd, a burly man in his 30s and a young man wearing glasses were furtively retreating into the distance, and when they saw the crowd looking over, they scattered their legs and ran. Catch them! Chen Hao reached out and pointed. The crowd swarmed up and grabbed the two, dragging them back with them. Who are these two? What are they doing? Chen Hao asked without moving. Little brother, this guy is one of our foremen called Zhao Xuanli, and the kid with glasses is his brother-in-law, saying he's a lawyer from some law firm. It's these two yakuza who told us that the boss's project payment was robbed. No money in hand and ready to run away, inciting us to come over to ask for money, so we believe it. The kid with glasses also told us to make a big deal out of it, and it's best to bring in the media and use public opinion to put pressure on the boss so we can get the money. The crowd chattered. Zhao Xuanli, I asked myself that I usually treat you well and promoted you to be the foreman. Why did you stab me in the back? Wang Zhanchuan's face turned blue. Zhao Xuanli seemed to know that he was unjustified. Smothering his head and not saying a word, the young man with glasses was quite agitated, struggling hard. Let go of me. I'm warning you, arresting people privately is a serious offense. If I call the police, all of you will be arrested. Then do you know that inciting the workers to mobilize is an even more serious violation of the law? As a lawyer, you yourself know the law and have the face to warn others? Chen Hao sneered. The youth wearing glasses changed his face and did not speak. Speak up, Zhao Xuanli. Who was the person who instructed you behind the scenes? How much money was given? Chen Hao said indifferently. How do you know? Zhao Xuanli looked up in surprise. Immediately afterward, he realized that he had slipped up and lowered his head again. Zhao Xuanli, there's no need for you to hide it now. Chen Hao sneered. You heard what I said just now. Inciting a mob is an offense. If we send you to the police station, do you think that you and your brother-in-law will be able to get away with it? I have a friend at the police station. I'll call right away. And take this eating dog in for a good interrogation. Wang Zhanchuan angrily took out his cell phone. Boss, don't call. I'll say it all. Zhao Xuanli instantly changed his face, hurriedly said, someone gave me $500,000, told me the news that the project money was robbed, let me incite the workers to make trouble, but also said that after the matter is accomplished, it will give me another $500,000. I was greedy for a moment, and I just agreed to it, said. He drooped his head. Who is it? Wang Zhanchuan snapped. I only know that he is called Li Wei, a social mixer. The other does not know. Zhao Xuanli said disheveledly. Chapter 47, Man with the name Xia. Li Wei? Chen Hao was taken aback and couldn't help but glance at Wang Jia. This Li Wei you're talking about, isn't he in his 30s? With a mustache and a bald head and a guy in a flowery shirt by his side? Wang Jia hurriedly asked. Yes, how do you know? Zhao Xuanli was surprised. This actually dares to come and backstab us? Wang Jia was instantly enraged. Jia, do you know who Li Wei is? Wang Zhanchuan asked in surprise. Dad, Mom, it's my fault. Wang Jia calmed down, chagrined, rubbed his head and said what happened before. You don't learn the good ones, but you dabble in such vices as gambling. Wang Zhanchuan and Yang Xiuying were furious and red in the face. Uncle Wang, Aunt Yang, you guys don't blame Xiajie. After going through this incident, he's also gotten a lesson, and he definitely won't do it again in the future. Chen Hao persuaded. The most important thing now is to hurry to catch Li Wei and recover the project money. A word reminded the dreamer. Let's notify the police immediately. Yang Xiuying said. Wait a moment first, Aunt Yang, Chen Hao said, reaching out and pointing at Zhao Xuanli. Li Wei said that he would give you another $500,000 after the deed is done. Do you have his contact information? Zhao Xuanli nodded his head. Call him here. Just say that your side incited the workers to cause trouble, and that everything went well, and ask him where he can go to get that $500,000, Chen Hao said. Zhao Xuanli did not dare to disobey and made the call as Chen Hao said. A few moments later, he hung up the phone. Li Wei told me to go pick up the money now, and also instructed me not to tell anyone that the address is at No. 84, Dongjiu Road. Aunt Yang, call the police now. Just have them go directly to No. 84, Dongjiu Road. The project money is definitely there, Chen Hao said. Xiao Hao, it's still you who is thoughtful, Yang Xiuying said joyfully, taking out her cell phone to call the police. You guys wait for news first, I'm going to the restroom, Chen Hao said, turning to leave. Come back soon, Xiao Hao. Uncle Wan wants to have a good drink with you tonight, Wang Zhanchuan said. Chen Hao promised, and after leaving the neighborhood, he immediately operated his magic power and sped towards the address Li Wei had said. How fast he was. The pedestrians on the road only felt a flash in front of their eyes, as if something had swept past, and when they looked again, Chen Hao's figure had long disappeared. In less than 5 minutes, Chen Hao arrived in front of an abandoned building that was ready to be demolished. With a sweep of his divine sense, he saw 4 people sitting on the concrete floor on the 3rd floor of the building, holding beers and a few kinds of lo mein, eating and drinking. 3 of them were none other than Li Wei, flower shirt and bald head. There was also a medium-sized man, looking unimpressive, but his body was very sturdy, as if he was sitting on the ground like an iron lump, with a pair of eyes that shot out regal rays from time to time. Brother Li, when Zhao Xuanli comes over, do we really give him another $500,000? Flower shirt asked. Give him, Li Wei sneered. This kid is a scourge when he sees money. Since he knows about us, how can we still keep him? You two will do it together later. Good. The floral shirt and bald head nodded with fierce glares in their eyes. Chen Hao faintly sneered and leapt up as if he were a feather, gently landing on top of the 3rd floor. Who? Li Wei's 3 people did not notice in the slightest, but the man whose appearance was unimpressive stood up with a huff and shouted sternly, Chen Hao. Li Wei's 3 men also hurriedly stood up and turned around to take a look. Brother Li, hello again, how are you? Chen Hao smiled faintly, but there was no laughter in his eyes. How did you find this place? Li Wei said in shock and anger. Immediately afterward, he thought of something. That phone call just now. You had Zhao Xuanli make it? Not bad. Chen Hao slowly approached. Your plot to secretly instruct the owner of the material store to go to the door to force a debt, to buy Zhao Xuanli, and to incite the workers to cause a disturbance, have all gone bankrupt. Damn. Li Wei immediately hated and gritted his teeth. Li Wei, is he the very capable Chu Lingling henchman you said? The man whose appearance was unimpressive sized up Chen Hao, revealing a look of disdain. Yes, Mr. Xia. Li Wei revealed a look of respect. You have to be careful. This kid looks unassuming, but his hands are formidable. That's because you're too much of a vegetable. The man surnamed Xia sneered. So it's a martial artist. Chen Hao looked at the man surnamed Xia, revealing a dawning look. I was wondering, Li Wei and the others are just ordinary punks, and they lost all their money. Where did they get the strength to grab a huge amount of money for the project, bully the material store owner into submission, and spend a large sum of money to buy Zhao Xuanli? So it was you who was behind it. You can tell that I'm a martial artist? The man surnamed Xia revealed a look of astonishment. Why did you stand up for Li Wei? Chen Hao did not answer and asked coldly. Li Wei was clearly engaging in these plots to get back at him and Wang Jia, but the purpose of this man surnamed Xia was unclear, not to mention the fact that he didn't know the other party at all. But with the status and position of a martial artist, it was logical that he wouldn't get involved in the grudges of an unorthodox gangster like Li Wei. Mr. Xia, there's no need to talk nonsense with him. Isn't our purpose to lure this brat to appear? He came just in time. As long as he's killed, it's definitely a major blow to Chu Lingling's power, Li Wei viciously said. No problem. It's only a matter of seconds to solve him. You guys go get the money. A stern color flashed in the eyes of the man surnamed Xia, and his figure moved, instantly sprinting forward and kicking Chen Hao's chest viciously. Boom! The air emitted a clearly audible popping sound. Chen Hao's expression flickered, and instead of counterattacking, he sidestepped to get out of the way. He had never known what realm martial artist he was equivalent to, and this guy was a touchstone. The man surnamed Xia was taken aback. In his opinion, Chen Hao has at most practiced sparring and other combat arts. A little hand, to Li Wei such as gangsters may be very powerful, but to the martial artist is a joke. A foot is enough to easily kill seconds. I did not expect Chen Hao easily avoided. How is this possible? Although he was shocked in his heart, his feet were not in the least bit unruly. A kick was empty, not waiting for the force to run out, and immediately swept violently across the room. This time, Chen Hao did not dodge, but instead erected his arm and blocked it hard. Bang! With a loud bang, Chen Hao did not move at all, but the man surnamed Xia was shaken backward a dozen steps, almost staggering and sitting on the ground. You're an inner strength martial artist? The man surnamed Xia's face turned pale, and an indescribable look of shock appeared in his eyes. Shocking him back so far just by blocking was impossible even for a late-stage external force. In your eyes, I'm the equivalent of an internal force martial artist? Chen Hao asked rhetorically. The man surnamed Xia did not reply, turning around and running wildly towards the outside of the building. Chen Hao utilized his mana. and his palm instantly lit up with a ball of piercing thunder, and with a rumbling sound, he slashed down fiercely towards the man surnamed Xia. Spell, palm thunder. The man surnamed Xia screamed miserably, and was chopped out tens of meters away, falling to the ground with his body scorched black. Not far away, Li Wei's trio had just picked up a few large bags, and when they saw this scene, they sat down on the ground in fear. So you're not an internal strength martial artist, but a patriarch. The man surnamed Xia, who was still alive, looked at Chun Hao as he slowly approached, revealing a bitter smile of disbelief as he said with difficulty, "You think I'm a patriarch?" Chen Hao asked. Of course, other than a patriarch, who else could have the magical means of externalizing internal energy? The man surnamed Xia muttered, "To think that I not only saw a patriarch with my own eyes, but also fought a patriarch. As a martial artist, this is truly a supreme honor." As he said that, he unexpectedly revealed an incomparable color of satisfaction and slowly closed his eyes, stopping breathing on that. Chapter 48 You're a demon. Chen Hao revealed a thoughtful look. Obviously, the man surnamed Xia was treating spells as internal energy outward. However, from this, it could also be seen that another standard for a Zongshi, or a Huanjin martial artist, was the externalization of internal energy, similar to spells, which could be attacked remotely. In this way, his current realm should be equivalent to that of a Huanjin martial artist. Of course, whether it was truly equivalent or not, one would still have to meet the patriarch and compete to know. With that, Chen Hao turned around and walked towards Li Wei's trio. The Li Wei trio had already been scared out of their wits and were sitting on the ground, trembling. The man with the Xia surname had been an unattainable existence in their eyes, and they hadn't expected to be destroyed by Chen Hao with a raise of his hand. "Tell me, how did you guys get a ride on this martial artist surnamed Xia?" Chen Hao asked indifferently. We defected to Yang Pinxian. Mr. Xia, is the one he invited? To invite. Li Wei's teeth were chattering as he spoke. Who is Yang Pinxian? Chen Hao asked after him. Li Wei was incoherent and spoke for half a day before Chen Hao understood. It turned out that Yang Pinxian was another mobster who had formed a bond with Chu Lingling because of certain interests. After Li Wei's 3 men were driven away, they harbored a grudge, so they defected to Yang Pinxian, saying that Chen Hao was Chu Lingling's right-hand man, and wanted to use Yang Pinxian's hand to avenge their deaths. It just so happened that Yang Pinxian also wanted to strike Chu Lingling, so he asked the Xia martial artist to take action and create this series of plots. Why didn't Yang Pinxian let the Xia surname go directly to Chu Lingling? Chen Hao wondered. He could tell that although Chu Lingling's stance was good, it was still a bit short of a martial artist, and should not be a match for the man surnamed Xia. Mr. Xia is not one of Yang Pinxian's men, and it seems like it costs quite a lot to ask him to fight once, Li Wei said. And it is said that top big brother Lin Wanyan and Chu Lingling have a good relationship and belong to an alliance. So Yang Pinxian is very scrupulous and doesn't dare to strike out openly, but can only engage in small actions behind the scenes. Chen Hao nodded, and was not interested in paying attention to these intricate feuds in the underworld. Li Wei, if you had left in the first place and stopped messing with me, I wouldn't have been interested in paying any attention to you, but if you have to retaliate without knowing how to die, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Let's hit the road this time. He coldly said. No, don't, please, don't kill us. Li Wei's 3 people immediately had their hearts and guts cracked, screaming furiously, drop, oh, drop, oh. Suddenly, the sound of a sharp siren came from the distance. Chen Hao, the police are here. If you kill me, you will definitely be caught. Murder is a capital offense. Li Wei said loudly as if he had fished for a lifesaver. Murder is indeed a capital offense, but without evidence, how can you be convicted? Chen Hao said indifferently, flexing his fingers to flick out a flame that landed on the Xia man's corpse. It was a flame spawned by mana that was extremely hot, and almost in the blink of an eye, the man surnamed Xia was burned into a ball of ash. A breeze blew by, and the ashes dissipated without a trace. You're a demon? Li Wei's 3 witnessed this scene and simply went crazy. No, I am a god, Chen Hao said slowly, popping out 3 flames that didn't enter the 3 people's mouths. The 3 instantly turned into firemen and flopped to the ground. Chen Hao's figure flickered and swiftly disappeared. A few minutes later, a group of heavily armed police rushed up to the 3rd floor of the building. However, other than a few large bags containing money, the entire 3rd floor was already empty. The policemen looked at each other and searched around vigilantly. Footsteps. Moments later, footsteps sounded, and a valiant, tall and hot female police officer walked up to the 3rd floor. She was about 25, 6 years old, a clear and beautiful, bright as the autumn moon face. Black bright crystal big eyes, transmitting a bold and resolute color. Team Lin, there is no trace of the suspect at the scene except for the robbed construction money. The police officers finished their search and reported to the policewoman. I clearly saw a fire flash on the 3rd floor just now. The policewoman surnamed Lin frowned slightly and decisively ordered, "Expand the search area and scrutinize every trace." Yes. The police officers responded in unison and dispersed once again. A few minutes later, Chen Hao returned to Wang Jia's neighborhood. "Why did you go for so long? Constipated?" Wang Jia asked with a laugh. "You're the one who's constipated." Chen Hao didn't have the good sense to make up a random excuse. "I happened to run into an old classmate, so I chatted a little more." Xiao Hao. The police just called and said that they have found the project money, and counted the amount, not a penny less, and will soon be able to send it back. Yang Xiaoying said joyfully, "That's good." Chen Hao smiled. "It's a pity that we didn't catch Li Wei and the others. It's estimated that this guy realized that something was wrong and abandoned the money in advance to escape." Wang Zhanchuan regretted. "It's okay, Uncle Wang. The net of heaven is wide open. They definitely won't be able to escape." Chen Hao comforted with a double entendre. "Let's not talk about this. Come on, Xiao Hao. Let's go eat. Tonight Uncle Wang is going to get drunk with you." Wang Zhanchuan patted him on the shoulder and laughed. "Uncle Wang, since the money for the project has been found, let's pay all the wages to the workers, so that they also leave happy and don't come here for nothing," Chen Hao said. When the workers heard this, they all immediately showed excitement. "Xiao Hao, you're too thoughtful." Wang Zhanchuan revealed a look of emotion. Then, he faced the crowd and said aloud, "Fellow workers, I have to tell you that in fact, after the project was robbed, I really didn't have any money in my hands, and the reason why I was able to pay everyone's wages today was entirely because of this young man standing in front of you. His name is Chen Hao. He is my son's good friend, and a good boy that I have seen since I was a child. So if you all want to thank, just thank Mr. Chen Hao." "Thank you, Mr. Chen Hao." The workers bowed and saluted in unison. "I announce that from today onwards, Mr. Chen Hao will officially become the major shareholder of my company, enjoying an unconditional 30% share of the net profit every year." Wang Zhanchuan exclaimed, "Uncle Wang, how can this be done?" Chen Hao was taken aback. "Little Hao, you don't have to refuse." Yang Xiaoying laughed. "This is what your Uncle Wang and I discussed just now. If it wasn't for you today, the two of us wouldn't be able to protect our own lives, not to mention the company. So these are just a little bit of payback." "No way, Aunt Young. I should help you guys. How can I ask for your money?" Chen Hao shook his head repeatedly. "Murmur a hairline. Just accept it quickly." Wang Jia said impatiently. "In this way, won't you be able to explain the changes you've made during this period of time to your parents as well?" Chen Hao's expression moved. He indeed hadn't thought about how to explain it to his parents, and what Wang Jia said was a good reason. So he nodded. "Then thank you Uncle Wang, Aunt Yang. This child, still polite with us," Yang Xiaoying scolded. "After the paycheck, everyone don't leave. Go to the restaurant for dinner together. My treat. Today will be the same as an early New Year's Eve." Wang Zhanchuan laughed. "Long live the boss. Long live Mr. Chen Hao." The workers cheered. Chapter 49, Drowning in the Bath. "They're over there. Hurry." Migrant workers collectively bargaining for wages. "This is hot news. We must grab it. After the interview, send out the article right away and try to make the headline of today's evening news." Suddenly, several urgent voices rang out. The crowd turned their heads to look and froze. They only saw a group of media reporters carrying cameras and holding DSLRs running towards them as if they were athletes sprinting for 100 meters. In the blink of an eye, a female reporter rushed to the near front, and before she could catch her breath, the microphone in her hand had already been handed out. "This master worker, we received a report from a knowledgeable person, saying that the boss owes you money for your work. That's why you are gathering to collect your wages. Can you tell us about the specific situation?" Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. The one being interviewed by the female reporter was none other than Zhang Yunxiang. He was furious at what he said. "Our boss is the best boss in the world. Even if the project payment was robbed and he had no money in hand, he borrowed money to pay our wages, and he also made great efforts to help the difficult households like me." Who made this rumor? Having a son without a chrysanthemum. That's right, this is a naked slander. The boss not only did not owe us wages, but also to send us in advance. Who is the informant of the report? You let him out. See if we don't beat the out of him. The other workers also said angrily. "Ha!" The media reporters all froze and looked at each other. What was this situation? It was the complete opposite of what they understood, which, "That's not right. Didn't you all pull up banners?" A male reporter with sharp eyes saw the white banners hanging between the two basketball hoops and reached out to point. "What is this if not a collective paycheck?" The crowd was dumbfounded. How did they forget to take this off? "So what? Can't we fool around with the boss?" Zhang Yunxiang shouted with a tiger's head. "This proves that the boss and us workers are close and mingling." When that male reporter heard that, it was as if 10,000 grass mud horses passed by in his heart. What kind of Kiba reason is this? Ladies and gentlemen of the media, The situation is like this. Chen Hao laughed. Mr. Wang Zhanchuan had an accident yesterday afternoon, and the money for the project was snatched by thugs, and after the news spread out, the master workers were incited by people with ulterior motives, thinking that they were going to be in arrears with their wages, and they came to ask for an explanation. But in fact, Mr. Wang Zhanchuan has long been through other channels to raise funds, will not default at all, so it is a false alarm. It turns out so. The reporters then understood and couldn't help but show their disappointment. They didn't care whether Wang Zhanchuan was in arrears or not, but rather they cared about this social hotspot of migrant workers collectively asking for wages. If there was no such thing, it was like a trip for nothing. Media friends, you didn't come for nothing. How could Chen Hao not understand their thoughts, and said loudly, you know, even after Mr. Wang Zhanchuan was robbed of his project money and suffered huge losses, he still did not forget his original intention and worked hard to raise funds to pay the wages of the migrant workers under his command. So such a responsible, ethical, and excellent entrepreneur who actively contributes to the society, isn't it worthwhile for you guys to interview and proclaim it, to set up an example, and to become a typical example of the industry? This is also valuable hot news. That's right. When the reporters heard this, their eyes lit up, and they flocked over to Wang Zhanchuan, holding up their microphones and asking questions. Wang Zhanchuan glanced toward Chen Hao in surprise. By doing this, Chen Hao had given him another big gift. Through this positive publicity, his company would definitely make a name for itself, and there would only be more orders in the future, and the money would roll in, so there was no need to say anything. As an entrepreneur, I shoulder an important social responsibility. Love the party, love the country and love the people. Wang Zhanchuan was glowing in the interview. Chen Hao paid the workers on the side. Half a dozen times, the interview ended, and the workers' wages were all issued. The reporters left joyfully. Chen Hao and Wang Zhanchuan's family, Xiao He and the workers also happily came to the restaurant, wrapped up all the seats, and ate a big meal. After dinner, it was almost 11 o'clock at night. Chen Hao, let's go. I'll call a few chicks. Let's go to KTV and sing. Wang Jia drank his face red, not yet enjoying himself, grabbed Chen Hao's shoulder and said, no, I have to go back. Chen Hao looked at his cell phone and was a bit worried. Before eating, he had sent a Weibo message to Du Shueqing, saying that he had something to go back later, and asked Du Shueqing to make herself something to eat. Du Shueqing never replied. It wasn't quite like this niece's character. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You're just a big fan of color, living with your girlfriend and throwing your buddies aside, Wang Jia said with dissatisfaction. During dinner, Chen Hao had already told him about getting the Mingyu Villa 18 villa. It's not cohabitation, it's just living in a villa. Besides, MS. Shueqing is not my girlfriend. How many times have I told you? Chen Hao helplessly said. Lonely man and woman, dry fire, sooner or later. Wang Jia laughed lewdly. I still have a few bottles of Indian god oil there. Do you want it? Keep it for yourself. Chen Hao hummed. I'm leaving, Uncle Wang, Aunt Young. I'll go back first. He greeted Mr. and Mrs. Wang Zhanchuan again and got into his car to leave. Half an hour later, Chen Hao returned to Villa 18 of the Mingyu Villa. Shueqing, where are you? Entering the hall on the first floor, Chen Hao was a bit strange. Logically, Du Shueqing should have come down when she heard the sound of the car entering the garage. How come there was no one in sight? Immediately, Chen Hao's face changed drastically when his divine sense was swept. Whoosh! He directly leapt up to the third floor and kicked open the bathroom door. In the bathroom, the large bathtub was already full of water, but the faucet was still open, and the water continued to overflow into the floor drain. Du Shueqing sank to the bottom of the clear water. Chen Hao stepped forward and carried her out, his divine sense probing into his body, nervously checking. Only after half a second did Chen Hao let out a sigh of relief. Although Du Shueqing had drowned for a short period of time and had already shut down, due to the spirit gathering formation, the water was overflowing with spiritual qi, constantly nourishing her, and thus she had not lost her vital signs. Chen Hao immediately lowered his head, performed artificial respiration, and inputted pure mana. Soon, Du Shueqing's jade body gently trembled with sensation. Immediately, she felt a constant input of pure power that made her incredibly comfortable. Chen Hao. Chapter 50, Going with the Flow. Chen Hao. Du Shueqing opened her beautiful eyes, her pretty face flushed red and her eyes flirtatious, beautiful as if she were a fairy. Even though Chen Hao's spiritual platform was solid, he couldn't help but feel a great stirring in his heart when he saw this. Shueqing, you're awake. Chen Hao, what were you doing just now? You're drowning. I'm giving you artificial respiration. It's urgent, don't be offended. Chen Hao stood up with her in his arms, walked out of the bathroom, entered the bedroom, placed Du Shueqing on the bed, and pulled over the quilt to cover her. Drowning? Du Shueqing was stunned. Yeah, What's going on? Chen Hao's face became grave. If he came back a little later, even if he had the aura to nourish him, I'm afraid Du Shueqing would have perished. I don't know. Du Shueqing was a bit bewildered. It's just that when I was soaking in the bath, I felt especially comfortable, and I fell asleep without realizing it. And then you fell asleep unconsciously? Chen Hao stared blankly, then revealed a dazed look. It must be because the spiritual qi was too dense. The spiritual qi gathered by the spirit gathering formation was nothing to him, a cultivator, but to an ordinary person, if they absorbed it excessively, they would most likely fall into a deep sleep. It was like a patient needing sufficient rest after a large tonic in order to digest the nutrition of the tonic. Rather, I forgot about this and almost killed Shueqing. Chen Hao was fearful of the aftermath in his heart. After thinking about it, he grabbed Du Shueqing's wrist and inputted a channel of mana into the blood jade bracelet. With this mana, it would allow Du Shueqing to fully absorb the aura without overdoing it, and the mana would be life-saving if she encountered an unexpected danger. Chen Hao, are we progressing too fast? Du Shueqing, however, had gotten the wrong idea, thinking that he had thoughts in that area, and her pretty face was red again. I'm checking your pulse, Shueqing, it's fine, you rest well. Chen Hao casually coped and stood up. Chen Hao, could it be that you are not at all moved by me? Seeing him like this, Du Shueqing was suddenly a little disappointed in her heart. Chen Hao was stunned, and a complex color flashed in his eyes. How could worldly feelings be compared to the great Tao of eternal life? It's late, go to sleep. I'm leaving. With heaven and earth warring in his heart, he let out a dark sigh and was about to leave. You stand still. Du Shueqing suddenly lifted the covers and got out of bed. Chen Hao hurriedly turned around. Chen Hao, do you hate me? Then I'll leave without getting in your way. Du Shueqing already had tears in her beautiful eyes. I swear to God, absolutely not. Chen Hao raised his hand and exclaimed. Then why did you turn a blind eye when I made my feelings known? Du Shueqing gasped. Chen Hao racked his brain to think of an explanation, and suddenly had a flash of insight. Shueqing, I just think that feelings need to be cultivated for a long time, and although I like you, the time we've known each other is too short after all, so I don't want to be too hasty, or else regardless of whether it's to you or to me, it's all irresponsible. Are you serious? Du Shueqing was half convinced. More real than real gold. Chen Hao swore with conviction. Since you like me, why didn't you say so earlier? Du Shueqing broke into a smile. We're living together anyway. It's not easy to cultivate feelings. Du Shueqing slammed a pillow at him. Why don't you hurry up and go cook for me? I dare you to eat your fill outside. I'm starving to death. Missy, look at what time it is now. Chen Hao opened his eyes wide and pointed at the Swiss mechanical clock on the wall. Besides, didn't I tell you to get yourself some food? I won't. Du Shueqing rationalized. If you don't get me food, I'll starve to death for you. She wrapped herself in the quilt and rolled all over the bed. Alright, Missy, I'll go make it for you, okay? Chen Hao was helpless and muttered as he went out. Chen Hao, you don't want to escape from me. Du Shueqing sat up wrapped in the quilt, shaking her two snow-white jade legs and smiling happily. Late at night, Chen Hao sat on his bed, but instead of cultivating like usual, he looked out the window and fumed. He was quite unsettled in his heart. Although he had temporarily taken the words to cope with it, it hadn't actually solved the emotional problem between him and Du Shueqing. It had just dragged it out. What to do in the future? Really cultivate feelings? Or just leave heartlessly and never meet again? Chen Hao smiled bitterly. He really couldn't do the latter point. It seems that although I have become a cultivator, in my bones, I am still indecisive. Chen Hao sighed. Chen Hao, the so-called human law of the earth, the law of the earth, the law of heaven, the law of heaven, the law of nature. All right and wrong causes, let nature take its course is genuine. The world is so is cultivation. If you have to be more serious to make a choice, but instead, it is like falling into the deliberate. Suddenly, a kind voice sounded in his mind. Master, your old man is still alive? Chen Hao was taken aback, and then rejoiced. The voice was none other than Tian Shenzi. However, the voice did not sound again. Chen Hao settled his mind and realized that it was not that Tian Shenzi had resurrected, but rather that Tian Shenzi's memories had sensed his current confused state of mind and had automatically surfaced in his mind, transforming into a voice of enlightenment. To let nature take its course is to be sincere. So is the world. So is cultivation. Chen Hao pondered over the words carefully. Gradually, he revealed a look of enlightenment. That's right, between Shueqing and I, just let nature take its course. There's no need at all to have to choose between the great Tao of eternal life and worldly feelings for one or the other. And in essence, the worldly is also a part of the great Tao. Chen Hao murmured, instantly feeling his mind clear, as if he had been sublimated to a higher level. Thank you, Master, for enlightening me. He clasped his palms together and gratefully bowed a few times. Immediately afterward, Chen Hao's mind was as if it was still water, and he entered a state of cultivation. It seemed that because of the enlightenment, his cultivation speed increased significantly. In the bedroom across the room, Du Shueqing had long since entered dreamland, a sweet smile still on her lips. Chapter 51, Lin Su Xin. Chen Hao, since you quit your job, then work on the project with me. I thought about it all day yesterday, and I've almost got an idea. The following morning, on the dining table, Du Shueqing said while enjoying a delicious breakfast. Chen Hao had already told her what happened yesterday. It's not like I know anything about the project. I can't help you much, so I'd better go find a job as a salesman. Chen Hao shook his head. Please. Du Shueqing had just taken a sip of kanji and almost didn't choke when she heard this. You are at least a young handsome man with tens of millions of dollars of wealth now. Why do you still want to go as a salesman? I think being a salesman is quite good. Chen Hao shrugged his shoulders. He had originally planned to focus on cultivation after he resigned from bright advertising and no longer participate in worldly affairs. But after last night's enlightenment and the elevation of his realm, he had changed his mind, since the worldly was also part of the great Tao. Then working seriously, living well, and experiencing all of life was likewise cultivation. In the cultivation world, this is called red dust experience. Realizing the most simple great Tao in ordinary life can make the Tao heart solid and the cultivation realm rise faster. Since you have to be ordinary, naturally, you can only do the most ordinary jobs such as salesman, security guard, and company clerk. Du Shueqing rolled her eyes and was about to plan on continuing her persuasion when suddenly, the roar of a car engine came from outside the door. The two of them looked out from the glass window of the restaurant, only to see a police car drive to the front of the villa and stop. Afterward, a beautiful female police officer with a powerful body walked down. What are the police doing in our house? Du Shueqing was surprised. I don't know. Go out and take a look, Chen Hao said, walking down the hall and opening the door. Hello, I'm Lin Su Xin, the vice captain of the city's criminal police brigade. May I ask if you're Mr. Chen Hao? The beautiful policewoman walked closer and took out her ID, waving it in front of Chen Hao. I am. Chen Hao nodded his head. What is your business, Mr. Chen? Thank you very much for providing strong clues in the case of the construction money robbery and helping our police solve the case. Lin Su Xin politely said. I have some questions and would like to ask for your assistance in the investigation. I wonder if it's convenient now. Please come in, Chen Hao said. Chen Hao, what is it? Du Shueqing walked over and asked. Lin Su Xin's complexion moved. She could rarely see a girl who compared to herself, but Du Shueqing, regardless of her figure or appearance, was surprisingly not below her in the slightest, or even as if she had been, so she couldn't help but look at her a few more times. Chen Hao said. Then I'll accompany you, Du Shueqing said. Mr. Chen, who is this young lady? Lin Su Xin asked. I'm his girlfriend. Du Shueqing took Chen Hao's arm and said as if declaring her sovereignty. She had also sensed Lin Su Xin's charm and was suddenly on the defensive. Mr. Chen, it's best for us to investigate the situation without the relevant people present. Do you think you can ask your girlfriend to recuse herself? Lin Su Xin said without moving. Shueqing, go back to the house first, Chen Hao advised. Du Shueqing pouted and came to Chen Hao's ear. I'm warning you, no looking at her. She hummed and turned to leave. Chen Hao smiled sarcastically, invited Lin Su Xin into the living room and sat down, pouring a cup of water. Lin Su Xin took out her notebook and pen and made a statement while asking questions. Chen Hao listened. Nothing more than some details of what happened yesterday, so he answered them one by one. Mr. Chen, do you know? Yesterday, after we arrived at the scene, although we recovered the money for the project, the robbers disappeared, and no matter how much we searched, we couldn't find any trace of them. Seeing that there was nothing to ask, Lin Su Xin was silent for a while and suddenly sighed. I heard about it. What a pity, letting them escape, Chen Hao said without moving. No, not necessarily escape, Lin Su Xin said meaningfully. It's also possible that they were killed and their bodies destroyed. Oh, is that possible? Chen Hao pretended to be surprised on the surface, but in his heart, he was slightly shocked. It was unexpected that Lin Su Xin would be able to tell. It was not simple. Of course it's possible. Lin Su Xin looked at him and said, Mr. Chen, have you ever heard of a martial artist? When she said the word martial artist, she deliberately lowered her voice. You mean those who are proficient in boxing, sparring, and the like? Chen Hao played dumb. Mr. Chen, aren't you a martial artist yourself? Lin Su Xin smiled faintly. In fact, you don't need to hide your identity in front of me. Although I'm a police officer, my knowledge of martial artists is not necessarily less than yours. Chen Hao smiled and did not say anything, but in his heart, he was a little surprised. It was unthinkable that this pretty policewoman actually knew about martial artists. It seemed that this time, she was not simply here to do an investigation. Mr. Chen, As far as I know, the robber who robbed the money for the project is called Li Wei, and he also has 2 followers who have feuded with you before, and you left for a period of time after calling the police yesterday, Lin Suxin said. Chen Hao said, you don't suspect that I'm the murderer who killed Li Wei and the others, right? To be honest, Mr. Chen, I did suspect you, but then after careful consideration, I thought it was impossible, Lin Suxin said. You were in the Jade Garden district where Wang Zhenyuan's family is located, at least a few dozen kilometers away from the scene, even if the road is unobstructed. Driving at full speed will take 20 minutes, not to mention that at that time, Wang Zhenyuan's wife, Yang Xiaoying, had already called the police. Unless you can arrive in a few minutes, kill Li Wei in there, and also completely destroy the corpse without leaving a trace, is the internal energy peak martial artist wouldn't be able to do that. She smiled and said, of course, if you're a patriarch, that's another story. You've seen a patriarch? Chen Hao's heart fluttered. Sort of. Lin Suxin shrugged her fragrant shoulders. Officer Lin, the fact that you're looking for me to investigate the situation today is actually just an excuse, and the real purpose is to see if I'm a martial artist, right? Chen Hao slowly said. Not bad. Lin Suxin didn't deny it. Although I'm not a martial artist, I can still tell if someone else is a martial artist or not. Then what's the purpose of you seeing it now? I've investigated and analyzed. Li Wei and the 3 of them are just bottom society loafers. Neither do they have the power to rob a huge amount of money for the project, nor do they have that much money to buy Zhao Xunli to incite the workers to cause trouble. So there must be a mastermind behind them, most likely a martial artist. And most likely this is the same martial artist, who noticed something wrong in advance, killed Li Wei and the others, and fled after destroying their bodies and traces of their lives. Lin Suxin sincerely said, Mr. Chen, you are also a martial artist. Naturally you know how powerful the power of a martial artist is. Ordinary police are no match at all. If a martial artist breaks the law and commits a crime, it will cause a great harm to the society. So I would like to ask you to help us. I know that your time is precious and you are not obligated to solve the case, so I'm not asking you to track down that martial artist. I'm just saying that if we come across something that we can't solve, you can step in. With that, Lin Suxin stood up and gave Chen Hao a deep salute. On behalf of the police, I will give you the greatest support and thanks. Chapter 52, Applying for a Job as a Salesman. Officer Lin is polite. Chen Hao also stood up. Assisting the police is supposed to be a responsibility that citizens should fulfill, and naturally I am no exception. Just call when you need to. Anyway, the Xia martial artist was already dead and couldn't possibly endanger society anymore. He agreed to do so without the slightest effort, and he could make the police owe the police a favor. So what's not to like? Thank you, Mr. Chen, Lin Su said joyfully. Mr. Chen. In addition to that, I have a small personal request, Lin Suxin added. Go ahead. I like practicing martial arts very much, and my stance is considered okay among ordinary people, but now I don't know if I can't get it right or if I've reached a bottleneck, and I haven't progressed for a very long time, so I hope that Mr. Chen will be able to point me out. Lin Suxin's large crystal eyes were full of expectation. I wouldn't dare to be instructed. If you are free, you can exchange and spar together, Chen Hao said ambiguously. This was actually a polite refusal. Chen Hao didn't want to cause Du Shueqing to misunderstand, and it was too late for him to cultivate on his own, so how would he have the time to instruct others? Lin Suxin was stunned, a hint of surprise flashing through her large eyes. Ever since she was a child, she had never seen a man who could reject her to her face, even if the man was a martial artist. Her heart, which had always been full of confidence, suddenly felt a slight sense of frustration. But then, Lin Suxin rose up with a sense of goodwill and deliberately said, Good, since you have agreed, then I will bother you more in the future. Even if you have a beautiful girlfriend, I don't believe you will turn a blind eye to me. She sneered in her heart. Chen Hao was stunned, thinking that Lin Suxin hadn't heard it, but he couldn't refuse anymore and could only smile helplessly. Mr. Chen, I wish us a happy cooperation. I'll take my leave first. Lin Suxin extended her hand. Goodbye, Officer Lin. Chen Hao shook her hand. Yo, Officer Lin is leaving? Take care. Just in time. Du Shueqing walked downstairs and saw the scene and said happily, she couldn't wait for this pretty policewoman to stay away from Chen Hao. Lin Suxin did not move and glanced at Du Shueqing, and had already loosened her hand with Chen Hao, but suddenly clasped it tightly again, revealing a sweet smile. Mr. Chen, don't forget the agreement between us. Saying that, Lin Suxin delicately blinked her beautiful big eyes, turned around and brought up a fragrant breeze, leaving in style. Du Shueqing hummed and walked over to Chen Hao. Shueqing, my agreement with Officer Lin is to assist the police when necessary. Nothing more, Chen Hao hurriedly explained. He wasn't stupid, and could see that the two beautiful girls were somewhat tit for tat. I know, Du Du Shueching calmly said. She's intentionally showing me, hitting back at my earlier demonstration in front of her, announcing that I'm your girlfriend. You're not angry? Chen Hao was somewhat surprised. If I were to get angry and quarrel with you, wouldn't I have fallen into her scheme? Du Shueching smiled faintly. I'm not that stupid. And although it's the first time we met, I can tell that Lin Suxian is by no means an ordinary girl with a high vision. The fact that she appreciates you so much shows that you're very good, and it's even more proof that my vision is right. She turned around and wrapped her arms around Chen Hao's neck intimately. So how can I afford to fight with you? Of course I have to be gentle and considerate plus understanding, so that you like me more. Shueching, you are too smart, Chen Hao lamented. In the place of an ordinary girl, I'm afraid that she would have already made a scene. You weren't angry when I said I was your girlfriend without your consent just now, were you? Du Shueching tilted her head and said with a smile. You're so cute. Who could be angry? Chen Hao gently scraped her small nose. Then you kiss me. Du Shueching pouted her little mouth. Seeing how cute she was, Chen Hao couldn't help but feel a stirring in his heart as well, and moved over to give her a kiss on her pink cheeks. After you kiss me, I'm yours. Du Shueching then fell into his arms and closed her eyes. From now on, I'll rely on you, and you'll be responsible for me for the rest of my life. Stop it, Shueching, I have to go out and look for a job, Chen Hao said. No, you carry me upstairs first. People are too lazy to move. Du Shueching pouted and played tricks on Chen Hao, hugging him tightly like an octopus and not letting go. Chen Hao had no choice but to carry her upstairs. After going upstairs, Du Shueching played another half day before letting Chen Hao go. This day by day, more tired than cultivation, Chen Hao sat in the car, looked at the rearview mirror, wiped the lipstick on his neck with a tissue, and smiled slightly bitterly. I really didn't know if it was happiness or annoyance. An hour later, Chen Hao arrived in front of an office building. He had checked the online recruitment information on the way and saw that a subordinate advertising company called CA Group was recruiting business personnel, which was more in line with his work experience, so he rushed over to apply for the job. Entering the 20th floor of the building, Chen Hao came to the front desk of the CA Group and indicated his intention. You can just fill out a resume form and then wait for the interview in the conference room. The front desk clerk handed over a form. Chen Hao finished filling it out and came to the conference room. There were already 5 people sitting in the conference room, chatting, and when they saw Chen Hao come in, they turned their heads together. Dude, what position are you applying for? A dry, thin youth asked. Advertising agency salesman, Chen Hao said. The dry and thin youth revealed a look of surprise. It seems like today is a special session. All 6 of us, all of us are applying for advertising company business. Where did you work before? A white fat man with his legs crossed raised his chin to Chen Hao, looking rather arrogant between his looks. Bright advertising agency, Chen Hao said. Bright, ah, I know. The white fat man coaxed powerfully. I'm buddies with your young boss, Zhang Chao, and always dine together. And just now, he even called and invited me to work for your company as a business manager. Yeah, Chen Hao smiled. What? You don't believe which? Do you need me to give Zhang Chao a call? Fatty White looked at his expression and sneered. People didn't say they don't believe it. Brother Wang, what are you serious about? The dry and thin youth seemed to recognize Fatty White and smiled as he rounded up the situation. Fatty White grunted. I just didn't go. Otherwise I would already be his top boss now. Since you were invited to be the business manager, why didn't you go? A job seeker asked. And you still have to come up here to apply for an ordinary salesman? What do you know? Zhang Chao is my buddy. I'm his equal. How can I be his subordinate? Fatty White said disdainfully. Besides, a small crooked company like Bright has no development at all. Not to mention business manager. Even if you ask me to be the vice president of business, I am not interested. That's true. Small companies really don't work. The dry and thin youth nodded his head and said, not to mention that you can't make any money. You also have a bunch of annoying things to do all day long. That's right. Small companies don't see many people, but interpersonal relationships are quite complicated. Basically all the boss's relatives. Each one is like a grandpa. Other job seekers also agreed. You came here to apply for a job. You want to jump ship from Bright, right? If I tell Zhang Chao, you'll be in deep. Fatty White looked at Chen Hao and hemmed and hawed. I do know that kid doesn't have a good temper. Brother Wang, don't scare people, the dry and thin youth advised. It's not easy for everyone to come out and find a job, so why bother? I see that he doesn't seem to believe it either. Maybe he thinks I'm blowing awesome. The white fat man said conspiratorially. How can I do it without proving it? He said, taking out his cell phone and looking wistfully at Chen Hao. Chapter 53 Interview Questions. Prove it then, Chen Hao said indifferently. The white fat man's face stiffened. He did not expect Chen Hao to be unconvincing. His eyes rolled back and he pretended to be disdainful. Forget it. If I make a phone call, Zhang Chao will fire you again. How to do it? Look at you, looking for a job is also quite not easy. Do not talk to your general knowledge. At this time, the door of the conference room opened and a young girl with a ponytail walked in with her resume. You are all applying for advertising agency business personnel, right? The ponytail girl asked. The crowd nodded. The ponytail girl matched the names of the people according to their resumes and said, "Follow me." The crowd followed her out of the conference room and into a hall with an oval conference table. Behind the conference table sat a short-haired woman in her 30s who was smart and capable, and a middle-aged man with a blonde figure. "Minister Yu, Mr. Liang, I've brought all the job applicants," the ponytailed girl said, stepping forward and handing over her resume to the two men before sitting next to them. "Everyone, please take a seat." The short-haired woman reached out and gestured. The crowd sat down. "Let's introduce ourselves first. I'm Euphoric, the head of the Human Resources Department of the CA Group, and this is Liang De, the general manager of the subordinate advertising company," the short-haired woman said. "You all introduce yourselves in order as well, saying a little bit about your work experience, your reasons for leaving, and why you're applying for a job at our group company." "I'll go first," the white fat man said rather outwardly. "My name is Wang Tao, university degree, 8 years of work experience, previously working as a business manager in other advertising companies. The reason why I left my job is that I want to find a better career platform." Wang Tao is eloquent and quite confident in his experience, talking a lot. "My name is Feng Haifeng, a college graduate with 6 years of work experience." "My name is Sun Ming, a junior college graduate with 5 years of work experience." The dry and thin youth and others also introduced themselves one by one, but it sounded like their resumes were obviously inferior to Wang Tao's, and two of the job seekers, not knowing whether they were nervous or for some reason, spoke a bit stutteringly. Wang Tao looked contemptuous. Finally it was Chen Hao's turn. "My name is Chen Hao, bachelor's degree, more than 2 years of experience in advertising agency business. The reason for leaving is because the last company was sold by the boss, so I want to find a new job." Hearing him finish, several job seekers were surprised beyond belief and looked at Wang Tao in unison. Bright advertising company had been sold. How could they possibly hire Wang Tao to be a business manager? Wang Tao's face turned red with shame. "I didn't expect the cowhide to be revealed so quickly, and still on this occasion. How humiliating." Seeing this, Euphoric revealed a hint of a meaningful smile and didn't ask, saying to Liang De, "Mr. Liang, since it's your advertising company that's hiring, you'll be the main examiner." Liang De nodded and swept a glance at the crowd. "I've read all the resumes, and just now I've also listened to your self-introductions. I won't ask much about the piece of work experience. I'll test your basic qualities and resilience as business people," he said, pointed to the mineral water in front of him, without any assumptions. "How to sell this bottle of water worth $2 to $100? Such an old-fashioned interview question, but also used to test us." When Wang Tao and the others heard this, they all secretly snorted. "Mr. Liang, it's very simple. The reason why mineral water sells for $2 a bottle is because in the city, water is everywhere." Wang Tao smiled. "But if you're in the desert, water is a scarce resource, and when faced with a group of people who are dying of thirst, not to mention that I'm selling $100 a bottle, even if I'm selling $10,000 a bottle, they won't hesitate to buy it." Let him steal the show again. The other job seekers were secretly chagrined when they heard this. They were also thinking the same thing. "Did you not hear what I just said?" However, Liang De frowned. The crowd froze. "What Mr. Liang just said was how to sell mineral water worth $2 to $100 without any assumptions?" Euphoric emphasized. "You said that in the desert. It already belongs to assumptions." Wang Tao let out an ah, revealing a look of embarrassment. He had actually heard it, but automatically ignored it. Immediately afterward, Wang Tao stammered, not knowing how to answer. "Mr. Liang, I can add added value to this bottle of mineral water, such as asking a star to sign on top of the label, and there will definitely be fans willing to buy it for $100. The dry and thin youth seemed to think of something and said in a hurry, "Isn't this still hypothetical?" Liang De said unhappily, "Can't you understand the meaning of what I'm saying?" The dry and thin youth was also dumbfounded. The other job seekers were frowning, racking their brains and thinking hard. "Mr. Liang, if there are no hypothetical conditions, it's simply impossible to sell mineral water for $100. Wang Tao couldn't think of anything and said with difficulty. The dry and thin youth and the others also nodded their heads. Liang De shook his head, revealing a look of disappointment. "Minister Yu, can you lend me your pen?" Suddenly, Chen Hao said. "Oh, good." Euphoric was stunned and handed the pen over. Chen Hao stood up with the pen and wrote 4 small characters on the label of the mineral water. The crowd looked in surprise, only to see that the 4 words were, "Sell for $100. You think you can sell it for $100 just because you wrote $100? How hilarious." Wang Tao couldn't help but sneer. Don't embarrass yourself in front of Minister Yu and General Manager Liang. That's right, this is too much bull asterisk 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 asterisk. The dry and skinny youth and the others also laughed and laughed. What do you mean by that? Liang De, however, didn't get angry and instead asked with interest. Mr. Liang, you only said that you would sell the $2 mineral water to $100, but you didn't say that you must sell it, Chen Hao said, so I just need to raise the price to 100. It doesn't matter if anyone buys it. The crowd froze. Chen Hao, great. Euphoric smiled and gave a thumbs up. Very well said. Liang De also laughed. The fact that you can think of this proves that you are very resilient, and that your thinking is able to think outside of the ordinary rut, which is exactly what business people need the most. He then looked at Wang Tao and the others. Didn't you guys think it was impossible? Now what? Don't think I don't know what you guys were thinking just now. Didn't you think that this interview question was very cliched and could be answered easily? How did it turn out? The crowd looked embarrassed. Mr. Liang, to be honest, I think this interview question is a bit like a brain teaser. There is a suspicion of jittery wit, Wang Tao said unconvincingly, and it's just one question. Even if Chen Hao answered it, it doesn't mean anything. Maybe it just came to mind all of a sudden. We can't assume we're incapable because of that. You're right. One interview question indeed doesn't mean anything. Liang De did not object either. Instead he nodded his head and said, that's why I have a second one. Chapter 54 Integrity and Competence. He pointed to the bottle of mineral water again. Still this bottle of water. Still without any assumptions. How can it be sold for $100 and be sold? The crowd immediately showed a difficult look. If the first interview question could still be jittery like Chen Hao, then the second interview question was the one that completely blocked the loophole. For a while, the crowd didn't say anything and fell into thought. Mr. Liang, I've thought of something. A moment later, Wang Tao suddenly revealed a joyful expression. You say, Liang De said. I will tell the purchasers that this is not ordinary water, but energy water refined using high-tech means. With magical potency, after drinking it, it can cure diseases and fitness without diseases. Wang Tao laughed. As long as it's packaged with some more plausible jargon, there will definitely be a lot of people who will believe it, and selling it at a price of $100 won't be a problem. The other job seekers all looked puzzled when they heard this. This was indeed a way. What about you guys? What's the answer? After hearing this, Liang De neither affirmed nor denied, but looked at the others. Mr. Liang, I will package this bottle of mineral water as a divine water after Buddhist enlightenment, and after drinking it, I will be able to receive blessings from Buddha. Not to mention $100, even $1,000 will definitely be bought. I will say that this bottle of mineral water is the essence biological water extracted from green plants, containing a variety of vitamins and minerals. After drinking it, the body is light and healthy, prolonging life. With the ideas proposed by Wang Tao, the dry and thin youth and others were enlightened and opened their brains. A group of East to knit the knit guys. Even if you say the sky is full of flowers, but also just learn from me. Wang Tao hugged his bladder and let out a disdainful hum from his nostrils. Chen Hao, what's your insight? After listening to the crowd, Liang sighed slightly, his gaze turning to Chen Hao. Mr. Liang, I can only sell 2 bottles, one for my dad and one for my mom, Chen Hao said. The crowd froze again. Why? Mr. Liang was also stunned. If there are no assumptions and it's just a bottle of ordinary mineral water, then it's not worth $100 anyway, Chen Hao said. So other than my parents being willing to pay for me, it's impossible for anyone else to buy it. Why don't you learn from them and package this bottle of mineral water as technological water, divine water, or something like that? Euphoric asked. That's not selling. It's cheating, Chen Hao said. As a business person, the most basic quality is honesty. If you rely on deception, even if you can sell the product, it's only for a while. Only honesty can truly win the trust and reputation of consumers, and the business can last. Well said. Euphoric and Liang De laughed in unison and couldn't help but clap together. You all heard it, right? Liang De looked at Wang Tao and the others. This second interview question is about integrity, or to put it simply, your character. As a business person, if you don't have professional ethics and are full of false lies, fooling customers into falling for your lies, what's the difference between that and being a liar? As he said this, his tone became harsh. The dry and thin youth and the others hung their heads in shame. Mr. Liang, you have a point, but honesty is just a virtue, and it can be done as long as you grasp the boundaries. Wang Tao said resentfully, but if you don't have experience and not enough ability, even if you are more honest and can't find customers, you can't make money for the company. As he said that, he couldn't help but glance at Chen Hao. You seem to mean it. Liang De sneered. Alright, since you said so, then I'll come up with another interview question to test your abilities. He reached out and pointed at the mineral water. still without any assumptions. It's now my turn to sell $100 bottle and be able to sell it. You guys only have $2 on you. May I ask how to buy it from me? The crowd laughed bitterly. They were simply going crazy with the mineral water question. You're the one who suggested that ability is the most important, so you speak first. Liang De looked at Wang Tao and said, where could Wang Tao answer up? So he had to push. Mr. Liang, I still have to think about it for a while. Let someone else say it first. Liang De looked at the dry and thin youth again. Can I use Alipay or WeChat? The dry and thin youth said with a sad face. Liang De snorted, not even interested in evaluating, and looked at the third job applicant again. Mr. Liang, can I not buy it? It's not like I'm thirsty. The third job seeker simply put up. The crowd laughed out loud. The fourth and fifth job seekers both shook their heads and gave up on answering. Chen Hao, do you have an answer? Liang De smiled and looked at Chen Hao. Mr. Liang, I think that if you can sell the water for $100 a bottle and still sell it, it means that the water is already in short supply, and consumers are eager to drink it, and don't care at all about how much it costs. Chen Hao said, so I will discuss with you. I will help you sell water. As long as I sell 5 bottles at $120, you will give me 1 bottle for free. Then I can even save $2. Good. Liang De couldn't help but slap the table and praised. This answer is really good. Why didn't I think of it? Yeah, it seems like a simple answer, but it reflects an excellent way of thinking. It's definitely ability. I have to admit, there is indeed a gap with others. The dry and thin youth and other job seekers also nodded their heads in admiration. They were not quite convinced in their hearts when Chen Hao outperformed them in the previous 2 questions, but in the last question, they were heartily convinced. How about you? Have you come up with an answer in this half a day? Liang De looked at Wang Tao again and laughed coldly. Don't tell me that you and Chen Hao think the same way. People with strong abilities don't have only one solution. Wang Tao's face turned green. He was actually about to say that when he was blocked by Liang De. Minister Yu, the interview will end here. The result is already obvious. Seeing this, Liang De was not interested in asking him again and said to Hai Lian. Yu Lian nodded. Chen Hao stays. The others can leave. Wait, I have something to say. Wang Tao suddenly blurted out. You say. Yu Lian was stunned, then said without moving. As long as a discerning person can see that I am much better than Chen Hao regardless of my resume or experience, hiring me is the most correct choice. But you guys don't ask anything and only use a few interview questions that seem to shake things up before deciding to hire him, which is really too ridiculous. I heard that CA Group is very formal and has a high level of management. That's why I came over to apply for the job. I didn't expect that this is how you guys select talents. It's really disappointing. Wang Tao exasperatedly said. Liang De and Yu Lian glanced at each other and revealed a cold smile. Wang Tao, I didn't want to talk to you, Yu Lian said indifferently, but since you questioned it, I'll tell you that in fact, from the very beginning, we didn't intend to hire you. Chapter 55, The Cold and Colorful President. The crowd was taken aback. Why? Are you guys deliberately playing tricks on me? Wang Tao was also taken aback, then became even more annoyed. Actually, the interview started while you guys were waiting in the conference room. Yu Lian said, because of the surveillance, General Manager Liang and I saw and heard your chatting process. Wang Tao looked shocked. The reason why Minister Yu and I didn't ask anything else is because we have already learned a lot by observing your words and behavior, and we already had a number in our hearts. Liang De picked up. Wang Tao, do you remember when you and Chen Hao said that the boss of his last company invited you to become a business manager? Wang Tao's face instantly turned ugly and did not speak. It was later proven that it was nothing more than a lie you told, and you were aggressive and pretended to threaten Chen Hao when he didn't expose you at the time. Liang De sneered. Although we didn't say anything, we actually all saw it in our eyes. So although your resume is good, there is a big problem with your character. Mr. Liang and I unanimously decided not to hire you. Yu Lian followed. Now you know why, right? Everyone looked at Wang Tao. Wang Tao's face was green for a while, white for a while, and with no place to go, he turned around and left. He really didn't have the face to stay. The dry and thin youth and other job seekers also left. Chen Hao, I have to go on a business trip in the afternoon. I'm going to the airport right now to catch a flight. After you finish the entry formalities with Minister Yu, go to the 18th floor to find Wang Happing to report to work. He's the deputy general manager of our advertising company. Let him arrange your position and job. I'll explain him. Liang De said. Okay, Mr. Liang. Chen Hao responded. Liang De hurriedly left. Chen Hao followed Yu Lian to the elevator room and pressed the button. The entire office building is the property of the CA Group. The 20 floors upwards are the various departments of the group, and downwards are the subordinate companies. Yu Lian said, I'll give you a copy of the information later, so you can understand it. Chen Hao nodded. As they spoke, the elevator arrived and the two walked in. Inside the elevator, there stood a beautiful woman wearing a high-class gray sheath dress, with a model-like standard curvy figure, snowy skin, and picturesque eyebrows. Although her complexion was cold, she had an extremely attractive chic and cold flavor. "Good day, Mr. Gao," Euphoric smiled. "Newly recruited employee?" the cold-colored woman asked as she glanced at Chun Hao. Her voice was just like her appearance, crisp and nice with a coldness to it. "Yes, Mr. Gao. Liang Di and I recruited the advertising agency business staff." Euphoric replied and introduced Chen Hao. "This is our group president." "Hello, General Manager Gao," Chen Hao politely said. The cold-colored woman seemed to look at him with some surprise, didn't say anything, and nodded slightly. The elevator stopped at the 29th floor. Chen Hao followed Euphoric out. The elevator doors closed. "Aren't you curious?" Euphoric asked when she saw that Chen Hao didn't seem to have the intention to inquire. "Curious about what?" Chen Hao was stunned. "Why is our president so young and beautiful?" Euphoric laughed. "Wasn't expecting it." Chen Hao smiled. He didn't actually care who the president was, so naturally, he couldn't talk about being curious. "Don't look at President Gao's young age, but her ability is not weak at all. A few years ago, President Gao's father passed away suddenly due to a car accident, and the group lost its helmsman, so President Gao could only take over in the midst of grief. At that time, many people thought that she could not hold up this burden. The staff is also fearful, have left the results of the performance of the high total so that everyone was surprised. Just a few years' time, the group's performance than before several times. High total has also been repeatedly awarded by the city as an outstanding young entrepreneur. The group up and down, all of them are to her praise and admiration." Euphoric introduced as she walked, her tone revealing admiration. While talking, the two came to the human resources department. In the office, two young girls were talking. One was the ponytailed girl Chen Hao had seen during the interview. The other had a petite figure and wore a fashionable airflow hairstyle, looking a little homely. "Minister, you're back." Seeing Euphoric, the petite girl stood up and said, "My classmate is already here. You can chat with her." "Wan Rui, I didn't ask your classmate to come over for an interview. How can you inform privately?" Euphoric frowned. "Minister, please, just chat with her. It won't take long." Wan Rui pouted and begged in a long drawn-out voice. "All right, have your classmate wait for me?" Euphoric said a bit helplessly. "Hu Bing, you handle the entry procedures for Chen Hao," she added to the ponytailed girl. Hu Bing answered and nodded to Chen Hao with a smile. "Follow me." Soon, Chen Hao finished the entry procedures and arrived at the 18th floor advertising company. He found the deputy general manager's office, only to see that the door was open, and inside sat a middle-aged man who was wrinkling his brows and seemed to be thinking about something. Chen Hao knocked on the doorframe. "May I ask if you are Mr. Wang Haping Wang?" "I am." "You are the new salesman Chen Hao." "Right, come in." The middle-aged man looked up and saw him, his eyebrows immediately stretching out as he smiled. Chen Hao walked in. "Mr. Liang has already told me and asked me to assign positions and jobs to you," Wang Haping said enthusiastically. "It just so happens that I have a simple little task for you right now." He picked up a business card from the table and handed it to Chen Hao. "This engineering company called Xingda owes us a sum of $800,000 in advertising fees. It has been dragging on for several months and has never been repaid, so go and get this fee back." "Mr. Wang, in general, shouldn't the employee who handled the business in the first place go and do it to recover the money back?" Chen Hao asked a bit strangely. "This is business that belongs to the company. As long as the money is recovered, there is also a high commission of 10%. Wang Haping's eyes twinkled for a moment and laughed. "Mr. Liang said that you performed very well in the interview and asked me to cultivate you properly, so don't let me down." Chen Hao, "Got it, Mr. Wang. I'm on my way." Chen Hao nodded and turned to leave the office. After he left, Wang Haping's face suddenly turned cold, copying the phone on his desk. "Wait a little longer. I've given the new salesman a very tricky task. As long as he fails to complete it, I'll have an excuse to fire him, and then I'll find a way to get you in." "Old uncle, 2 weeks ago you said to get me in. Now the new salesman has been recruited. Why am I still not moving at all?" the phone caller said in dissatisfaction. "I also did not expect the company to recruit new people so quickly. Besides, the recruitment of this matter is the responsibility of the Ministry of Human Resources." Mr. Liang shot the board. "I'm just the deputy general manager. Said does not count. Want to arrange you and can only slowly think of recruiting. You wait for me to news it." Wang Heping frowned and said, hanging up the phone. Chapter 56 Xingda Engineering Company. An hour later, Chen Hao arrived at Xingda Engineering Company. Just after getting down from the car, he saw two men with messy clothes and swollen noses running out of the gate in a sorry state. "You've got a nosebleed. Wipe it off." A young man glanced at his companion and hurriedly took out a tissue and handed it over. "Where the hell is this a company? It's simply a bandit den." owes money but doesn't pay it back, and actually hits people. There's really no justice. Another man took the tissue and wiped his nosebleed while cursing angrily. Keep your voice down. Don't let them hear and chase out to beat us again. The young man looked back in horror. May I ask if you are here to demand payment? Chunhao was quite surprised as he listened and went forward to ask. Yes, Xingda Engineering Company owes us money for materials. It's been almost half a year. Not a penny has been given. We came to the door to ask for money, and just opened our mouths, and actually beat us out. Another man said with hatred. You guys didn't call the police or sue them? Chunhao asked. It's useless. The young man laughed bitterly. Xingda Engineering says it's a company, but it's actually a gang involved in crime. When the police came they dispersed, they couldn't be caught at all. And if they sued, they changed their brand name and operated. So it's even more unlikely for us to get the money. Brother, are you here to ask for money too? Another man asked. Chunhao nodded. I advise you not to go in and hurry up. The man said. The two of us together were still beaten up. You alone is even more so. I heard that there was a door-to-door debt collector before. All of them had their legs broken by them, and are still lying in the hospital. Yeah, if you are not for your own money, but for the company to collect debts, it is even more unnecessary. Don't put your life in it again. The young man also advised. Come on, let's go up to the hospital. I feel dizzy, the other man said. The two men limped away. Chunhao's face changed. He did not expect Xingda Engineering Company to be in such a state. It was impossible for Wang Heping not to know this, so why did he still ask him to come and collect the debt, and downplayed it as a simple and small task? Chunhao pondered and turned around, using his divine sense to observe the internal situation of Xingda Engineering Company. Of course he could just walk away, but if he was being counted on in this unexplained manner, his heart was really not happy. Mr. Li, this kid is quite lucky. Before he even waited to go in, he bumped into two people who were beaten out, but he was able to avoid a bloodbath. Not far away, in a parked black Hummer SUV, a young driver laughed at the middle-aged man sitting in the passenger seat. Counting this young man, there were a total of 4 waves of door-to-door debt collectors this morning. Right, and the previous 3 waves were all beaten away by Xingda Engineering Company's people. The middle-aged man slowly said. Yes, Mr. Li, the young driver said. It's certain that Xingda Engineering is definitely not a decent company. Just like what that person said just now, it belongs to a gang involved in the black. Mr. Li's face was gloomy. An advertising company under our group would even have business dealings with a gang-related gang. No wonder it would incur bad debts. I'm going to go back and investigate. What's going on? The young driver was about to speak when he suddenly looked shocked. Mr. Li, that kid even went in. Mr. Li looked up, only to see Chunhao striding into the gate of Xingda Engineering Company. The two men looked at each other, both incomparably surprised. What does this kid want? Isn't he afraid of getting beaten up? The young driver muttered. It's probably because Xingda owes him money and feels unwilling. Mr. Li sighed, but it's too risky to go in alone like this. Xiao Mao, keep an eye on the movement. If you find anything wrong, call the police at any time. Yes, Mr. Li. Xiao Mao took out his cell phone and stared at the gate without blinking. After Chunhao entered the gate, he immediately saw a dirty and disorganized scene. Desks and chairs were twisted in 7 directions, the ground was full of garbage, and miscellaneous items were piled haphazardly in the aisles. Pair of 8s. 3 Ks. A group of men dressed in flamboyant clothing and with hair dyed the color of traffic lights were sitting on several cobbled-together desks playing poker, each with a pile of money beside them, obviously gambling. On top of that, there were also people lying naked and in an indecent position on the worn-out sofa, sleeping, and some of them were sitting on chairs, but their legs were crossed and placed on the desks in a big way. Indeed, like the man said, which is a company, is clearly a bandit nest. What are you doing? A yellow hair heard footsteps, turned his head to see Chunhao, and droned impatiently. I'm here to ask for money. Which one of you is in charge here? Chunhao said. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The yellow hair froze, then was surprised. What's going on today? The ones demanding money are catching up with the flies. Wave after wave. Get lost. Don't affect our poker game. A bare-chested man waved his hand at Chunhao. Count yourself lucky. My hands are sore from beating up people. I don't want to bother. The gangsters laughed. I asked who's in charge. Don't you guys understand the language? Chunhao said indifferently. The laughter came to a crashing halt. The faces of the crowd of punks instantly went cold. You damn well want to find death, don't you? I'll fulfill you. The bare-chested man became furious, getting down from the table, copying a wooden stick, and huffing and puffing his way toward Chunhao. Wait! Suddenly, yellow hair pulled him back. Why are you stopping me? The bare-chested man glared. This kid isn't quite the same as the ones asking for money in front of him. Quite bold. Yellow hair hemmed and hawed. Let's let him meet the manager. How about it? Saying that, he made a teasing wink. The crowd of punks moved, and all of them revealed a teasing look as well. Alright, I have no opinion. The red-shouldered man sniffed, and his anger suddenly disappeared as well, tilting his head toward Chen Hao with a cold smile. Kid, don't you want to see our person in charge? Come with me, he said, striding toward the upper floors. Chen Hao didn't move to follow. The crowd of punks followed behind with a cheeky look of watching the show. Coming to the second floor, the bare-chested man walked to an office, knocked on the door and walked in. A minute later, he opened the door and beckoned to Chen Hao. Our manager asked you to come in. Chen Hao walked in. Woof woof woof. Just as he entered, the ferocious barking of a dog suddenly rang out, and a German black-backed shepherd dog the size of a small calf, ferociously showing its teeth and grinning, pounced fiercely at Chen Hao. Chen Hao did not move. Suddenly, the sheepdog stopped. The dog's paw waved desperately, but could not move forward again. It turned out that it was attached to a chain around its neck, the other end of which was tied to a fixed iron frame, and could at most run to the center of the room. The crowd of punks were already ready to burst into laughter, but when they saw this scene, they were dumbfounded. How come this kid wasn't scared at all? You know, they used to use this trick to scare the bill collectors, and some of them were even scared to pee their pants on the spot. Chapter 57, Triads Who Know the Law. The bare-chested man and an obese man sitting behind a desk were also surprised. You're the head of Xingdai Engineering? Chen Hao asked the obese man without even looking at the sheepdog that was still flailing and letting out a low hiss. Kid, you're pretty good. The obese man looked back at Chen Hao in amazement. I'm an employee of the advertising company under the CA Group. Your company owes us a sum of $800,000 in advertising fees, and I'm here today to demand the money, Chen Hao said indifferently. The obese man laughed contemptuously without saying a word, opening the drawer and taking out a cold, shining hollow-toothed dagger from inside, placing it in his hand and playing with it. What about our company? We have money, but we just don't want to pay it back. What can you do? He leaned back on the back of the boss chair, his fat face showing an incomparable arrogance. The other punks all picked up their bladders and looked at Chen Hao playfully. Chen Hao didn't get angry either, turning his gaze and calmly looking at the shepherd dog. If I'm not mistaken, this is an imported purebred German blackback. It's very rare, and the market price is worth at least 100,000 or more. You're quite willing to spend money. That's right. I'd rather spend $100,000 on a dog, and I won't pay you back a penny. The obese man stalked his neck. This dog is very obedient. I am now bolting it. What do you think it will do to you if I let go? He said with an impish smile, revealing two large yellow plate teeth. Manager, this dog is in heat right now. If you let go, don't this kid on the spot as it again. That would be fun. The bare-chested man suddenly thought of something. He cheap laugh. The crowd of punks laughed. The obese man's eyes lit up, slapped the table, and laughed. You're right. That's how I should do it. The words were not finished. He suddenly had a splash in front of his eyes, and the empty tooth dagger he was playing with in his hand somehow made its way into Chen Hao's hands. Chen Hao grabbed the sheepdog and ruthlessly smashed it on the desk. His right-hand dagger violently stabbed down, and with a poof sound, instantly pierced through the sheepdog's neck, and deeply rooted into the wooden desk. Hiss! Hot blood instantly shot out, spraying the obese man's head and face. Ah! The obese man screamed wildly in fear and desperately leaned back, even with the chair tumbling to the ground on his back. The crowd of punks also shrieked in unison, involuntarily took 2 steps backward. Ow! The sheepdog wailed and struggled for a while, then did not move. Can you pay it back now? Chen Hao pulled the dagger off and slowly wiped it clean on the dog's body, saying indifferently, he was clean. Not even a drop of blood splattered on him. The crowd of punks didn't say anything, and looking at the dog's corpse, which was still spewing blood and dying a miserable death, chills rose from the bottom of their hearts. Are you all dead? The obese man climbed up from the ground and shouted furiously. Why don't you hurry up and beat this asshole to death? Everyone together. The bare-chested man droned, charging up menacingly. Chen Hao kicked him in the chest. Click click click. The bare-chested man's ribs instantly snapped several times, and he screamed miserably as he flew backwards out of the main door and collapsed on the ground, fainting. Then, Chen Hao waved his dagger and gently slashed it, sending out an invisible blade of chi. Several other punks who had rushed up immediately fell to the ground with blood splattering, unconscious. When the other punks saw this scene, they immediately let out a mama's cry of terror and turned around to run. The obese man was wiping the dog's blood from his face with a paper towel. When he saw this, he shivered and the paper towel fell to the ground. Can we talk properly now? Chen Hao asked indifferently as he played with the empty tooth dagger with one hand. He was playing with it much more skillfully than the obese man, the sharp blade twirling nimbly around right between his 5 fingers, but not hurting his skin in the slightest. The obese man's face fat knee twitched a few times, but did not give in to softness, but instead revealed a ruthless color, quite capable of fighting. Ah, boy, no wonder you dared to come in alone. I really underestimated you. By the looks of it, you don't seem too convinced, Chen Hao said. I know you have great hands, but now it's a legalized society. It's useless to rely on your fists alone. The obese man brashly wiped his lips with the back of his hand and took out his cell phone. I just need to call the police. You'll have to go into the bureau. What can you do if you can fight again? Yo-ho! Chen Hao was dumbfounded. This is the first time I've seen that a triad actually takes the initiative to call the police. I am exercising the legitimate legal rights of a citizen. The obese man sneered, reaching out and pointing at the dog corpse on the table. It's a fact that you killed our company's German Shepherd valued at more than $100,000, right? He then pointed at the punk lying on the ground. It's also a fact that you injured our company's employees, right? And we certainly demanded that the police provide protection from the dark and evil elements. Yo, I've become a dark force element instead? Chen Hao was surprised. You don't call for the payment back through legal means. Instead, you use violence and threats to oppress and maim innocent people, which is a typical triad criminal behavior. The obese man sneered. According to the first paragraph of Article 294 of the criminal law, at least 7 years of imprisonment. This money, you'll wait to go to the prison to ask for it. You kinda know the law. Chen Hao became more and more amazed. Kid, aren't you a good fighter? The obese man laughed fiercely. When the police come, I'll see if you still dare to fight. Fine. You call the police. I'll wait. Chen Hao sat on the sofa, crossed his legs and took out his cell phone. You're not afraid? The obese man couldn't help but frown when he saw how calm and collected he was. What do I have to be afraid of? It's not like you have any evidence to say this, Chen Hao said. You think our company's surveillance is vegetarian? The obese man sneered, reaching out to point at the camera in the corner of the ceiling. Then you can see if it's there or not. Chen Hao spread his hands. The obese man's face changed. Manager. Suddenly, a young man wearing glasses hurriedly walked in and was startled when he saw the dog corpse and the blood all over the floor. What is it? The obese man drank. Manager, the surveillance is malfunctioning. The main line was cut by who knows who. The youth wearing glasses said. What? The obese man was shocked and angry, looking at Chen Hao. Yes, it was me who did it. Chen Hao shrugged his shoulders. Who are you? Why did you do it? The young man with glasses was surprised. Because your manager owed me money and couldn't pay it back, so he had to agree to me cutting your company's surveillance lines and taking them out to sell them against the bill. Chen Hao said. Manager, is our company all poor like this? Can we still get paid next month's salary? The youth with glasses believed it and couldn't help but ask. Scram! The obese man furiously picked up the pencil and threw it at him fiercely. The youth wearing glasses was so scared that he hurriedly slipped away. You're good. The obese man gritted his teeth and looked at Chen Hao, thinking that there's no evidence if you destroyed the surveillance? So many of us saw it with our own eyes. We're all witnesses. Empty mouths are no proof. And any more people are just false accusations. Chen Hao smiled faintly. But I do have some solid evidence. So when the police come, I can show them. Chapter 58. So you're the boss. With that, Chen Hao tapped on a video on his cell phone and turned the screen towards the obese man. In the video, it was the scene of the bare-chested man, yellow hair, and the others gathering to gamble. According to Article 303 of the criminal law, gathering a crowd to gamble for the purpose of profit or making a business out of gambling shall be sentenced to fixed-term imprisonment of not more than 3 years, detention, or control, and shall be punished with a fine. If the circumstances are serious, the penalty shall be fixed-term imprisonment of not less than 3 years, but not more than 10 years. Chen Hao smiled. See, not only do you know the law, I do too. The obese man's face became incredibly ugly. There was also when you were downstairs. Your men were trying to beat me with a wooden stick, including the fact that you just intentionally let the dog scare me and ordered them to beat me to death, all of which I filmed. Chen Hao clicked on a few more videos. Even if you testify against me, I still fall under self-defense. This was filmed by him secretly manipulating his cell phone with his mana. Do you think that if I show these to the police, who will the police believe to be the Black Force elements? Chen Hao smirked. Actually, I don't even need to show them. As long as we stand together, it's clear at a glance who's a triad and who's a good citizen. Alright, you're good. You're really good. The obese man was furious. But I'm telling you, you still can't take a penny. Looks like you want to go to jail. Chen Hao's face went cold. This guy really didn't see the coffin. To tell you the truth, I'm not the boss of Xingda Engineering Company. I'm just hired to come and see the scene. I can't give you any money at all. It's useless even if you straighten me out in the bureau. And since my boss has people with connections, I can be fished out as long as I spend a bit of money. The obese man angrily said, You're not the boss, and you're still here to waste half a day with me? Chen Hao was furious. Kid, I advise you not to call the police because you definitely won't get any money that way. The obese man sneered. If you have the guts, just wait for our boss to come. And it's up to you to get the money then, he said, pushed the shepherd dog corpse to the floor, picked up the chair again, sat down in a big way, took out a paper towel and wiped the bloodstains on the tabletop. Alright, I'll wait for your boss to come, Chen Hao said morosely. His hand moved, and the hollow-toothed dagger immediately shot out, snatching a sound, piercing through the obese man's palm fiercely and nailing it to the table. Ah! The obese man screamed in pain and reached out to pull it out. If you dare to move, I will nail your other hand to the table as well, Chen Hao said indifferently. The obese man's hand froze, and he said in horror, if this goes on, I'll bleed to death. You think my time is that well wasted? Chen Hao said coldly, if you don't want to die, call your boss right away and tell him to get his ass back here quickly. The obese man was shocked and afraid, so he could only endure the pain and shakily grab the office phone with his other hand. I'd like to see who was so bold as to kill my beloved dog. Suddenly, a furious voice rang out. As the words fell, a thuggish-looking obese middle-aged man huffed into the office. Boss, this is the kid who killed your dog and kicked Irmo into serious injury. That's right, he's so crazy, he even broke our company's surveillance lines and threatened that we have to pay back the money. Yellow Hair and the other punks followed behind them, seemingly having something to lean on, pointing at Chen Hao and clamoring. Boss, you're back, save me, I got this hand from this kid. The obese man was also overjoyed. He seemed to have the courage to pull out the dagger with a clench of his teeth, and immediately grimaced in pain, tears streaming out of his eyes. The middle-aged man glanced at Chen Hao, his face grim as he walked to the desk and reached out to the obese man. Give me the knife. Boss, be careful, this kid is very skilled. The obese man thought that the boss was going to personally avenge him, and hurriedly handed the dagger over, reminding. As soon as the words fell, the middle-aged man suddenly grabbed his uninjured other hand and pressed it hard on the table as the dagger stabbed down hard. Put! The sharp blade instantly pierced through the palm of the obese man's hand, and stuck deep into the table. Ah! The obese man immediately let out an earth-shattering howl, his face twisted up in pain. Yellow Hair and the other punks were shocked. Chen Hao, old brother. No, Mr. Chen, this bastard even dared to offend you. Do you think it's okay for me to dispose of him like this? The middle-aged man turned around, his face full of fawning currying favor, nodding his head to Chen Hao. So the boss of Xingdai Engineering is you? Chen Hao sneered. Such a company really fits your image. This middle-aged man was the same thug who had adopted Wu Sha. I'm sorry, Mr. Chen. How much money does our company owe you? I'll pay it back right away. The thug smiled awkwardly, secretly grumbling in his heart. How could it be that it had only been 2 days since he had met this plague again? 800,000. Chen Hao said indifferently. Also, your men threatened me verbally, used violent means, and posed as the person in charge, delaying me for a long time. How do you account for this? The thug sniffed, his face muscles twitching a few times as he turned around and kicked the obese man hard in the knee. Plop! The obese man immediately screamed miserably and fell to his knees, pulling the wounds on his hands, and instantly died of pain. Slap your own mouth and apologize to Mr. Chen. If Mr. Chen isn't satisfied, I'll chop off both of your hands and feed them to the dogs. The thug snapped. I was wrong, Mr. Chen. I'm sorry, please let me go. The obese man didn't expect Chen Hao to come from such a big place. Even the boss didn't dare to offend him in the slightest. He was shocked, pained and remorseful. He could only use his other injured hand to slap himself fiercely and cried out in pain. And you guys, also kneel down and slap yourselves to apologize. The thug turned back and pointed at Yellow Hair and the others again and droned. I'm sorry, Mr. Chen. We were wrong. The crowd of gangsters were also completely dumbfounded, and could only kneel down one after another, slapping themselves hard while begging bitterly. You don't think that you can make it up to me by letting your men abuse themselves, Chen Hao coldly said. How could? The thug carefully laughed with him and walked over to his desk, taking out 2 blank checks, writing the amount, and taking out the official seal and financial seal from the safe to stamp them. Mr. Chen, one is for the $800,000 owed, and the other is for $10 million, which I am compensating you for. A look of flesh pain flashed across his face as he respectfully handed over the check with both hands. Count on your good sense. Chen Hao took it, glanced at it, and after confirming that it was correct, he put away the check and sneered as he got up to leave. Finally, since this plague got away. The thug then sighed in relief and collapsed onto the sofa. Boss, with Mr. Chen gone, can you let me go to the hospital? The obese man sweated profusely from the pain and begged. Mother her, how dare you speak? If it wasn't for you assholes, how would I have lost over $10 million? The thug's face turned blue as he went up and kicked him to the ground, kicking hard as he vented. Chapter 59, who said I didn't complete my mission? Chen Hao walked out of the gate. Mr. Li, that kid came out. Ha, he didn't even get beaten up. Driver Xiao Mao saw it and was shocked with wide eyes. Mr. Li was also very surprised. Xiao Mao, go down and ask, did he get the money? Seeing that Chen Hao was about to get into his car and leave, Mr. Li hurriedly said. Xiao Mao answered and got out of the car, waving at Chen Hao and shouting, "Brother, wait a moment." Chen Hao was stunned and turned around. "You're here to ask for the bill, right?" Xiao Mao took 3 steps and ran to him and asked. Chen Hao nodded. "Can I ask for advice on how you got it?" Little Mao asked curiously. "Isn't it normal that if they owe money, they should pay it back?" Chen Hao laughed. "Brother, don't sell yourself short." Xiao Mao bristled. "We've been squatting all morning and saw 4 waves of door-to-door debt collectors. The previous 3 waves were all beaten out by Xingda Engineering Company's people. Only you are the exception. You guys are also debt collectors?" Chen Hao smiled, not answering, and asked in return. He couldn't teach the other party the way to ask for money. "We're from the CA Group, and since Xingda Engineering Company owes our subordinate advertising company an advertising fee that hasn't been paid back for months, we've come to find out what's going on," Xiao Mao said. "What?" Chen Hao froze. "Young man, are you collecting a debt for yourself, or are you chasing the outstanding amount for the company?" At this time, Mr. Li also came over and asked amiably. "I'm also from the CA Group, and I'm a salesman for a subordinate advertising company." Chen Hao was surprised. "This time, I came here to recover the outstanding advertising fees." Mr. Li and Xiao Mao also froze. "That's not right. I basically know all the employees of the advertising company. Why haven't I seen you before?" Xiao Mao was surprised. "I'm a newly recruited salesman today," Chen Hao said. "I just reported to the advertising company, and Vice President Wang Haping Wang gave this task to me." He told the story once. Mr. Li, "So Chen Hao is one of our own. That's great." Little Mao was excited and hurriedly introduced. "Chen Hao, I'm Mao Xiaowei, the driver of the group's comprehensive administration department. This is our group's executive vice president, Mr. Li Xuanping Li. Xiao Chen, you are excellent. On your first day at work, you solved a big trouble for the group." Li Xuanping laughed and took the initiative to extend his hand. "General Manager Li is flattered," Chen Hao said modestly, shaking hands with Li Xuanping and then shaking hands with Mao Xiaowei. "Little Chen, can you tell us your secret to recovering the money owed to you now?" Li Xuanping laughed. "Mr. Li, I don't have any secret tips." Chen Hao thought for a moment and said, "After I ran into those 2 people who were beaten up before, I kept an eye out, and after I went in, I happened to see Xingda's employees gathering to gamble, so I used my cell phone to secretly film it, and then used it as a blackmail to smoothly demand the outstanding amount. As for other things such as killing dogs and beating people and recognizing thugs, he naturally skipped over them." Li Xuanping and Mao Xiaowei came to a realization. "Little Chen, not only are you smart, but you are also bold and meticulous. Really good." Li Xuanping praised. "Admirable." Mao Xiaowei also gave a thumbs up. Chen Hao smiled. "By the way, why would Wang Haping let you, a new employee, go after the arrears?" Li Xuanping asked. "Doesn't he know that this mission is dangerous?" "I was just wondering the same thing." Mr. Li, Chen Hao's heart fluttered as he said. "Mr. Wang said it was just a simple little mission, so I came, and if I hadn't happened to run into those 2 beaten people, I guess it would have been hard for me to escape." "Simple little mission?" Mr. Li sneered. "Wang Haping can really talk. I'm afraid he has some kind of foul play. There is definitely something fishy." Mr. Li, Mao Xiaowei exasperatedly said. "To say it's a simple mission when it's so dangerous, isn't this intentionally pitting Chen Hao?" "Xiao Chen, let's go back to the group. Then you go see Wang Haping and see what he says. I'll be right there afterward." Li Xuanping thought about it and said coldly, "Yes, Mr. Li." Chen Hao nodded. "Chen Hao, you're driving a BMW X5 and you're still applying for a salesman?" Mao Xiaowei couldn't help but be surprised when he saw Chen Hao's car. "It's not mine, a friend's car. I have something to do these days, so I borrowed it." Chen Hao casually found an excuse to say, thinking that it seems that in the future, you can't drive a BMW to and from work. It's really too conspicuous. Mao Xiaowei nodded and followed Li Xuanping back into the Hummer SUV. The 2 cars started up and left successively. An hour later, the 3 returned to CA Group. Chen Hao came to Wang Haping's office in the advertising agency on the 18th floor. "You're back? How's it going? Did you get the money owed back?" When Wang Haping saw him, he didn't have the smiling look he had before, but instead had a serious attitude of doing business. "Mr. Wang, I went to Xingda Engineering Company." Chen Hao did not move and said, "I found that it was very chaotic there. Not like a proper company, but rather similar to a triad gang. Why didn't you explain this to me before? What does it matter to you how they are?" Wang Haping faintly said, "What you have to do is to recover the money owed. How does it not matter? I've seen with my own eyes other people who came to the door to ask for money and were beaten out by them." Chen Hao said, "What if I go to collect the debt and get beaten up as well?" "So, you didn't get the money owed back?" Wang Haping frowned. "You couldn't even finish such a simple little task? At the expense of Mr. Liang, who said you were very good. You really let me down." Mr. Wang, didn't you hear me when I said that Xingda Engineering Company beat up people? Chen Hao raised his voice. Chen Hao, watch your tone. Do you know that I am your leader? Wang Heping stood up with a huff and snapped. Chen Hao didn't say anything. Xingda Engineering Company didn't beat up anyone early, didn't beat up anyone late, and happened to beat up someone when you were there. Wang Heping coldly said, you think I can't see that this is nothing more than a lie that you intentionally made up because you couldn't complete the task? Mr. Wang, if you don't believe me, you can go and see for yourself, Chen Hao said. There's no need for that. Wang Heping shook his head. You've been dismissed. Go to the Human Resources Department to go through the exit procedures. Who are you to dismiss me? Chen Hao sneered. You couldn't even complete such a simple task. Your work ability is too poor. Not to mention lying and deceiving the leaders. Our advertising agency certainly won't use a mediocre person with bad character like you. Wang Heping said. Who said I didn't complete the task? Chen Hao took out the check and slapped it onto the desk. Look carefully. $800,000 owed. Not a penny less. You. Wang Heping froze, looking at the check, revealing a look of disbelief. Since you finished, why didn't you say it earlier? Only after half a minute did he ask in shocked anger. Because I wanted to know what purpose you had. Chen Hao laughed coldly. Now I understand. You didn't even want me to complete the task. You were only looking for an excuse to dismiss me. Wang Heping's face changed. Wang Heping, you and I are meeting for the first time today. We've never met before, and we don't have any conflicts, Chen Hao said. So I'm curious to know, why are you doing this? Chapter 60, Switching Departments. Wang Heping didn't reply, but his face was grim. I'll say it again. Chen Hao, you've been dismissed. Please leave immediately. I've already completed my task. What other reasons do you have to dismiss me? Chen Hao frowned. You didn't finish. Wang Heping frankly picked up the check and put it in the drawer. The $800,000 in arrears was recovered by me. It has nothing to do with you, and the high commission also belongs to me. Wang Heping, you are really shameless, Chen Hao coldly said. Aren't you afraid that I will complain about you to the group leaders? You're a new employee who's been on the job for less than a day. Do you know who the group leader is? Wang Heping smiled contemptuously and waved his hand. Get lost or I'll call security. Is it okay that he knows me? Suddenly, an icy voice rang out. As the words fell, Li Xuanping walked in with a deep face. He was followed by a man in his 30s. General Manager Li. Wang Heping's face changed drastically. I heard everything you just said. Li Xuanping sneered. Wang Heping, you're good. Do you think you can do whatever you want in an advertising agency? Mr. Li, this might be a misunderstanding. Listen to my explanation. Wang Heping said in an urgent voice. You don't need to explain. Li Xuanping interrupted him. I have already gone to Xingda Engineering Company in the morning to understand the situation, and witnessed the whole process of their beating and Xiao Chen's recovery of the money owed to him, including the words that Xiao Chen said to you, which were all authorized by me. What? Wang Heping looked at Chen Hao in shock. You didn't expect it. Chen Hao smiled coldly. Just now, I also purposely checked the business contracts between Xingda Engineering and the advertising company and found that it was you who handled them. Li Xuanping snapped. And the contract has the problem of the offer being too low for the company to make a profit at all. How do you explain that? Wang Heping's face swished and turned pale, unable to speak. Ringing. Suddenly, the office phone rang. Xiao Chen, go answer the phone, Li Xuanping said. Chen Hao picked up the phone. Hello, old Uncle Ah, has that new salesman been straightened out by you yet? A loud voice came out from the phone. Not yet. Chen Hao's heart fluttered, and he followed Wang Heping's voice and said vaguely, while pressing the speakerphone button at the same time. Then hurry up, old uncle. The loud voice didn't hear it either, urging, if you don't fire him, how are you going to get me in? Chen Hao put down the phone. The crowd revealed a look of dawning realization. No wonder you're pitting little Chen. So you're trying to get your nephew into the advertising agency. How insidious. Li Xuanping sneered. Wang Heping's face was like dirt as he pleaded. Mr. Li, I was also confused for a moment. Just forgive me this time for the sake of my hard work for the group over the years. Li Xuanping shook his head. You are dismissed. Immediately go to the Human Resources Department to go through the exit procedures. Minister Yang. He turned back to the man. Check the accounts that Wang Heping has handled over the years and see if there are any other problems. If there is any damage to the group's interests, immediately tell the legal department to pursue his legal responsibility. Yes, Mr. Li. The man nodded and responded. Wang Heping involuntarily trembled all over his body, almost collapsing to the ground. How about it? Little Chen, are you relieved now? After Minister Yang and Wang Heping left, Li Xuanping smiled at Chen Hao. Thank you, Mr. Li, for doing me justice. Chen Hao laughed. Right, little Chen. I still have one more thing to discuss with you, Li Xuanping said. Go ahead, Mr. Li. Euhalian's human resources department has been lacking an employee, and she admires you so much that she brought it up with me, wanting to transfer you to her department. I don't know if you're willing to do that? Li Shuangping said. It's not an order. It's up to the individual's will. If you still want to work in the advertising agency, then stay. With that, he added, Mr. Li, I have no problem doing whatever, Chen Hao said cheerfully. He was only working now for the sake of the red dust experience, so that the realm could be raised faster and more solidly, but it didn't matter what exactly he did. Good, Li Shuangping laughed. Then you can report to the human resources department now. Yes, Mr. Li. Chen Hao turned around and left, arriving at the human resources department a few moments later. Chen Hao, I guessed that you would definitely come to my place. When Euhalian saw him, she instantly revealed a happy smile. Luckily, Liang De was traveling, otherwise he definitely wouldn't have let you go. I'm picking up a great bargain. Minister Yu, I don't have much experience, please teach me more, Chen Hao humbly said. It's fine, our HR department's work is very easy to get started. You're so smart, you'll learn quickly. Euhalian laughed and beckoned. Hu Bing, Wan Rue, you two come over here for a moment. The two girls walked over, introducing you two. This is Chen Hao, the talent I specially transferred from the advertising company. From today onwards, it's a colleague of our human resources department, Euhalian said. Welcome, Chen Hao. Hu Bing smiled and extended her hand. Your interview has left a very deep impression on me. Thanks. Chen Hao shook her hand. Wan Rue, however, pulled a long face, ignoring Chen Hao, and eagerly said to Euhalian, Minister, what about my classmate when you transfer him over? Wan Rue, I was about to talk to you about this, Euhalian said. I've talked to your classmate, and I don't think she's suitable to work in the human resources department. She paused for a moment and said meaningfully, and the reason why classmates are classmates is because they are not mixed with interests. If you become co-workers, do you think you can still get along like before? Minister, if my classmate is not suitable, is Chen Hao suitable? Wan Rue exasperatedly said. I heard Hu Bing say that he is just an applicant for the job as a salesman in an advertising agency. He doesn't have any experience. How is he qualified to work in our HR department? Who has work experience to begin with? Euhalian said. According to you, you didn't have any experience when you first came to the human resources department either, so you're not qualified to work either? Wan Rue was momentarily speechless, then strongly argued. I'm just worried that he's dragging our department down. Euhalian was about to speak, when suddenly, Hu Bing interjected. Minister, I remember that Chen Hao seems to have had HR work experience on his resume. Is that so? Euhalian looked towards Chen Hao. Chen Hao nodded. I did work in administration and personnel in the first year after I just graduated, before I switched to business. You think that being an odd job man in some unknown small company is human resources? Wan Rue sneered. Since you've done it, how about talking about your understanding of human resources? My understanding is that although human resources do mostly administrative type of work, it is not administrative in nature, but rather development, Chen Hao said after thinking about it. Che, Wan Rue rolled her eyes and made a disdainful sound. Chen Hao, you continue. Euhalian, however, her eyes lit up and encouraged. Chapter 61, Receiving the Wind. Then I'll make an offering. Chen Hao smiled shyly. I personally believe that the 5 modules of human resources, recruitment, training, compensation, performance appraisal and employee relationship improvement, are actually 7 words: resource development and utilization. Development is divided into 2 pieces: external development and internal development. Recruitment belongs to external development. Through lower cost and professional interview means, recruit in the right talent to create greater benefits for the company. Training belongs to internal development. Through allowing employees to systematically learn and practice, proficiency in professional skills and job knowledge, work more comfortable. Utilization means conducting performance appraisals for employees by quantifying work indicators, so as to rate their ability level, work efficiency, etc. And then, on this basis, formulate appropriate salaries and bonuses, so as to improve the overall utilization rate. Employee relationship improvement is also part of utilization, as a human resources staff, should be through communication, interviews, research and other means, to understand the actual relationship between the group's various departments and subordinate companies and the existence of the problem, and then come up with a program to be improved, to avoid the people floating, kicking the ball, and other internal consumption of the things happen. That's my understanding. Please ask the 3 beauties for more guidance. Chen Hao laughed. Wow! Hu Bing was dumbfounded and couldn't help but marvel. Chen Hao, you're too good. If it wasn't for the fact that you personally said that you only had 1 year of personnel work experience, I would have thought that you were an expert. Chen Hao, well said. Euhalian was also surprised and happy. I never imagined that you have such a deep understanding of HR work. Originally I was worried that you would not be able to adapt, but now it seems completely unnecessary. You're convinced this time, she said to Wan Rui. Don't look at you working for several years, but your understanding of human resources may not be as good as Chun Hao's. Wan Rui's face was ugly to the extreme, wanting to say something to retort, but she didn't know what to say. Don't even leave after work today. Pick up Chen Hao tonight. My treat. Yu Halian laughed. Good Hu Bing cheered and clapped. Hu Bing, come with me to the administration department, Yu Halian said. Hu Bing nodded and went out with Yu Halian. Chen Hao, you're quite scheming. After the two left, Wan Rui sneered. What do you mean? Chen Hao was stunned. With you being a salesman, how could you possibly say such profound insights? It's evident that you had prepared for this, just to deliberately curry favor with Minister Yu. Wan Rui sneered. You're the one who asked me about my understanding of human resources, right? Chen Hao said. It's not like I knew what you would ask, so how could I have prepared in advance? Because when you did the entry procedures before, you heard me ask my classmates to come for interviews and knew that the HR department was short of people. Wan Rui coldly said. So you used this time to check the information online and took the opportunity to fool Minister Yu. After all, the treatment of the human resources department can be much better than you working as a salesman in an advertising agency. Congratulations, Heart Boy. You've succeeded. This is all your guess. Chen Hao frowned. Besides, it wasn't me who wanted to come. It was General Manager Li who told me that Minister Yu wanted to transfer me to the human resources department. Don't you dare pull that. Wan Rui mocked. Mr. Li is such a big president. Would he know you as a salesman? There's no way to lie. Chen Hao shook his head and was too lazy to explain to her. You wait. I'll make you look good sooner or later. Wan Rui dropped a sentence with a sneer and turned around to go out. Just after she left, Mao Xiaowei walked in with his hands in his pockets, his face full of envy. Chen Hao, when did you transfer to the human resources department? This is a good place, much better than in the advertising agency. Just transferred here. Chen Hao laughed. Why are you here? I was looking for you, Mao Xiaowei said. I just went to the advertising agency and realized that you transferred here. Looking for me for something? Chen Hao asked. Bro, Mao Xiaowei came to him. Today after work, can you lend me your BMW X5? I want to see a favorite girl tonight. I want to have some face in front of her, please, he said, revealing a pleading look and clasping his fists repeatedly. Then you drive carefully. Chen Hao was quite fond of Mao Xiaowei. Naturally he would not refuse, taking out his car keys and handing them over. Thank you, brother. In the future, if you want me to do anything, just say the word. Mao Xiaowei was overjoyed, took the car keys, and ran off in a puff of smoke. Not long ago, Yu Halian, Hu Bing and Wan Rui came back one after another. Yu Halian held a small internal meeting, reallocated positions to the three, and then let Hu Bing take Chen Hao to familiarize himself with the work. Soon, an afternoon passed. It's time to get off work. Everyone follow me, Yu Halian said. Chen Hao, if you don't have a car, take my car with the two of them. Chen Hao nodded. He's a salesman who can still afford a car? Minister, you really think highly of him. Wan Rui sneered. Wan Rui, why are you always targeting Chen Hao? Don't be like this in the future. We're all co-workers, we need to get along. Yu Halian frowned. Wan Rui hummed. The four left, and in less than half an hour, they arrived at the restaurant and entered the private room. I'm driving today, so I won't drink. After sitting down, Yu Halian said, do you three want to drink? I don't drink, Chen Hao and Hu Bing said in unison. Chen Hao, tacit understanding. Hu Bing laughed and gave Chen Hao a high five. Minister, I don't drink either. I have a date with my friends and I'm going to sing at a KTV after dinner. Wan Rui said, don't play too late, go home early, you still have to work tomorrow. Yu Halian admonished. Wan Rui nodded. Suddenly her heart moved. Minister, I'm also worried that it's not safe to go home too late. See if you can let Chen Hao come with me, and let him send me home at that time, so it's much more assured. Yu Halian also looked at Chen Hao with a flickering expression when she heard this. Unexpectedly, Wan Rui would take the initiative to ask for Chen Hao's company, which was a good opportunity for the two to ease their relationship. Chen Hao shook his head. Sorry, I have a girlfriend. I'm afraid it's not very convenient. Wan Rui took the initiative to ask for it, most likely without good intentions. Even if there was no catnip, Chen Hao was not interested in accompanying her. Speaking as if I fancy you, can you stop flattering yourself? Wan Rui said angrily. You're a guy too. Why don't you have any bearing at all? Chen Hao, Wan Rui is a girl. I do feel a little uneasy. Why don't you work a little harder today? If your girlfriend misunderstands, I can explain to her on your behalf, Yu Halian advised. Okay, Yu Halian said so. Chen Hao could not refuse and only agreed. A cold smile flashed in Wan Rui's eyes. A meal was quickly finished, and the four of them left the restaurant. Chen Hao, Hu Bing and I will go home first. Euphoric got into the car and said, Wan Rui is all yours. Chen Hao nodded. Euphoric and Hu Bing waved and drove off. Wan Rui's face immediately turned cold, and she ignored Chen Hao, taking her cell phone and sending out WeChat on her own. Chen Hao naturally wasn't interested in talking to her, and tweeted Du Shueching about the situation, estimating that he would not be able to return until late again. Chapter 62, What a nuisance. You lent your car to someone else? Call me when you get there. I'll pick you up. Du Shueching quickly returned the message. No, I'll just take a taxi back. Chen Hao replied. No, what if you can't get a cab by then? I don't want you to wait in the night. How cold it is. Du Shueching insisted. All right. Chen Hao's heart warmed. No matter when. Shueching was always so considerate. Du Shueching returned a red heart emoji. At this time, a brand new 7-seater Buick Encore drove by and stopped in front of the two. The car door opened and down came 3 men and 2 women, all about the same age as Wan Rui. Rui, a dull-faced girl and a girl with mushroom hair rushed up and called out, Guan Wei, Lu Ting, you guys are here. Wan Rui put away her cell phone and smiled as she hugged the 2 girls. Rui, it's been a long time, hasn't it? There was a bit of traffic on the road. A medium-sized youth with a popular punk hairstyle and wearing a power bar jacket walked up with his car keys and said with a smile, Yo, young Master Zhang, got a new car? Wan Rui glanced at the Encore behind him and said with a smile, waving another hand to greet the other 2 youths, Yuda just brought the car back today. It doesn't have a license plate yet, but he said that to pick you up. He had to drive a new car to show respect, so he took the temporary license plate and hit the road. A tall and strong youth laughed. Rui, Yuda treats you, but there's really nothing to say. Another slightly chubby youth also laughed. Guan Wei and the girl named Lu Ting followed suit. Thank you, Yuda. Wan Rui's small face swooned and said shyly, Rui, why are you still polite with me? Zhang Yuda laughed. Rui, who is he? Is he with you? Guan Wei saw Chen Hao standing alone on the side and asked in a curious whisper. I was about to tell you guys. Wan Rui's face showed an incomparable look of disgust as she whispered. He's called Chen Hao, a hangdog who pursued me, originally applying for a job as a salesman for our group's subordinate advertising company, and without knowing how to fool our leaders, he actually became my new colleague. Today's departmental gathering, he insisted on proposing to accompany me. The leader agreed because he was worried about my safety. I hate him to death. You guys help me to fix him properly, so that this hanger-on can see me in the future to get away from me. The crowd revealed a look of understanding. No problem, Rui, isn't it just a poor hanger-on? It's too easy to straighten him out. Just wait and watch the show. Zhang Yuda sniffed, looked at Chen Hao with contempt and sneered. That's right, Rui, let's see how we'll take it out on you. The others also said, Hey, your name is Chen Hao. I heard that you're courting our Rui? With that, Guan Wei sneered at Chen Hao. Not a small amount of guts. Do you know what kind of people are chasing Rui? Tell you, either rich second generation or civil servants. The worst family also take advantage of $1 million or so. I heard that you were a salesman. On this broken conditions, also have the nerve to chase little Rui? Lu Ting contemptuously picked up. Wan Rui, please respect yourself. Chen Hao ignored them and coldly said, Don't be full of nonsense and spread rumors everywhere. I don't have any interest in you, much less pursue you. The reason why I am accompanying you today is that you took the initiative to ask for it, and the leader gave the word, so I had no choice but to agree to it, or else I would have cared who you are. Wan Rui's face changed. She didn't expect Chen Hao's ears to be so sharp that he heard what she said. Who are you talking about? Try saying that again. The tall, burly youth said angrily, clenching his fist as he was about to step forward. Li Jian. Zhang Yuda hurriedly stopped him and whispered, There's plenty of opportunity to clean up this dangler tonight. Why are you in such a hurry? Following that, he flashed a smile at Chen Hao. Don't be angry. Come as friends, let's play together. Rui, don't pay attention to him, let's get in the car. Guan Wei's face was ugly, muttering under her breath. What kind of people are these? Obviously pursuing you and still not daring to say it, but instead hitting you upside down. I don't know who is full of nonsense. That's right, a hangman is just a hangman, tugging as if he's $2.5 million. Lu Ting was also angry. Li Jian and the slightly chubby youth glared fiercely at Chen Hao and entered the car. Chen Hao stood without moving. Chen Hao, I'm sorry, although this is a 7-seater car, but put something, there is no more empty seats for you to sit. Just take a taxi yourself. Anyway, it's not far. It's just in front, Dynasty KTV, and then go to the second floor to find us in the 16th private room. Zhang Yuda drilled into the car and peeked out from the driver's seat, although he apologized under his breath. His eyes flashed with a teasing look. If you don't have any money, it's fine to walk. Hurry up and go. How can you be there in an hour? Guan Wei sneered. The crowd laughed. Chen Hao sneered and turned to leave. Chen Hao, where are you going? The minister but told you to stay with me. When Wan Rui saw that, she immediately called out anxiously. If Chen Hao left, how else could he be fixed? You have so many friends with you, you don't need me at all, Chen Hao said indifferently. The minister but personally explained that he asked you to send me home at night. Wan Rui said angrily, how dare you leave? How can I go without a car? Chen Hao spread his hands and said, even if the minister asks, I still have a reason. When Wan Rui heard this, although she was not happy in her heart, she could only push Zhang Yuda. You let Chen Hao get in the car. Zhang Yuda could only turn back. Pang Xian, open the door and let him up. The slightly chubby youth pulled open the car door. The seat next to him was empty, where there was nothing. Chen Hao took a look and shook his head. I'm going to sit in the passenger seat. Then where do I sit? The one sitting in the co-pilot seat was Li Jian, who sniffed angrily. I can't even stretch my legs in the back. Sit wherever you like. Anyway, if you don't sit in the co-pilot, I won't go, Chen Hao said. You, not only Jian Li, the others were also turning blue. This kid really invites annoyance. Jian Li, bear with me for a while, we'll be there soon. A cold light flashed in Zhang Yuda's eyes as he patted Li Jian's shoulder and advised in a double entendre. Jian Li could only endure his anger, glaring angrily at Chen Hao as he got out of the co-pilot seat and walked to the back. Chen Hao sat on it and slammed the car door heavily with a bang. Can you lighten up? This is a new car worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. If you touch it, you won't be able to pay for it even if you sell it. Zhang Yuda couldn't help but say angrily. Then I'm not sitting. Go home. Chen Hao opened the door and was about to get off. Okay, I won't say it. Big brother, you hurry up and sit down. Count me begging you. Zhang Yuda had no choice but to say. This guy was simply rolling meat, soft and hard. Chen Hao slammed the car door again with a bang, his voice heavier than earlier. Zhang Yuda was so angry that he couldn't speak, but he couldn't get angry, so he could only start the car and step on the gas hard. The car roared, like a stringed arrow shot out. Chapter 63, Transfer Tips. As the car drove on, the crowd didn't say anything, with a look of indignation on their faces. Originally, they wanted to give Chen Hao a good look, but they didn't expect to be depressed by this guy instead. Right, Yuda, why did you think of buying a new car? After a moment of silence, Wan Rui asked, wasn't the original Passat Alltrack pretty good? I'm tired of driving that car, and it just so happens that I recently made a business deal with my parents to earn a little money, so I'll get a new car. Zhang Yuda smiled at the words, not without complacency. That's $3 million. In your mouth it's making a little money? You're also too modest. Pang Xian laughed. 3 million is a huge amount of money to us, but to you it's really not much. Li Jian said, Yuda, your family must make at least 8 million or more this year, right? Multiply it by 2. Zhang Yuda laughed. Wow, the crowd marveled in unison. Rui, you've picked up a treasure. Marry Yuda in the future and live a proper life as a young grandmother. Lu Ting laughed. What are you talking about? Yudi and I are just good friends. Wan Rui squirmed, but her eyes revealed a joyful color. Rui, you and Yuda are just a talented couple, born to be together. Guan Wei deliberately said, unlike some people, who are obviously hangers-on, but still have no self-awareness, she said, glancing at Chen Hao in disgust. Toads wanting to eat swan meat. It's not rare. You can't say that either. A good flower still needs green leaves to match. Without a hangman to set it off, how can it look like Yuda is outstanding? The crowd sniffed, all of them understood, and pointed and cursed. Chen Hao was as if he hadn't heard, just crossed his legs and focused on playing the cell phone game. When the crowd saw this, they all couldn't help but feel a bit deflated, with a feeling as if they had punched cotton, and couldn't use their energy. At this time, Zhang Yuda's cell phone placed on the seat armrest rang. Jian Li, there are traffic police on the road right now. It's not very convenient for me to answer. Look who it is, Zhang Yuda said while playing the steering wheel. Good. Jian Li picked up his cell phone and tapped the screen. I'm going. Immediately afterward, his eyes widened and he exclaimed in shock. What's wrong? Zhang Yuda and the crowd asked in unison. Let's hear something special for you guys. Don't make a sound. Jian Li smiled mysteriously and tapped a few times on his cell phone. An electronically synthesized female voice came out. PayPal arrived. $1 million. Wow! The crowd exclaimed in unison again. How about that? Shocking, right? Jian Li laughed. This isn't that popular funny video from Tremors, but a real $1 million arrived. Wan Rui's 3 girls were filled with excitement and nodded vigorously. Yuda, awesome. Pang Xian gave a thumbs up. It should be the client who called the final payment over. Zhang Yuda also seems to have not expected to play an unexpected pussy. His face is full of smiles. Play hard tonight. You guys can drink whatever you want. Let's not get drunk and not return. The crowd cheered in unison. Ding dong. Suddenly, Chen Hao's cell phone rang with a text message alert. Yo, salesman Chen. Quite fitting, Guan Wei sneered. It couldn't be someone transferring money to you as well, right? Chen Hao didn't say anything, exited the game, opened the text message and was stunned. Li Jian stretched his neck from the back to look, vaguely saw that it was a bank transfer message, and immediately came to the spirit. It's really a transfer. It's a pity that I didn't look at the specific amount. Come on, buddy, you say it out loud, so that we can all be shocked as well. Is it necessary? Chen Hao said indifferently. Of course it's necessary. The other Yuda has just shown his strength. Since you want to pursue Rue, of course you should also show your sincerity. You can't just rely on your lips to fool around. Lu Ting sneered. That's right. Blind dates still have to report their conditions to each other, let alone chasing a girl. Don't be a wimp, Chen Hao. Didn't you pretend to be quite powerful just now? Pang Xian and the others also mocked. Boring, Chen Hao said indifferently. Chen Hao, I'm warning you, they're all my good friends. They're not comparable to you in any way. You're not qualified to judge them. Wan Rue raised her eyebrows and said in a cold voice, don't blame me for being rude to you if you dare to be so insolent again. There's a girl but I let her get away. Before Chen Hao could say anything, suddenly his cell phone rang. Fatty. Chen Hao glanced at the caller ID and picked up the phone. Chen Hao, did you receive the transfer? Wang Jie's characteristic loud voice came out from the phone, and even if he didn't need to press the speakerphone, he could hear it clearly in the carriage. When Jianli heard this, he immediately revealed a teasing look and secretly pointed with his finger, signaling eavesdropping. The crowd understood what he meant and stopped talking, listening with mocking faces. It's you who transferred it. I received it, but why does it feel like there's a lot more? Chen Hao was puzzled. I remember that the wages paid to the workers weren't this much. Idiot, have you forgotten that you are the major shareholder of the company? This year, my father made a total of $70 million. According to the agreement, you should be given a 30% share of the net profit. That's $21 million, Wang Jie said, together with the $13 million of wages you paid to the workers before, and the $3 million you paid back to the owner of the material store. That's $37 million in total. And then my dad rounded it up for you, a total of $40 million, and all of it hit your card. Uncle Wan can be really, he is going to do the project, must have invested a lot, but also gave me so much money. Chen Hao said, this is all what you deserve. Don't worry, there will only be more in the future. Wang Jie laughed, because of your relationship, now the company's fame has risen greatly. Just the orders received so far, the profit has exceeded $100 million. Next year you can at least share $30 million. You don't need to do anything in the future. Just wait in the big villa of Mingyu Villa to count the money and play it. No more. I'm going to go to a nightclub to enjoy myself. Today I'm going to call 100 chicks and spread $1 million in public. Let them pick up the money in front of me with their bare asses. Wang Jie laughed maniacally and hung up the phone. Chen Hao shook his head in amusement. This dead fat guy really does not lose his rich second-generation nature. Suddenly, he felt the car stop, and thought that he had arrived at the place, and when he looked up, he was taken aback, only to see the car actually stopped on the main road, the back blocked along, all in the wild honking. Turning his head again, including Zhang Yuda, everyone was looking at him with their mouths wide open, almost able to stuff an egg in. Did I just hear it right? What kind of company are you the major shareholder of? Someone else transferred $40 million to you, and then you still have a big set of villas in Mingyu Villa? Li Jian asked with a demented face. Chen Hao did not answer, poked Zhang Yuda's shoulder. Hurry up and drive. Did not hear the car behind you or honking? You want to wait for the traffic police to come over? Oh, Zhang Yuda then woke up as if in a dream, gave him a shocked look, started the car and continued to drive forward. Chapter 64, Wine Pooling. Inside the carriage, all of them did not speak, still in shock. Rue, didn't you say that Chen Hao turned out to be a salesman? Only after a long time did Guan Wei come back to her senses and asked in a small voice full of confusion, how come he's so rich? Wan Rue was also shocked to the core, but quickly thought of something and sneered. You heard him bragging. If I guessed correctly, this must be the friend he just found, deliberately playing a double act for us. You guys don't want to be fooled. The crowd suddenly realized. I said it. What company's major shareholder? Transferring $40 million is simply blowing up to the sky. That's it. Still living in a big villa in Mingyu Villa? You don't even know which way the gate of Mingyu Villa opens. Right. Hangers-on really will masturbate. It's just a playwright. If it wasn't for Rue revealing it, we were almost fooled. Immediately afterward, the crowd revealed a look of contempt and mocked. Chen Hao smiled faintly and didn't bother to give them proof, playing the game on his own. Forget it. It's also a skill for people to be able to cooperate with their friends to act out a scene in such a short period of time, so you guys shouldn't crack down. Zhang Yuda advised each other full of derision. The crowd laughed in unison. Soon, The car drove to Dynasty KTV. The crowd got off the car, entered the KTV, and came to the second floor of the booked private room. Zhang Yuda beckoned the waiter over and skillfully ordered a variety of famous wines and snacks. Pang Xian and Li Jian turned on the jukebox and debugged the equipment, while Wan Rui's 3 girls flipped through the songbook and chirped to choose a song. Chen Hao sat alone in the corner looking at his cell phone. Not too long after, the waiter came in pushing a cart full of wine and snacks, put them on the table and went out. Come on, everyone open the wine. Let's have fun tonight. Zhang Yuda opened a bottle of beer and held it up high as he laughed. Cheers! The crowd all opened their beers as well, clinking their glasses and cheering, and the atmosphere appeared to be very warm. No one paid any attention to Chen Hao, as if treating him like air. Chen Hao didn't care either. He wasn't even on the same level as these people. If he forced himself together instead, it would be even harder. He might as well be left alone in peace and quiet. You guys look at that guy. It looks like a dog. Hey. After drinking a few cups, Guanwei glanced at Chen Hao and suddenly covered her mouth and smiled, saying a line. Ha ha. The crowd laughed knowingly. This dangler really doesn't have an ordinary thick skin, and he's still able to remain calm in this situation. Zhang Yuda also glanced at Chen Hao and sneered. After hanging him out to dry for half a day, it's time to take it out on Rui. He walked over to Li Jian and whispered a few words. No problem. This is my strong point. Li Jian's eyes lit up as he smiled and nodded, picking up 2 bottles of beer, walking over to Chen Hao and placing one of them on the table with a bang. Chen Hao raised his head. Major shareholder Chen, I heard Rui say that you have a good capacity for alcohol, so I've come to toast you. Jian Li said in a conspiratorial manner. You're a rich man who can ask people to transfer $40 million with your mouth open and owns a large villa in Mingyu Villa. You won't not give face to a poor commoner like me, right? You want to spar with me? Chen Hao didn't get angry and asked indifferently. Right. Li Jian raised the beer in his hand. Let's blow on the bottle and see who can drink over who, and the loser will learn to bark in public. What do you guys think? He turned his head to the crowd and asked. Good. The crowd laughed in unison. As Jian Li's friends, they naturally knew that Jian Li was very capable of drinking, and ordinary people were no match at all. To be honest, I'm not interested in sparring with you, Chen Hao said indifferently. Shrinking your eggs before you even drink? Are you a man? Jian Li sneered. Wasn't blowing awesome quite impressive just now? Chen Hao, can you stop being such a wimp? You really make us look down on you. That's right, you don't even dare to fight for wine, but you're still shy to chase Rui? I think you should simply learn to bark like a dog. The others also rallied. I'm not done talking, Chen Hao said. I'm not interested in sparring with you, but in order to avoid you guys from harassing me like flies tirelessly, I'll agree to drink with you. But before that, I'm going to ask a question. He picked up the beer in front of him. What if you lose and cheat and don't learn how to bark? Yoo-hoo! Jian Li gave an exaggerated strange cry and turned around and laughed. See, Major Shareholder Chen actually turned the tables on me. It seems like he's sure of victory. The crowd roared with laughter. You don't have to worry about that. We can take a video to testify. Guanwei laughed coldly and took out her cell phone. When the time comes, whoever is cheating, we'll upload the video to the internet and kowtow to him properly. This is a good idea. My microblog probably has a few tens of thousands of followers, although it's not considered a big V, but it's enough to hang a personal display. Zhang Yuda laughed. Then I'll give you some publicity within the group. Wan Rui also sneered. Let the minister and the other colleagues know that besides being full of lies, you can also play a scoundrel. Alright, let's get started then, Chen Hao calmly said. Jian Li smiled contemptuously and tilted his head back to stuff almost the entire mouth of the bottle into his mouth. Gulp gulp gulp. It was only a matter of 10 seconds or so before the bottle of beer reached the bottom. Jian Li is great. Wan Rui's 3 girls applauded and cheered in unison. Not a drop left. Jian Li finished his drink, shook the empty bottle at Chen Hao, wiped a handful of wine stains on his lips, and raised his chin in a condescending manner. Major Shareholder Chen, it's your turn. Chen Hao picked up the beer and tilted his head back to drink. As the crowd watched, they all revealed a look of disdain. Although Chen Hao did not act unpleasantly and drank steadily, his speed was far worse than Jian Li. There was clearly a huge gap between the strength of the two. Why does it feel like bullying a retarded child? No sense of accomplishment at all. Li Jian helplessly spread his hands. The crowd laughed out loud. Moments later, Chen Hao finished his beer and put the empty bottle down. 26 seconds. Fully double that of Jian Li. Pang Xian looked at the timer on his phone and sneered. If you were competing for drinking speed, you'd have to learn to bark like a dog right now. Finally finished drinking? Let's continue. Ha! Jian Li raised his eyebrows and said provocatively. Chen Hao didn't say anything and nodded. Lu Ting and Guan Wei brought over a dozen opened bottles of beer and placed them in front of the two. Jian Li picked up a bottle with his trusty hand and tilted his head back to stuff it into his mouth. In another 10 seconds or so, the second bottle of beer hit the bottom. It's the second bottle, and you're still drinking so fast? Wan Rui couldn't help but be surprised. She knew that Jianli could drink, but she didn't expect to be so capable. This is just where it's at. You've never seen Li Jian's true strength. Zhang Yuda smiled faintly. Just how much can Jianli drink? Wan Rui asked curiously. Guan Wei and Lu Ting also threw over curious gazes. I can't say exactly how much. Zhang Yuda smiled faintly, but I can make a guarantee that in terms of drinking alone, even within the entire Dongling city, Jianli can at least be ranked in the top 10. Chapter 65. I'm so sorry for you guys. Wow. The three women marveled in unison again. Wouldn't it be pathetic for Chen's major shareholder then? I'm afraid Jianli could even drink him to vomit. Guan Wei glanced at Chen Hao, who was drinking, and sneered. Drinking and puking is also deservedly self-inflicted. Who made him ungratefully agree to spar with Jianli? Lu Ting said disdainfully. That's right, and even if he vomits, he must still learn to bark like a dog. Wan Rui sneered. At this time, Chen Hao finished his second bottle of beer and put down the bottle. Major shareholder Chen, how is it? Can you continue drinking? Jianli hemmed and hawed. Chen Hao remained silent and made a gesture of invitation. Jianli shook his neck a few times, picked up the beer, and tilted his head back to drink. He still drank quickly, but it was still slower than when he drank the first two bottles, and it took more than 10 seconds before he put down the empty bottle. The crowd wasn't surprised. This was the third bottle, and it was normal for the speed to slow down. Chen Hao also picked up the beer and tilted his head back to drink. A moment later, Chen Hao put down the empty bottle. This time, the crowd did not mock, but instead frowned slightly. This guy, his performance was quite stable. Somewhat interesting. Again, Jianli sneered as he picked up the fourth bottle of beer. He drank this bottle a little slower than the third. Chen Hao calmly picked up the beer and put the empty bottle down after another moment. The crowd couldn't help but show their astonishment. It was already the fourth bottle. How was it that Chen Hao's performance still hadn't changed at all? A normal person who drank up to this point should have been unable to drink anymore long ago. I'd like to see. How long can you last? Li Jian also stopped laughing and grunted, grabbing the fifth bottle of beer and pouring it down on his head. When he finished drinking, Chen Hao still had a pale expression as he grabbed his beer. In the blink of an eye, the two sparred to the 10th bottle. Li Jian's face had become flushed, and his drinking speed slowed down again and again, dragging on longer than Chen Hao. On the contrary, Chen Hao, 10 bottles of beer into the belly. Still, face does not change color, and drink the first bottle without any difference. The crowd was dumbfounded. Unexpectedly, Chen Hao was so capable of drinking. I don't believe this evil. I was the champion of last year's Donglin City Beer Festival, but I still can't drink more than a hangman like you? Li Jian's eyes were also red. Hua stood up, ripped off his collar, stepped 1 foot on the stool, picked up the beer and fiercely poured it into his mouth. The 11th bottle of beer. He drank it even faster than the first. In less than 10 seconds, the bottle reached the bottom. Bang! Jianli heavily put down the empty bottle and copied the 12th bottle again. The crowd was shocked. Jianli, what are you doing? Chen Hao hasn't even drank yet. Zhang Yuda said in a hurry. I can't wait for him to drink as fast as a pussy. Jianli laughed coldly. You guys watch carefully. How I crush this hangman. He tilted his neck, and in less than 10 seconds again, the beer bottle became empty once again. 13th bottle, 14th bottle, 15th bottle. Finally, after finishing the 16th bottle of beer, Jianli stopped and burped heavily. He put down the bottle, leaned on the table with one hand, pointed at Chen Hao with the other, and shouted in a drunken manner, Chen Hao, if you're a man, don't dilly-dally, and drink like Lao Zi did just now. Jianli, sit down and rest for a while. Guan Wei and Lu Ting hurriedly assisted him to sit down and patted his back. Chen Hao, you heard everything, right? Wan Rui took the beer and, with a bang, put it down in front of Chen Hao, sneering, the other Li Jian is the one who dried 6 bottles in a row. If you can't do it, admit defeat before it's too late. I'll add that Jianli is the one who finished 6 bottles in 2 minutes. Pang Xian glanced at the timer on his cell phone. Anyone who knows that drinking sharply and drinking slowly are two completely different things, and by drinking slowly before, you've actually taken a big advantage. No wonder Li Jian said that you drink like a pussy. Even we women are anxious for you. Guan Wei sneered. Without a word, Chen Hao picked up the beer and tilted his head back to drink. Almost in the blink of an eye, the beer bottle was empty. Only 2 seconds? Pang Xian looked at the timer and couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Chen Hao picked up another bottle. In another blink, he put it down and the bottle had become empty. Due to the speed, the crowd didn't even see how he drank it all. 13th bottle, 14th bottle, 15th bottle. In the blink of an eye, Chen Hao finished the 20th bottle of beer. Alright? Chen Hao put down the bottle and looked at the crowd indifferently. The crowd was dumbfounded. Pang Xian looked at the number that stopped on the timer, his mouth wide open in shock, unable to speak. 28 seconds, 10 bottles of beer. Is this a human being? Still want to compete? Chen Hao looked at Jianli again. Li Jian's face was originally flushed, but at this moment, he became stiff and ironic, his eyes filled with the color of disbelief. If you don't dare to compete, then automatically admit defeat and learn to bark like a dog, Chen Hao said indifferently. I admit defeat? You're dreaming. When Jianli heard this, his entire body's blood rushed to his head, and with a stern shout, he picked up a bottle of beer and poured it into his mouth. But he only drank a mouthful, and then he directly sprayed it out, his face instantly turning pale again. Although he could drink, but pouring 17 bottles of beer in one gulp had already reached his limit. At this moment, he couldn't even drink one more sip. His stomach turned over in a flurry. He hurriedly covered his mouth and ran towards the door. It's too late. Just throw up here, Chen Hao said indifferently, moving his feet and kicking the trash basket in front of him. Plop! Li Jian was unsteady on his feet and fell to his knees, almost sticking his entire head inside the garbage basket and vomiting furiously. The crowd hurriedly covered their mouths and noses and stood farther away. Come on, Zhang Yuda, let's continue to blow on the bottle. The loser will learn to bark in public. How about it? Chen Hao picked up a bottle of beer and shook it at Zhang Yuda. I'm not drinking. Zhang Yuda's face turned green and he waved his hand back and forth. Even Jianli had been drunk to the point of wildly vomiting, so how could he still dare to clamor? Shrinking your eggs without drinking? Are you still a man? Chen Hao sneered. Zhang Yuda's face instantly became incredibly ugly. When he had heard Jianli provoke Chen Hao in such a manner earlier, he had been quite pleased with himself, but now that it was his turn, he really felt humiliated. Since you don't dare to do it alone, then even if you take him, there are still the three of them. Chen Hao pointed at Pang Xian, and then pointed at Wan Rui's three girls. I've just finished 20 bottles of beer, so don't tell me that the five of you combined wouldn't dare to compete with me. Pang Xian, Wan Rui and the others also had ugly faces. None of them squeaked. They couldn't even catch up to 1/10 of Jianli's drinking capacity, so even if they all went together, how could they possibly beat Chen Hao's match? Too wimpy. I really look down on you guys. Chen Hao shook his head. Why don't you guys just learn how to bark with Jianli? The crowd's faces turned blue. These were exactly the words they had ridiculed Chen Hao with just a moment ago, and now they were being returned with the same words. At this time, Jianli finally finished puking and lifted his head from the trash basket, sitting limply on the ground, panting heavily. Finished puking? Chen Hao said indifferently. Then be willing to bet and learn to bark. Chapter 66, The Man Who Deserves to be Humiliated. Jianli's face twitched up. He had never imagined that he would lose to someone else in drinking, and that he would be crushed in a crushing defeat. Was this guy's stomach made of wine barrels? Jianli has thrown up like this, and you still want to force him? Wan Rui said angrily. Puking is something he deserved to bring on himself. Who made him ungrateful enough to seek me out for a sparring match? Chen Hao said indifferently. And even if he vomits, he still has to learn to bark like a dog. You. Wan Rui and Lu Ting's faces changed at the same time, shocked and angry. These two words were also what they had said earlier, and now they were being returned by Chen Hao. Scream! Hurry up! I'm waiting! Chen Hao looked at Jianli again and said impatiently. Chen Hao, don't bully me too much. Jianli said angrily. How am I bullying people too much? Chen Hao sneered. Whoever loses learns how to bark. This was agreed upon beforehand, right? Could it be that you want to cheat? Jianli gritted his teeth and didn't say anything. I asked before sparring. What if you lose and play tricks? Chen Hao looked at Guan Wei. You were the one who answered, saying that you would take a video to testify and post it online to properly kowtow. He looked at Zhang Yuda again. Then you said that you have tens of thousands of followers on your microblog, enough to hang people for display. Chen Hao spread his hands. Since Jianli doesn't learn how to bark like a dog, then please do so immediately. Guan Wei and Zhang Yuda blushed. This was originally their means of blackmailing Chen Hao, but they never thought that they would end up using it on Jianli. You don't have to force them. Since I've lost, of course I'll honor my agreement. Li Jian's face flushed red as he indignantly shouted. Then be quick and painful. Don't dilly-dally like a pussy, Chen Hao coldly said, screaming quite happily beforehand, but afterwards you have a loutish face. It's really something to look down upon. Li Jian's heart was humiliated as if it was going to explode. There was nothing he could do but learn to bark like a dog. Woof, woof, woof. The crowd was embarrassed and angry. Although it was Jianli who had learned to bark, they were all naturally disgraced as a group. Making a fool of yourself. Chen Hao sneered and sat down to continue looking at his phone. Jianli gave him a hateful look and stood up from the floor, striding towards the outside of the private room. Jianli, what are you doing? Zhang Yuda hurriedly stopped him. I don't want to play anymore. Go home. Li Jian angrily pushed him away and flung the door open. He's in a rage right now. You two girls go persuade him. Seeing this, Zhang Yuda couldn't force himself and hurriedly signaled to Guan Wei and Lu Ting with his eyes. The two girls chased them out. Now you're satisfied. Wanrui exasperatedly shouted to Chunhao. We could have been having a good time and it was all ruined by you. What a rat turd spoiling the pot of soup. Are you being reasonable? It was clearly you who provoked me first, Chenhao said angrily. I don't care. It's all your fault anyway. Wanrui's emotions seemed to be a bit out of control. You don't need to stick around me anymore. The sight of you makes me nauseous. Get the hell out of here right now. The farther away the better. How unbelievable. Chenhao shook his head, not bothering to see eye to eye with her. He got up and was about to walk out of the private room. Bang! Suddenly, the door to the private room was heavily pushed open, and Guanwei rushed in with a face of shock and anger. You guys come quickly. Lu Ting was bullied just now, and Jianli has already fought with the other party. What? Zhang Yuda and Pang Xian's faces changed drastically as they hurriedly rushed out. Why don't you hurry over to help? Seeing Chenhao's nonchalance, Wanrui couldn't help but shout again. I'll leave if you tell me to? I'll help if you tell me to? Chenhao sneered. Who are you? If you don't dare to go, just say so, coward. Wanrui looked at him with contempt and hurried out. Chenhao walked out of the private room, coming to the hall on the first floor. From a distance, he saw many people forming a circle, and inside were none other than Li Jian, Zhang Yuda, and Pang Xian, who were viciously kicking an obese middle-aged man who had fallen to the ground. Well played. This kind of smelly hooligan deserves a beating. Guanwei shouted with righteous indignation as she crossed her waist at the side. Lu Ting was held by Wanrui's arm around her shoulders, looking on with a relieved face. Damn you all. How dare a few little biddies beat up Lao Zi? Know who I am? Although the obese middle-aged man was kicked to cover his head and was in great distress, his tone was very strong and he cursed. You are my grandson. Li Jian was already angry, heard more furious, went up and kicked him hard in the mouth. Obese middle-aged man immediately full of blood, broken teeth splash, covering his mouth screamed. Pretend you paralyzed pretend. Li Jian was not yet relieved of his hatred and continued to kick ruthlessly. Alright, Li Jian. Almost done. Zhang Yuda was worried that he would kick someone bad and hurriedly pulled back. Li Jian kicked a few more times before stopping. Still playing? Why don't we go? Zhang Yuda looked at the crowd. The crowd nodded. They had already lost their interest in playing after being punched in the face by Chenhao before, and now that this kind of thing had happened, they were even more eager to leave early. I'll go settle the bill. You guys go outside and get in the car. Zhang Yuda threw the car keys to Jianli and turned around to walk towards the front stage. At this time, Pang Xian saw Chenhao and couldn't help but sneer. Yo, you came down after beating up someone. Quite good at catching up. Chenhao, I really despise you. Wanrui said in a hateful voice. You're also considered a man? Useless guy, hurry up and get lost. I don't even want to see you again. Stinking beggar. If you want to roll, you roll yourself. Don't want to rub our car. Guanwei sneered. Let's go. The crowd turned around and walked towards the gate. All stop. Suddenly, a ferocious voice rang out. As the words fell, a 40-something-year-old man with a ferocious look walked over with a group of wolf-like punks, each carrying sticks and knives in their hands, surrounding the crowd. If you don't want to die, hurry up and get out. A gangster held a katana and pointed at the other people watching. Drinking. Those people immediately scattered in a flock of birds and beasts. Wanrui and the others' faces changed drastically. Who are you guys? What do you want? Zhang Yuda had already almost walked to the front desk. When he saw this scene, he hurriedly ran back and asked in a shocked voice, help my friend up. The vicious man didn't even look at him and barked orders. A few punks came forward and helped the obese middle-aged man up. Boss, you finally come. The obese middle-aged man spat out a mouthful of blood and grimaced. I was almost about to be kicked to death by these little biddies. With that, he looked at the crowd with incomparable spite. The crowd's faces turned white. When the obese middle-aged man screamed just now, they didn't take it to heart at all, thinking that it was just a harsh word, not realizing that the other party was coming from such a big place. Old Wang, don't worry, I'll take it out on you. Boss Yu took a vicious look at the crowd and waved his hand. The crowd of punks immediately stepped forward. You guys don't mess around. Zhang Yuda hurriedly took out his cell phone and shouted, otherwise I'll call the police. Report you to the police. One of the punks cursed profusely and swung the wooden stick in his hand, hitting him hard on his hand. Zhang Yuda immediately screamed in pain, and his cell phone fell to the ground. Chapter 67 Yu Haguang. Report report The gangster laughed, and stepped down hard, instantly crushing the cell phone. Wanrui and the others were also about to take out their cell phones. When they saw the scene, they were too scared to move. Zhang Yuda covered his hand, the pain of cold sweat on his forehead, and repeatedly made eyes at the receptionist, signaling the police. However, the front desk bill collector was oblivious and instead walked over to Boss Yu and respectfully said, Boss, I've already turned off the surveillance, and I've also had the gate temporarily closed. Boss Yu nodded. The crowd was shocked and angry. Then they realized that Boss Yu was the owner of the KTV. No wonder no one dared to come out and take care of it. Old Wang, how do you want to clean them up? Boss, you said grimly. First, let these few little than pups kneel down and kowtow and apologize to me. Fatty Wang covered his mouth and reached out to point at Zhang Yuda's trio, then pointed at Guan Wei with hatred. And this stinking, the most damn hateful, clamoring on the side all the time. I'm going to slap her hard. Guan Wei's face suddenly turned pale. Boss Yu waved his hand. The gangsters surged forward and ferociously pressed down on a few people. The three Guan Wei girls immediately screamed. Wait, Boss Yu, Zhang Yuda said in an urgent voice. Since you are a gangster, do you know Zhang Wenlin? Boss Yu was stunned and glanced at him. You mean the Zhang Wenlin from the Shang Xin Liquor Wholesale Company? Right, Shang Xin Liquor Wholesale is my family's company. Zhang Yuda revealed a joyful look. Zhang Wenlin is my father. Boss Yu, since you know my father, can you spare us for his sake? We can apologize to your friend, take money for medical treatment, and compensate for all the damages. His father has been doing business for many years. He has a wide network. He knows many people on the road. Pulling strings, he might be able to get through this. See your father's face? Boss Yu sneered. Then you'd better go back and ask your dad if he recognizes me. Yu Haoguang? Yu Haoguang. Zhang Yuda's face changed drastically. He had heard his father mention this name more than once, saying that he was a very famous figure in the underworld of Donglin City. Not only was he powerful, but he was also ruthless. Those who messed with Yu Haoguang usually didn't end up well. There were even rumors that Yu Haoguang had killed more than one person, and his methods were extremely vicious. Zhang Yuda clearly remembered that when his father mentioned Yu Haoguang, even behind his back, his eyes showed awe. Not realizing that he had messed with the head of this kind of ruthless person, his heart was suddenly wowed. But your father is also considered to know me. It's not that a little face can't be given. Yu Haoguang faintly said. Let's put it this way. You kneel down and slap yourself 20 times to apologize to my friend, and then take 1 million as an indemnity. This matter will be settled. Old Wang, what do you think? He said, turning his head to look at Fatty Wang. 2 million, not a penny less. Fatty Wang covered his mouth and reluctantly said, you heard it all? Yu Haoguang turned his head and faintly said. Zhang Yuda's face twitched up. What kind of giving face was this? It was even more ruthless than skin picking, but he didn't dare to resent it in the slightest, and could only plead. Boss Yu, Mr. Wang, I can promise you guys, but can you also spare my friends? Don't give a damn? Yu Haoguang's face sank. I'm already being lenient by agreeing to spare you, and you still want to give an inch? Please, Boss Yu, we're young and unintelligent. Just let us off this time. Zhang Yuda plopped down on his knees, gritting his teeth and slapping himself. Yuda, why are you practicing yourself to beg them? Seeing this, Wan Rui couldn't help but say angrily, I don't believe they dare to do anything to us? Are they still lawless? She said, looking angrily at Yu Haoguang. You're breaking the law, do you know that? If you don't want to be arrested by the police afterward, hurry up and let us all go. Shut up, Rui. Zhang Yuda's face changed drastically, shouting in fear. Wan Rui was an ordinary girl. How could she know the terror of Yu Haoguang? Ha ha ha. Yu Haoguang sniffed and couldn't help but laugh. Did you guys hear that? This chick actually dared to threaten us? The gangsters laughed in unison. Boss Yu, she's still a child. She doesn't know any better. You mustn't see eye to eye with her. Zhang Yuda's face was pale, kneeling and stepping forward to plead. I go to your horse Lagobi. Yu Haoguang kicked him hard in the face. Zhang Yuda yelled with an awe and fell to the ground with a face full of blood. Yu Da! Li Jian and Pang Xian were just about to rush over when they were slammed down by the crowd of punks with a few hard blows, and immediately screamed miserably and rolled all over the ground in pain. Grass mud horse, weren't you quite powerful just now? Pretend how not to pretend. Fatty Wang went up and viciously kicked Jinli, cursing, shameless little thane. Yu Haoguang stepped on Zhang Yuda's head and said grimly, give you the way of life you don't go. Okay, now I don't want to give it. And you, he laughed and looked at Wan Rui. Didn't you say that lousy broke the law and threatened to call the police afterward? Fine, I'll completely break the law today to show you. Saying this, Yu Haoguang waved his hand. Take these 3 ES into the empty private room and wheel them one by one. Yes. The crowd of punks were elated and answered in unison. Old Yu, I've suffered a lot today. Can you let me vent my fire first? Fatty Wang said while kicking Li Jian. He looked at Guan Wei with hatred. Especially this stinky. I'm going to mess with her mouth hard. Let's see if she still dares to be mouthy. No problem. Yu Haoguang said indifferently. You can do whatever you want. With a wave of his hand, the gangsters immediately pushed and shoved the 3 women towards the private room. The 3 women immediately cried out. Stop. Suddenly, a faint voice rang out. The crowd froze and turned their heads to look, only to see Chen Hao slowly approaching over. Didn't I tell you all to get lost just now? Don't you understand human language? A punk thought that Chen Hao was watching the fun without leaving, Cursing and holding a wooden stick, he stepped forward and was about to hit down hard. Chen Hao kicked him in the chest. The gangster screamed miserably as he flew up in the air and fainted after falling to the ground. The crowd was stunned. Who are you? Yu Haoguang's face also changed, and while inquiring, he turned his head and gave a slight signal with his eyes. A punk understood and turned away. It's not important who I am. What's important is that I promised someone else that I would send her home today. Chen Hao pointed at Wan Rui. So you can't touch her. Kid, do you think that just because you have a bit of skill, you can threaten me? Yu Haoguang's face changed a few times and said with a cold smile. Chen Hao said, Boss Yu, since you hang out on the road, you should know Yang Xiaoban, right? When the crowd heard this, their faces changed. You mean Chu Lingling's henchman? Bin? Yu Haoguang was stunned, and two regal lights suddenly shot out from his eyes. Right. Chen Hao nodded. I'm friends with Bin, so if you know him too, Boss Yu, then please give me face. He didn't say anything about his relationship with Chu Lingling. After all, Chu Lingling was too famous. It might make people misunderstand that he was pulling the tiger's skin and pulling a big flag. Moving out Bin should be enough. Chapter 68 Muay Thai Expert. Yu Haoguang didn't say anything, looked him up and down with inexplicably deep eyes. Half a second later, suddenly revealed a seemingly smiling color. Kid, you're not a gangster, right? If you don't believe me, I can call Bin to prove it, Chen Hao said. Looks like you really don't know. Yu Haoguang sneered. What do you mean? Chen Hao was stunned. You guys tell him. Yu Haoguang snorted. Dumbass. Bin and our boss are mortal enemies. Got it? You bring up Bin as if you're scaring our boss with an enemy. It's ridiculous. Is it because you think it's awesome to know Bin? Unfortunately, today you're destined to get dead instead of pretending. The crowd of punks mocked in a conspiratorial manner. Chen Hao's face changed. This kind of situation had not occurred to him. Originally, I saw that you were a good fighter and a character, so I wanted to give you face and let you take that chick. Yu Haoguang hemmed and hawed. I didn't expect you to be so deadly that you actually brought up Bin, so I can't let you go no matter what, he said, revealing a hopeless look and spreading his hands. The crowd of punks laughed in unison. Chen Hao, don't show off blindly if you don't have the ability to save people. This is great. Even you can't protect yourself. Wan Rui said hatefully. She had just seen Chen Hao step in and had hopes rising in her heart, but she didn't expect her hopes to be dashed in the blink of an eye, so she couldn't help but feel even more resentful towards Chen Hao. Looks like I need to give Bin a call. Yu Haoguang smiled as he took out his cell phone. Let him know that his friend is here with me, and maybe even lure Bin to come over alone to save him, just to kill two birds with one stone. The eyes of the crowd lit up. Boss, hi. A gangster smiled and gave a thumbs up. Go ahead and fight. Tell Bin that my name is Chen Hao, Chen Hao said without moving. Kid, quite capable of staying calm. Yu Haoguang smiled disdainfully and dialed the number before purposely pressing the speaker button. Soon, the phone was connected, and Bin's cold voice came out. Yu Haoguang, what are you looking for me for? Yang Xiaoban, I'll tell you a joke. Yu Haoguang said slowly. Today in my territory, there is a kid who actually said he was your friend and wanted to use your name to scare me. Do you think it's funny? Ha ha ha. He laughed out loud. The crowd of gangsters also followed and laughed in a conspiratorial manner. There was no squeak on the other end of the phone. Only after half a second did Bin say in a questioning tone. Are you talking about Mr. Chen Hao? Yeah, you actually guessed. Yu Haoguang was surprised. That's right, this kid did say his name was Chen Hao. It seems like you two have a tacit understanding. He looked at Chen Hao with derisive eyes. Yang Xiaoban, what do you think I should entertain your friend based on our relationship? Is it steamed? Or braised? Why don't you come over and observe the ceremony yourself? Ha ha ha. Bin didn't say anything and suddenly laughed. What are you laughing at? Yu Haoguang was stunned. You're finished, Yu Haoguang. Bin said in an extremely pitiful tone. Just by you? Yu Haoguang thought he was threatening and sneered. I don't have to talk to you much. Bin smiled disdainfully and suddenly amplified his voice. Mr. Chen, are you there? I'm in, Chen Hao said. Mr. Chen, since Yu Haoguang dares to mess with you without knowing what to do, there is no need for you to be polite. Yu Haoguang's main industry is Dynasty KTV. There are roughly dozens of stores in Donglan City, all of which are doing very well. As long as you take him down, you will be able to make at least tens of millions of dollars per year. Bin laughed. I'm not really interested in that, Chen Hao said. Packing him up is because of something else. I made a bit of a mess before because I didn't know about your relationship. It's alright, Mr. Chen, Bin said. If you are worried about the trouble afterward, I will bring someone over to deal with the mess for you, and will manage Yu Haoguang's industry for you. The profits will be split 280. You don't have to do anything, and you will get 80% of the profits. How do you feel about it? Doh! Before Chen Hao could speak, Yu Haoguang had already grimaced and hung up the phone. Little pussy, quite good at playing. Ha, A hint of killing aura flashed across his face. Still discussing how to divide up my industry? Fine. I'll let you have your fill today. Boss, Batson is here. At this moment, the gangster who left earlier went and returned, handing over a long yellowish cloth bag to Yu Haoguang. Behind him, followed by a tall brown-skinned man, the man had deep eyes and a flat nose. His facial features were very much like those of a Southeast Asian ethnic group, and he looked particularly strong, especially his two long legs, which were powerful, and between his walks, it was as if he was going to bring up a gust of wind. All the gangsters were looking at him in awe, and couldn't help but stay away a little bit. Boss, Batson called out with a not-so-standard pronunciation. Yu Haoguang nodded and looked at Chun Hao with a fierce smile. Kid, I just saw that you're quite capable of kicking. Come on, have the guts to compete with this Muay Thai expert that I've hired with high pay. As he said that, he pointed at Chun Hao towards Batson and made a cutting gesture with his palm at the throat area. Batson nodded, a fierce light flashing in his eyes as he walked towards Chun Hao in large strides. Another good show. Ha ha. Last time when Lu Laosan brought people to cause trouble in our venue, this family was kicked by Batson. All of them had broken tendons and rolled all over the ground. It was too much fun to watch. I hope this kid is more resistant to being beaten up, and won't be KO'd by Batson's kick. The crowd of punks heckled and stepped back to make way for the field. Batson, don't kill him, Yu Haoguang said with a smile, slowly pulling the cloth bag zipper. Batson nodded, looking at Chun Hao, who remained motionless, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. Even if it was an ordinary person, looking at him walking over so oppressively and forcibly, he would at least show a wary look, either backing away or taking a defensive stance. Why did this young man not react at all? Although he was puzzled in his heart, Batson's movements were not slow at all, and when he was still 2 or 3 meters away from Chun Hao, he suddenly sprang forward and kicked Chun Hao's shoulder as if it were lightning. Phew! The air instantly resounded with the sound of violent wind. Although it had not yet produced an explosion, it was not far off. The crowd of gangsters were all staring wide-eyed and unblinking, but they couldn't see the speed of Batson's kick. Snap! Suddenly, Batson's foot stopped. A hand grabbed his ankle and fixed it hard less than a centimeter from his shoulder. That was Chun Hao's hand. Other than that, Chun Hao didn't move a muscle, and even his expression remained faint. The crowd all opened their mouths wide at once, revealing shock. Before this, they had never seen Batson miss. Those two mighty long legs were like a 98K with a self-targeting plug-in, kicking wherever it was pointed, invulnerable. But today, for the first time, Batson's legs seemed to have lost their effectiveness. Chapter 69. I don't believe I can't beat you to death. Batson's face also showed a look of disbelief. One must know that the power of the leg is much greater than the hand, and the Muay Thai leg technique has always been known for its viciousness and strength. Even a very powerful expert would not dare to block the leg with his hand, but this young man not only did so, but also looked very relaxed. How is this possible? However, Batson was experienced, and although he was shocked and unruffled, he turned around, and his other leg rose up in the air, kicking viciously at Chun Hao's head. However, just as he kicked out, a strong force suddenly came. In an instant, Batson only felt the sky spinning, and was actually swung up in the air by Chun Hao's ankle. Shocked and furious, Batson did his best to break free. There's no need to rush. I'll let you off this time. Chun Hao sneered and violently swung him upwards before slamming him down hard onto the ground. Thud! With a dull thud, fine cracks instantly appeared on the hard, colorful marble floor. Batson screamed furiously, his entire body breaking tendons and bones, blood spurting wildly from his mouth as he lay on the ground convulsing in an unnatural position. Chun Hao let go of his ankle and clapped his hands. The crowd of punks let out a cry, revealing a look of incomparable horror as they involuntarily retreated backward. Yu Haoguang was shocked and furious, unable to believe his eyes. Unexpectedly, in just a few seconds, Batson, who was a top Muay Thai expert, had been beaten to death by Chun Hao. Boss Yu, are you still not going to let me go now? Chun Hao faintly said. Little pussy, do you know how much it cost me to invite this guy? Yu Haoguang came back to his senses and stormed out. You made me lose a few $1 million for nothing with this one blow. I'm going to have to crash you today. With a swish, he pulled the zipper of the cloth bag to the bottom and took out a long-barreled shotgun from inside, gritting his teeth and aiming it at Chun Hao. Aren't you very capable of fighting? I damn well want to see if your fists are faster or my bullets are faster. Then try shooting, Chun Hao said indifferently. He had long since seen what was in the cloth bag and didn't give it a second thought. Little pussy, you think I'm scaring you? Yu Haoguang laughed fiercely. But I don't want to kill you with a single shot for now. Wait for me to play with you slowly. He waved his hand. Go on. First break both legs and feet of this little pussy. I'll see how powerful he still is. Yes, boss. The crowd of gangsters were also emboldened when they saw that they had guns, and they raised their wooden sticks and katana knives, charging toward Chun Hao aggressively. Chun Hao stood still and flew out with a kick. instantly sending a few of the foremost gangsters flying backwards. He then snatched the wooden stick from the hands of one of the gangsters, and with a slight infusion of magical power, the wooden stick was as firm as steel and as heavy as 1,000 pounds, carrying a muffled sound of wind and thunder that broke through the air as it swept out fiercely across the room. Ah! 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 The other gangsters hadn't even rushed to the front yet. When they were swept by the substantial wind of the stick, they screamed and flew out. One by one, their tendons and bones were broken and they fell to the ground. In the blink of an eye, dozens of punks were lying on the ground, all moaning in pain. Yu Haoguang's face turned blue, and his hands holding the long-barreled shotgun couldn't help but tremble. He didn't expect Chen Hao to actually dare to make a move when he was being pointed at by a gun. Was this guy out of his mind? I've already given you a chance. It's you who don't cherish it, Chen Hao said indifferently, carrying the wooden stick and slowly walking towards him. Go die. Yu Haoguang's face was livid as he roared and pulled the trigger. Boom! The long-barreled shotgun emitted a loud roar, and a powerful recoil came from it, shaking Yu Haoguang's hands, and he couldn't help but take several steps backward. Wan Rui and the others shrieked in unison and closed their eyes, unable to bear to witness Chen Hao's tragic condition after being shot. How are you? You okay? But then, they heard Yu Haoguang's voice filled with shock. What? Wan Rui and the others opened their eyes, and all of them instantly revealed a look of disbelief. They only saw that Chen Hao was fine, not to mention being injured by the gunshot. Even his hair wasn't messed up by a single strand, and he was still slowly walking towards Yu Haoguang. How was this possible? Chen Hao smiled faintly, his empty left hand imperceptibly loosening, throwing down dozens of lead-black projectiles. He had intentionally not shot first just now, just to force Yu Haoguang to shoot so that he could test his own power. With his mana in motion, Chen Hao could clearly see the trajectory of the shotgun's loose projectiles and easily catch them with his hand. Due to the speed, even if Yu Haoguang was facing him head-on, he was unable to see his movements. Although the long shotgun was a shotgun, at such a close distance, the power should be no weaker than a rifle. Chen Hao thought to himself and was quite satisfied with the results of the test. This meant that the vast majority of guns in the world would not pose a threat to him. I'd like to see if you can still be so lucky with the second shot. At this time, Yu Haoguang also slowed down from his shock. Thinking that he had just missed his shot, he shouted sternly and raised his gun again to pull the trigger. Chen Hao's feet did not stop at all, and with a twist of his body, he passed through the gap of the spray projectiles. What? Yu Haoguang's eyes were glaring out. He could not see Chen Hao's evasive maneuvers at all, and only saw that after the shot was fired, Chen Hao was unharmed. This was simply unbelievable. I don't believe I can't beat you to death. Seeing Chen Hao approaching step by step, the pressure in Yu Haoguang's heart was immense, and he roared angrily, pulling the trigger one after another. Boom! 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 The long-barreled shotgun roared continuously, spewing out one fiery light after another. A huge recoil came from it, shaking Yu Haoguang's hands and arms violently, and his bones felt as if they were about to break. However, Chen Hao remained unharmed, slowly walking up to him. Are you Superman? Yu Haoguang was simply going crazy, raising his long-barreled shotgun and aiming it at Chen Hao's eyes. However, before he could pull the trigger, Chen Hao, as soon as he did, thrust the wooden stick in his hand, ruthlessly into the barrel of the gun. Boom! The long-barreled shotgun instantly blew up, and hot steel fragments shot out in all directions, many hitting Yu Haoguang's hands, body, and face. Yu Haoguang cried out and fell backward on his back. Chen Hao stomped on his chest. Boss Yu, do you have any more cards? Yu Haoguang's face was covered in blood, sucking in cold air in pain, unable to speak. On the other side, Wan Rui and the others were dumbfounded. Rui, who the hell is Chen Hao? How come he's so powerful? Only after half a second did Zhang Yuda ask in a low voice. Everyone else was also looking at Wan Rui. How could such a character be a hangman? Wan Rui couldn't speak, only looking at Chen Hao in shock. Although she didn't think of Chen Hao as a hanger-on, she also thought that Chen Hao was just an ordinary businessman who was good at speculating. But now Wan Rui realized that she knew nothing about Chen Hao at all. Along the way, she had tried to humiliate Chen Hao in every way possible, but she didn't realize that it was Chen Hao who had stepped forward and saved her and her friends at the moment of crisis. Chapter 70, Self-Righteousness. Thinking of all the previous taunts and difficulties, Wan Rui's face was complicated. The others also had complex faces. With Chen Hao's ability, when they provoked them, with just a little bit of anger, I'm afraid that they wouldn't end up much better than Yu Haoguang. Li Jian was even in a cold sweat. After he had lost the wine fight, he had been so annoyed that he had wanted to severely beat Chen Hao to get out of it. Now it seemed that it was really ignorant and fearless. Wan Rui, you and your friend should go. I won't send you home. Suddenly, Chen Hao turned his head. When you go back, send a Weibo message to the minister to report your safety. What about you? Wan Rui hesitated and asked. You don't need to care. Hurry up and leave. Don't call the police. And don't tell anyone about this, Chen Hao said. Wan Rui nodded and quickly left Dynasty KTV with the others. Standing in the slightly cool night, looking out at the red lights and the non-stop vehicles weaving on the street, several people were relieved. It was finally okay. Rui, fortunately Chen Hao is your suitor and was willing to come to the rescue. Otherwise we would be finished tonight, Guan Wei said with palpitations. Until now, her legs were still weak. You're mistaken. Chen Hao was only trying to fulfill our minister's mandate. Wan Rui was stunned and shook her head. She naturally knew that Chen Hao wasn't pursuing her at all. No way, Guan Wei said. If he didn't like you, why would he bother fighting others for you? An ordinary colleague? I'm afraid he would have run away long ago. That's right, he didn't say anything even when you treated him so indifferently before. And in the end, he even saved you out. Lu Ting chimed in. What is this not liking? Wan Rui didn't say anything, but a hesitant look appeared on her face. Could it be that Chen Hao really liked her? But they had only known each other for less than a day, and Chen Hao hadn't shown that aspect in the slightest. But then again, it wasn't impossible. After all, with her small family-like beauty, she was still very attractive to boys. It is estimated that Chen Hao, as the mouth does not say, the heart is secretly in love with me. Is not there the kind of person who is willing to commit the more cold to him, he instead the more he likes? Thinking of this, Wan Rui could not help but feel a little smug in her heart. Suddenly, Lu Ting touched her and nudged her mouth to the side. Wan Rui was stunned and turned her head to look over, only to see Zhang Yuda standing silently not far away with an ugly face. Wan Rui couldn't help but smile, walked over to Zhang Yuda and gently touched him with her elbow. Jealous? How am I qualified to be jealous? It's not like I'm as powerful as Chen Hao to save you and everyone else out, Zhang Yuda said with self-hatred. Look at your sour face. Wan Rui laughed. You didn't think that I would fall for Chen Hao after he saved me, did you? Zhang Yuda didn't squeak. Don't be paranoid. When Chen Hao comes out, I'll make it clear to him. Wan Rui took his arm and said with a smile. Speak clearly about what? Zhang Yuda was stunned. Of course it's to reject him face to face, Wan Rui said. Although Chen Hao likes me, it's not like I like him. Even if he saved me, the most I can do is to be grateful and thank him. Other than that I won't show anything, lest he misunderstand and take the opportunity to morally kidnap me in the future. Rui, you are too sweet. Zhang Yuda sniffed and was instantly delighted. And speaking clearly, it's also because I don't want to owe Chen Hao anything, Wan Rui added. Even more so, I don't want to completely deny myself because he saved me. I don't think I did anything wrong before. People should have principles and distinguish between grudges and hatred. Hating is hating. Thanking is thanking. It can't be mixed up. Well said, Rui. Zhang Yuda couldn't help but hug her. Let's accompany you to wait for him. Wan Rui gave a sweet Boss you. It's time to settle the score between us, right? Inside the hall, Chen Hao looked down at Yu Haoguang and faintly asked. Ha. Yu Haoguang didn't say anything and looked at Chen Hao, suddenly laughing. What are you laughing at? Chen Hao frowned. Surname Chen, I admit that you're a great fighter, but you're just lucky today. If it wasn't for my old man's shotgun having a problem, you'd have been beaten into a sieve by me. Yu Haoguang spat out a mouthful of blood with a yuck. There couldn't be anyone in the world who had been shot and was still unharmed. The only explanation was that there was something wrong with the gun, which was why Chen Hao was fine. So that's what you thought? Chen Hao smiled faintly. He naturally wouldn't explain what was going on. Surname Chen, you are very capable of fighting, but let me tell you, it's useless to rely on your fists alone in this society. You have to have strength and a background. Although Yu Haoguang was stepped on, his tone was very tough. Don't look at you as arrogant now, but as long as I make a call, I can immediately call in dozens of guns. You're even more powerful. You'll have to be blasted into slag. Chen Hao sneered. Do you think you still have the ability to make a phone call? Not now, but sooner or later, Yu Haoguang proudly said. I'll put my words down here. What you did to me today will be returned 100-fold. Bang! Chen Hao kicked him out, hitting the hall wall hard and falling down. Yu Haoguang, I really don't understand how you managed to get to this point today? Chen Hao slowly approached. Hasn't anyone told you that you should lower your stance when your life is in someone else's hands? Ha. I'm going to the Nemas. Yu Haoguang was lying on the ground with several broken ribs, his features twisted in pain, but he laughed viciously and spat a mouthful of bloody phlegm at Chen Hao. Chen Hao sidestepped it, his face sinking. You want to seek death? I've made it this far and I'm not just a dry person. It doesn't matter if I get beaten up a few times and break a few bones. I'm tough on others. I'm even tougher on myself. You can come back again. I can handle it. Yu Haoguang smiled grimly. Anyway, sooner or later, I'll return everything you've done. With interest. You're really a bastard. Chen Hao couldn't help but say angrily. I'd like to see how long you can be tough. He stepped on Yu Haoguang's hand and crushed it back and forth. Crunch crunch crunch. The sound of finger bones bursting resounded clearly. Yu Haoguang screamed loudly. Serve or not? Chen Hao drank. I'll serve you Malgoblin. Yu Haoguang shouted frantically. Surname Chen, the more you torment me, the more I'll retaliate against you. And just you wait. I'm sure I'll find your family and relatives, and I'll exterminate all 9 of your clans when the time comes. Say that again? Chen Hao's face turned blue, and an unrivaled cold light flashed in his eyes. Scared? Little pussy brat? Yu Haoguang gritted his teeth. I like to do this. So what can you do if you're upset? Don't worry. When I find your family, surely in front of your face, the male will be dismantled, the female will be sold to the kiln, 1,000 people will ride, 10,000 people will wheel. Since you want to die so badly, I'll fulfill you. Chen Hao grabbed Yu Haoguang's hair and stiffly pulled him up, saying with a single word. Using his family to threaten was the most intolerable thing for Chen Hao, and his heart was instantly moved to kill. Chapter 71. It's useless to regret anymore. You blow great. Yu Haoguang grimaced in pain, but forced a look of disdain. I damn well like to see, with so many people watching, how do you dare to kill old me? Chen Hao didn't say anything, and with a slight stomp of his foot, he wordlessly transmitted a mana. Instantly, the crowd of punks in the hall who were still lying on the floor moaning in pain, the shivering bill collectors hiding behind the cash registers, and some of the guests who were peeping through the entrance of the private rooms fell unconscious and fainted. Chen Hao grabbed Yu Haoguang, and with a flash, he entered an empty private room and closed the door behind him. Afterward, he used his divine sense to look at the surveillance and put his heart down. The front desk bill collector had never turned on the surveillance after turning it off. You think that if you bring me to a place where no one is around, I will be scared? Yu Haoguang sneered. Yu Haoguang, isn't the reason you're so tough is because you're certain that I won't dare to kill you? Chen Hao looked at him and said slowly. So what if I am? Yu Haoguang said angrily. So many pairs of eyes saw it just now. Even if you bring me here, it's useless. If you kill me, you'll have to eat a bullet yourself. You think I wouldn't dare to kill you? At most, I would torture you for a while, and then have no choice but to let you go. Chen Hao narrowed his eyes. But afterward, you dared to kill me and even lay hands on my family. It's good that you know. Yu Haoguang said sinisterly. To tell you the truth, the outside world rumors that Lao Zi killed people. That's all true, but there's no evidence. So Lao Zi didn't have anything to do with anything and is still getting away with it. Whereas you don't dare to touch me. That's the biggest difference between the two of us. Chen Hao smiled morosely, did not say anything, picked up a disposable lighter from the table, snapped it, and struck the fire. Surname Chen, if you let me go now and kneel down to lick my toes in pleading, maybe I'll be kind and spare your family. Yu Haoguang thought that he had no recourse, and smiled contemptuously. As for yourself, well, before he could finish his sentence, Chen Hao suddenly threw the burning lighter at him. Phew! The flames instantly soared, engulfing Yu Haoguang. Ah! Yu Haoguang instantly let out a heartbreaking scream as he fell to the ground and rolled back and forth, trying to suppress the flames. Don't waste your efforts. You won't be able to extinguish it, Chen Hao said indifferently. The flames were laced with his mana, and they would only get hotter and hotter. Why do you dare to do this? If you kill me, you won't be able to run away yourself, and you'll definitely be sentenced to death. Yu Haoguang screamed in agony. I naturally have a way to eliminate the evidence. The outside world won't even find your body. They will only think that you have disappeared and won't know that you died. Chen Hao said. Just like what you just said. Nothing will happen to me and I will still be free. He smiled coldly. And I'll take over your industry and let them help take care of it. I just need to wait for my share of the money. No, no. Yu Haoguang crazily screamed miserably. Please, don't kill me. Quickly save me. I don't want to die. At this moment, he didn't have the slightest bottom to be tough anymore. His psyche completely collapsed. It's useless, Chen Hao coldly said. From the moment you said you wanted to take revenge on my family, I decided not to let you live in the world. I was wrong. I will never threaten you again. Yu Haoguang begged bitterly. Chen Hao, as long as you save me, I can give you everything I have. I'll do whatever you want me to do. Please, if you had known this, why did you bother? Chen Hao said. Originally, I didn't want to kill you. It was you who had to force me and send yourself to the brink. Forgive me, if I had known this, I wouldn't have threatened you even if I had beaten you to death. Please, save me. I really don't want to die. Yu Haoguang's intestines were repenting, shouting frantically. It's useless to regret any longer, Chen Hao said indifferently. I purposely adjusted the flame temperature just now, so you won't be burned to ashes so quickly, but instead, you will fully experience the pain of being burned by the fire. This is my way of returning the favor for the toughness you've been expressing, so you'll just suffer until you die in extreme regret. After saying that, he turned around and left. No, Yu Haoguang's entire body trembled, still wanting to beg for help, but at this moment, he had already been burnt to a crisp, and he couldn't even make a sound, and could only twitch painfully on the ground, waiting for the last moment to come. Chen Hao had just walked out of the private room when he saw Bin walk into the KTV with a group of people. Mr. Chen, are we all done? I came over to clean up the mess for you. Seeing him, Bin hurriedly walked over quickly and greeted him with a respectful smile. Ever since he was instructed by Chen Hao, he had grown to respect him more and more. Trouble for you, Bin, Chen Hao said. I should. What else are you polite with me for? Bin smiled and asked again. By the way, Mr. Chen, where is Yu Haoguang? Gone, Chen Hao said. Gone where? Bin froze. Went to a faraway place, saying that he would never come back. Chen Hao said. Oh, good. Bin immediately understood what was going on, and a hint of joy flashed in his eyes. He and Yu Haoguang were mortal enemies, and now that they had been removed by Chen Hao, he was naturally very happy. Mr. Chen, I'll take over Yu Haoguang's industry for you, and then according to what I said on the phone before, a 280 split. What do you think? With that, Bin said. It's fine, Chen Hao said, but without the transfer procedures, can you take over? No problem. Bin laughed. Dynasty KTV wasn't originally owned by Yu Haoguang. We have ways to do the formalities. These are all small things. You don't have to worry about it. Just wait for the money to be shared. Chen Hao nodded. Then I'll leave first. Bin, I'll leave this place to you. Alright, you take your time. Bin bowed. Chen Hao sent a WeChat to do shoe etching before leaving the KTV. Not far away, Wan Rui and the others saw him come out and greeted him. Why haven't you guys left yet? Chen Hao was stunned. Chen Hao, I have something I want to say to you. Wan Rui said. Go ahead. Chen Hao frowned slightly. What was this woman up to again? Wan Rui took a deep breath. Chen Hao, first of all, thank you for saving me, and my friends. Although it was a thank you, her tone didn't have the slightest hint of sincerity. Instead it was cold. Yes, thank you. Thanks to you tonight. Zhang Yuda and the others also said in a stiff tone. Don't misunderstand guys. I didn't do it to save you guys. I only did it to fulfill the minister's mandate. Chen Hao said indifferently. So you guys don't need to thank me. Just leave now. He was so disgusted with Wan Rui and the others that he didn't want to stay even a second longer. Chen Hao, what are you pretending up to now? Wan Wei couldn't help but say angrily. If you like Rui, just say so. Why be so hypocritical? Is it interesting? Who said I like her? Chen Hao frowned. I made it clear to you guys before. Right. I didn't pursue her. Come on. If you don't like Rui, you would fight the triads to save her? Wan Wei sneered. Think we're cuties. Can't you see that? Exactly. Lu Ting despised. Having the balls to like but not the balls to admit it. I really despise you. You guys are too self-righteous. Chen Hao shook his head and didn't bother to say much, turning around to leave. Chapter 72, Everything is True. Stop right there. Chen Hao, I haven't finished talking yet. Wan Rui called out. Chen Hao stopped in his tracks. Chen Hao, although you saved me and I'm very grateful to you, I hope you can understand that gratitude is not liking. I don't have any feelings for you. And don't think that you can blackmail me for anything just because you saved me. Wan Rui exclaimed. Can't you understand words? Chen Hao was simply helpless. I never said I liked you. I don't understand why you think so. What I think has nothing to do with you. Saying this is just to remind you not to be delusional about me. Wan Rui sneered, intimately holding Zhang Yuda's arm. I already have a boyfriend. Please stay away from me in the future. That's what I thought. Chen Hao said indifferently, turning around and walking away. Wan Rui froze. She had thought that after Chen Hao was rejected by her face to face, he would definitely be unable to tense up his true emotions within, and if not heartbroken, he would at least show a sour expression. But she did not expect Chen Hao to care at all. Could it be that she thought she was wrong? How could this be possible? Wait, Chen Hao. Zhang Yuda called out with a victor smile. It's already so late and there's no bus. Why don't I drive you home? No need. Someone will pick me up. Chen Hao said without looking back. Is it coming from your big villa in Mingyu Villa to pick you up? Guan Wei sneered. That's right, and it's also a stunningly beautiful woman driving a Maserati to pick him up. Lu Ting followed and mocked. The crowd laughed in unison. Chen Hao naturally ignored them, glancing at his cell phone and walking down the street to wait. This guy, he's actually pretending to have someone come to pick him up. Guan Wei sneered. I guess he'll immediately take a taxi back when we leave. Let's go. Zhang Yuda said disdainfully. I'm not interested in watching this hangman perform. No. I want to see, how long can he pretend? Wan Rui sneered. Anyway, we have a car and we're not in a hurry, so let's just spend it. Just now. Chen Hao's couldn't care less demeanor made her feel uncomfortable, and subconsciously wanted to see Chen Hao make a fool of himself. Okay, listen to you. Zhang Yuda doted on her. At this time, a red Maserati slowly drove to Chen Hao's side and stopped. It's really a Maserati. Pang Xian was shocked, and it's also a limited edition GT supercar. This car must be worth at least tens of millions, right? The crowd was also shocked. Could it be that Lu Ting had really hit the nail on the head? It's just a coincidence. Wan Rui laughed coldly. You guys don't even think about it. Someone who can drive this kind of super luxury car would know Chen Hao. The crowd was stunned, then dumbfounded. That's true. It's probably because people just happened to be parking there, Jian Li said in amusement. At this time, the car door opened, and a tall and beautiful girl got off the car, holding a piece of clothing and walking towards Chen Hao. Put it on quickly. The night is cool. Don't you get cold. The girl was wearing Versace F Prince high fashion, completely revealing a concave and convex hot body, especially a pair of long and straight thighs, even brighter than supermodels. The appearance was even more delicate and unadorned, breathtakingly beautiful. For a while, the beautiful car became a beautiful scenery line on the street. Even the nearby pedestrians and vehicles were all side-eyed and turned back. Wan Rui and the others all opened their mouths wide at once, unable to speak. It's fine. I'm not cold. Chen Hao took the clothes. How did you come so fast? There's less traffic now, and the roads are smooth coming from the side of Mingyu Villa. The girl was none other than Du Shueqing, smiling, and I was worried that you would wait too long, so I drove a bit faster. Bright Jade Villa. Wan Rui and the others were shocked again when they heard that. No driving so fast in the future. How dangerous, Chen Hao said. I know, just get in the car. Du Shueqing gave him an affectionate look and laughed. Chen Hao drilled into the car. It's really here to pick up Chen Hao. It's really a Maserati. It's really a stunning beauty. It's really Mingyu Mountain Villa. Jian Li muttered. Lu Ting, Guan Wei. It's all been hit by you guys. Lu Ting and Guan Wei didn't say anything, just looked on in shock. The two of them had only been casually sarcastic before, but they hadn't expected to be completely on point. This was unbelievable. That extremely beautiful woman wouldn't be Chen Hao's girlfriend, right? He can be Mrs. Too blessed with lust. Pang Xian looked at Du Shueqing without blinking, and his mouth was about to ooze out hala. Zhang Yuda was also staring closely at Du Shueqing, his eyes flashing with fire. Such a beautiful woman was enough to make any man's heart pound. I just don't believe it. Have to ask for an understanding today. Wan Rui's face, however, became incomparably ugly, and suddenly clenched her teeth and quickly stepped forward. Rui, what are you doing? Zhang Yuda froze and hurriedly followed. The others also followed. Hey, wait a minute. Wan Rui saw that Du Shueqing was about to enter the driver's side, so she hurriedly shouted. You are? Du Shueqing turned her head to see her and couldn't help but be stunned. I'm Chen Hao's colleague. May I ask if you're his girlfriend? Wan Rui asked. A nervous look appeared on her face, and in her heart, she was expecting Du Shueqing to shake her head. Ah, hello, yes, I am Chen Hao's girlfriend. Du Shueqing had been sparing no effort to promote her identity as Chen Hao's girlfriend, so where would she let this opportunity slip by, and immediately responded with a smile. Your colleague is here, why don't you introduce me? With that, she gave Chen Hao an angry look. What else do you have going on? Chen Hao pressed down the car window and looked at Wan Rui unhappily. Wan Rui didn't say anything, disappointed and embarrassed, her face burning for a while. Since Du Shueqing had admitted it, it was naturally conclusive. Her looks and figure could not be compared to Du Shueqing's, so how could Chen Hao like her when he had such a beautiful girlfriend? Obviously, her previous thought that Chen Hao had a crush was nothing more than self-righteousness. Shueqing, let's go. Chen Hao raised the car window and faintly said, good. As smart as Du Shueqing was, she understood a few things as soon as she took a look at the situation, and her smile immediately disappeared as she nodded her head in response. The villa at Mingyu Villa is yours, not Chen Hao's, right? Seeing this, Wan Rui's heart suddenly surged with intense unwillingness, and she couldn't help but ask aloud. You're wrong. Du Shueqing coldly glanced at her. Chen Hao not only owns the 18th villa in Mingyu Villa, but he is also the major shareholder of Chanshuan Company, making at least tens of millions of profit every year. He is an extremely outstanding young talent. In addition to that, he also has an even more illustrious identity. But that's not necessary to tell you, because an ordinary woman like you, if you don't coincidentally become a colleague with my boyfriend, don't even have the qualifications to look up to him. Wan Rui was so disliked that her face turned red and she couldn't say a word. Zhang Yuda, Guan Wei, Lu Ting, and the others' faces were also stiff and incomparable. It turned out that Chen Hao's transfer of tens of millions of dollars was real. The major shareholders were also real, and the large villa at Mingyu Villa was likewise real. Everything was true. What was ridiculous was that in the face of the truth, they didn't believe it, not to mention that they were also mocking Chen Hao like ants mocking an elephant in a self-indulgent manner. In retrospect, it was as if all of those taunts had turned into fierce slaps, hitting them hard in the face. Chapter 73, Then Come and Bite Me. Du Shueqing smiled blandly, elegantly entered the car and started to leave. The crowd watched the Maserati disappear for a long time without speaking. What's the big deal? Isn't it just a bit prettier and taller? Only after half a minute, Guan Wei hummed, dissatisfied. It's not like you have to rely on a man to live in a villa and drive a luxury car. It's just a canary that's being kept. That's right, although we can't compare to her. We are also self-reliant and rely on ourselves to make money to eat. Lu Ting also said unconvincingly. Just now in front of Du Shueqing, they all felt ashamed of themselves and didn't dare to raise their voices in the slightest, and only now that Du Shueqing was gone did they dare to whine behind their backs. You guys are wrong. She's not relying on Chen Hao. Zhang Yuda looked complicated and shook his head. The two women froze. Do you know who she is? Wan Rui asked. The assistant to the president of the Du Group. The Du family's daughter, Du Shueqing. Zhang Yuda slowly said. I once met her at a high-end business reception. Du Clan Group. The crowd was shocked. That was a renowned family business, with assets of at least tens of billions of dollars, hot and powerful in Donglin City. Among them, even the best-conditioned Zhang Yuda was worlds apart from Du Shueqing, not even on the same level. Guan Wei and Lu Ting's faces were embarrassed to the extreme. If Du Shueqing were canaries, I'm afraid that they were not even as good as countryside groundhogs. It turns out that Chen Hao even has a girlfriend that is so powerful, so his status and strength can be imagined. Pang Xian muttered. No wonder he doesn't put that arrogant and domineering bossu in his eyes in the slightest. When he said this, he suddenly revealed a puzzled look. Then how come he didn't get angry when we treated Chen Hao like that along the way? Chen Hao just doesn't care to be general with us, right? Li Jian was silent for a moment and suddenly said with a bitter smile. At this moment, he no longer had the slightest bit of resentment towards Chen Hao. The difference between the two was too great, just like the difference between mud and clouds, and Jian Li didn't even dare to raise the thought of retaliation. The crowd was stunned, and they all laughed bitterly. Indeed, with Chen Hao's strength, as long as he moved his little finger, it would be enough to crush them. So how would he care about them mocking and making things difficult? Wan Rui's face was even more green for a while, white for a while, and the last sentence Du Shueqing said kept echoing in her mind. If it wasn't for the coincidence of becoming a colleague, you wouldn't even have the qualifications to look up to him. These words were truly incomparably piercing and irrefutable. Rui, since Chen Hao has such strength, why did he still apply for a salesman job at your CA group? Zhang Yuda asked. I don't know. Wan Rui shook her head. I've only known Chen Hao for less than a day. I don't know him any better than you guys. Her face suddenly became unnatural. In fact, the things I told you guys about Chen Hao before were all made up by me. At that time, I just had a one-track mind trying to fix him, and as a result, I almost dragged you guys down. I'm sorry. The crowd nodded. They had seen it long ago. They just didn't point it out due to the face of their friends. Zhang Yuda sighed and advised. Rui, I'm not saying that I want you to curry favor with Chen Hao, but in the future, if he's still in your department, you have to try to get on good terms with him. He paused for a moment and added, if you feel awkward and don't want to curry favor, then don't offend him either. To be honest, people like Chen Hao are simply not something we can afford to mess with. Wan Rui nodded silently. Let's go, Zhang Yuda said, turning around and walking in the direction of the parking lot. The crowd followed and left. You seem to be very tolerant of that Wan Rui. You don't have any ideas, do you? In the Maserati, Du Shueqing listened to Chen Hao's account of what had happened and glanced at him with a smile. If I say that I was just entrusted by someone, and that I don't have the slightest intention for her in that regard, do you believe me? Chen Hao said. Believe it. Du Shueqing said. You believe it so easily? Chen Hao was a bit surprised. According to the normal rhythm of a girlfriend, shouldn't she start making a big deal out of it at this moment? Of course, I'm not a normal girlfriend. Seemingly guessing his thoughts, Du Shueqing smiled faintly. A girl as beautiful and well-built as I am would still have to take the initiative to fall back on you before you would barely care. And how could you possibly look at the kind of self-centered mediocrity like Wan Rui? You're not a pervert. You are indeed not an ordinary girlfriend. Great. Chen Hao laughed. You admit it? Du Shueqing's beautiful eyes lit up, and not caring that she was on a main road, she kicked on the brakes and jerked to a stop. She had presented herself as Chen Hao's girlfriend, and while Chen Hao hadn't objected, he hadn't acknowledged it either, which had kept Du Damsel's heart in a state of 7, a bit unsupportive. Were those words considered a true acknowledgement of her? Shueqing, let's take our time. You drive first, don't block the back. Chen Hao smiled. Then you kiss me. Du Shueqing was overjoyed, naturally hearing the meaning of acquiescence in his words. Stop it. There are still cars behind. I'll kiss you when I get home. Chen Hao looked at the reverse mirror, a little worried. At this time, a series of intense haunts had already sounded from behind. No, I want you to kiss me. I won't leave until I do. Du Shueqing pouted regardless, letting go of the steering wheel and collapsing into his arms, closing her beautiful eyes. I'm a sleeping beautiful princess. Handsome frog prince, please kiss me awake quickly. Chen Hao had no choice but to lower his head and give her a kiss on her fragrant cheeks. No, Only with a kiss can the princess truly wake up. Du Shuiqing wrapped her hands around his neck and pouted her pink mouth. Chen Hao had no choice but to kiss her cherry lips again. My princess, awake yet? Awake. Du Shuiqing opened her beautiful eyes and sat up with a radiant glow. From now on, the prince and princess live in the castle and lead a happy life. She pressed the ignition button and restarted the car. At this time, a white Honda Accord behind her couldn't help but overtake the car from the left side, and after paralleling it, poked out a head from the window and shouted angrily, "Driving a Maserati is terrific. Do you know that if I rear-ended just now, you'll have to take full responsibility? You seem to be very dissatisfied?" Du Shuiqing pressed down the window and said with a smile. The man froze when he saw her stunning radiance. If you're not satisfied. Du Shuiqing smiled even more charmingly and suddenly raised her middle finger. Then come and bite me. She laughed triumphantly and stepped on the gas with one foot. The red supercar roared and went away. The dude in the Honda Accord stared blankly at her departure, not noticing in the slightest that he had become the new culprit for blocking the road. Not to mention that not far away, 2 traffic police were running over at a fast pace. You've screwed people over. Chen Hao sympathetically glanced at the rearview mirror. It's not my fault. Who let him park in the middle of the main road? Du Shuiqing shrugged her fragrant shoulders. You still have the nerve to say that you don't know who parked in the middle of the road first. Chen Hao didn't have the good sense to say, it can't be helped. I'm happy. My boyfriend finally acknowledged me. Of course I have to celebrate. Du Shuiqing said with a smiling face. So to put it mildly, the cause is still you. Chen Hao was speechless. Chapter 74, I'll follow you in this life. Half an hour later, Chen Hao and Du Shuiqing returned to Mingyu Villa. The car had just driven to the front of Villa 18 when the two of them were shocked. In front of the front door stood a graceful and luxurious middle-aged woman. It was none other than Mrs. Du. Mom, why are you here? Du Shuiqing hurriedly got out of the car and called out. Mrs. Du did not even look at her, but only looked at Chen Hao with a face like frost. Do you remember what you promised me? Mom, don't blame Chen Hao. It was me who wanted to take the initiative to live in Villa 18. It has nothing to do with Chen Hao. Du Shuiqing hurriedly said. I didn't ask you. Mrs. Du snapped. Mrs. Du, I only promised that you wouldn't take the initiative to pursue Shuiqing, but I also said that I couldn't interfere with Shuiqing's actions. Chen Hao calmly said. You should also not misunderstand. Although Shuiqing lived in Villa 18 by coincidence, nothing happened between us. You still dare to lie. Mrs. Du said angrily. I have already investigated clearly. You only moved into Villa number 18 the day before yesterday, and as a result, Shuiqing stayed with you that night, so how would she know that you are here? It wasn't you who told her. Mom, I've said that it was me who took the initiative to live in. Why are you still accusing Chen Hao wrongly? Du Shuiqing said with dissatisfaction. Let me tell you the truth. The night before last, after I argued with you, she told what happened. You don't need to explain for him. Pack up your things right away and come home with me. Mrs. Du's face turned blue. I'm not going back. Du Shuiqing stubbornly said. You dare to disobey me? Mrs. Du was shocked and angry. I'm not a child. Who are you to always control me? Du Shuiqing agitatedly said. Who I date is my freedom. Even if you're my mom, you have no right to interfere. You really have hardened your wings. Mrs. Du was so angry that she was trembling. Mrs. Du, I know that you care about Shuiqing, and I also understand your feelings as a mother. I can assure you that I will respect Shuiqing's wishes. She will not be harmed in any way by living in Villa 18. It will only get better and better. And if you don't feel at ease, you can come over to see her often. Chen Hao said sincerely. You shut up. Mrs. Du snapped. If it wasn't because of you, would Shuiqing become like this? Is it because I spoke too politely last time? So much so that it gave you the illusion that you could still pursue Shuiqing? Then I'll tell you plainly today. You don't deserve my daughter. Don't dream. Mom, how can you talk like that? Chen Hao is my father and my savior. Du Shuiqing said angrily. I gave him the 18th villa. It's already too clear. Mrs. Du said in a chilling voice. You think I don't see what's in his mind? It's obvious that he wants to climb up the ladder and take advantage of the Du family to soar to the heavens. You're young. Don't be fooled by his flowery words. She reached out and pointed at Chen Hao. I'm telling you, there is absolutely no way I will let a shameless villain like you succeed. Leave my daughter immediately. You're not allowed to see her in the future. If you're still dead set on pestering Shuiqing, don't blame me for being impolite. Chen Hao sighed and didn't say anything. Mom, the more you are like this, the more impossible it is for me to leave Chen Hao. Du Shuiqing was extremely angry. To tell you the truth, the two of us have already cooked rice. It's too late for you to stop it. As she said that, she tightly held onto Chen Hao's arm and leaned in intimately. Chen Hao smiled bitterly. Isn't saying this intensifying the conflict even more? This mother and daughter, both were unconscionable masters. Mrs. Du's lungs were about to explode with anger as she pointed at Chen Hao and said in a hateful voice, Dare to defile my daughter? Fine, just you wait, I'll make you pay for it. And you, don't think that I can't do anything about you if you're hiding a small fortune outside. She looked angrily at Du Shueching again. I have ways to make you unable to do anything. Let's see if you bow your head then. After saying that, Mrs. Du turned around with a huff and left angrily. Mom, it's fine for you to threaten me. Why are you threatening Chen Hao? Everything was on my own initiative. It has nothing to do with him. Du Shueching was shocked and angry, shouting at her back. Mrs. Du was as if she hadn't heard and disappeared into the night without looking back. Forget it, Shueching. Right now your mom is in a rage. She can't listen to anything she says. After her anger subsides, you guys can talk again. Chen Hao naturally would not take Mrs. Du's threat to heart and persuaded. Chen Hao, don't go to work these days. Stay home with me. Du Shueching turned around and said worriedly. Why? Chen Hao was stunned. My mom is the type of person who says she won't do anything, and since she said she'll do something against you, she'll definitely take action. Du Shueching said, I'm worried about your personal safety. It's fine. I've practiced sparring and have very good hands. Chen Hao laughed. 3 or 5 ordinary people can't even get close to me. It's useless. Du Shueching said anxiously, you are only one person even if you can fight. You are alone. My mom can completely use her network of connections to suppress you. If she knows that you are good with your hands, she might even find a martial artist to deal with you. There is no way you can be an opponent. You know about martial artists? Chen Hao froze. You know that as well? Du Shueching was similarly stunned. Chen Hao nodded. Since you know, then you understand how powerful martial artists are. Even professional sparring experts are unbeatable in front of a martial artist. Du Shueching said anxiously. Chen Hao smiled, didn't say anything, and with a wave of his letter hand, a pale yellow flower in a flower bed not far away suddenly detached itself from the soil and flew over out of thin air, hovering above his palm. Du Shueching immediately covered her small mouth in shock, revealing a color of disbelief. Are you still worried now? Chen Hao smiled faintly and casually waved his hand, and the flowers flew back into the flower bed. Internal energy externalization. Invisible ingestion. Du Shueching's beautiful eyes instantly shone brightly in surprise. Chen Hao, you're a martial grandmaster. You know quite a bit about martial artists. Chen Hao was surprised. Of course, Du Shueching laughed. When I was a child, my father even had a martial artist teach me. She then sighed. Unfortunately, I don't have the talent to practice martial arts, so I can't learn how to learn. It's not that you don't have the talent, but the talent is too good. Chen Hao said meaningfully. Du Shueching didn't understand the meaning of these words either, and joyfully grabbed his hand. Let's go. Chen Hao, come with me to see my parents. Your mom is so angry. How could she possibly see the two of us? Chen Hao shook his head. You're a martial arts grandmaster. Du Shueching said excitedly. If you reveal this identity, not to mention my parents, even those high and mighty people in the Yanjing family behind my parents would have to be respectful when they see you. A patriarch is that powerful? Chen Hao was stunned. Of course, every patriarch is a phoenix-like existence, even in the entire China. No, the entire world. Patriarchs belong to the topmost figures. Du Shueching said, this is good. If my mom knows that you are a patriarch, not to mention refusing our relationship, I'm afraid she will rush to beg you to be her son-in-law. Ha ha ha. She couldn't help but laugh out loud in triumph. Shueching, I don't want to reveal my identity. Chen Hao, however, shook his head. I'm showing my strength just to prove that I'm capable of guarding you, as well as protecting myself. That's all. Why? Du Shueching was stunned. Do you know that as long as you reveal your status as a patriarch, there will be countless people who will come to fawn over you, and within a very short period of time, you will have vast amounts of wealth and powerful forces, becoming a big shot who will be famous all over the world, and will be able to get whatever you want, at your fingertips. Shueching, these are not the goals I pursue. Chen Hao looked at her, his gaze filled with hope. Right now, I just want to be an ordinary person and quietly cultivate. Can you understand that? He didn't want to say the real reason yet, but in his heart, he had already slowly accepted Du Shueching, so he very much hoped that the girl could understand him. Du Shueching didn't say anything, quietly looking at him. Half a minute later, she suddenly threw herself into Chen Hao's arms and said gently, I understand. No matter what you want to do, I will support you, because from the time I saw you for the first time, I decided that you were the person I was looking for, and in this life, I'm stuck with you. Shueching. Chen Hao hugged her. His heart warmed. Chapter 75, Surveillance Dharma Seal. The next morning, Chen Hao came to work at the Human Resources Department normally. Yu Halian and Hu Bing hadn't come yet, and Wan Rui was the only one in the office, sitting and fidgeting. Chen Hao naturally ignored her and walked behind his desk to sit down and open his computer. However, when Wan Rui saw him, she suddenly came over and said after taking a deep breath, Chen Hao, I want to apologize to you for what happened yesterday. I'm sorry, I was too self-righteous. You saved my life and I still misunderstood you. Please forgive me for my childishness and ignorance. I'll use practical actions to make up for my faults. Chen Hao gave her a surprised look, not expecting Wan Rui to take the initiative to apologize. It seemed that she had been irritated yesterday. It's impossible to talk about forgiveness or not. I didn't take last night's events to heart, and I'm not interested in getting into it with you, as long as you don't come to mess with me again. With that, Chen Hao said indifferently. Wan Rui nervously waited for his reply, and sighed in relief at his words. But then, her heart became complicated again. Although Chen Hao had said that he wouldn't bother with her, for some reason, Wan Rui instead kind of hoped that Chen Hao hated her and loathed her, so that at least it proved that Chen Hao cared about her, rather than treating her as a passerby like he was doing now. Think too much. And he gap so big. How will he care about me, an ordinary girl? Wan Rui smiled bitterly and returned to her seat with a gloomy expression. Chen Hao, come out for a moment. At this time, Mao Xiaowei came to the door of the office and saw Wan Rui inside, so he didn't go in and wave to Chen Hao. Chen Hao walked out. Brother, thank you so much. Mao Xiaowei was all smiles as he handed over the BMW keys. Looks like getting the girl last night went well? Chen Hao took it and asked with a smile. That goes without saying. Mao Xiaowei was proud. I took that girl to a room, unlocked several positions in one night, and now I still have a sore back. Awesome. Chen Hao gave a thumbs up. Right, when I drove your car out yesterday, I saw that Wang happening. Mao Xiaowei suddenly remembered something. He was in the corner of the parking lot and a business manager of the advertising company muttered something surreptitiously. Due to the sound was too small, I didn't hear what they were saying, but I vaguely heard Wang Happing seem to mention your name. I estimate that this old boy was dismissed after the heart of the grudges. There may be a retaliation. You have to be careful. Chen Hao's heart stirred. What's the name of that business manager? Called Wu Liang. He is Wang Happing's beloved. This time when Wang Happing was fired, it was said that he was very upset. He even went to find General Manager Li to intercede, but General Manager Li ignored him. Mao Xiaowei said, I see. Thank you, Xiaowei. This news is very important. Chen Hao said gratefully. You're welcome. Mao Xiaowei patted him on the shoulder. I have to go beforehand. If you want me to help you, just squeak. Chen Hao nodded. Mao Xiaowei left. Chen Hao thought about it and did not return to the office, but came to the 18th floor advertising agency. It was always right to be prepared in advance, regardless of whether Wang Happing really wanted to retaliate or not. He probed his divine sense, and in less than a moment, he found the office where Wu Liang was. Mr. Wang, don't worry, I've already thought of a way. I can definitely send Chen Hao to the station and give you this bad breath. Wu Liang was the only one in the office, and was holding his cell phone and whispering. Came at a really good time. Chen Hao sneered and continued to listen in with his divine sense. However, Wu Liang didn't say anything about what exactly he could do, and hung up the phone after a few brief sentences, and made a point of looking at the doorway, appearing wary. Chen Hao thought for a moment, and utilized his mana, reaching out to pinch his hand and transforming it into a mana seal. With a flick of his fingers, the FA seal immediately flew out, entering the office without a sound and landing on Wu Liang. This was a surveillance seal, equivalent to placing a monitor on Wu Liang's body, able to grasp Wu Liang's every move at any time, anywhere. Wu Liang did not realize it in the slightest. Chen Hao returned to the Human Resources Department. Yu Halian and Hu Bing were already here. You're back. Just now I asked Hu Bing how well you familiarized yourself with the work situation yesterday. Yu Halian laughed. Hu Bing said that you caught on quickly, so prepare to work independently. Yes, Minister, Chen Hao said. As he spoke, a tall, cold and fragrantly beautiful woman walked into the office. General Manager Gao. The crowd hurriedly stood and greeted. Aren't you a newly recruited advertising agency salesperson? Why are you in the Human Resources Department? General Manager Gao was stunned to see Chen Hao at a glance. Mr. Gao, isn't our HR department always short of people? I think Chen Hao has good qualities, so I applied with Mr. Li to transfer him over. Yu Halian laughed. General Manager Gao nodded and couldn't help but take another look at Chen Hao. This young man had given her quite a deep impression. When he first saw her in the elevator, he didn't have the slightest bit of the constraints and nervousness of a bottom-level employee meeting the president, but was unassuming and very calm. To know, with her cold temperament and unsmiling style, even some middle-level cadres were trembling and walking on thin ice when they saw her. General Manager Gao, what is your business? Yu Halian asked. Half a month ago the security department placed a batch of veterans. I've looked at them, the quality is very good, but maybe they can't adapt to the environment in the enterprise for a while, so they are a bit emotional and very uncooperative in their work. The security minister has complained to me a few times, but these veterans are required by the government to be placed, and they can't be dismissed if there is no major mistake. Mr. Gao said, so I want you guys to communicate and solve this problem. and give them a good training on the duties of the security guards. If they are able to change, I believe it will be a very good security team. Got it, Mr. Gao. Training is supposed to be our HR department's job. Leave it to me, Euphoric said. General Manager Gao nodded and turned to go out. Hu Bing breathed a sigh of relief and laughed. Finally gone. With General Manager Gao here, I don't even dare to utter a single breath. Look at your little outburst. Other people Chen Hao is not like you. Euphoric laughed. That's also true. Chen Hao, aren't you nervous about meeting Mr. Gao? Hu Bing asked in surprise. I'm nervous too. I'm just disguising it as not being nervous. Chen Hao smiled. You brat is too cunning. Hu Bing laughed and whacked him. Wan Rui, however, gave Chen Hao a complicated look. She naturally knew that Chen Hao really wasn't nervous. How could he be nervous when he was a big shot who could even sit on an equal footing with General Manager Gao? Just in time, Chen Hao, just after saying that you should prepare to work independently. Here comes the task. Go to the security department and see what's going on. Communicate properly. Reason with them, solve the problem and then train. Euphoric said. In the future, this aspect of work will be your responsibility. Yes, Minister. Chen Hao nodded. Chapter 76, Veterans. A few minutes later, Chen Hao arrived at the security department on the first floor and met the security minister. Shui Pingan. Minister Shui, what is the current situation with these veterans? After introducing himself, Chen Hao asked. Alas, don't mention it. Shui Pingan sniffed, immediately full of bitterness. Originally I heard that this group of people in the army before the discharge are down the elite soldiers. Heart is very happy. Thought that finally can recruit a group of quality security guards. Did not expect to come. One with the grandfather like, not to mention the normal work, and even my orders do not listen to, but also to speak are very impulsive. A little bit of bad luck, even on the me. The minister is also open-mouthed, and has even assaulted other security guards. So serious? Chen Hao was taken aback. Yeah, I've brought it up with Mr. Gao a few times. Don't want them okay. Shui Pingan sighed. But General Manager Gao said that it was the government's request to resettle them, and unless they committed a crime, it would be impossible to fire them. He was full of hopelessness. Originally, the security department was seriously short of people. Now even though people are coming, it's the same as not recruiting them, and every day we have to spend a lot of energy and time to appease them. It's just like raising a bunch of ancestors. I can't even carry on with my normal work. Are they making such a fuss because they feel that the paychecks are not in place? Chen Hao asked. No. Our group's salary treatment, not to mention in the enterprise, is no less than that of the organizations and institutions. Shui Pingan shook his head and said, signing a formal labor contract, 5 insurance, 1 gold, paid leave, all the benefits that should be there, and also a lot more. These have long been explained to them. Then why is it still like this? Chen Hao wondered. This I also asked. They didn't say, but through these days of contact, I can almost feel it. Shui Pingan said, pointing to his chest. It should just be that the psychological gap is too great and he feels unbalanced. How unbalanced? Shui Pingan said. Before they were discharged from the army, they were all elite in the army. Many of them have also made meritorious achievements, regardless of the quality of ability, are far higher than ordinary soldiers. After discharge, suddenly become the lowest level of security in private enterprises, but also to accept the leadership of ordinary people like me. A little bit of a moment cannot be accepted, coupled with the sight of some of the less than their veterans secretly have relations into the government agencies as civil servants, so the mentality of the lost government agencies as civil servants, so the mentality is out of balance. Chen Hao understood and nodded. Minister Shui, take me over there. I'll talk to them and see if I can untie the knot. With that, Chen Hao said, Elder brother Chen Hao, to be honest, I don't suggest you go. Shui Pingan said, you don't know, you can't even communicate properly with these people, and you can't reason with them. You'll just get a belly full of anger. Thank you Minister Shui for reminding me, but this is work. I always need to understand what's going on. Otherwise I won't be able to explain to the leaders if I just go back. Chen Hao said. Well, I hope you can find a way. I'm out of tricks anyway. Shui Pingan nodded with a bitter smile, got up and walked out of the office, leading Chen Hao towards a hall. Right 8. It's your turn. Want it? Don't a few rushes. Can't you see I'm organizing my cards? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Can you go to bed with the old lady? Pain in the ass. Ha ha. From a long way away, the two heard the sound of unbridled card playing coming from the hall, with a lot of foul language mixed in between. Shui Pingan smiled helplessly at Chen Hao and pushed open the door. Immediately, a pandemonium came out, only to see the entire hall clouded over. Dozens of young men in retired military uniforms, with indecent postures either collapsing or sitting, or playing cards and smoking cigarettes while making a lot of noise and fire. The floor was a mess, covered with cigarette butts and empty beer bottles, as well as quite a few melon peels and peanut shells. Seeing the two men come in, the crowd only glanced at them and went their own way, without the slightest intention of stopping. Everyone stopped for a moment. Shwe Pingan shouted, "The leader of the Human Resources Department is coming over today to make a goodwill communication with everyone, so please welcome them." The crowd turned a deaf ear. Shwe Pingan frowned and was about to say more when he was stopped by Chen Hao and said sincerely, "Don't get me wrong, I'm not a leader and I'm not here to make a speech. I just heard that you guys haven't been too comfortable since you arrived at the group, so I want to have a good chat with you all. And if you have any difficulties or needs that you need me to help with, feel free to bring them up and don't hold them in your hearts. You not bothering us is the biggest help." A thin, long-faced man gave him an impatient look. "Hurry up and get lost. Don't bother me playing cards." "Li Hongliang, how do you talk? Do you know how to respect people?" Shwe Pingan said angrily. "Yo, Great Minister Shwe is angry? I'm so scared." Li Hongliang let out a strange cry. "Then you have the guts not to spoil it and fire me." The crowd laughed in unison. "You." Shwe Pingan was too angry to speak. Li Hongliang smiled smugly and looked at Chen Hao again. "Little white boy, didn't you say that you have any difficulties to mention?" "Okay, my difficulty is the lack of a daughter-in-law. You let the group send me a daughter-in-law. Remember, it has to be a beautiful woman. I can't look at ordinary people. I don't have a daughter-in-law either. Send me one too. And what about this welfare? I want it too. There are so many beautiful women in the group. You guys actually only want one. You really don't know how to enjoy. White boy, send me too. Ha ha, you're shameless." Everyone else also laughed. "Forget it, Chen Hao, let's just go." Seeing this, Shwe Pingan sighed and advised. Chen Hao waved his hand and said in a deep voice, "I came here to communicate with sincerity. I don't understand why everyone is so resistant. To put it politely, even if you guys make a lot of noise, it doesn't have anything to do with me. I just need to go back and report the actual situation to the leaders. But what about you guys? Do you want to keep making noise like this for the rest of your lives? The group can tolerate you for a while, but can they tolerate you for a lifetime?" The crowd's faces changed. "Since you've retired, you're not a soldier anymore. Don't hold on to the glory of the past. Accepting reality and working well is the way out," Chen Hao advised. "Otherwise being antagonistic will not do you any good. Little white boy, you don't need to speak to us in a lecturing tone, telling us these bull axioms." Li Hongliang threw down the poker with a hand and stood up boldly. "I'll ask you one thing. Before I was discharged from the army, I was a first-class soldier of the reconnaissance company, honored with 2 third-class merit awards, and have been commended by my superiors for many times, like Shwe Pingan and people like you who are so well-bred, who have no skills whatsoever, and who only make big speeches. What are your qualifications to lead me? Not bad. Which one of us is not a troop elite? Which one of us hasn't made merits for the country? Bleeding and sweating in the army. It was not easy to master a skill. Is it just to listen to the lessons of mediocre people like you? Now that we've retired from the army, just because we have no background and no connections, we can only work as security guards in a private company. Being called around by people like you who don't know anything. On what grounds?" The others also stood up and drank indignantly. Chapter 77, The Arm Wrestle. "I see," Chen Hao said. "The reason you guys are making a scene is because you think that no one in the group is qualified to lead you, right? You're right. We just look down on you guys." Liang Hongliang sneered. "Then why do you guys still take the salary paid by the group?" Chen Hao said. "Don't you feel ashamed to eat from others and not work, but also despise behind your back? Who do you think cares to take it?" Li Hongliang poo-pooed, took out a bank card from his pocket and threw it on the ground. "This is the payroll card that the group issued to us. You can take it back and check it. If the old man has touched a penny in it, I'll follow you later." Snapped. The other veterans also pulled out their bank cards and threw them on the ground, looking coldly at Chen Hao. "Little white boy, what else do you have to say now?" Li Hongliang hugged his bladder and sneered coldly. "Not bad." Chen Hao nodded. "Not taking a penny from the group proves that you guys are still considered to have backbone and are men. You think you can curry favor with us by praising us twice?" Li Hongliang laughed contemptuously and reached out his hand. "What I hate the most is a wallflower like you who has a heart of gold. Get lost at once. Otherwise don't blame us for beating you into a pig's head." Scram! The crowd shouted in unison. "I can roll," Chen Hao said. "But before I roll, I would like to ask a question. How can I be considered qualified to lead you?" "Of course it's only if you're better than us," Li Hongliang said proudly. "Then what is considered stronger than you guys?" Chen Hao asked without moving. When Li Hongliang heard this, he didn't answer, but instead looked Chen Hao up and down and scoffed. "Little white boy, by the sound of that, you seem quite unconvinced, don't you? Is it to compete with us?" Then you'll have to say exactly what to compare, Chen Hao said without moving. Yoo-hoo! Li Hongliang let out a strange cry and laughed. Brothers, see, this little white boy actually called our number. The crowd laughed in unison. Shui Pinggan's face changed. He hurriedly stepped forward and whispered, Chen Hao, don't be impulsive. They were all elites in the army before they retired from the army. Their physical qualities are far beyond ordinary people. You simply can't compare to them. I'm not impulsive, Minister Shui, Chen Hao said. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Shui Pinggan laughed bitterly, thinking that you really know nothing about strength. One should know that when these veterans first arrived, there were some original security guards who couldn't see eye to eye, thinking that they were young and strong and wanted to try it the hard way, and they were all cleaned up pretty badly as a result. A stout and tall veteran walked out and snorted, Little white boy, we don't want to bully you. Let's put it this way, if you want to compete, then arm wrestle. I'll use one hand and let you use both hands. As long as you win, we'll admit that you're better than us. How about it? Lu Peng, is this considered bullying? That's right. I'm afraid any one of us can easily make this little white boy two-handed. The crowd laughed. Speaking seriously? Chen Hao asked without moving. Don't compare again after you've lost and the others don't recognize it. That would be meaningless. Actually turning the tables on us? Brothers, tell me, do you admit it? Lu Peng laughed in the sun and asked loudly. Of course. The crowd laughed in unison. Hear that? Little white boy. Lu Peng raised his chin to Chen Hao. Come on then, Chen Hao said indifferently. Seeing this, Shui Pinggan sighed and shook his head, not stopping it. It was good to let this kid who didn't know the sky and the earth suffer a bit. Anyway, it was just arm wrestling. Losing was nothing. At most it would be a loss of face. A few veterans moved a table and 2 chairs to the center of the hall. Chen Hao and Lu Peng sat down face to face across the table and stretched out their arms. You don't use both hands? Lu Peng asked in surprise as he saw that he only stretched out his right hand. Since it's a competition, of course it has to be fair. I won't take advantage of you, Chen Hao said. Suit yourself, Lu Peng said indifferently. Anyway, single-handed and double-handed, the result is the same. Wait a minute. Suddenly, Li Hongliang said, Little white boy, according to what we just said, if Lu Peng loses to you, we'll admit that you're better than us. But what if you lose? Wouldn't I just roll over if I lose? Chen Hao was stunned. You should have rolled away when you lost. I'm talking about additional punishment. Li Hongliang sneered. Then what do you say? We won't make things difficult for you. If you lose, say 3 sentences out loud in public that I am incompetent. Li Hongliang said indifferently. If you don't dare to agree, get lost now. Chen Hao didn't hesitate. I promise, but I'll add a condition as well. You say, if Lu Peng loses, you guys can't make any more trouble. You must honestly abide by the group's rules and regulations, fulfill your work duties, and cooperate with Minister Shui, Chen Hao said. Okay. Li Hongliang and the others hesitated for a moment before they all nodded. Come on, Lu Peng, Chen Hao said. Lu Peng hemmed and hawed, stretching out his right hand and shaking it tightly with him. In contrast, Lu Peng's arm was a full circle thicker than Chen Hao's, and his large rough hand almost wrapped Chen Hao's hand inside, looking as if it was an adult and a child. The gap was very obvious. This small thin arm, I am worried that Lu Peng of force, and then to this little white man broke, but also have to compensate him for medical expenses. That is, don't look tall, white and clean, pure embroidered pillows, not useful. Oh, now this society, the male is more and more like a sissy. I guess into the army, even the gun can't carry it. When the crowd saw this, they all said with disdain, let me be the referee for you guys. Li Hongliang stood on the other side of the table and said in a deep voice, 1, 2, 3, start. Lu Peng laughed, and although he heard the start, he did not immediately exert any force. He did not want to break Chen Hao down in one go. Victory came too quickly and was meaningless. It was best to talk and laugh while watching the desperate look of an opponent who was doing his best, red-faced but helpless, in order to fully realize the joy of crushing. Of course, for Chen Hao, he also got a point to let this little white boy make a fool of himself in public, so that other comrades to enjoy ridicule, together to share his happiness. The only joy is not as good as the joy of the crowd. However, just as Lu Peng was thinking of saying something amusing, suddenly a force came and instantly snapped his wrist on the table. Sorry, I won. Chen Hao smiled faintly and let go of Lu Peng's hand. The crowd froze. Lu Peng also froze, staring blankly at his hand as if he couldn't believe that what had just happened was the truth. Shui Pinggan similarly revealed a look of disbelief. Just now, he had seen the comparison between Chen Hao and Lu Peng and had no hope at all, not realizing that Chen Hao had won with ease. Chapter 78, Because I have a cleanliness fetish. Everyone, since victory and defeat have been decided, let's ask you to carry out your promises, Chen Hao said. The crowd didn't say anything and all stared blankly at Lu Peng. When this guy lost, he had screwed them all over. It doesn't count just now. I wasn't ready. Lu Peng came back to his senses. His face reddened, slammed the table and roared. Li Hongliang finished shouting to start a long time ago. Who are you relying on for not being ready? Chen Hao faintly said. I just got distracted and didn't listen to say start. Lu Peng said stiffly, handing over a look of help to Li Hongliang. Li Hongliang looked at him angrily, itching to slap him over. To what extent did this have to be lost in thought to lose to this weak little white boy? Inner one. Just now it is true that Lu Peng is not right, but since it is a competition, of course, we should pay attention to fairness. After all, Lu Peng has not really exerted his strength, and your win cannot be considered a real win. Do you see, if you can recompare it? With that, Li Hongliang snapped and said towards Chen Hao, you mean you're going to back out? Chen Hao snorted. It's not a reversal, it's a desire to seek fairness. Li Hongliang's face flushed and his voice trailed off. The others were also blushing. Before the arm wrestling, they had sneered at Chen Hao and ridiculed him recklessly, and were even prepared to watch Chen Hao say I'm incompetent in public. Unexpectedly, Lu Peng had actually lost, and still lost in such a cowardly manner that he had to put his face down to beg Chen Hao. Why do we have to compete again? It's not like Chen Hao broke the rules, Shui Pingan said in dissatisfaction. If it was Chen Hao who lost and asked for a rematch, would you all agree? The crowd was silent. It was true that they were the ones who were at a disadvantage in this matter, but in their hearts, they were all very unconvinced. After all, Chen Hao didn't win by strength. Alright, since you guys say you want it to be fair, then let's have a rematch. Chen Hao didn't make things difficult and said indifferently. Chen Hao. Shui Pingan's face changed. Minister Shui, listen to me, Chen Hao said. Shui Pingan had no choice but to keep quiet. Thank you. Li Hongliang was overjoyed. Worrying that Chen Hao was backtracking, he hurriedly winked at Lu Peng. People promised. Why don't you hurry up and compare? Don't go off on a tangent this time. Got it. Lu Peng was also energized, gazed at Chen Hao, stretched out his right hand. Come on, little Chen Hao. He originally wanted to call the little white boy, but on second thought, he thought that people had just generously re-given the opportunity, so naturally he couldn't not show respect. Chen Hao reached out and shook his hand. If I win this time, let's say we're even, and we'll decide the final winner in the third hand. Lu Peng looked at him and said in a deep voice. Chen Hao knew that he was trying to make it up to himself and nodded with a smile. You two get ready, pay attention to my orders, don't get distracted either, Li Hongliang said, making a point of reminding again. Lu Peng nodded seriously. 1, 2, 3, start. Li Hongliang waved his hand violently. Lu Peng immediately powered up. He also thought that he had let Chen Hao catch a chance before because of his own rashness, and naturally, he would not make the same mistake this time. However, a force exactly the same as the last one came over, instantly surpassing his strength before thumping, viciously clasping his hand onto the table. The crowd was just about to shout and cheer for Lu Peng. When they saw this scene, they froze. Lost again? This time, they had seen with their own eyes that Lu Peng had exerted himself immediately after Li Hongliang had shouted to start, and had definitely not been gullible, nor had he gotten distracted. Moreover, Lu Peng's face was serious, which meant that he didn't let go of the water, but used his full strength. But that was it, and still lost. Chen Hao smiled, didn't say anything, and let go of Lu Peng's hand. Lu Peng, what's going on? With your strength, how did you lose to him? Li Hongliang was shocked and angry, and couldn't help but ask. You are the strongest arm strength among us, stretching 300 pounds with one hand which, didn't even manage to freeze for a second, directly crushed. The others also asked in exasperation. Lu Peng's face stiffened, unable to speak. He didn't actually feel how powerful Chen Hao's power was, but for some reason, he just couldn't block it. Moreover, this time, he hadn't taken it lightly, but had treated it with all his might, and he couldn't even find an excuse if he wanted to, and he was speechless in defeat. This time you won't back out and ask for a rematch, right? Shui Pingan asked with a cold smile as his spirits rose. The crowd's faces were embarrassed, and they were silent. Although Chen Hao had won against Lu Peng, but what was one-arm wrestling count for? Naturally they were all unconvinced in their hearts. However, the big words had already been said before. How could they back out now? It doesn't matter. This one doesn't count. Let's compare the third one. Suddenly, Chen Hao said. The crowd was taken aback. Chen Hao, you've already won. Why do you want to compete again? Shui Pingan couldn't help but ask. Because I have a cleanliness fetish. No matter what I'm competing against, I have to win only if the other party is convinced. If they are not convinced in their hearts, even if they have to admit defeat because of a prior commitment, I won't be happy about it, much less force it, Chen Hao said. The crowd's faces changed as they heard this. You don't need to put on an act of charity, Li Hongliang said angrily. Lu Peng is the strongest wrangler amongst us. Since he's not your opponent, we certainly aren't either. And for you to give us a chance when you know this, isn't it just pretending to be tolerant and generous on the surface, but in fact, tricking us into playing? That's right, we don't need you to give us a chance. Losing is losing. We recognize it. Don't worry, we're not people who play tricks on us. Since we said it before, we'll definitely keep our promise. The others were also annoyed. I'm not done talking yet. For the third arm wrestling, I'll go one-handed and let you guys go two-handed, Chen Hao said indifferently. What? The crowd was shocked. This time it's not considered fooling you guys, Chen Hao said. Are you looking down on us? Lu Peng said angrily. When you proposed arm wrestling at the very beginning, you said that you would let me have both hands. Are you looking down on me as well? Chen Hao asked back. Lu Peng stagnated, unable to say anything. Alright, Lu Peng, since he said so, then let's compare with him. Li Hongliang sneered. I won't compare. It's too humiliating, Lu Peng said indignantly. Li Hongliang frowned, walked up to him, and whispered, do you want everyone to admit in public that Chen Hao is better than us, and then honestly become a security guard and accept Shui Pingin's leadership? Lu Peng's face changed. I think this little white boy is just being complacent after winning the last game against you, and wants to pretend to be a bully in front of us. How can we let him have his way? Li Hongliang continued in a low voice. And if we can equalize this game, we don't need to admit defeat. We don't need to be embarrassed. Which head is light and heavy? We need to figure out Lu Peng hesitated for half a second and nodded. Come on, Chen Hao. He was just about to stretch out his hands, but suddenly his heart moved and he only stretched out his left hand. The strength of a person's hands was not balanced, and unless one was left-handed, the vast majority of people had their right hand stronger than their left. Chen Hao was no exception, so if he used both hands to arm wrestle with Chen Hao's left hand, the chances of winning would be greatly increased. Thinking of this, Lu Peng couldn't help but praise himself for his witty idea. Chapter 79, I still have a cleanliness fetish. Chen Hao smiled faintly and extended his left hand to shake Lu Peng. Only then did Lu Peng extend his right hand. Since his palms were too big, after shaking it, it almost completely wrapped Chen Hao's left hand inside. When the crowd saw this, smiles reappeared on their faces. If this wasn't a win, there was really no justice. Let you show off blindly. See what happens if you lose this time. Shui Pingan had a grudging look on his face. He also thought that Chen Hao was getting carried away after winning two hands. Get ready. 1, 2, Li Hongliang said in a deep voice. Wait, I'll add one more rule. Suddenly, Chen Hao said. The crowd froze. Lu Peng, you don't have to break me down. As long as you can bend my arm head on, it will be considered that I lose, Chen Hao slowly said. Little white boy, you're too cocky, aren't you? This awesome blow, why don't you go to heaven? When the crowd heard this, they were first taken aback, and then their faces all became incredibly ugly. This was simply not putting them in their eyes. Ha ha ha. Good, very good. Lu Peng even laughed back in anger. Anyway, I've already gone out of my way by using both hands to arm wrestle with you. I'd like to see. What kind of backbone do you have that you dare to put out such big words? He looked angrily at Chen Hao, the backs of his hands bulging with veins. Little white boy, you brought this on yourself. Li Hongliang sneered. Come on, get ready again. 1, 2, 3, start. As soon as the words fell, Lu Peng roared, and his hands instantly unleashed their full power. Asterisk him to death. Lu Peng, let this little white boy know how powerful you are. The crowd also clamored and raised their hands to shout. However, within a few seconds, they subsided. This was because Chen Hao didn't move, not to mention being bent. There wasn't even a hint of shaking. Chen Hao didn't even change his expression in any way, remaining so calm, even giving people an illusion as if he hadn't exerted any force at all, and was just stretching out his hand normally. Lu Peng's face turned red as he leaned in and roared. The muscles of his arms and his pectoral muscles all bulged out, even holding the wide military uniform tight, obviously having used the strength of his entire body. However, it was useless. Chen Hao's left hand was like an impenetrable steel wall. No matter how hard Lu Peng pushed, he could not budge it in the slightest. The crowd all revealed looks of disbelief. With Lu Peng's current strength, I'm afraid that even a 1,000-pound weight could be pushed. Could it be that this little white boy's strength in one hand was more than 1,000 pounds? How was this possible? It's time to end this. Chen Hao smiled faintly. His left hand began to launch, slowly but irresistibly pressing Lu Peng's hands towards the tabletop. No, no. Lu Peng couldn't help but tremble all over. This scene was exactly what he had fantasized about when he and Chen Hao first arm wrestled, crushing the other party in the midst of talking and laughing, admiring his opponent's desperate expression as he tried his best. His face reddened, yet he could do nothing about it. Now it was perfectly realized. Unfortunately, he was the one being crushed. What a cruel reality. Bang! No matter how unwilling Lu Peng was, in the end, He could only watch in despair as his hands were crushed by Chen Hao on the desktop with a solid thud. The hall was silent. Is there anyone else unconvinced? Chen Hao loosened his grip and said indifferently. The faces of the crowd twitched and did not speak. Although arm wrestling wasn't considered a skill, Lu Peng had lost 3 in a row, and especially the last one where both hands failed to break Chen Hao, so there was really nothing to say. We admit defeat. Li Hongliang hung his head and said, just as we said before, admit that you're better than us, no more trouble, abide by the system, fulfill your duties, and cooperate with the work. There's no need to admit defeat first. This one doesn't count. Let's go on and compete again. Chen Hao said indifferently. You guys have the final say on what exactly to compare. The commitment is still the same as before. The crowd immediately looked at him in shock. What do you mean? Pity us? Li Hongliang's face sank. It's not pity, but I still have a cleanliness fetish in this person. Chen Hao said. That is that not only do you have to win the competition convincingly, but you also have to win your strongest point in order to do so. I can see that you almost feel in your hearts that arm wrestling doesn't count as a skill. No problem. Then bring out your best skills. The crowd was shocked and angry. Originally, they thought that by proposing to arm wrestle with one hand, this kid was already pretending to be a peak. Unexpectedly, it now rose to challenge their respective strongest points. There really was no most pretentious, only more pretentious. He, what a cocky kid. Li Hongliang couldn't help but laugh in anger. Did you think that if you win against Lu Peng in arm wrestling, you can eat us all? How ignorant and fearless. Competing with us for the strongest item? I'm afraid you don't even know how to die. Not to mention the strongest event, even the most common event in the army, any one of us can easily beat you. Shaking up just because you have some wrist strength. You really don't know the heights of heaven. The crowd also said angrily. So powerful? Chen Hao hemmed and hawed. That's great. I just like to defeat others in their strongest field. That's what gives me a sense of accomplishment. When the crowd heard this, they were all too angry to speak. It was truly wild beyond bounds. Since you like asking for trouble so much, then we'll fulfill you. Li Hongliang clenched his back teeth and said, Chang Jinfa, you compare weighted push-ups with him. Good. A veteran who was not tall, had broad shoulders and a thick back, and looked particularly sturdy walked out in large strides. Just now, you were the one who strongly requested for us to take out our skills, so it's okay to compare this, right? Li Hongliang looked towards Chen Hao. I have no problem, Chen Hao said, but this isn't a gym. There are no conditions. How can I carry weight? You just watch. Li Hongliang smiled coldly and nodded to Chang Jinfa. Chang Jinfa didn't say anything, rubbed his palms a few times, then lay down on the ground and started doing push-ups. After he did a few, Li Hongliang waved his hand. Go! A veteran who stood closest came up, lunged forward, and ruthlessly pressed on Chang Jinfa. Chang Jinfa's body shook, but his movements were not affected in any way, carrying the veteran and continuing to do push-ups. Immediately afterward, the second veteran came up and pressed on top of the first veteran. Then the third, fourth, and fifth. In the blink of an eye, the number of veterans pressing on Chang Jinfa had reached 6, and even if they were all lying on their backs, they were stacked more than a meter high. A veteran must weigh at least 100 pounds, and with 6 people plus Chang Jinfa's self-weight, the pressure he was under had exceeded 1,000 pounds. However, although Chang Jinfa's face was red and he appeared to be struggling, his movements were not distorted and he was still doing standard push-ups. I'm going to. Shui Pingan was stunned as he watched. Chapter 80, Absurd Feelings. Chen Hao was also quite surprised. He had been to the gym and was no stranger to weight training, but normal weight bearing, 100 or 200 pounds to the head, even if the professional fitness, at most is a few hundred pounds. Like Chang Jinfa, such a loaded 1,000 pounds can still do normal push-ups, not to mention have never seen, not even heard of. The veterans, however, were not surprised at all, and looked on with their usual expressions. Obviously, they had known Chang Jinfa's ability for a long time. In the blink of an eye, Chang Jinfa had already done 10 push-ups without the slightest intention to stop. 11, 12, 13. The crowd counted while peeking at Chen Hao's expression. That kid seems to be looking dumbfounded. Probably pissed himself by Chang Jinfa. Ha ha. Letting this kid act like a bully and blabbering about challenging our strongest item. Let's see how he ends up. Many people laughed coldly. Soon, Chang Jinfa made it to the 20th, and stopped after stretching his arms out. Alright, Jinfa, that's enough. Li Hongliang thought he couldn't do it anymore and nodded his head. Come up one more. However, Chang Jinfa was shouting. More weight? You want to scare people to death? Li Hongliang stared blankly, then sneered and glanced at Chen Hao. I didn't even think about competing with him. Chang Jinfa said disdainfully. The aggravation is to break my previous record. Hurry up and come up. It's heavy to hold it up like this. Looks like you played well today. Li Hongliang smiled and waved his hand. Another veteran stepped forward and pressed on the 6th person. Chang Jinfa took a deep breath and continued doing push-ups. 21, 22, 23. The crowd counted in unison. Finally, after doing the 25th push-up, Chang Jinfa stopped, revealing a look of exhaustion, and said in a strained voice, "Come down, I can't do it anymore." The 7 veterans hurriedly came down from behind him. Chang Jinfa stood up and let out a long breath. "Congratulations, Jinfa, breaking your own record again. Why are you still a security guard? You should go practice weightlifting. You're sure to win a gold medal." The crowd laughed. "That's what I thought too." Chang Jinfa laughed triumphantly. "Come on, little white boy." Li Hongliang hooked his finger to Chen Hao. "Didn't you say that you just like to defeat others in their strongest field? So let's enjoy how you crushed Chang Jinfa in weighted push-ups." "That's right, don't let us down." The crowd also laughed in unison. "Chen Hao, it's better to forget about it." Xue Pingan smiled bitterly. Originally, when he saw Chen Hao win against Lu Peng in arm wrestling, a glimmer of hope was born in his heart. But after watching Chang Jinfa's performance, his hopes were immediately dashed. This was simply not something a normal person could do. Chen Hao smiled and didn't say anything, walking to the center of the hall and getting down to do push-ups. The movements are done quite standardly, which, Li Hongliang gave a sunny smile. "Just squeak out if you want to carry weights. I'll put you on people one by one, lest I crush you." Chen Hao still didn't say anything. His right hand continued to do push-ups, and stretched out his left hand and beckoned, meaning that he could get on now. Li Hongliang whistled. An ex-soldier came up with a playful smile and gave a teasing look to the crowd before opening his arms and lunging down hard on Chen Hao's back. The crowd understood and all smiled, ready to see him crush Chen Hao in one fell swoop. Puff! With a muffled sound, the veteran pressed heavily on Chen Hao's back. However, Chen Hao did not even shake a bit as he continued to do push-ups. The scene was as if a noodle bag had been smashed on a 10,000 kilogram boulder, which looked quite powerful, but in fact, it couldn't be shaken in the slightest. The crowd's smiles froze. "He's doing one-handed push-ups." Suddenly, a hemp-faced veteran exclaimed. The crowd shuddered and gazed at it. Sure enough, Chen Hao hadn't retracted his left hand after extending it in a gesture. Even when the veteran was pressing on his back, Chen Hao was only doing push-ups with his right hand, and his left hand was still gently beckoning, seemingly signaling to continue to get on top of the man, and seemingly provoking. "I'll let you pretend." Li Hongliang's face immediately sank as he waved his hand and droned. "Get on." The crowd also revealed angry colors. This kid really didn't pretend to be Shafusky. "I'll do it." A big-bladed veteran droned, striding forward and ruthlessly pouncing on the first veteran. His weight alone was almost as heavy as 2 men combined, and the ground shook slightly as he pressed on. The crowd's eyes did not blink as they watched. Immediately, however, they revealed a look of disappointment. Chen Hao was still steadily doing one-armed push-ups, as if he hadn't been affected at all. He only used 4 fingers on his right hand. Suddenly, the pockmarked veteran exclaimed again. "What?" The crowd was shocked and hurriedly looked over. Sure enough, Chen Hao's right hand was curled up, with his thumb falling out of place and only using the other 4 fingers to land on the ground. The crowd immediately revealed a look of horror, knowing that the smaller the area of force, the greater the pressure. Chen Hao's push-ups with the 4 fingers of one hand, even though it was only weighted by 2 people, was already no less difficult than Chang Jinfa's 2-handed weighting of 5 people. The more the load increased, the more the support was reduced instead. Was this a deliberate demonstration to them? I just don't believe it. You can still reduce your fingers again? Li Hongliang's face turned blue as he angrily roared. Continue to get on the man. Another veteran stepped forward and ruthlessly pressed on. The crowd stared at Chen Hao's right hand in death. Only when the third veteran pressed up, Chen Hao's right hand's little thumb quietly loosened. The 3 fingers landed on the ground. The crowd revealed indescribable colors. This is impossible. Chang Jinfa murmured with a face full of shock. Waiting 3 people, and a big fat man, and then doing one-handed 3-finger push-ups. The pressure endured had far exceeded that of the 7 people he was waiting, but Chen Hao still did not change his face. Not only did his movements not deform in the slightest, but he did not even change his speed. It was as if the weight he was bearing didn't even exist. Go on again. Li Hongliang's face stiffened as he gritted his teeth and spat out 2 words with a chilling aura. 2 more veterans pressed up. Chen Hao loosened his ring finger and middle finger respectively. 1 finger landed on the ground. Although the crowd had already guessed that he would do this, they still couldn't help but cry out in unison. Chang Jinfa's entire body was even trembling. Such a strong man, not to mention that he had never seen or heard of him. He had never even thought about it. It was truly a crushing without any suspense. Li Hongliang didn't speak again, nor did he allow another order to continue on the man, but just looked at Chen Hao doing push-ups in a daze. The others were also staring blankly. They all suddenly had an indescribably absurd feeling, as if Chen Hao could easily do push-ups with 1 finger even if he were to carry even more weight. Until the end of days and the destruction of the world would not stop, Chapter 81, I have a cleanliness fetish again. How come no one is on? Chen Hao beckoned for half a day and didn't feel the weight increase, so he couldn't help but ask. The crowd laughed bitterly. Now, even if they knew he was pretending, they didn't have the heart to retort. Chen Hao, there's no need to compete. I'll admit defeat. Heartily, Chang Jinfa took a deep breath and exclaimed. Chen Hao stopped. The veterans pressing behind him hurriedly came down, all looking at him in awe. Chen Hao, you are this. Chang Jinfa gave a thumbs up with both hands and said heartily, thanks. Chen Hao smiled and looked at the crowd. Keep coming. What else is there to compare? The crowd didn't squeak. Although they each had their own strengths, Chen Hao's performance just now was too shocking, and for a moment, they all lost their confidence. It's fine. You guys take your time to discuss. I'll play for a while first. Chen Hao didn't rush, and walked towards the opposite wall with interest. There was a target board hanging in the middle of the wall, with a dozen darts inserted on it, looking quite exquisite. Hong Liang, are we still competing with Chen Hao? I think forget it. This kid is just too perverted. Yeah, although we each have our own strengths, they are basically related to physical ability or strength. Chen Hao is too strong in these two aspects. I guess even if we compare, we won't be his opponent. Make up your mind. If you say we'll compare, if we don't, we'll admit defeat, and everyone will be able to accept it. The crowd came together. Although they were asking Li Hongliang, the meaning in their words was that most of them didn't want to compete anymore. Li Hongliang hesitated and did not say anything. After seeing Chen Hao's performance, he didn't have the heart to compete again, but if he said that he was completely convinced by this, he was still a bit unwilling. Suddenly, looking at Chen Hao pulling down the darts on the target board and walking to the distance to throw them with great interest, Li Hongliang's heart moved. How about we compete with Chen Hao in throwing darts? With that, Li Hongliang asked in a low voice. The crowd was stunned, and their eyes lit up. Good idea. There are quite a few good darts players among us. That's right, throwing darts isn't just about strength. You have to go through long-term training and hand-eye coordination. There's no way Chen Hao can beat us in this. We can definitely beat him than this. With that, the crowd murmured excitedly, although they were all quite convinced of Chen Hao's strength, but the fact that one of them hadn't won in such a half-day of competition, their hearts were really burning, so they naturally hoped to get back in the game. Hong Liang, don't you play darts very well? Just so you can give this kid a good lesson on our behalf. Lu Peng waved his fist fiercely. The crowd nodded. No problem. I was just about to do that. Li Hongliang said with a cold smile as a glint flashed in his eyes. Put. Suddenly, a clear shooting sound came out. The crowd froze and turned their heads to look, only to see a dart hitting the center of the target, its tail still trembling slightly. Not far away, Chen Hao was picking up a second dart. The crowd's faces stiffened. This was thrown by Chen Hao. No need to be nervous. It's just a coincidence, a veteran said in disbelief. Put. As soon as the words fell, a second dart also shot out from Chen Hao's hand, hitting the bullseye again. That veteran's face instantly became embarrassed and closed his mouth. The crowd glanced at each other in amazement. Chen Hao wouldn't even be this good at darts, right? Put. Chen Hao threw a third dart and hit the bullseye again. The crowd was silent. The excitement that had just burned up was suddenly extinguished like a bucket of cold water had been thrown in their faces. 3 darts in a row all hitting the bullseye. Even the best amongst them were no better. It doesn't matter. I have the confidence to defeat him. Li Hongliang said in a deep voice with a resolute look on his face. We believe in you. Lu Peng patted his shoulder. The crowd also nodded. They had seen Li Hongliang hit the bullseye continuously, and although he didn't manage to do so every time, he was definitely capable of fighting Chen Hao. At this time, Chen Hao picked up the 4th dart, but instead of throwing it immediately, he retreated backward, as if he didn't think that the throwing distance was far enough. It was only when he had retreated to the wall opposite the target board that he stopped in his tracks. The crowd's face muscles all jumped at once. There were more than 10 meters between the two walls of the hall, which was at least 6 or 7 times more than their usual throwing distance. Could it be that Chen Hao was going to throw darts here? Poof! The next moment, the 4th dart flew out of Chen Hao's hand, steadily hitting the bullseye. The crowd laughed bitterly. If they had some confidence in Li Hongliang when they saw Chen Hao's first 3 darts, then they had no thoughts now. This kid was simply a monster. I still want to fight him. Li Hongliang involuntarily clenched his fists and said through clenched teeth. The crowd was stunned. Then they all nodded silently. They understood Li Hongliang's mind. It wasn't about winning or losing. It was about defending their last dignity and honor. It was to lose, but also to lose in a dignified manner. Poof, poof, puff. Chen Hao threw darts one after another, all hitting the bullseye. Instead, the crowd calmed down and silently watched him pretend. The end was already doomed anyway, so what was there to be nervous about? In the blink of an eye, Chen Hao had the last dart left in his hand. He suddenly turned around and threw a backhand without looking back. Poof! the dart instantly swept across a distance of more than 10 meters, steadily hitting the bullseye. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Back body blind throw. This is more than 10 times harder than a frontal throw. Yes, it's simply divine. The crowd instantly exploded in shock. Not only that, you guys look. Suddenly, the pockmarked veteran reached out and pointed at the target disc. The crowd turned their heads to look, only to see that all the darts that pierced the bullseye, with their different colored tails facing outwards, actually formed a pattern of roses, which looked quite beautiful. The crowd was stunned. At first, they thought that Chen Hao was just shooting accurately, and that although he was powerful, it wasn't like no one could match him. Later, when they saw that even though they were several times farther apart, Chen Hao was still incredibly accurate, they felt the gap, but still wanted to do their best to fight. It was only when they finally saw Chen Hao throwing blindly from his back that they were shocked to realize that shooting accurately was only the most elementary performance of Chen Hao. But now the crowd realized that it was the position of the tail after each dart hit the bullseye that came from Chen Hao's careful arrangement. It's like seeing a peak, only to realize that there's a higher peak behind the high mountain, and behind the higher peak, there's a higher and higher peak. Have you guys discussed it yet? Chen Hao was also quite satisfied as he glanced at his work, then looked at the crowd. Discussed? No more competition. We admit defeat. Li Hongliang came back to his senses, took a deep breath, and said dryly, at this moment, he no longer had any intention to fight, and the last bit of his unwillingness had disappeared without a trace, filling his heart with admiration for Chen Hao. Right, we admit defeat. Completely convinced. The crowd was also heartily convinced, saying, didn't we just compete in one item? Chen Hao asked. Li Hongliang thought to himself that this one item of yours can give us a great deal of stimulation, and said, one item is enough to prove your strength. We really can't compare to it. There's nothing to say, and we willingly admit defeat. Everyone. Chen Hao smiled faintly. Suddenly his tone turned. Although you guys willingly admit defeat, but sorry, I have a cleanliness fetish again. Chapter 82, Untying the Knot. What? The faces of the crowd instantly froze. We've already convinced ourselves and fallen under your pomegranate pants. Why aren't we satisfied? Is this a case of pressing us to the ground and continue rubbing us? Don't misunderstand everyone. I'm not dissatisfied. Chen Hao waved his hand and said with a straight face, this cleanliness, is that I would like to ask one last thing? You guys are convinced of me, but are you convinced of the group? Are you convinced of Minister Shui? When I leave, you guys might get in the way of the promise and obey for the time being, but what about in the future? Will you all keep willingly working as security guards? When the crowd heard this, they were first stunned, and then they all fell silent. Indeed, although they were already convinced of Chen Hao, they still had a knot in their hearts regarding the job of security guard. In the end, the antagonism with the CA group as well as the resistance to Shui Pingan and the others were all due to this knot in their hearts. I know that although people don't say it on their lips, in their hearts, they actually don't look down on the job of security guards, and they feel unbalanced knowing that some veterans, who are far inferior to you, have entered the government offices through connections and become civil servants that everyone envies. Chen Hao said, this I understand, but what I want to ask is, if you also have connections and can enter the government organization, will your hearts be balanced? No matter what, government agencies have stable jobs, and with high benefits and good treatment. It's decent to talk about it. Li Hongliang smiled awkwardly. We are all mundane people. Naturally we all want to pursue better jobs. Yes, although it is said that the group's salary and treatment are not bad, but when it comes to being in the enterprise, it still feels that it is not as good as the government authorities. We're not jealous either. We just feel that those people who are clearly less capable than us, but rely on their connections to find better jobs, are blocked in their hearts. The others chimed in. Chen Hao smiled faintly. Then what will you do if you enter a government organization and the one leading you is a mediocre person? The crowd was stunned and hesitated. This question was something they had not thought about. Since you cannot tolerate the orders of a mediocre person in an enterprise, can you tolerate it in a government organization? Chen Hao asked again. The crowd could not speak. Of course, I'm not saying that you'll encounter mediocre people if you enter the authorities, but no matter what the job is, it's unlikely to be smooth sailing. Chen Hao said, in the enterprises, you guys can say leave if you don't want to tolerate it, but when you enter the government organization, can you say leave? If you don't leave, are you willing to tolerate it? The faces of all the people became complicated. With my character, if it doesn't go my way, I definitely won't tolerate it. Half a dozen times, Li Hongliang affirmed, I won't either. If we have to tolerate it if it doesn't go our way, how suffocating it would be. Many people followed. So even if you enter a government organization, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's better than being in an enterprise. Chen Hao said, the key to a good or bad job is whether or not it's smooth. If one has the ability to eat anywhere and eat well and smoothly, then why care about the so-called stability? Decency, good benefits and high treatment? The crowd smacked the words and nodded. And we all need to broaden our horizons. Since we have the ability, why should we envy those who rely on connections? Chen Hao said. You have to know that with the quality of your abilities, at most a few years of honing your skills, you will be able to enter a professional security company, and an annual salary of hundreds of thousands of dollars will not be a problem. Even if you have capital in the future, it's not strange to open your own security company as a boss. There are thousands of paths to career development, both free and easy, but also incredibly broad. Is this not something that can be compared to the institutions and the organizations and institutions? The crowd's eyes lit up at this. Chen Hao, can we do it? Li Hongliang asked in surprise. Of course we can, Chen Hao said, reaching out and pointing at Chang Jinfa. Take Jinfa for example. The weight-bearing ability is definitely at the level of a professional athlete. Just now, you guys joked about letting him go and practice weightlifting to win gold medals. Honestly, why can't he go? If he goes, I don't believe that with his ability, there will be any provincial team that doesn't want him. Even if he enters the national team, it's not uncommon. The crowd looked at Chang Jinfa. Chang Jinfa grinned his big mouth straight. Remember, we go to the society, not in order to find the so-called good job, in the stability of life, but in order to prove their own ability in the work, continue to hone themselves, so that in the future to go on a larger stage of life. Chen Hao said forcefully, it's good that you are security guards, but you will never be security guards for the rest of your lives. Well said. The crowd was so excited to hear this that they couldn't help but applaud in unison. Chen Hao, thank you. Li Hongliang's excitement was overflowing. You not only conquered us in terms of ability, but also untied our heart knot. You can rest assured that we will definitely not make trouble in the future, and we will definitely faithfully perform our duties and work well. And in doing so, we are not only fulfilling our promise to you, but also realizing our own values. Chen Hao, it's you who let us find the direction of our lives. We know what to do and will never resist again. We're rough people. We don't know any reasoning, but what you said today, we'll always remember it in our hearts. Just watch our actions. The crowd was also grateful. Everyone is polite. I'm happy that you guys can think outside the box, Chen Hao said, but I think the person everyone should thank most is Minister Shui. He reached out and pointed at Shui Pingan. The crowd was stunned and turned their heads. Shui Pingan was also taken aback. You all may not know that the knot in your hearts was actually observed by Minister Shui and told me about it, Chen Hao said. Without him, I wouldn't have been able to help you all untie it. The crowd looked shocked. Everyone has strengths and weaknesses. No one is necessarily stronger than anyone else, Chen Hao said meaningfully. Although Minister Shui is not as good as you guys in terms of physical fitness, he has many years of management experience and knows how to fulfill his duties and carry out his work. That's enough. If you guys want to hone yourselves, you don't just need to have a balanced mindset. You need to be humble and know how to learn from others to do so. The faces of the crowd changed as they all nodded. Li Hongliang snapped a salute and solemnly said, Minister Shui, I'm sorry, we've done wrong these days, please forgive us, we'll never do it again, and promise to follow your orders. Yes, Minister Shui, please forgive us for our previous offenses. We know we were wrong. We will definitely be qualified subordinates in the future. The others followed and saluted. It's fine, as long as everyone understands, it's fine to understand. Shui Pingan was pleasantly surprised and hurriedly said, Chen Hao, thank you. With that, he looked gratefully at Chen Hao, his eyes unable to help but moisten a bit. If it wasn't for Chen Hao, he still didn't know how long he would have to be tormented by these veterans. And even if it dragged on any longer, the president might feel that he was incompetent, and remove him in a fit of rage. A big stone in his heart finally fell to the ground. Minister Shui is polite. This is my job. Chen Hao smiled and nodded. Seeing that the matter had been resolved satisfactorily, he was also happy in his heart. Minister Shui, are you here? Suddenly, the door was heavily pushed open, and a security guard rushed in panic.